Events begin in the building where the headquarters of the Eastern Pharmaceutical Collective Farm is located. An interview began in one of the halls, to which many young people came, and some of them sat discussing the possibilities of their development in this company. At that moment, a rather sloppily dressed guy entered the room with a folder and a carrot in his hands. Potential employees were surprised to see their interviewer. Suddenly, the young man poured money out of the bag, and everyone around immediately realized that the successor of the company had come to them. He introduced himself as Ye Tianlong and confirmed the guesses of the people who came to the interview. The guy began to speak sharply about how only highly qualified specialists could stay for the interview, and unqualified candidates should take 200 yuan for a taxi ride and leave immediately. The entire staff began to get nervous due to such rude treatment, and meanwhile our hero began the interview and ordered the candidate Zhu Dayun to introduce himself. The boy shuddered, jumped up from his seat and said that his name was Zhu Dayun, and he graduated from Ha-Chin-So University with a master's degree. The interviewer stopped the candidate and, holding a carrot in his hand, noted that his level was too high, so the employee would not be practical enough. Ye Tianlong felt that the boy would not work with the proper passion for his job and called the next candidate. Next was a girl named Liu Xiaoli, who had 3 years of experience and could begin her duties immediately after being elected, so the company would not have to spend money on training her. Our hero also did not start work because he believed that the candidate already had an established way of thinking in her head, so she would not be able to work in the corporate culture of the company. Meanwhile, an employee of the company was riding in the elevator, who looked at her watch and saw that there were still 10 minutes left before the interview. She thought that all the candidates must have already arrived and were waiting for her. The girl entered the hall and noticed that there was no one else there, and only Ye Tianlong was sitting at the table with carrots and scattered money. She couldn't understand what happened to the candidates, and our hero explained that he kicked everyone out of here. The employee understood that she had only recently joined the company, so she had to behave carefully with her colleagues. She decided to ask which department of the office the boy she didn't know worked from. Our hero took a bite of the carrot, introduced himself to the employee, and emphasized that in fact he himself came for the interview. A few minutes later, the girl took the candidate to the CEO of the company. In Ye Tianlong's office, he was met by another rather attractive but strict woman. The guy didn't even say hello to his future manager, but immediately began to look with delight at the office and the large aquarium in it, while the employee tried to explain that Ye Tianlong was the main candidate for the interview. Only after some time did the girl notice that he was making a fool of himself, and in the meantime the director asked to provide her with the candidate's resume. Ye Tianlong could not stop his passion for fish, and the employee ordered him to quickly give his documents to the manager. The girl did not like the guy's stupid behavior because responsibility for his possible dismissal in the future would definitely fall on her. The main character began nervously looking for his resume, but all the time he found only carrots in his pockets. The director was very angry at such irresponsibility, and the secretary, meanwhile, thought that this would be the end of the fight. In the end, Ye Tianlong put the resume in front of the woman, but she was not satisfied with it at all. After reading this nonsense, she asked what simple objections meant in terms of education, area of expertise, certification, and other skills. The main character did not explain the meaning itself, but explained it as if the woman herself did not understand it, that these were just objections. The director was annoyed that the guy didn't really have any skills or education, but in the end, he was the only one who showed up for the interview. Ye Tianlong emphasized that although he did not have professional skills, he had heart, passion, and determination to act. The woman believed that she was simply wasting her time on a stupid guy, which is why the secretary was sure that she would be fired, but our hero was not going to give up just like that and was determined. The manager and candidate then began exchanging witty quotes from famous works. She continued to say smart things, but our hero defiantly answered them with phrases from adult films. The secretary could not stand it any longer, because she understood that now because of her the director would be even more angry when she started arguing with the restless boy. In the end, the woman could not stand it and shouted and ordered the main character to leave the office. The argument was interrupted by a sudden visit from a fat man who entered the office without knocking, smoking a cigar. He was followed by a dark-skinned beauty to whom the main character immediately drew attention. Principal Lin irritably reminded the vice principal that he should knock on the door before entering her office. The man defiantly answered his manager, but she was not going to wait long, since he allegedly had an urgent matter. The woman understood that by bringing the client here, her deputy was trying to confuse his manager, but this had no effect on Director Lin at all. Then she was not at a loss. introduced herself to the client, and asked how she could help the dark-skinned beauty. The girl was very glad that they paid attention to her, but she began to speak in a language that no one understood, so the office staff were shocked. The deputy director pointedly asked her supervisor if the client's question had complicated the situation, and then the director realized that her subordinate had come to laugh at her. Suddenly, our hero spoke in the girl's language, casually savoring his carrot, and the secretary became nervous again. The beauty was very surprised and happy to hear Ye Tianlong's native language, so she immediately rushed into his arms. Then they held hands and started dancing in the middle of the office, and all the employees were simply shocked by the knowledge of the main character and his behavior. Meanwhile, the deputy director decided to quickly escape. Shifting responsibility to his supervisor, Ye Tianlong explained that the girl is the princess of the African Black Diamond tribe and wants to buy medical equipment worth $5 million. The director and her subordinates were surprised to hear such a huge amount. Our hero said that the girl used to be the head of the Regal Pharmaceutical Group, famous in Africa, and when she was standing in a traffic jam and saw a branch of the Eastern Pharmaceutical Group, she decided to come here in person. Principal Lin asked if the boy was telling her the truth, and he replied that he didn't have to lie. The deputy director did not believe him, since the girl did not look like a real princess, and emphasized that scammers and thieves were not needed here, which is why the manager's nerves had already reached their limit. She admitted that her deputy's comments were valid, but she was more concerned not about the princess's identity, but about the fact that she wanted to know whether Ye Tianlong had lied to her. Director Lin then remembered that she had someone who could help her deal with this situation and called that person. The secretary thought that Mr. Wang himself would come here, and the manager said that she had called a professional translator here. After 10 minutes, Professor Wang actually came into the office and began to help the princess understand her language. Everyone around closely followed the process and waited for the translator's verdict. The headmistress couldn't believe that our hero's translation was flawless, but in the end, Mr. Wang confirmed it. This conclusion shocked her, and now she could not understand at all how impatient this strange young man was. Meanwhile, Professor Wang noted that he provided the client with a translation of their company description. The main character, after negotiations with the princess, informed the director that the girl was ready to pay $5 million for her list of medicines and help the company establish connections in her native tribe. Professor Wang confirmed that their potential client definitely belonged to the Black Diamond tribe, but the man was not sure that she was a princess and had $5 million. At this time, the deputy began to laugh, because he believed that only poor people live in Africa who cannot afford such a large purchase of medicines. The main character quickly transferred all these insults to the foreigner, which made her very angry and forced her to hit the ill-mannered fat man. The secretary really liked that the girl was able to teach the impudent deputy director a lesson. Ye Tianlong revealed that the princess has a prestigious black card, so she can pay $5 million with a wave of her hand. The American Express Centurion card is something of a mystery because it's not something you can get for free, as the company selects just 1% of platinum card users, who then get the opportunity to get up to $50 million in credit. The main character emphasized that the princess wants to pay the bill right now if the conditions are convenient for both parties, but if no one believes her, then she will go to the Regal Company, accompanied by our hero. By that time, Professor Wang was already convinced that this was a real princess, and the headmistress happily declared her desire to cooperate with her and promised to entrust the transaction to the chief of staff. But the girl already wanted to go and persuaded the main character to go with her. So he told the manager that the princess had a bad impression of their company. The boy emphasized that the behavior of Mr. Lou, who with his impudent jokes about bananas and dark-skinned people, offended the princess to the core. So the deputy director immediately became nervous and asked to explain to the girl that he was communicating with her in this way only with good intentions. The main character smiled and advised the man to learn to communicate with people respectfully, but Mr. Lou had already guessed something because the princess only said one sentence, and Ye Tianlong translated the entire speech. Suddenly, the princess stood between the interlocutors, covered the boy with her body, and declared that she would cooperate only with him. The director was surprised by his client's decision, and our hero, meanwhile, noted that he had not passed the interview and was not an employee of an Eastern company. She was very annoyed that Ye Tianlong thought of himself so highly, and she wanted to slap this impudent boy. Thanks to her strength, Director Lin announced that our hero had been hired as an assistant to the general manager, but the man did not like the woman's irritated tone, so he began to express his guesses that he would be fired immediately after signing this favorable condition. The headmistress stood up from her seat, as her nerves were already on edge. and assured the young man that she was not going to fire him and would keep her word. Ye Tianlong then began to list his conditions, which were that he wanted a salary of 10,000, full insurance, transportation and food, and a bonus for every weekend, which the director agreed to. He also asked the company for a personal car and a job without overtime, and at the end he joked and asked to touch the director's body, which completely drove her crazy. Ye Tianlong then suggested that he sign the employment contract immediately so that he could have peace of mind about his employment. The director asked if our hero was now ready to make a deal with a foreigner, and he confirmed his intentions. The guy asked Secretary Xiao Wu to call someone from the operations department, and then promised to treat her with carrots, but this phrase was perceived by both the girl herself and the director as something lustful. Ye Tianlong took out a carrot, showed it to his colleagues, and explained what he was talking about. He noticed that the slimy head teacher was still there and ordered him to leave. Mr. Liu didn't like that Lin Chen Shui was bothering him at first, and now the main character was added to her, so he was going to deal with his colleagues. The protagonist and the princess quickly made a deal and thanked each other for their cooperation by shaking hands. The girl said that Ye Tianlong could contact her if he had any difficulties. After all the manipulations with the contract, our hero returned to Mrs. Lin's office, as she called him to her. The main character saw that the director was holding her head, so he thought that she had a headache and offered to massage her temples. The woman assured her that she was fine and asked the employee to sit on the sofa since she had business with him. But Ye Tianlong did not listen to her anymore because he thought that the director wanted to invite him to lunch. Our hero really wanted to have lunch with the manager because he got such an opportunity after the princess paid him 3 times the remuneration for carrying out the transaction. So now the young man had as much as $120,000 on his balance sheet. Mrs. Lin again began to be irritated by the behavior of her subordinate, and he noticed that the Hungarian coffee that he was going to treat the director to was very expensive and worked worse than some aphrodisiacs. In fact, our hero did not like the effect of coffee on the human body, since it sharply increased the level of pressure, which contributed to a large load on the human body, so the boy preferred carrots. He handed the vegetable to the manager and suggested she try it, but in the end it made her angry. The director threatened the main character that she would kick him out of the company, but Ye Tianlong was not taken aback and reminded him that they had signed a 3-year contract. She exhaled to calm down and noted that our hero was too valuable an employee to simply waste such a talent, so she offered the boy a promotion, as she was sure that the operations department would approve such an offer. The woman was sure that the young man would not be able to refuse the promotion and said that this department belonged to the head office, so the main character would receive a salary of several $1,000,000. Suddenly, her plan did not work, and Ye Tianlong said that he was refusing, since for him, the main thing was not money, but interest in work. So the boy was not going to go to a boring department where he would have to communicate with people. Our hero remarked that he liked helping Director Lin, but their conversation was interrupted by the manager's phone call, and she started talking about some misunderstanding with Chen Shui last night, so she finally asked him not to call here again. Ye Tianlong listened to this conversation with interest because the woman's interlocutor now began to apologize and promised not to bother her anymore. The main character asked if the headmistress had any problems, since she didn't like the fact that the boy was eavesdropping on her conversation. But suddenly, she felt dizzy and she fell weakly right into the boy's arms. He quickly sat Ms. Lin down on the sofa and realized that being overworked and drinking coffee frequently had taken a toll on her. So he noticed that she needed to learn how to rest properly. In the end, Ye Tianlong decided to use his spiritual finger technique and promised that the leader would immediately feel incredible relaxation. Our hero concentrated and began the massage, vowing that now the fatigue and problems would go away. Miss Lin truly felt an incredible sense of relief, as if she had been reborn. The employees under the door heard very strange sounds from their boss, and the main character noticed that he accidentally switched to the technique of fire and water and unearthly pleasure. When the director realized what situation she was in, she started screaming at our hero and hitting him, and he emphasized that she should not be nervous because she might lose consciousness again. After some time, she calmed down and invited the main character to dinner to give the guy the opportunity to prove himself. Ye Tianlong was then already in the parking lot, thinking about what he had learned today about his boss's sharp mind. The boy couldn't think that Miss Lin's buttocks looked so attractive, but at this moment the woman noticed the young man's strange behavior and noticed that he was following her too slowly. The director angrily called her employee a fool and opened her car door with her keys. Ye Tianlong immediately realized that this was the legendary Porsche 911 convertible, which cost $3 million, which was certainly a large sum for an ordinary person. He recommended that she take the Bugatti, since her income of several million allowed the manager to make such purchases. Director Lin was surprised because she couldn't understand how the young man could guess the make of the car if he was standing behind the bus and the large column. In the end, she decided to ask Ye Tianlong himself, as he had expected, but he did not want to reveal all his cards just like that and asked what he would do for it. The woman did not respond to these provocations, so she decided not to continue this topic. She walked up to her car, which sparkled brightly in the light of the underground parking lights, and our hero could not stop admiring her. When our couple was already driving in the car, Ye Tianlong remarked that it was incredibly pleasant to drive such an expensive vehicle and made a rather vulgar comparison, for which the manager called him a mangy dog. Then the boy noticed that even such a dog can be tamed, and then it will become the most devoted and close friend. The woman emphasized that the main character should forget about what happened in her office. While they were driving, the young man mentally noted that his oblivion would depend only on the behavior of Mrs. Lin herself. The staff were already waiting for them at the restaurant, and the director was told that Mr. Lin was already waiting for her, but she said that she came with a colleague and asked him to meet. From the threshold of Mrs. Lin, she was immediately greeted by her groom, who asked for forgiveness from his beloved and gave her Aegean roses from Greece, which were her favorite flowers. All the restaurant employees admired the man's romanticism, so she said that the director should agree to a relationship with him. Suddenly, someone screamed about a fire and poured water on the romantic who was standing in the middle of the candles. After all, it was the main character who pointed out that matches are not toys for children, so next time he will call the police. The poor guy was standing all wet when Ye Tianlong decided to point his finger at his glasses and ask if he had lost the ability to speak, while Mrs. Lin laughed at this funny situation. In the end, the would-be romantic got very angry and asked the restaurant staff who let this scoundrel into the restaurant, but they explained that the guy came with Mrs. Lin. The director, with a smile on her face, confirmed the words of her colleagues and noted that this was just her friend. Zhu Donglai couldn't believe his lover's words because he didn't think that such a guy could be her friend. Our hero explained that he was Lin Chen Shui's assistant, and very close, almost a bodyguard, while the woman began to explain to her fiancé that they had never been a couple. She was not interested in the man's relationships with other girls, and ordered him to stop interfering in her life. Otherwise, Zhu Donglai would force the woman to go to the police for harassment. Mrs. Lin hoped that the man understood everything and would not want to tarnish his name or the reputation of his own family, but he did not calm down and asked his beloved to wait a little with such conclusions. Meanwhile, the main character was casually looking at the goodies, but the headmistress told him to run away, since Zhu Donglai called his guards, because he was not going to just let the scoundrel go. His bodyguard was a girl named Bai Li, who looked at her target with a smile. The man noticed that Ye Tianlong couldn't just run away and completely ruin the romantic evening. The director noted that our hero has 5 minutes to run to the car, otherwise he will run to the office on his own. The next moment, Ye Tianlong's opponent began throwing punches that the boy barely managed to dodge. Zhu Donglai actively supported his colleague, as he wanted to teach the main character a lesson for his insolence. Bai Li continued to fight, but noticed that her opponent was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Suddenly, Ye Tianlong managed to grab the girl's knee, and her boss couldn't believe that the boy managed to do it so skillfully. The man noticed that our hero only knows how to look under women's skirts, and the main character, meanwhile, invited the enemy to continue the fight at the next meeting. But still, to be on the safe side, Ye Tianlong decided to write his address and phone number on the girl's leg. Bai Li could not tolerate such impoliteness from the protagonist, so she tried to hit him again, but the boy managed to escape in time. In the end, the young man was able to jump out of the window, and the headmistress asked why he was in the restaurant for so long, to which he replied that the man had apparently learned his lesson and invited him to dinner, providing an incredible beauty as protection, but Ai Tianlong had to refuse for a long time. The director did not believe such nonsense from her assistant, because she knew that there he could only get a few kicks. The enraged Bai Li tried to catch up with our hero, but only managed to see how he had already left in the car with Mrs. Lin. Then the boy decided to ask the woman what connected him with Zhu Donglai, because he noticed her too serious expression. Ye Tianlong emphasized that he had suffered a lot because of the headmistress today, so he definitely had the right to know her relationship history. The woman silently looked at the main character for several seconds, but still decided to tell that Shu Donglai is the son of the head of Donglai Investment and also the sick fiancé of Mrs. Lin. The man pursued her for 3 months. Although she showed no hope and asked to waste time on these meaningless courtships and invitations to restaurants. In the end, the headmistress got tired of all this and decided to make a joke about Shu Donglai's words, making him think that Madame Lin was jealous of him and started calling her every day. The main character called the groom irresponsible and arrogant, but believed that the director was not a gift either because she invited the guy to dinner, but in the end forced him to deal with his problems. Madame Lin noticed that Shu Donglai was a very vicious person, so she advised Ye Tianlong to be more careful and hoped that he would not get involved in any matter that would interfere with his work. Then, the main character decided to remind him that he had not eaten anything yet, but spent a lot of energy in a fight with his husband's bodyguard. Mrs. Lin reassured her assistant and promised to thank him for his help, and he was happy and said that she could only agree to marry him and that would be enough. She realized that it was useless to wait for a kind word from a young man, so she decided to limit herself to going to a bar, and Ye Tianlong happily accepted such an offer because he wanted to experience the rich nightlife. At the bar, the main character and his manager were met by a crowd of people and beautiful dancers near the poles. Madame Lin asked Ye Tianlong to stay close to her, since there could be various dangerous individuals in this place. But our hero did not listen to her at all and thought only about his marriage proposal to the headmistress. The guy noticed that the place was actually not bad and asked his companion what he would do if he was surrounded by a crowd of incredible beauties who wanted to meet him. Director Lin said dispassionately that the boy was definitely not in danger of such a problem and couldn't take his eyes off her deep cleavage. Suddenly, Ye Tianlong took out money and began to show it off, but the woman asked him to hide it, otherwise he would simply disgrace the entire bar. Then our hero put the keys to a very expensive car on the bar counter, which was immediately noticed by the beauties resting nearby. Mrs. Lin was shocked because she could not understand where her assistant got so much money and so many expensive cars. Ye Tianlong, already surrounded by beautiful girls, pointedly turned to his headmistress. The director was irritated by this behavior of her assistant, but tried to pretend that she was not paying attention to him. In the end, our hero decided to return to his companion and noticed that in our time it is not necessary to be attractive in appearance to meet girls, because all you need is brains. Ye Tianlong began to mock the fact that the woman supposedly fell in love with him and was now jealous of other girls, but this was definitely not the case. While the headmistress guessed that the guy was a rich man who had just gotten an assistant job to mock above her. The old man laughed loudly at the manager's guesses and decided to admit that all the car keys were just very good copies that he ordered from Taobao. Even though they were dummies, they still opened the way for Ye Tianlong to the hearts and bodies of beauties, which made Madame Lin very angry, as this was a very disgusting act on the part of the boy. The bartender decided to intervene in this dispute, as he had already served the Hongyang wine that Mrs. Lin had ordered. But before she could take it, Ye Tianlong had already grabbed the drink and tasted it. The director irritably emphasized that the wine should be tasted gradually, but this did not bother the main character at all. She offered to do a striptease if Ye Tianlong could offer her the best cocktail, and if he didn't, then he should accept the promotion and move to another department. The main character asked if the woman was sure of her proposal and climbed over the bar to make a cocktail himself. He picked up the shaker and began skillfully tossing it from hand to hand, stirring the drink, much to the surprise of his manager. A few minutes later, the drink was already on the table, and Ye Tianlong invited Madame Lin to try his creation. The director tried the cocktail and was stunned by its taste, so she immediately asked its name. And our hero replied that the drink was called Honey, I'll Marry You. Mrs. Lin got very angry at the boy's stupid joke and then admitted that the cocktail was called Serenity. She noted that she really liked the taste and name of this drink. Ye Tianlong was embarrassed because he couldn't tell whether the headmistress was praising him or scolding him, but she was simply surprised that the boy could do anything useful. Mrs. Lin explained that the cocktail was good, but not up to par with her favorite Hongyang wine, so she had no intention of taking her clothes off. As it turned out, Mr. Lou was resting next to them with his employees, who already wanted to finish off our couple. The man lit a cigar and stopped his men because he thought there was no need to rush so much. Mr. Lou noted that during the board meeting, he learned from the old guard that Lin Chenjue would not be able to fulfill some of her contractual obligations by the end of the year and would then face heavy fines, during which time she could be stripped of her position. His allies noted that this was quite a bold move on his part, while the man admitted that he had prepared another entertainment for today in the form of a stimulant that he was going to give to Lady Lin. He ordered Zhao Yaong to try to add this substance to the headmistress's drink. All the guy had to do was find a scoundrel who would agree to become an easy target, and then film Lin Chen Shui naked and post the video online for a chance to fire her at the board of directors. The man also ordered to get rid of our hero and not leave any traces behind. Meanwhile, a bar employee ran up to Ms. Lin and told her that someone was going to ram her car. She ordered Ye Tianlong to go and see what was going on there, but he didn't want to bother with all the questioning of his leader. In the end, the woman yelled at the main character, so he still had to go and see if the car was okay. Then the boy realized why they decided to separate him from Mrs. Lin, so he quickly ran to save his leader. Ye Tianlong only managed to collect the spilled cocktail left by his boss. By the smell, he realized that the woman had been drugged with a stimulant. But everything turned out to be not so bad, because the guy managed to attach a GPS tracker to her. The protagonist immediately returned to Ms. Lin's car and began to chase her and her kidnapper. The guy drove around the city at full speed so as not to waste a minute that could harm his manager. Ye Tianlong did not pay attention to traffic rules, so he cut off one of the cars on his way, which greatly angered its driver, who now wanted to take revenge on our hero. Next, the young man followed the desired car and rammed it to the side. The bastard who wanted to take advantage of Director Lin couldn't understand what was happening, and the main character was already holding her in his arms and asking if she was okay. Ye Tianlong was very angry about this whole situation, while the scoundrel was only thinking about how the guy would crash his car and take the girl away without noticing the problem. At that moment, his comrades drove up to Liang and other cars and asked what was happening between him and our hero. Polka Dot complained to his friends that Ye Tianlong damaged his car for no reason. The main character was asked if he knew Liang Xiao, and he promised to break his legs if he did not apologize to the bandits. Ye Tianlong did not respond to the threats, so the scoundrel and his comrades rushed with weapons at the defenseless boy. The boy was not a weakling, so he immediately gave the bully a strong kick, from which he flew far to the side. Then other hooligans began to attack the main character, but he easily dealt with them. After some time, Ye Tianlong dealt with all his opponents. He promised to kill the scoundrel if he mixed the girls' drinks with substances again, but admitted that Ms. Lin's behavior was too vulgar at first. Meanwhile, Lin Chen Shui regained consciousness and asked the protagonist to help her. The main character quickly left in his car, but Fei Longban was not going to let him go just like that and was going to take revenge for such humiliation. The bandit was very angry because Lin Zhaoyang from Mr. Liu's team planted a pig on him in the form of a defenseless beauty, who, as it turned out, had a very strong patron. After a while, Ye Tianlong had already taken the headmistress to her apartment and looked at her excitedly. She was unconscious and defenseless, lying on the bed. The protagonist understood that the effect of this stimulant was too strong, so in a few hours Lin Chen Shui might develop a fever. In the end, the boy decided to call an acquaintance named Sabrina, with whom he was sworn enemies, but she could help the director get rid of the negative effects of the drug. The woman was allegedly delighted to receive a call from our hero, but immediately remembered her desire to kill him. Ye Tianlong stated that he was calling about a very important matter and explained to his boss what happened. Sabrina emphasized that there is no medicine against this stimulant, so our heroine must help her friend get rid of the effect on her own. If the boy doesn't help Mrs. Lin in the near future, she will face very bad consequences. Meanwhile, the director could not stand it and kissed the stunned guy, who had not yet finished talking to his friend. At the end, the main character told Sabrina that he was a little busy and asked her to talk a little later. After some time, Lin Chen Shui woke up, no longer under the influence of the stimulant, and found Ye Tianlong sleeping peacefully next to her, which left her in shock. The woman could not stand it and screamed loudly at the unexpected turn of events, which is why our hero woke up and was now trying to explain what happened between them. The headmistress thought that it was Ye Tianlong who forced her to drink and took advantage of his boss's unconscious state. Our hero began to show on her body the consequences of the leader attacking him first, but this did not stop or calm her down. Suddenly, Madame Lin became entangled in the sheet and fell onto Ye Tianlong. The woman fell into the hands of the protagonist, and now he has the opportunity to explain the whole strange situation that happened that night. Ye Tianlong said that when he was checking Director Lin's car, someone mixed substances into her drink and kidnapped her, but the boy guessed everything in time and managed to save the woman. He suggested that Lin Chen Shui monitor everyone who entered and left the bar that evening, using CCTV cameras to prevent any slander. The director was still unhappy that the boy allegedly took advantage of her unconsciousness, but he did this only in order to remove the effect of the stimulant, Ye Tianlong noted that there were CCTV cameras in the room, so the headmistress could see the truth with her own eyes. She still believed that the boy simply took advantage of her condition, but this did not bother the main character at all. This made Lin Chen Jue even more angry. Meanwhile, the young man exhaled to calmly explain the situation further. He said that this stimulant had too strong an effect, which could lead to fever, which the director's body could not withstand, and suggested that she personally ask the doctor about the effect of this drug. The boss was not going to calm down, so she called her savior a pathetic coward and an incredible liar. Then the main character decided to call the police so that they would take him away and confess, so that Mrs. Lin would finally calm down. Of course, the director didn't want this, so she snatched the phone from Ye Tianlong's hands. Our hero, already desperate, did not know how to calm Lin Chen Shui's anger, and asked her about it as the sheet fell from the woman. The woman covered her body since she was only wearing one shirt and ordered Ye Tianlong to turn away. In the end, she simply kicked the protagonist out of the hero's room and yelled at him so that he would finally disappear from her sight. Events move to the office, where the boy meets the secretary, who asks to hold the elevator for her. The girl recognized our hero and thanked him for his help, and the exhausted Ye Tianlong decided to ask if she also lived in the office, since she was here at such an early hour. Meanwhile, based on the main character's appearance, she suspected that he had left the director's apartment. Ye Tianlong tried to lie, saying that he was just passing by the office and decided to stop by, but the secretary did not believe him. The main character decided to change the topic and told the girl that yesterday he had made a trade deal for 5 million and invited her to go eat rice together, since the colleague had established herself as a good person. The secretary considered Ye Tianlong to be a real genius, but their conversation was interrupted by the strange sound of the elevator. As it turned out, the elevator was broken, so our hero began to panic greatly because there was no connection, and the guy's phone was completely dead. In a panic, the secretary began pounding on the walls of the elevator, and the main character tried to calm her down, but she did not listen at all. In the end, Xiaolu fell unconscious on the floor and continued to beg for the door to be opened for him everywhere, and the young man could not understand what he should do in such a situation. Then Ye Tianlong realized that his colleague had severe claustrophobia, due to which she lost consciousness and her pulse began to rapidly slow down. The guy was a little embarrassed, as he had no choice but to start performing artificial respiration on the victim. Next, our hero gave the secretary a healing tablet and decided to use the technique of cleaning acupuncture points. Xiaoliu quickly came to his senses and sighed with pleasure when he saw that the young man's medicine and technique had worked. The girl immediately attacked her savior because she thought he was doing something bad to her, but he stopped her and wanted to say 4 things. He noted that, firstly, Xiaoliu's condition was caused by her claustrophobia, but the elevator was still broken, so the situation remained critical. And secondly, he immediately explained that he had to perform CPR and artificial respiration to save his colleague. Thirdly, he assured that he did not peek or see the color of the girl's underwear, and also expected at least some kind of gratitude for saving her. Xiaoliu promised to repay the kindness shown to her, but also demanded that the main character not tell anyone about this situation. Ye Tianlong didn't like this way of expressing gratitude, so he said that all women are the same. But at this moment, the office worker finally opened the elevator door. Then our hero managed to quickly escape from his colleague, and she chased him and called him a pervert. Further events continue at the Porsche service center, where the main character went. He then noticed the Liao Xiao gang nearby, whom he beat up while saving his headmistress. The friends reassured their leader and promised to find the main character to avenge the injuries, and the bandit himself was very angry with his enemy. Then the boy noticed someone next to him who looked like Ye Tianlong, but our hero was not taken aback and pretended that he was a blind man offering a massage since he was wearing sunglasses. Liao Xiao thought that meeting a blind man in the morning was a bad omen, and his girlfriends began to mock the main character. The boy continued to talk about his imaginary massage program, but then his eyes fell on the beautiful bodies of beauties nearby, which distracted him. The girls began to complain to the bandit that Ye Tianlong dared to touch their bodies. The main character then laughed at the girls and said that when he touched him, it felt like he was just touching silicone, but he still apologized for his actions. Then Liao Xiao decided to ask his friends if they thought that the blind man was too similar to their sworn enemy. Our hero immediately decided to confuse the bandit and began to talk about therapeutic Chinese massage and touch his face again, but Liao Xiao did not like it. Ye Tianlong decided not to be in danger and immediately left when other bandits joined in the threats. One of the boys reported to their leader that they had finally received a photo of their target, and Liao Xiao noticed that the blind man looked too much like his enemy. Meanwhile, the main character realized that things were bad for him, so he began to quickly run away. All the bandits with weapons in their hands chased the man to avenge their leader. The main character realized that almost the entire gang had gathered, while Liao Xiao ordered his men to catch the boy at any cost. Ye Tianlong knew that he had no way back, but he noticed a beehive next to him and thought about something. He decided to shoot bees directly into the crowd of bandits and thus detain them. During this chaos, he tried to hide from his pursuers unnoticed and noticed a trash can next to him, which he also threw towards the crowd. Liao Xiao desperately shouted at his allies and ordered them to capture the protagonist, but he managed to escape from them. At this moment, Ye Tianlong noticed the female guard of his director's fan. The guy tried to pretend that he was not the person everyone was looking for, but the girl immediately recognized him and began to threaten him. The guy fought and couldn't understand why everyone recognized him so easily, and the enemy was not going to just let him go. Our hero proposed to fight another day, since at that moment a large crowd of angry bandits was chasing him. When the bandits began to catch up with Ye Tianlong, he pretended that the guard was his girlfriend and asked his rivals not to touch her. In the end, he left Bai Lihua with the hooligans and decided to run away as quickly as possible. The girl managed to neutralize some of them, but they still did not stop pursuing the main character. Then, on the way, the young man found several beer bottles, which he immediately decided to use, so he began to throw them straight at the bandits. Liao Xiao was already very angry and wanted to quickly tear our hero apart, but suddenly a bottle flew into his face. The gang members began to report to their clan that all the other bandits were wounded, and Bai Lihua continued to fight like a real beast, but Liao Xiao was not going to give up and ordered his fallen to call for reinforcements. As a result, Ye Tianlong and the bully were left alone, which is why the leader began to panic and threatened that they were on the territory of Feng Longban's gang, of which he is the heir. So if our hero touched Liao Xiao, he would supposedly regret it later. This did not frighten the boy at all, because he had already killed dozens of people, so Liao Xiao would not be an exception. Meanwhile, Bai Lihua skillfully dealt with her opponents and watched the main character with a smile. And the gang leader finally gave up, promised not to touch Ye Tianlong again, and begged for mercy. He promised to bypass our hero and promised to compensate for everything, but this was not enough for the man. Liao Xiao also could not stand it, and admitted that he did not do anything with his victim that night because Lin Zhaoyang arranged all this with his own hands, and Ye Tianlong was interested in such information at that moment. In the end, after this, the massive fight ended, and the main character and Bai Lihua left on a motorcycle. Ye Tianlong mocked his recent rival and told her that she should make an entry in her diary and then remember to thank him for saving her from the bandits, much to the girl's embarrassment. The guard noted that the boy had dragged her into this conflict with his own hands, but our hero was not going to admit his guilt. Ye Tianlong also remembered that he asked her to run away with him and shouted about it. So the young man considered himself quite responsible. Due to the proximity to the body of an acquaintance, he became embarrassed and slightly lost control of the vehicle, which is why he screamed when Bai Lihua attacked him with her whole body. The girl was very outraged by the behavior of the main character, so she began to threaten and promised to deal with the guy if he deliberately stopped the bike again. Ye Tianlong tried to justify his actions by saying that there was a huge hole ahead that could cause an accident, but the girl still didn't believe him. Eventually, the guy noticed that the motorcycle was not his, so he offered to give Bai Lihua a ride straight home, and she agreed, asking her to stop before the intersection. Having stopped, the main character decided to invite his friend to go have lunch together and then admire the moon because the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. Bai Lihua sarcastically asked if the young man would also like to rent a couples-themed room at the hotel. Our hero took this issue seriously and noted that they were not familiar enough for such a radical step, which made the girl very angry. Bai Lihua was already heading towards her house, but the boy wanted to tell her something else, so he caught up with her friend and grabbed her hand. The girl was embarrassed and did not understand what Ye Tianlong wanted from her, but he promised not to court her and simply put his magic pill into her palm. The main character explained that these drugs improve blood circulation and relieve pain, and also have the side effect of increasing size, so the boy did not give the pill to just anyone. This made Bai Lihua very angry, so she yelled at the boy, making him scared. Our hero decided not to give up and asked the girl for her phone, but she silently left him. In the end, She decided to help Ye Tianlong and informed him that Shu Donglai was preparing serious revenge, so the boy should be careful. The events then continue in the Beihua district of Baishizhou, where the main character witnesses a quarrel between a woman who has kicked a tramp out of her area. Everyone around her watched as she yelled at the boys, thinking they were cheaters and saying they were no good to society. The woman noticed that Ye Tianlong was closely following her argument, so she also yelled at him, forcing the boy to quickly run away so as not to listen to moralizing. After some time, the main character was already at home and went to the shower, thinking that the owner of the house was a rather explosive person. Under the stream of water, the boy thought that something must be wrong with the pharmaceutical company, because Lin Zhaoyang was so desperate to frame the director, but the flow of thoughts was interrupted by a message from the laptop. Looking at the screen, the main character almost choked on his own blood from his nose because a beauty who was also taking a bath contacted him via video chat. Fei asked Ye Tianlong if she was more beautiful than Lin Chenshui, and our hero confirmed that the director was no match for the screen beauty. Sister Fei didn't believe the boy because she had already scoured the internet for information about Miss Lin and noticed that this woman was a real beauty. She was sure that she did not live up to the incredible beauty of the headmistress, but Ye Tianlong assured her that only Fei was in his heart. The beauty did not like that the main character did not spend the night in the apartment, but hung out somewhere all night, and noted that his task should come first. Ye Tianlong calmed her down and explained that he was looking after the headmistress because he would not be able to call himself Crimson Blade if he could not protect her. Sister Fei reminded that Lin Chenshui was the most important target of the mission, so our hero had to completely protect the headmistress, and nothing else mattered. She recalled that she could contact the client at any time, and emphasized that up to 500 million dalhad had been promised for Lin Chenshui's safety. The main character was surprised by such a huge amount for the director, and the sister asked the boy to conscientiously complete his task. Ye Tianlong decided to complain about the fact that he received numerous wounds in battle, but the girl was not going to praise him for it. Sister Fei asked if his miraculous healings helped the thorns, but he explained that they only help with internal and external wounds, as well as against the effects of poisoning, but cannot stop the effects of aphrodisiacs. The beauty then asked why our hero decided not to go to work today, and he explained that the unpleasant incident that happened last night affected their relationship with the director, so she needed time to think about what happened. In this way, he decided to calm her anger, since he was sure that Lin Chenshui still would not let him go just like that, and Sister Fei decided to trust the mind of the protagonist. After some time, Ye Tianlong fell asleep and had a dream in which he again participated in some kind of battle in the middle of a gray landscape. A large crowd of dead people rushed towards the boy, who recklessly wanted to take him home. Suddenly, a black pit opened up under the main character, from which the hands of a dead man crawled out, gradually enveloping Ye Tianlong's body. In real life, the boy suddenly woke up and bit off a piece of carrot that was lying right in his mouth. Our hero realized that this was just another nightmare and was glad that the carrot woke him up, because then he would have lain in bed for another 3 days. Then the young man thought that he had already run out of his favorite vegetable. So he decided to get ready and go to the store, and at the entrance he met a guy who lied to him about the car. Ye Tianlong decided to take revenge for the lie using a mask lying in a trash can nearby. The boy was very scared when he saw some terrible monster behind him. He started screaming and calling for help, and Ye Tianlong decided to take off his mask and ask his victim if he recognized our hero. The boy recognized the main character and began to run away, but Ye Tianlong advised him not to run to the 8th room. He did not listen to the young man and ran to that door, and our hero noticed that the boy did not know how to listen to truly good advice. As it turned out, this was the apartment of the owner of the house, who immediately began to fight and beat the unexpected guest, since a sign near the door said that she should not be disturbed. In the end, the boy got it from his owner, and he went out into the corridor completely beaten. Then the main character decided not to let his victim go just like that and scared her again, making a terrible expression on his face. Ye Tianlong noted that he managed to scare the young man twice, so he came to the conclusion that he had a rather unstable psyche. Then our hero realized that the stranger was new to the house and explained that room 8 belonged to the owner and a woman was not allowed to enter it during morning prayer. Ye Tianlong emphasized that he tried to warn the boy, but he could not believe that the protagonist actually did not want to deceive and was actually giving advice. Meanwhile, Ye Tianlong decided to ask the stranger if he was the one who lied to our hero in order to distract him from the headmistress. Then the main character pretended to call the owner of the house, and then the stranger decided to confess and said that it was Lin Zhaoyang who told him to do it. When Ye Tianlong learned this information, puzzles began to form in his mind regarding the situation that had arisen in managing the pharmaceutical company. He also found a pack of cigarettes from the legendary He Tianxia brand, which tasted like Spanish fly. That is, the same aphrodisiac that affected Mrs. Lin. Suddenly, his investigation was interrupted by a call from the director, who was angry that the main character did not show up for work, so she ordered him to appear as soon as possible. Otherwise, she promised to quickly fire the guy. Ye Tianlong quickly headed to the office and went up to the 18th floor, where he met familiar faces. It turned out that he was met by Lou's assistant, from whom the young man immediately asked whether his miracle pill had improved the girl's condition. This made the secretary very angry, because she did not want to remember that day, so the girl sped up to hit our hero. But he quickly repelled the attack and pointed out that the assistant probably wanted to express her gratitude and love in this way. Secretary Lou began demanding that the boy let go of her leg or she would press charges of sexual harassment against him. Their argument was then interrupted by a boy who came out of the elevator, who started yelling at the main character for his behavior and promised to take Ye Tianlong to the police station. The stranger had no intention of stopping, so he continued to insult our hero, me, and then asked Xiao Liu if Ye Tianlong was really stalking her, promising to become a witness after the police arrived at the crime scene. At this moment, Ye Tianlong hugged the secretary and pointed out that although Manager Lin was handling administrative matters, he still should not interfere in the employees' love affairs. The main character emphasized that there are no prohibitions on office romances in the corporate charter, but the manager did not calm down and ordered the secretary to be fired. Leader Lin didn't believe the boy's words as he knew it was just an excuse to evade responsibility and continued to protect Xiaolu's safety. He asked the girl for the last time if she and the main character had a love relationship, to which she replied that the guy was not really pursuing her and was doing it all as a joke. Secretary Lou asked not to make a mountain out of a mountain, but Manager Lin was even more furious, as he believed that the girl was simply playing along with Ye Tianlong against her will. This whole situation confused the assistant, so she once again emphasized that the main character had no bad intentions towards her. Ye Tianlong confirmed the girl's words, since he believed that he was not so lustful, and pointed out that, in fact, Assistant Lou herself was approaching him, which is why the secretary's mood immediately changed, and she became irritable. Suddenly, Xiao Lu remembered that our hero needs to be in the headmistress's office in a minute, otherwise the headmistress will fire him. The young man did not wait and a minute later ran to catch up with Mrs. Lin, but the manager was not going to just let the thief go. Ye Tianlong quickly turned to the manager and offered him a cigarette to calm him down and finally forget about the misunderstanding that just happened. He began to talk about what a mature and self-sufficient person Lin is, and because of which he immediately corrected himself, because he had finally reached the point where our hero showed him at least minimal respect. This time, the manager decided to forgive Ye Tianlong, but noted that not everyone in the office was so good-natured. Our hero, with a flattering smile, agreed with all the words of the manager, and he promised to castrate the boy if he saw even one harassment on his part. Manager Lin ordered Ye Tianlong to stay away from Xiao Lu, and then the boy pretended to respectfully listen to the manager's advice and thanked him for everything. In the end, the main character did not take all this seriously and looked at the manager's back with a defiant smile. After a while, the young man stood awkwardly in front of his boss and silently stared at her. The woman looked very unhappy, so our hero asked her to talk to him about all the problems directly and not just remain silent. Ye Tianlong continued to talk about the awkward situation that happened to them that evening, which increasingly irritated Chief Lin. In the end, Mrs. Lin calmed down and said that it was just an accident, so the main character was not involved or to blame for it at all. The boy was very pleased with this position of his headmistress and thought that then she should pay for his silence or at least give him free lunches. Ms. Lin again became very angry at her subordinate's insolence and pointed out that he couldn't just talk about this situation because it might cause him to lose his job. She exhaled again and calmed down to talk about responsibilities within the company, since our hero did not show up for work on time. Ye Tianlong noticed that he was tired after last night, but the headmistress pointed out that this was no excuse and called the boy an undisciplined fool. Ms. Lin also emphasized that our hero now has two options. Either he will go as an administrator at a country warehouse, or he will take on double duty as an assistant director and also be an employee in the operations department. The guy replied that both options did not suit him and asked if there was another. but the manager said that then the only way out was voluntary dismissal. Our hero didn't like any of the options because he wanted to remain just a worker, but the manager suddenly began to expose her cleavage, which immediately distracted the boy. The old man immediately wanted to help Lady Lin, and she began to seduce Ye Tianlong, urging him to come closer to her. The main character stopped because he realized that free cheese only comes in a mousetrap. And then the director said that she could complain to everyone about the boy's harassment if he did not make his choice regarding work. Yet Tianlong was outraged by the betrayal of the leader because he saved her life and she behaves so vilely and wants to slander her savior. Then Mrs. Lin decided to play by her own rules and shouted to the whole office that she was allegedly being raped. But our hero did not wait and immediately gagged her with a carrot. The boy noticed that Mrs. Lin started screaming too early because he had not even touched her or done anything wrong yet. The director was incredibly angry that the main character dared to put a carrot directly in her mouth, so now she was going to call the police. She was very angry and could not calm down from such a stupid act of the boy, and he tried to apologize for his stupidity. In the end, the main character found himself outside the office door and was now inserting a flash drive into his work laptop to do some business. After some time, the director could not stand it and left the office, angrily calling her assistant. The main character was very afraid of angering his manager again, so he agreed to sign the contract without objection. He had not read the document and hoped that it did not include a fictitious marriage or relationship with Ms. Lin, and the woman was surprised that Ye Tianlong trusted her so much and did not check the text of the agreement at all. The boy leaned back on the couch and noted that there was nothing to talk about because he just needed to not talk about what happened that night and obey his headmistress' orders. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lin had already called Zhao Wu to help the protagonist with the documents and told him that he was still her subordinate, but had also become the head of the Firebird team of the company's operations department. Ye Tianlong really didn't like that he now had twice as much work, but the salary remained the same. The director invited the boy to leave if he didn't like something, but suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the cry of a man desperately calling for help. Our hero quickly ran towards the screams and noticed a crowd of employees watching the crime in surprise. It turned out that after smoking an aphrodisiac cigarette, Manager Lin attacked the secretary and almost undressed her. Ye Tianlong pushed the manager away, and the girl rushed into his arms as she was very scared after being harassed by a colleague who was not going to calm down. The main character did not allow the manager to approach him and quickly grabbed him by the neck. He decided to cool off his colleague under the tap and give him a couple of slaps so that he would finally come to his senses. At this moment, Mr. Liu intervened in the situation, who was only able to break through the crowd together with Lin Chenshui and see the fight with his own eyes. The man was furious that the protagonist allowed himself to let him go, but Ye Tianlong tried to explain that he heard a cry for help and immediately ran to find out what was wrong. The boy noticed that the deputy director had seen the whole situation with his own eyes and that Ling Zhaoyang personally attacked his colleague. And Ye Tianlong did not hesitate to get his hands dirty to save Xiao Lu. He suggested that the man ask all the other employees about what they saw. And Mrs. Lin herself could confirm that the main character came here to call for help. Mr. Liu was very annoyed that everyone in the office had seen the truth and now admired Ye Tianlong and despised his ally Lin Zhaoyang, which definitely did not play into the hands of the deputy director. The director confirmed that the main character ran to save the victim of violence, and then the guy with a smile offered him moral compensation in the amount of 100,000 for libel. The old man decided to address the angry crowd and ask what should be done with the disgusting thief, and his colleagues responded that Lin Zhaoyang should be released and handed over to the police. Mr. Liu was very angry at the boy's support and pretended that he himself knew about his subordinate's inclinations. And Ye Tianlong laughed at this and said that the fisherman could see the fisherman from afar. The man yelled at our hero and threatened to fire him if he continued this nonsense, while another employee could not believe that Manager Lin could stoop to such a level and suggested that the manager was under the influence of some substance. A guy in the crowd pointed out that the colleague had a very red face, which definitely indicated that he was under some outside influence, so the employee suggested that they call the police and look into the matter thoroughly. Ye Tianlong pointed out that there is no need for such complications because the drug that Manager Lin suffered from is sold based on the age of the buyer, so the company should have records of it. He decided to call the police himself so that they could take a blood test from the victim and determine the composition of the substance, and thus the identity of the buyer could be established. Our hero believed that in any case, Lin Zhaoyang should be released and sent to the police station for punishment, Mr. Liu then realized that this could be bad for the company's reputation and took the phone away from Ye Tianlong, to which Ye Tianlong replied that investigating this matter on his own would be quite difficult and time-consuming. The man promised that he would pay compensation to the victims, and the manager would be fired for misconduct. Ye Tianlong noticed that he said the right things, but the boy believed that the victim himself should have resolved the issue with the police. The secretary noted that our hero really saved her, so she trusted him in this choice, which is why the young man was immediately happy and asked to pay him a bonus of 100,000 Tian. Mr. Liu believed that the main character was lying to himself because Ye Tianlong would never have done such an act if there was no reward for it. Then the boy decided to let Lin Zhaoyang go and, under the influence of drugs, immediately came up to kiss the deputy director. The main character decided to put pressure on Mr. Liu in this way and now demanded a reward of 200,000 for saving the man from his fiancée. It was not so easy for the deputy director to agree to such large sums, but Ye Tianlong decided not to stop and increase the bonus by 100,000 every second, which finally finished off Mr. Liu, and he agreed to such conditions. After this incident, Headmistress Lin took the protagonist to a cafe, but the boy did not appreciate such gratitude for helping his boss. Now, Ye Tianlong had $400,000 in his account, so he did not consider this establishment worthy of attention, and the woman noticed that now our hero can spend this money left and right. In the end, the manager decided to directly ask the young man why he did not call the police. The main character honestly admitted that it was he who pumped Lin Zhaoyang with substances, much to the surprise of Mrs. Lin. The boy also mentioned that he had an audio recording of the evening when the waiter mixed the substance into the director's whiskey, and admitted that it was all connected with Lin Zhaoyang. Lin Qingshui now understood who was to blame for her condition, and now she was even more surprised that the young man decided not to call the police. The main character explained that he could not be sure of the authenticity of the audio recording, since the waiter who provided it was only a pawn in this insidious plan. Ye Tianlong believed that going to court with this audio recording would be the wildest fantasy, so he advised the headmistress to calm down a little. However, Miss Lin did not want to just leave this matter and demanded that the drug dealer be checked, since she was sure that either Lin Zhaoyang himself or Liu Yunai was to blame. The guy emphasized that this drug was mass-produced, so it is simply impossible to blame Lin Zhaoyang without additional details. He suggested waiting until the deputy director calmed down, firing Lin Zhaoyang anyway, and paying the promised 500,000. The main character was sure that after the investigation, he would also be drawn into this situation, and it would eventually become even more complicated. But he also believed that today's events had produced good results for the advancement of the case. He began to become increasingly distracted by the headmistress's body, but continued to talk about how Liu Yunai had now lost one of his allies, and Lin Qingshui herself had taken revenge and received additional money. The headmistress noticed that in this entire incident, only Ye Tianlong remained unharmed. So if this continues, she will feel insulted. The boy responded to these accusations by saying that he only helped Xiaolu because she was in real danger, not because of the opportunity to make money. Lin Qingshui ordered the main character to shut up and again emphasized that Ye Tianlong only benefited from this situation, and pointed out that the young man was very lucky to have her. Having finished her speech, the woman turned away offended and continued to drink tea. And our hero did not even know how to react to such strange accusations against him. Suddenly, Ye Tianlong, glaring at his leader, said that he would like to be the straw that she holds in her mouth, to which Lady Lin replied that this was a rather disgusting compliment. The boy didn't like the director's wording, so he asked to call it just an elegant compliment. Next, the main character showed lustful sympathy for Lin Qingshui, which is why he had to run away from her, since the woman perceived him completely negatively. While running away from the manager, the boy noticed cars passing along the road under the windows of the cafe. There he saw a rather stern man with a katana who looked like a real stern warrior. Ye Tianlong analyzed that the stranger was a 10th level martial artist and came from a 7th level clan, which quite surprised our hero, as he could not think that a 8th level master would come here. The boy told himself that tonight the blood would flow in red rivers again. The main character decided to take the headmistress to Lotus Hill because there was going to be a meteor shower there tonight. But Lin Qingshui didn't like the idea as she wanted to go home and work. Parabok emphasized that the forecast really indicated that the meteor shower would begin at 10 o'clock and asked the manager not to worry about work because it would definitely last a lifetime. But such a phenomenon does not happen every day. Ye Tianlong continued to look in the rearview mirror and follow the suspicious car that was following them. The director announced that she was going to take a nap and asked the main character to wake her up after arriving at the hill. She also stressed that Ye Tianlong should not pester her while she was sleeping. And Ye Tianlong became embarrassed and replied that he would never have thought of such a thing. But suddenly another car began to overtake them. Our hero, for the sake of the safety of Mrs. Lin herself, decided to cut her off with one quick touch, and he himself performed the maneuver and cut off the enemy's car. In the end, the black car turned over along with the enemies, and Ye Tianlong pressed the gas pedal and sped away. He decided to crash into an overturned car and thus throw his pursuers off the mountain. At this time, the same samurai whom the main character noticed from the very beginning came out of the gray car and asked him to hand over the headmistress without a fight. The man promised not only to kill Ye Tianlong, but also to subject him to terrible torture to death. But the youth did not listen to him because he was definitely not looking for an easy way to salvation. The boy suggested that the samurai was looking for first-class heavenly medicine, which surprised the man because he had no idea that our hero knew about everything. The main character noted that he does not like killing people, but he is ready to make an exception for a man from the land of the rising sun. In the end, the man introduced himself as Shiki Yamaishi, but this name meant nothing to the boy. But he knew about Lady Chiba, whose beauty he really liked. The samurai was very surprised that our hero knew Lady Chibu, and Ye Tianlong decided to add that they also had a fairly close relationship with each other. Shiki Jamaica did not like this disrespect for his leader, so he prepared to fight to defend her honor. He promised to crush our hero like an ant, but he did not pay attention to the threats and continued to carefreely eat his favorite carrots. The samurai unsheathed his katana, which sparkled brightly in the sun, and prepared to deal a fatal blow to Ye Tianlong. Before the man could approach our hero, he fell to his knees in front of him, and the boy continued to gnaw on the carrot. As it turned out, there was a red knife spinning around Shiki Jamaica's neck, which Ye Tianlong quickly threw at the desired point. The man recognized that crimson blade and realized who this seemingly stupid and impudent boy was, who now cast a cold, impassive glance at his opponent, who in a few seconds said goodbye to his life. In the evening, Ye Tianlong was already at his director's apartment, quenching his thirst after such an eventful trip. Lin Chen Shui continued to sleep soundly and did not know that her assistant had saved her life again a few hours ago. The main character decided to examine the unconscious manager, but it was at that moment that she decided to wake up and suspected that the guy had drugged her again with some substance because his hands were suspiciously lying on her legs. The headmistress was outraged by Ye Tianlong's behavior, so he had to run away from her again. The boy barely managed to escape and get into his car, enjoying his ability to run fast. Otherwise, Mrs. Lin would have cut him in half. Our hero decided to immediately call Sister Fei to report the dangerous situation that happened to the headmistress today. The girl immediately asked him if this call was related to Ye Tianlong's mission. The main character immediately said that today 3 Japanese tried to kidnap Lin Chen Shui, which surprised Fei a lot, because she did not expect them to act so quickly. The girl considered such a decisive step very strange, because the head of the company was not particularly popular even before the development of heavenly medicine, and now her abduction will only stop work on the medicine and destroy all progress. Ye Tianlong noted that there was also a rank 7 master named Shiki Yamaichi, and it turned out that this name was familiar to Sister Fei. He said that he pushed 2 agents off the mountain and simply stabbed the samurai, and also asked his friend to tell their employee that all this was to achieve a common goal. Sister Fei pointed out that there was no reason to worry as everyone would understand our hero's actions, and asked her to send more people to prevent the enemies from taking such risky steps. She promised to pass on this information and said that the Aida clan, from which Shiki Yamaishi came, never lost to their enemies. So in the previous month they defeated as many as 6 other clans, becoming leaders. The main character realized that death would now intervene in the matter, and came to the conclusion that the medicine that everyone was so actively hunting for was truly valuable. Sister Fei decided to remind Ye Tianlong that he should not become attached to Lin Chen Shui, otherwise he would simply be killed. Our hero defiantly asked whether his enemies could really kill him, to which his interlocutor replied that such an outcome was possible with a probability of 30%. Meanwhile, Mr. Lou and his allies were sitting at home and actively thinking about what happened in the office today. Lin Zhaoyang apologized on his knees for what he had done and suggested that the boss find Ye Tianlong to take revenge. The fat man considered all these conversations useless, so he kicked out his subordinate in anger and demanded that the manager restore the level of the deputy director's reputation. He laughed because he wanted to avenge his humiliation in front of the entire office in the worst possible way. Events continue the next morning at the company office, where the cheerful Secretary Lou graciously greets all her colleagues. The main character was surprised to see Xiao Lu, as he thought that after such an unpleasant incident, the headmistress should have given her a day off to recover. The secretary assured that yesterday she was only a little scared, but today she is already in a good mood because she slept well and was rested. Ye Tianlong shamelessly emphasized that this is the second time he has helped the girl, so he expects her to repay him with money or her body. Such stupid behavior of the boy irritated Secretary Lou, because he still behaved like a child, although he was soon to become the head of the business department, so the girl now changed her mind about inviting the main character to dinner together. The girl turned to take Ye Tianlong to his workplace as the director asked him to help. Ye Tianlong tried to explain that he just wanted to examine the secretary's body because he was worried about what happened to her yesterday. In the end, Xiaolu could not stand it and yelled at the main character, threatening to demand a cut in his salary if he was late again. When our hero came to the commercial department, he was pleasantly surprised to see a large number of employees working hard at their jobs. Amazed, Ye Tianlong saw that different areas of the office had different names, such as Eastern Team, Elite Team, and Majestic Eagle Team. Secretary Lou noted that Chief Feng likes to divide everyone into teams and organize competitions in which the worst team disbands. And then, our hero realized that there was nothing he could do, and as a result, he would see Xiao Lu more often. She pointed out that Ye Tianlong might not even consider such a plan, since the director had ordered the boy to be transferred to the position of administrator at a suburban warehouse if he failed in his new responsibilities. Their conversation was interrupted by Chief Wang, who nervously asked the girl if she was okay after being attacked by Chief Lin yesterday. The secretary decided to immediately introduce our hero, and he immediately kindly extended his hand to greet the new head of the department. The department head didn't really like this new addition to his team, so he asked to take Ye Tianlong away from here. The girl emphasized that this was a direct order from Director Lin, since the commercial department really did not have enough workers. Boss Wang was not going to listen to the secretary and did not want to take the main character into his team, even if the boss personally came to him to showdown. Ye Tianlong was tired of hearing unpleasant comments addressed to him, so he said that a fool sees a fool from afar. And with this expression, he explained his desire to work in this department. Chief Wang could not stand such an insult and wanted to hit the boy, but a simple blow to his opponent's hand was enough for him to stop this sudden attack. The secretary was scared because she did not expect such tension between colleagues, and Ye Tianlong noted that it was not appropriate for a boss to use brute force. The manager felt that the boy did not even have the right to touch him, so he threatened the security and said that he would simply be kicked out of the office. The main character also began to threaten the boss with dismissal, and also reminded that the African princess would not tolerate such rudeness from the company's employees. He explained that the girl could file a complaint against the company since only Ye Tianlong himself could provide her with proper service. The guy noted that Chief Wang himself could have been fired without any evidence, and now the manager could not appeal in any way to the words of our hero. The manager could not withstand such pressure on himself and called the main character a bastard, but this did not offend the young man at all, so he brazenly smiled at his colleague. Chief Wang said that he doesn't have time for such stupid games as Ye Tianlong plays. The boy remained calm and replied that he did not come here to play, but actually to work on the orders of Director Lin, to whom our hero reported, and not Manager Wang. The secretary intervened in their argument and asked the boys to calm down. Otherwise, she would call Miss Lin to deal with both of them. Chief Wang was resigned to the fact that the main character was being covered by the headmistress herself, so he agreed to temporarily accept Ye Tianlong into the business department, but noted that there were clear rules that the newcomer must follow. He promised to expel Ye Tianlong for not following the department's rules, and the boy accepted the terms without objection, since he sincerely believed that standards should be upheld. In the end, Chief Wang decided to clap his hands to attract the department's attention. He introduced the new department employee in the person of our hero to his colleagues and announced that Ye Tianlong would now work in a team called Phoenix. All employees greeted the main character with applause, and he asked to take care of him and not to forget to invite him to a joint lunch. The secretary finally breathed a sigh of relief because the conflict was resolved, and in the meantime the boy thanked everyone for their greetings. Next, Chief Wang showed the main character his team, which consisted of 3 young girls, although quite recently there were 6 of them, but some of them left yesterday. The manager announced that Ye Tianlong would become the team leader from today and asked him not to disappoint him. The main character contemptuously shook his boss's hand off his shoulder and noted that very soon he would surprise everyone with his work. The leader believed that Ye Tianlong could not do anything because he had no education, connections, and experience. So he could drag his entire team down in this way, and then asked if the boy knew about the existence of adalimumab. Ye Tianlong undoubtedly quickly responded that adalimumab is a therapeutic drug that comes in the form of injections, and noted in what cases these drugs are used. Now the girls from the Phoenix team looked at our hero with admiration, and he asked the boss if he had told everything correctly about this master device. The manager did not appreciate the boy's knowledge and noticed that even a stopped clock showed the correct time twice a day. Ye Tianlong then said that those people who have ulterior motives and have closed their hearts cannot learn anything and are unwilling to do so, and asked if the boss knew where these words came from. Next, he decided to criticize the leader with the words of famous Chinese masters Huangdi Neijin and Shanghan Zalong. Chief Wang began to panic, as he did not know a single person about whom his subordinate spoke so intelligently and confidently, and whom he so desperately considered stupid and ignorant. The main character looked down at the manager, who did not know things that were so obvious for an employee of a pharmaceutical company, and asked in surprise how he could be the head of the department. Chief Wang stood silently and looked irritably at the impudent boy, but could not answer, because in fact he did not know anything. Then the main character came up with a simpler task for the manager and wrote several hieroglyphs on the board. As it turned out, he wrote an insult and asked his supervisor to read it, which further angered Mr. Wang, who could no longer tolerate insults from his new subordinate. The leader was so angry that he didn't think about the bad meaning of the expression written by Ye Tianlong, so he read it clearly and loudly to show off his reading ability. Everyone in the office looked at their boss in shock because he had just said one of the most disgusting things in the world, and the main character called him a real animal. Only then did Chief Wang realize how stupidly he had been deceived and humiliated in front of all his subordinates. The boss walked out of his department very angry and humiliated, and Ye Tianlong looked at him with a smile. Meanwhile, the girls decided to get to know their leader better, and the first to introduce herself was Kiki, who hoped that our hero would take care of their success together. Another beauty told her colleague that she was trying to gain Ye Tianlong's attention so quickly in order to scare the leader with her persistence. The main character could not say anything, as he was already fascinated by the deep neckline of his subordinate named Hua Ruyu. She pointed out that Kiki treats men like a dog. That is, he attacks men greedily, like an animal on a bone. But the girl did not like this comparison, so she felt ashamed. Hua Ruyu did not listen to her colleague and continued to say that she stares at handsome men so closely that she begins to drool. But this conversation was interrupted by a third friend who asked Ye Tianlong not to be ashamed of these lustful women. The girl noted that her friends watched too many films while studying at university, so now they know absolutely everything about men and admire them too much. She noted that she was the most innocent girl among the entire team and expressed a desire to hug her new boss. The girls noted that Ling Er seemed to them the most naughty girl, while the boy could not move, because he really liked this subordinate who was so brave and gentle at the same time. Lin Er asked not to pay attention to her colleagues, who always rushed at such responsible people who knew how to take the initiative, like our hero. Suddenly, Ye Tianlong decided to take out his favorite carrot and show it off to the girls, which surprised his entire team. The girls really liked the unusualness and surprise of the presenter, because not everyone takes vegetables with them to work. And meanwhile, the main character asked if the beauties would like to try carrots. The beauties pounced on their leader and began to hug him, talking about his unusualness and genius, which Ye Tianlong himself really liked. Parubok noted that he would have come to work here much earlier if he knew that he would be surrounded by so much attention from incredible beauties. An angry boss, Wang, ran into the department because he heard that it was noisy there and noticed that this was an office, not a bazaar, where one could make noise. He emphasized that there were only 15 days left until the end of the month, and pointing his finger at the main character, said that he would fire everyone who did not complete his task. The manager considered Ye Tianlong a hopeless fool, as he was sure that the boy would not be able to survive in this quarter. Suddenly, another unpleasant conversation was interrupted by the angry cry of a woman who was urgently looking for Chen Ling Er. In a rage, she turned around the furniture and demanded that the girl be brought to her immediately. And Chief Wang smiled because he realized that this was an opportunity to annoy our hero. Without hesitation, he pointed to one of the beauties who were part of Ye Tianlong's team. The girl barely had time to gather her thoughts to greet the woman and ask how she could help the angry Mrs. Nu. The woman explained that last night Chen Ling-er made a deal with her husband, after which he disappeared overnight. And this morning the police told Ms. Niu that her lover was seen with prostitutes, because of which he was not only detained for a week, and issued a fine of 8,000 yuan. The client believed that her husband was faithful to her, so she blamed the girl for this situation, so she came to hear her version of events, since otherwise the woman promised to contact the director about the matter so that Ling-er would be fired from her position. Then Chief Wang decided to intervene in the conversation and noted that he was responsible for the girl's work. He promised to look into this situation since a company with such a good reputation could not allow this to happen. But the woman did not want to listen to all this because she believed that the commercial department was engaged in such immoral things and had absolutely no control over its own actions. Miss Niu considered Chief Wang to be a useless leader because he seriously violated his own responsibilities without noticing the behavior of his subordinates. While the woman was strangling the manager, the main character decided to intervene in the conflict and find out from Lin-er what happened between her and the client. The girl said Mr. Niu ran their family pharmacy, so she talked to him for 6 months before signing a contract for 100,000 yuan. And the man said he was going to the entertainment district to celebrate a successful deal. She noted that she definitely could not influence this in any way, but the main character had already calmed her down and promised to deal with this situation. Ye Tianlong decided to write a message to Director Lin and quickly sent it with a smile. Meanwhile, Chief Wang realized that he could not cope with Mrs. Niu, so he decided to shift the blame to our hero and began to accuse him of the fact that his subordinate forced his client to commit a crime. He promised to free the boy and ruin his life because the company cannot tolerate such thieves. And Ling-er begged that their foreman not be blamed for this. Now, the woman switched to the main character because she thought that he was the one who pushed her husband to become a thief. But Ye Tianlong had his own plan, so he confirmed the woman's words. Parubik casually explained that he was simply being altruistic when he decided to associate Mr. Nu with prostitutes. The woman could not understand what the main character meant, so he invited her to sit down and drink a glass of water to calm down while he explained everything to her. Ye Tianlong said that Mr. Nu was very happy after successfully signing a lucrative deal, so he drank a little and was unable to find a taxi to go home, and the workers advised him to stay and leave when he sobered up. The man said that his wife was waiting for him at home, but noticed that he could not sleep without hugging his beloved, so the company employees could not convince him. And as a result, Mr. Nu tried to leave the parking lot and at that moment hit a man. The boy sadly reported that, according to police, the man faces 6 months in prison, a $5,000 fine, and the loss of his driver's license. Miss Niu was worried because she didn't know that the situation was so serious. But Ye Tianlong told her that her lover was a client of the company, so they had to save him and spend 10,000 yuan to solve the case. Our hero explained that the prison term had been significantly reduced by increasing the fine, and suggested that Mr. Nu be sent back and kept behind bars for 6 months if his wife didn't like it. In the end, she agreed to such conditions and, shaking the guy's hand, got ready to leave to pay the fine for her lover, because otherwise there would be no one to feed the family. Parabok stated that he could pay this amount himself, but Miss Nu had already provided him with her own funds and was going to bring more if these funds were not enough. He pretended that he could not accept the money, although he had already hidden it in his shirt pocket, and the woman did not even want to hear about the refusal because she would be angry if Ye Tianlong refused to take the money. At this moment, Chief Wang was shocked and could not believe that the main character allowed himself to lie so brazenly and even take money for it. To celebrate his own success, the main character decided to take his team to a Japanese barbecue restaurant and offered to pay the girls for their dinner. One of the girls pointed out to the guy that he should prepare for the amount spent, but our hero was not afraid, because in his pocket he had 5,000, which he received from Mrs. Nu. Ye Tianlong believed that there should be enough money for dinner, but he always had carrots with him, which he was not averse to treating his subordinates to. The girls again began showering the main character with compliments and talking about how much they all liked him. The boy could not help but enjoy such attention from 3 incredibly sweet beauties. Finally, our group went to a restaurant where the waitress kindly served them with very appetizing dishes. Ling-er reached ahead of her girls to grab the largest piece of meat, so the girls asked her to take her time and take her time. Suddenly, a drunk stranger rushed into their room, turning to his friends and urging them to continue having fun and drinking alcohol. The girls were very scared of the unexpected guest, so they hid behind the main character. When the man saw the beautiful girls, he immediately wanted to take one of them to have fun, but Ye Tianlong kicked him to protect his team from the pervert. The guy looked down at the drunkard and noticed that all the girls were already busy with him. The man really didn't like that our hero dared to hit him, so the drunkard went to his friend to complain about the insolent man. Friends immediately rushed to the door to deal with the main character and avenge their friend. Ye Tianlong was not at all afraid of the unfamiliar big people, who were very angry with the boy's behavior and wanted to teach him a lesson. One of the guys sped up to hit the main character, but he didn't even move to dodge the attack. In the end, Ye Tianlong decided to throw the food from the table directly into the mouths of his opponents, who definitely did not expect such an unusual attack. As it turned out, the dishes had not yet cooled down, so the comrades became very unpleasant, and the main character pretended to be surprised and worried about his opponents. Ye Tianlong wondered if the boys were too hot and invited them to drink water. It turned out that there was no water in the bottles at all, so the comrades became even hotter, and steam came out of their ears. The warrior then decided to look at the drink in his hands and realized that Ye Tianlong had actually given them spicy wasabi. Hua Ruyu also did not stand aside and poured soy sauce on the boys, which stung their eyes, and then the girl hit one of them in the groin area with all her might. Even though these boys were scum, the main character still sympathized with them because of the blows to such a sensitive and painful place, which the girls did not stop hitting. When the beauties stopped beating the big guys, they started shouting that the guys were real perverts and fools. Now Ye Tianlong discovered that his girls on the team were even more beautiful because they could act cute, but at the same time they could easily beat up a few gangsters. Suddenly, the restaurant manager entered the room, who, as it turned out, knew these guys, so she ordered them to stop and leave the restaurant customers behind. The head drunkard heard the rehearsal and complained to Lady Yukiko that our company, and especially Ye Tianlong, allegedly attacked him first. The woman was very angry with her friends because she was sure that they were to blame for these conflicts, and now they blame young people for these conflicts, so she quickly ordered the drunkards to leave here. Ye Tianlong watched with interest as Lady Yukiko and her charges were taken out of the room and reprimanded for their bad behavior with the restaurant customers. The manager turned and bowed to our hero to apologize for the behavior of her drunken acquaintances, and the guy smiled and noted that everything was in order because it would still be impossible to avoid a conflict due to a drunken state. Mrs. Yukiko left the room with a sinister smile and finally left our group alone so they could finally rest after work. Hua Ruyu thought that these were not ordinary drunks, but she thought that the restaurant owner was absolutely right, and Zhao Kiki noticed that the woman really had taste. After some time, the girls asked the main character to bring Mrs. Yukiko to her room so that she could count them. Ye Tianlong asked if the girls had eaten and called the restaurant owner to bring him the bill for dinner. Mrs. Yukiko entered the room accompanied by drunk people, so the girls were scared again because the strangers left behind a rather unpleasant impression. Then the woman said with a smile that the company allegedly ate 6,000 servings of food. Hua Ruyu was indignant when she heard this amount because she personally calculated the prices of all the dishes, and the result was only 600 yuan. One of Mrs. Yukiko's employees advised the girl to study the menu more carefully, since she must have lost another zero somewhere. The girls took the menu and saw that now all prices had a small invisible zero added to the end. They stated that initially they were given a completely different menu with normal prices, and now this situation has become like real extortion. Ms. Yukiko angrily pointed out that this was the menu and prices at her restaurant, so our company should pay the full amount without objection. Suddenly, someone nearby took out a phone and said that all this was also being broadcast live, and our hero, meanwhile, noted that this amount was small for him, so he asked for another bottle of sake. The restaurant manager listened to the guy, asked the waiter to bring a drink, and announced that now the main character would have to pay 6,500 yuan. Ye Tianlong noted that Lady Yukiko has a rather beautiful figure, but the soul inside her is too dark and shameless. The woman explained her action by saying that a group of friends was humiliating her friends, so she had to pay for it. But our hero had other plans. Suddenly, the guy threw the cockroach out of the sock bottle, recalculating the check amount to 500, and the restaurant bosses were shocked by this turn of events, which definitely did not play into their hands. The girls could barely resist seeing the disgusting insect, and at this time, all the other visitors to the restaurant began to actively document this unpleasant incident on their devices. Miss Yukiko tried to cover the table with her body and ordered the audience to stop taking pictures and videos. The main character decided to add drama and started screaming at the top of his lungs that there were real cockroaches in the restaurant's food, and also pretended that he was poisoned by this dinner. He called the woman shameless and emphasized that she was simply a terrible restaurant owner, but the lady herself could not object, since it was useless after such humiliation of the establishment. In the end, by showing strength of will, Lady Yukiko this time admitted defeat and accepted such shame. The main character asked her to remember that it is better not to contact him when it comes to extorting money. He announced that the woman would soon suffer a great misfortune, which she could only survive if she began to behave normally and get rid of the hostility that she had shown today towards the boy and his friends. Lady Yukiko mentally admitted that Ye Tianlong was right about something. Meanwhile, her staff examined the cockroaches more closely and noted that they were made from bread. One of the drunks tried all the insects and said that all the others were also made from bread, which greatly surprised the restaurant manager. After some time, he found out that one of the cockroaches turned out to be real and turned everything inside out, while the main character fled the scene of the crime, and Mrs. Yukiko could barely contain her rage. In anger, the woman fired several kunai at the door, which the boy barely managed to close behind him. When the team returned to the office, the girls again began to admire our hero's talent, because not everyone knew how to make such believable cockroaches. Their flattery was interrupted by Secretary Lou, who informed the boy that Director Lin was looking for him. She quietly warned Ye Tianlong that he should be careful as the leader was not in the best mood. The boy put on the most affectionate smile on his face, walked up to Lin Shui, and from the doorway began to talk about how hard she works every day. And moreover, he happily agreed to help her in any matter. The director did not know how to respond to such outright flattery, and silently looked at the main character for several seconds. Ye Tianlong then decided to compliment the manager on her flawless appearance. But this also did not impress the woman. Suddenly, Headmistress Lin yelled at the boy for not allowing him to sit on the chair, which incredibly frightened our hero. He did not argue with the wishes of his irritated boss and quickly stood up from his chair. Ye Tianlong quickly found a solution to this problem and sat directly at the headmistress's desk. The boy began his speech by saying that the brightest sunrise comes after climbing a dangerous peak. But this did not improve the situation, so now Lin Shui began to threaten her assistant with a utility knife. He realized that all his attempts were only making the situation worse, so he quickly got up from the table and noted that he was simply worried about the manager's health that day when an awkward situation arose between them due to the drug that was given to the woman. The headmistress said that she would further investigate what happened that day, but now she called Ye Tianlong to her place because of his behavior today. The main character immediately thought that Lin Shui was going to reward him for his successful work at his new job. The boss noted the boy's good work because in the first half of the day, he had already managed to deceive Chief Wang and hide the unpleasant situation with Mrs. Niu. But she noted that she would also like to call the police to deal with her client's case, and asked whether our hero was only counting on the headmistress's support in the conflict with Mr. Wang. Such questions greatly offended Ye Tianlong because he relied only on his abilities in his work and not on his pretty face. The main character immediately complained that Wang Dawei was too arrogant and risked terminating the contract. But Ye Tianlong himself did everything to maintain the company's profits, and then asked the director if she had already contacted the police. Lin Shui replied that she had indeed applied, although she did not like dealing with such matters, and pointed out that this matter would cost the boy 10,001 yuan. The old man did not expect that he would have to pay a bribe, and began to complain that he did not have such funds. The manager already knew that Madame Niu had given the main character 10,000. So she didn't believe his words and threatened to call the woman personally to report Ye Tianlong's lies. She promised to tell Mrs. Niu everything down to the smallest detail, after which the client would probably attack our hero with a knife, and no one knows what could happen to the defenseless boy. Ye Tianlong was very scared by Director Lin's threats, so he gave away the remaining 5,000 he had and promised to give the rest of the amount later. The manager was not going to tolerate such promises, therefore, threatening her with a stationary knife, she demanded that the main character pay the entire amount. With sadness, Ye Tianlong gave all the money. After counting it, the director finally relented and let her assistant go. Our hero was very upset and pointed out that it looked like a real robbery in broad daylight, but Lin Shui did not think so at all, because the money did not belong to the boy himself. As it turned out, the headmistress already knew about Ye Tianlong's lunch with his Phoenix team and noticed that she easily let the young man go to lunch with such beautiful girls. The boy looked at the manager with a smile, and she became embarrassed and began to say that the main character should not invent something about jealousy on her part. Yet Tianlong winked and noticed that he did not have time to say anything yet, which made the woman even more embarrassed because she herself had revealed her attitude towards him. In anger, the headmistress began waving the stationery knife in different directions, but suddenly it simply fell out of her hands and flew in the other direction. The stationery hit the wall and flew straight into the foot of Lin Chen Shui, who did not have time to react to the unexpected threat. The main character immediately noticed this and rushed to save the defenseless leader. He managed to grab the woman herself, and in the blink of an eye she caught the knife with her hand, thereby saving the director from injury. Ye Tianlong asked the leader to freeze and not move for a few seconds, but she could not understand why the young man was doing this. It turned out that the main character wanted to admire Director Lin's attractive legs a little more. The woman tried to restrain herself, but her whole body was already shaking with rage because she understood what her assistant was looking at so openly and lustfully. She instantly jumped out of the hands of the main character and began to scold him so much that it could be heard on the street near the office. Ye Tianlong then decided to take a walk in the park near his office, where he saw a photo of a half-naked grandfather running away from the young men, desperately trying to catch up with him. Eventually, one guy from the crowd managed to run up to the old man and pin him to the floor with his foot. Suddenly, Bai Lihua appeared out of nowhere to protect her grandfather, so she hit the young man who behaved so obscenely with the old man. Our hero was surprised to see his friend, and she expressed her dissatisfaction with the fact that 5 young people attacked one defenseless grandfather, and noted that she could easily engage in battle with the young people. Ye Tianlong noticed that the old man was trying to escape, although Bai Lihua protected him from the angry crowd, while one of the young men explained that the old man was actually trying to steal their things. The girl turned and directly asked her grandfather if he was really going to steal something from the boys. Then he began to make excuses and pretend that the men were slandering him, but they were too angry, so it did not seem like a lie. Ye Tianlong noticed that the old man's voice sounded suspicious, so he decided to ask the boys what exactly the suspect stole from them. The old man said without hesitation that grandfather stole 2 rings with the letters S and B engraved on them, worth a total of 10,000. The main character gave himself time to think and finally asked the nervous grandfather if he recognized these things. Grandfather was offended by the fact that everyone around him called him old, because he considered himself a fairly young man in the prime of his life. He said that his daughter is a high-ranking official and probably has a salary of more than 10,000, so the old man had no need to steal valuables. Bai Lihua sided with her grandfather because she believed that he was unlikely to steal anything, but the main character believed that everything was not as it might seem at first glance. Ye Tianlong stepped on the old man's foot and slapped him on the back, causing the 2 gold rings that the thief had tried so carefully to hide to fly out of his mouth. Grandfather understood the deplorable situation he found himself in, and our hero noticed that in ancient times people committed suicide with the help of gold. But the thief remained completely fine after such an act. Then Bai Lihua became very angry with the old man because he turned out to be a scoundrel, and she was so desperately trying to protect his innocence. The boys immediately recognized the stolen rings and were now even more angry with their grandfather because he had so openly lied to their faces. The old man continued to say that it was not him, but the crowd of young people was unstoppable. They were about to grab him, but were stopped by Ye Tianlong, who said that there was no need to rush in such a hurry. Our hero explained that the boys would get nothing if they simply beat up their grandfather, so it would be more profitable to call the police and hand over the thief, and then calmly leave with their rings. The leader of the crowd told the old man that he was very lucky today that Ye Tianlong stood up for him, but promised to simply break the thief's legs next time. Tu Longgong thanked the main character for his help and invited him to visit to thank him for his good advice about the old man and his kindness towards him. They happily shook hands and promised to meet again in a more comfortable environment. The old man was very angry with Ye Tianlong working with Tiger, so he began to insult the boy. He wanted to reprimand the main character for daring to interfere in other people's affairs, but Bai Lihua could not stand it and hit the nasty grandfather right on the head. The old man ran away, promising to take revenge on Zhao Dadiao for all the trouble he caused him, while the girl called him in anger and told him to come back. Bai Lihua then thanked the female lead for saving her from doing something stupid, because she almost believed the thief's lies. Ye Tianlong noticed that the girl was very kind-hearted, so he compared her big heart with her shape. But he felt that words alone would not be enough to repay him, so he offered Bai Lihua a kiss as compensation. Unexpectedly, The beauty agreed to the protagonist's proposal and reached out to him for a kiss. But in fact, the young man did not expect such a development of events. She came as close as possible to Ye Tianlong's lips and asked if he was still going to kiss her. But he couldn't stand it and ran away, shouting that he allegedly saw a UFO somewhere. Bai Lihua smiled as she looked after the boy, who was very embarrassed when it came to actually taking action. Meanwhile, the old thief reached his home and quenched his thirst with water from the kettle. The woman asked him if he had brought the gold purses, but the man angrily replied that he had botched the theft, and the boys beat him so badly that he did not even have time to pick up his shoes. Now she didn't know how to pay off their debts because the dragon gang would cut off their hands if she didn't see the money soon. The man noted that they have a wealthy daughter who will soon receive a salary and will be able to allocate 18,000 to her beloved parents. The woman was delighted to hear this plan from her lover, and finally they laughed sinisterly together. Meanwhile, our hero and a friend went to a cafe to have a snack, but the girl was too hot to eat anything, so Ye Tianlong offered her jelly chips to cool down a little. Bai Lihua emphasized that she had absolutely no money to pay and wondered if the boy was trying to win her over with food. The main character was again very embarrassed and asked the girl not to ask about this directly in order to leave him at least some dignity. The girl couldn't believe that Ye Tianlong was so easily embarrassed, and Ye Tianlong tried to explain that it was simply because he had not kissed Bai Lihua before. She joked that our hero was belittling the meaning of the word shyness, and also decided to ask how he knew what was wrong with Zhao Dadiao. Ye Tianlong explained that this man was too old and weak, so if he really just had a duty and didn't commit any crimes, there would be no need for so many people to chase after him. In the end, the young man came to the conclusion that the old man was hiding something, and then he heard his strange voice and remembered how people used to swallow gold. Putting all these facts together, the main character decided to pat his grandfather on the back and got a positive result of his thinking. So he also added to his explanation the thought that if you see 6 young people pestering an old man, then you will instinctively think that these 6 are definitely wrong. In fact, Ye Tianlong believed that if 6 people united against 1, it would still look wrong. While the boy was explaining the situation, he had already mixed a dish for Bai Lihua and invited her to try it, which made her feel awkward because she could not even think that our hero could be so attentive. He reminded the girl of her mother, who always removed all the bones from the fish so that her daughter could enjoy the dish. Bai Lihua mentally noted that although the food and person were completely different, they made her feel as happy as her mother. At this time, the protagonist looked at his friend's beautiful body again, but she said that she wanted to have a serious conversation with Ye Tianlong about Shu donglai. She explained that she was the Shu family's bodyguard and not a mercenary, so the last time she only acted against the boy was because she was simply following orders from her superior. The main character called Ye Tianlong a beautiful girl because she treated him so well, and noted that during a fight, a rather spicy moment happened between them. But Bai Lihua did not like such compliments, so she believed that no woman would want to be next to her, from him. The guy mentioned that he had a bruise on his back after the girl hit him with her chest. But such details angered the girl even more, so she hit our hero on the leg. Ye Tianlong decided to continue to bully Bai Lihua and asked what would happen next if she was already using her legs. Eventually, he realized he had gone too far and asked what the girl wanted to talk to him about. Bai Lihua remembered the day when the main character gave her medicine, which turned out to be a miracle as her serious wound on her arm healed in just a few days. Ye Tianlong asked if her body still hurt anywhere and offered to examine it in person. The girl could no longer stand the lust of our hero, so she promised to break his hands if she heard such a phrase from him again. Parabok asked her not to shout so loudly and suggested continuing the conversation about medicine. Bai Lihua said that the elder of her family also appreciated the effect of the medicine, so now she wanted to meet the main character in person. So the girl visited him. Ye Tianlong decided to ask the girl himself if he should date the elder, and she, to his surprise, replied that he would prefer not to. She explained her answer by saying that the head of the family was a very calculating woman who mercilessly used any means to achieve her goals. After meeting with his acquaintance, Ye Tianlong returned to the office where he was met by girls from the team who immediately offered the boss some tea. He called Zhao Kiki and Hua Ruyu foxes and advised them to learn restraint from their colleague Chen Ling Er, who stood shyly on the sidelines. One of the girls explained to our hero that they decided to take revenge on Ling Er, so they took her underwear and hid it. The victim complained to the manager about her colleagues, to which he reprimanded them and pointed out that the subordinates had gone too far in their revenge. Some department employees watched Phoenix's team and were very envious of the main character, who was lucky to be surrounded by incredible beauties. Suddenly, Chao Kiki called out to Zhao Dadiao, who unexpectedly turned out to be her father, so the smile on the girl's face immediately disappeared. She quietly left her team, who were cheerfully chatting and joking with each other, and went out onto the landing to talk to Dad. The girl was already in tears, telling her parents that she no longer had money, since for the last 2 years she had been sending them all the money from her numerous jobs and from her credit card. The main character was able to hear this unpleasant conversation about how Zhao Kiki is already refusing to help her arrogant parents, and threatens that she will simply commit suicide so that her parasitic father will die of starvation. It took the girl a few seconds to collect all her tears and smile sweetly so that her colleagues would not suspect anything. As she was returning to the department, she was shot by Chief Wang, who was in such a hurry to announce that the quarterly performance appraisal would be held in 2 weeks, so whoever performed the worst would definitely be fired. The manager shouted that nothing bad would happen after the employee was fired because he would simply lose his high-paying job and the company would lose his low-paid employee. Indeed, he paid special attention to Ye Tianlong and patted him on the shoulder, asking him to do his best to successfully complete the job. The main character believed that there was no reason to worry because under his leadership, the Phoenix team would definitely show good results. Chief Wang praised his subordinate for being so optimistic, but noted that reality can sometimes be harsh, and pointed out that Ye Tianlong could always turn to him for help if any problems arose. The boy thanked the boss for such generosity and promised to come to him to eat when there was no food at home, which is why the manager called our hero an ignoramus. Hua Ruyu overheard the entire conversation and pointed out that Chief Wang was still able to outsmart Ye Tianlong. The main character considered himself very smart and could not believe this, so he asked the girl how the manager could do this. She explained that everyone on Team Phoenix was a complete newbie, so Chief Wang wanted to use this to his advantage to get more subsidies and benefits. Other team members noted that the 10 million sales target needed to be closed or everyone would be fired. And with 2 weeks left until the estimate, this was almost impossible. Ye Tianlong then decided to ask how much the girls had already earned from sales in order to estimate the amount of work. With one voice, the entire Phoenix team replied that they had not yet earned a penny, which simply shocked the main character, who did not expect such a situation. Hua Ruyu explained that it wasn't even that the team lacked skills, but that they were simply treated negatively by the department. She said that the girls used to have enough clients, but suddenly they all refused to cooperate with the team. Her colleagues added that in fact their clients were lured away by another company, Regal Pharma Group, because it had more favorable terms of cooperation. The girls no longer had any hope of success, so they did not even try to fulfill the plan and were going to simply leave at the end of the quarter, although they regretted the loss of such a lucrative job. Hua Ruyu noted that Boss Wang invited her to follow him, and then promised to transfer her to another, more successful team. But the girl was devoted to the main character. Chenling R laughed at the fact that her colleague was willing to give herself completely to the team under Ye Tianlong's leadership. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought that Chief Wang could take advantage of the girl's greed and desire if they were paid, and thus gather more allies around him. Only now did the boy realize that the manager was shamelessly trying to lure girls to him with the help of company money. Ye Tianlong decided to cheer up his team and started talking about how incredibly beautiful all the girls were, and then asked what they needed to work successfully. He himself did not know the answer to his question, so he asked if the beauties knew about the worker who had recently signed a very lucrative contract with Africa, worth $5 million. The guy boasted that he was the same person, which surprised his team and further fueled interest in himself. Ye Tianlong also said that it was he who saved the poor girl near the toilet from an attacker, thanks to which he now finally became the idol of girls. Our hero asked the girls not to give up because he is sure that in half a month they will be able to achieve their goal, with which their leader will certainly help them. Suddenly, Hua Ruyu gently tugged at the boy's clothes to get his attention, and when the leader turned to her, she kissed his forehead as a sign of gratitude for the team's dedication. The beauty was embarrassed and immediately asked the main character to help her with one client. The guy was crushed by such a wonderful kiss and was ready to do anything to help his subordinate. Hua Ruyu quickly explained that her client was Mr. Dapan from Minjiang Hospital. The next day, the main character actually came to the hospital to personally help the girl, which made her incredibly happy, since she did not fully believe that the manager would come to the rescue. She said that a few days ago, Mr. Dapan agreed to buy about 1 million pieces of equipment and tools from them, But the day before yesterday, the man broke the contract and is now ignoring Hua Ruyu. The client explained his decision by saying that he was now considering purchasing equipment from Regal Pharma Group, and also demanded that the girl come to his home in the evening if she wanted to continue his business. The main character listened to Hua Ruyu and turned to finally go to Pan Da Pan to see who this scoundrel was and find out more information about him. The girl asked if the group leader really had a plan to make the deal successful, and he replied that he did come up with something, but it would take some effort. In the end, they decided to still enter the hospital building to find Mr. Dapen's office. The doctor sat alone in the room and watched obscene content on the internet through headphones. The main character had his own plan, so he motioned for his colleague to shut up and not knock on the office door. Yet Tianlong rushed into the doctor's office without knocking and greeted him joyfully. But Mr. Dapan was not expecting guests, so he was scared and did not have time to hide the video he was watching. In addition, the man accidentally disconnected the headphones from the computer, which is why our heroes could now hear conversations and sounds from this film. The boy didn't wait, took out Mr. Dapan's phone camera and asked him to borrow this new video of Mist's song. The doctor tried to hide the computer behind his body and asked our hero how he got to the office without hindrance. Then Hua Ruyu, who already knew the man, intervened in the conversation and introduced him to her boss. Mr. Dapan angrily shouted that he had nothing to do with their company, given the tactlessness of his colleagues who allowed themselves to enter his office without knocking on the door. Ye Tianlong noted that a doctor should not watch films of this genre in the workplace, and hinted this to him with letters on the keyboard. The man was very annoyed because he realized that everything was leading to blackmail, so he ordered the boy to immediately delete the video from his phone, since otherwise Mr. Dapan was going to call security. Our hero noted that there was nothing special about this because the video only included the film itself, which the doctor watched a minute ago. He explained that he only made the video out of love for Miss Tsang's work and decided to delete it anyway to gain Director Pan's trust. The man advised our heroes not to tell anyone about this, otherwise he threatened to call the police. Ye Tianlong was not at all worried about this as he understood that the investigation would only lead to everyone finding out that Mr. Dapan watched adult films at work. Then the doctor began to threaten that his son-in-law is the dean of the hospital, so no one can go against him in this institution. The main character asked the man who could improve his health if the guy left the office. But Director Pan did not like this proposal at all because he considered himself completely healthy. Then, to prove his point, Ye Tianlong began to talk about how the doctor had been suffering from insomnia, lack of energy, and problems in his personal life for the past few months. At first, the man was surprised by such details about his condition, but then he pretended that our hero was talking some kind of nonsense. The boy decided to stop pouring water on his words and directly said that he could solve all these problems in the life of Director Pan. The doctor was very attracted to this proposal, so he asked our hero how much such treatment would cost. Ye Tianlong happily replied that for this procedure he was asking for an order for his company of only 3 million yuan, with no hidden fees or costs. To reassure the doctor, the young man immediately wrote him out a prescription for 3 yang soup, which included benchen, deer antlers, and deer musk. The main character recommended taking these medicines from tomorrow morning and evening, and then Mr. Dapan will see visible results. He gave this prescription to the man and asked him to contact Hua Ruyu in 3 days to make a contract for 3 million. But Director Pan wondered what to do if these medicines did not work. The doctor has already come up with a scheme in which he will demand several 100,000 yuan from the protagonist if this prescription does not work, or he will simply ignore it after the cure, because he will no longer need Ye Tianlong. The man believed that the attitude towards him was his personal matter, and believed that the main character was too soft a person. After all, Ye Tianlong was not so stupid as to believe Director Pan so foolishly. So he had his own vision of the further development of events, which is why he left the doctor's office with a smile on his face. In the corridor, Hua Ruyu began to ask our hero whether he really knew how to treat people, and asked what medical school the boy graduated from. Ye Tianlong replied that he learned everything on his own, and then his colleague asked whether this knowledge could be trusted. He asked Hua Ruyu not to worry about such small things and promised that she would simply return to the hospital in 3 days to pick up the order form. Then the main character finally decided to find out from the girl whether she knew about the relationship between Zhao Kiki and her parents, because recently the guy overheard a rather unpleasant conversation between them. Hua Ruyu considered her parents to be real villains because they ignored her when Zhao Kiki was a child. And when she started earning money, they began to demand money from her. Ye Tianlong then asked the names of the colleagues' relatives, and the subordinate replied that she only knew the father named Zhao Dadiao. And that's when the mystery arose in our hero's mind that the old thief was the father of his unfortunate colleague. The girl asked Zhao Kiki not to tell Zhao Kiki about this conversation about her family in order to preserve her dignity, and announced that she would like to cure Ye Tianlong, but she has some matters that she needs to deal with now. Colleagues said goodbye and promised to meet another time. The main character walked into the hospital parking lot and something caught his attention. As it turned out, he saw a strange picture. A family was transporting their sick relative in a wheelchair, surrounded by a significant number of security guards. Suddenly, the girl from this family dropped the ball, and Ye Tianlong hurried to pick it up to help the child not lose the toy. An older girl asked our hero to pass the ball into her hands, but the boy could not understand why such caution was needed, and thought that they were police officers in disguise. The girl turned to Ye Tianlong and sincerely thanked her for her help, and the boy returned her gratitude with a smile. Suddenly, a minibus flew into the parking lot at high speed and braked sharply near the security guard. A firearm was sticking out of the window, aimed at the family, but the main character managed to notice it in order to save people. The boy threw a trash can into the air to shield himself from the shots, and maneuvering under the bullets, tried to knock all the guards and family members to the floor. The girl didn't have time to hide somewhere, so she just burst into tears and called her dad. Ye Tianlong barely had time to grab the defenseless girl to save her from the deadly bullets. The older girl had just come to her senses, so she immediately took out a pistol for self-defense and ran to the nearest car to hide. At that moment, the door of the minibus opened, and a man in a beret stepped onto the ground, and one of the numerous shell casings fell behind him. All the thieves were dressed in military uniforms and holding pistols in their hands, and their leader, without hesitation, ordered to shoot all the people in the parking lot. Meanwhile, the girl continued to call her father in tears, and the main character saw that the bandits were too close to them. Ye Tianlong asked the little lady not to worry and finally pressed the pressure point on her body, causing her to pass out. He believed that it was better for the child not to see all the atrocities that would now be happening in the parking lot. Meanwhile, the 50-year-old girl continued to hide behind the car, but then noticed that her sick relative was lying on the floor and not moving. She immediately rushed to the man's aid and asked her subordinates to cover her, while the guards shouted at Jian to beware of the bandits. The girl barely managed to drag away the patient, who could not escape, and meanwhile the bandit had already aimed his weapon and was about to finish them off. A shot rang out and the bullet hit the back of Jian's head, who after such a wound fell unconscious at the feet of the protagonist. Ye Tianlong didn't like killing, but in this situation he had no choice, so he picked up the girl's gun and prepared to take revenge. He concentrated, took aim, and began to shoot accurately at all the bandits. All the thieves received a bullet in the forehead, but the leader of their gang remained unharmed and became furious when he saw what our hero had done to his people. The terrorist shot at Ye Tianlong almost point blank, but Ye Tianlong had a lightning-fast reaction, so he managed to dodge. In the end, the main character managed to point the gun between the bandit's eyes and ask how much 1 + 1 is. The man replied that there would be 2 of them, but Ye Tianlong didn't really care about the answer, so he said that the thief knew too much information and pulled the trigger. At this moment, special forces finally arrived at the crime scene, who were already preparing to cordon off the area and were not going to let anyone out. The main character put the gun in the hands of the dead girl so that law enforcement agencies would not have any unnecessary questions about what happened here. He was about to leave the crime scene as soon as possible, as he did not want to be interrogated, but something caught his attention. Under his feet, the boy saw the girl's ball, which he managed to save, and promised to give her the toy the next time they met. In the evening, Ye Tianlong was sitting on the sofa at home, eating carrots and watching the news, which reported that the CFO of Taibao Bank had been shot today. And there were rumors that this was because the man had testified against his allies. Our hero realized that this incident cost 60 million yuan, so now it will be quite difficult to ensure the safety of the family. The news broadcast showed an upset girl crying a lot because of her father and a lost ball that was lying on the table in front of the TV. The main character was immersed in his own thoughts because such morally difficult events did not happen to him every day. Meanwhile, Minjiang Hospital was already actively investigating the identity of the shooters. A man named Jiu Shu reported to the Qin leader that the thugs belonged to the Harbin Bears, and their one-eyed leader Xiang Fei had killed more than 20 people and was wanted for a long time. He said that these terrorists always killed their victims with a bullet between the eyes. But the policemen would never have thought that they could come to this particular hospital to get rid of their enemies. Chief Chin believed that the bandits had nothing to do with Yuan Dulan, so they must have been paid by someone to do this murder. So she ordered the staff to trace where the thieves managed to show up. The man agreed with the statements of his manager and noted that the thieves were killed with 2 accurate shots directly to the head. The girl asked Jiu Shu who fired those shots, and he replied that it was the head of Security Group D named Jiang Yue. Mrs. Qin found it difficult to believe this version, since she knew that the elders' intelligence had peaked at the average level, and she asked where their colleague was now, to which her husband reported that she was in the intensive care unit. She couldn't understand how Jiang Yue could single-handedly kill 3 thugs, including Dread Fei. Jushu also opined that the death of the thieves looked too strange and remarked that they should have found this hidden genius who could shoot so accurately. The girl began to actively think about who else could be at the crime scene and ordered her subordinate to convey to Yuan Donglan a request to approach the boss immediately after her condition returned to normal. Meanwhile, the main character took his team to the restaurant again, but they refused to eat, so the boy asked what was the reason for their bad mood and appetite. Hua Ruyu explained that they had been calling customers since the morning, but unfortunately, none of them answered the phone, so the team had no appetite at all. Suddenly, their sad conversation was interrupted by an incoming call from Mr. Dapin, so the girl quickly picked up the phone to talk to a potential client. Suddenly, the man screamed and demanded that the employee give the phone to the main character. Ye Tianlong turned to Director Pan and asked if he was upset that the medicine didn't work in the end. In fact, the prescription worked, but the doctor wanted to take advantage of the situation and not pay a penny, although he was tempted by the order without any commission. The man decided to put his plan into action and began to demand compensation of 1,000 yuan from our hero. Ye Tianlong was not stupid, so he pretended to forget to mention that the medicine was experimental, and now the doctor might lose all its effects if he stopped taking this 3-yang soup. Director Peng was definitely not going to believe such a blatant lie from the protagonist. The main character explained to the man that tomorrow morning he himself would be able to feel the side effect. So the guy said that he would wait for the client in his office at exactly 9 o'clock with the invoice for the order, and in every possible way emphasized that he would not wait for him. He gave the phone to Hua Ruyu and asked her to turn off the device by tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, Chao Kiki asked the group leader if the medicine really worked, and he confirmed it and asked if the girl would like to try it on herself. Ye Tianlong noted that he could create real miracles, so he suggested choosing an individual recipe for each girl on the team. The beauties surrounded their manager again and started talking about how smart and cool he was. Our hero asked the girls not to be so pushy, because they would only be able to see the first ray of light in their long dark tunnel of work tomorrow morning. Ye Tianlong was confident that tomorrow his Phoenix team would truly be reborn from the ashes. At this moment, Zhao Kiki's father called again, which brought the poor girl to tears again. Through her sadness and tears, she did not notice how Chief Wang approached her from behind and asked what happened to the girl. The boss asked Zhao Keki why she was crying, because he believed that Ye Tianlong had already allowed himself to insult his subordinate. Then the girl explained that her tears were not our hero's fault, and told the boss that she was just thinking about sad things. As it turned out, Chief Wang inquired about the situation with the employee's family and how much money they requested this time. He promised to pay 1,000,000 yuan if the parents would release their daughter under his full guidance. Of course, Zhao Kiki respected herself and did not agree to such a proposal, suggesting that the boss give these funds to someone who needs them more than she does. Here, the manager could not stand it, and, bursting into a scream, began to put pressure on the girl, since he was sure that she would be fired at the end of the month. But he offered Zhao Kiki another way out, which was that she could go to his office and get paid 2 million yuan. He pushed the girl so hard that she had to take a step back and ended up tripping on the steps. Ye Tianlong suddenly appeared behind her and managed to grab his colleague and save her from falling, asking if she was okay. The guy overheard the entire conversation, so he also offered the subordinate financial assistance of 2 million yuan. The closeness between our hero and the girl was noticed by Director Lin, who was coming down the stairs from the top floor, and now she wanted to fire Zhao Keki, since she had become her rival. 30 minutes later, the department employees were already sitting in their offices, and Chief Wang was talking about the renovation of the Phoenix team's workplace. And then they were all fired. He called his employees locusts who can only devour the company's profits. The main character could not tolerate insults directed at himself and, pushing away the glass of hot tea, poured it directly onto the hand of his manager, who immediately screamed in pain. The boy apologized for his actions with a forced smile, and Chief Wang was about to start a fight with his employee. Ye Tianlong noted that drinks can be drunk without hesitation, but words should be chosen responsibly, and admitted that he invited the manager to his office for a reason. He then asked Mr. Wang to compensate the cost of a cup of tea, which was 300 yuan, which made the boss even more angry. The boy thought that for Hong Pao tea and mineral water from the lake, this amount was quite decent. Assistant Chief Wang pointed out that this place belonged to the department head, so the protagonist should definitely not behave so provocatively. The big man called Ye Tianlong a sly fox and sped up to hit the young man in the back, but he did not feel any pain. He looked at his hand and noticed that his knuckles were bloody, while the main character simply sprained his shoulder a little without any signs of injury. Chief Wang thought that his colleague Lin Chaoyang must have hired this boxer for a lot of money. In the end, he decided to ask what the main character was hiding in his body, and he answered that it was just 3 metal plates. The guy explained that he considered himself too tough, and now he was afraid that women might attack him, so he used such security measures. Ye Tianlong believed that the assistant chief's injury had nothing to do with him personally, so he emphasized that they could not claim to cover the costs of the fighter's treatment. Our hero decided to remind him that manager Wang never paid 300 yuan for the tea, and threatened to report the boss to director Lin. The boss could not stand it and put this money in front of the main character, asking him to spend it on treating the boy's brains. Manager Wang reminded the employee that if his team's performance remained the same for 10 days, he would be fired from the company. Parubok noted that this would not be a problem for him and promised to make sales of 5 million today. And the manager promised to write his last name backwards if Ye Tianlong received at least 1 million. The main character considered such conditions unfair, because the scoundrel remained a scoundrel, no matter how you looked at it. Chief Wang was serious, so he offered to make a bet with the boy, which was that the boss promised to give a bonus for Ye Tianlong's success, and if he failed, our hero would be fired. The guy wanted stricter conditions, so he demanded to double the salary of the entire Phoenix team from Mr. Wang's own pocket, and wanted to take 3 more teams under his leadership. He invited the boss to immediately sign the contract, and he agreed to such conditions without objection. Both parties signed the document when Director Peng burst into the office looking for the main character. Chief Wang immediately saw this as an opportunity and showed him where Ye Tianlong was, promising to fire the boy if he did anything wrong. It turned out that the director came to our hero with good intentions, so he suggested that the manager fire his sister and stay away like a good dog. The man walked up to Ye Tianlong with a smile on his face, as he was very happy that he had finally found the right employee. The main character asked if the client had come for compensation, but Director Pan noticed that before that he was just talking to the guy in a bad mood. Ye Tianlong noted that the client's attitude had changed significantly in such a short period of time. Mr. Pan explained this by saying that sometimes, due to aging, the thoughts in his head begin to get confused, and he himself noted in his thoughts that he would never have come to the office if the medicine had not worked. He quickly took out a folder and handed the main character an order for 3 million, asking if they could process everything right now. Our hero would have happily signed the contract right away, but apparently he had another client, so Ye Tianlong only had the opportunity to do so after a few hours. Director Pan stopped the boy, offered to cover any losses the company might incur, and increased the order amount to 5 million yuan, while Boss Wang watched in shock as the protagonist walked towards his victory in their dispute. Ye Tianlong then ordered his team to negotiate a $5 million contract for his client, a task they happily accepted. The boss had already boasted to the manager that their match was coming to an end, but he was not going to give up and noted that he would not count the boy's victory if at least 1 yuan was missing from the contract. Director Pan intervened in their quarrel, asking the manager not to create problems for his good friend, and began to threaten that he could influence Mr. Wang and demote him at any time. Chief Wang noticed that his assistant was barely holding back and hitting the boxer on the head, ordered him to control himself. The duck returned and promised Ye Tianlong that they would definitely fight next time, and the main character noticed that this guy was really brave. When the client and Ye Tianlong were alone, Mr. Pan immediately asked the boy for a new recipe and apologized for his previous behavior. Our hero noted that the man turned out to be a fairly flexible person, and happily agreed to provide him with a new recipe. But the boy stressed that now Director Pan cannot take medicine, since it is most effective to take it only once a month. The man still didn't fully trust the main character, so, picking up the letter with the recipe, he asked if the young man really hadn't lied to him. Ye Tianlong explained that he would not gain any benefit from lying and also hoped for long-term cooperation. So in the end, the client trusted him. The director also gave our hero the most prestigious VIP card, with which he could buy any food, drinks, and entertainment at the expense of his company. The boy pretended that he could not accept such an expensive thing as a gift, but Mr. Pan asked to treat him like a brother and accept the card without hesitation. Ye Tianlong happily accepted such a precious gift without any remorse. 2 hours later, the man was sitting in his car and sending a recipe for 3 yang soup to a contact named Black Widow, who was also the head of the Bai Leua family. He called the woman and said that he had already sent her the recipe from the main character, but noted that he had not yet tested its effectiveness. Black Widow was confident that if the medicine really worked, they could make a very good profit from it. The manager already knew that Ye Tianlong had a medicine that could heal the wound in just 3 hours, and ordered Director Pan to bring the boy to Real Pharma Group. The man understood that there was a high probability that our hero would not agree to meet with representatives of their company, but the woman threatened him with death if Ye Tianlong did not meet with her. Meanwhile, the entire Phoenix team went to the establishment to celebrate with cocktails, a lucrative deal with Director Pan. Ling Er was already drunk, so she hugged the main character, talking about his talent and sincerely confessed her love to him. Our hero was stunned by the beauty's frankness and assumed that such a charming mood came after several good cocktails. At this moment, Kiki decided to talk about serious things, as she thought the group leader's medicine was very effective and noted that it could help the company get rich. The protagonist told the girl that she was thinking too much about it and added that he prescribed a medicine for Director Pan's spot symptoms so it would not have any effect on other people. Kiki was very surprised when she heard that the leader was able to diagnose anyone and prescribe medicine for them. Ye Tianlong said that his ancestors were assistants to a famous doctor named Sun Simiao. Looking at Ling Er's face, the boy explained in detail that she periodically broke out in cold sweat, which was due to a decrease in body temperature, which is why the beauty had dark circles under her eyes. The main character also noticed that Kiki often holds her stomach, so he assumed that she had a high body temperature and inflammation of the stomach. Hua Ruyu then asked the supervisor what was wrong with her, and he replied that the girl often gets chest pain because she wears the wrong size clothes. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Director Lin's fiancé, who was already in the company of 2 other girls. His companion, it seems, already knew about our hero's conflict with Shu Donglai and called the Phoenix team an ordinary rabble that disrupts public order with its noise. The main character did not pay attention to the arrogant tone of the girls and his friend, so he simply asked the guy to first go wash off his sexually transmitted diseases and then come up to talk. Shu Donglai's companions were very angry when they heard such open insults to their master and were about to kill our hero. Ye Tianlong noted that he did not intend to beat the girls, but he could not guarantee the same attitude from his team. Shu Donglai was very annoyed that his opponent had managed to change so radically in just a few days and had the support of several women who were willing to do his dirty work for him. The girls excitedly discussed among themselves the fact that even their leader had hidden dark connections. The boy noticed that Ye Tianlong was quite arrogant and knew how to look down on others. The main character decided to make fun of his enemy and declared in front of everyone that he was the same guy from the past who constantly spied on girls taking a shower. Shu Donglai was very embarrassed by the young man's audacity and advised him to be more careful the next time he left the house. Ye Tianlong was not afraid and immediately gave his phone number to the enemy to make it easier for the boy to find him and take revenge. Our hero ironically noted that Shu Donglai could take revenge any day between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. and asked not to be late. Assistant Master Shu felt that Ye Tianlong was too self-confident, so he suggested that the boss immediately teach the scoundrel a lesson, or maybe 2. Shu Donglai asked him not to rush, as there were quite a lot of people around, and asked Assistant Bao to send one of his men. Meanwhile, the main character was returning home alone since the girls had already left, and was thinking about how strange it was that Shu Donglai was not accompanied by Bai Lihua today. In the flow of his own thoughts, the boy noticed that several men were coming towards him, very similar to representatives of the criminal world. The old man realized that they had come to him and asked what he had already done with these strangers, while the gang leader asked if he was Ye Tianlong. Our hero confirmed his identity and, after analyzing the bandit in front of him, realized that he had at least a 6th rank of skill. The man liked Ye Tianlong's honesty, so he promised to be careful when he hit him in the face, while the boy himself decided to ask who this stranger was, but he did not answer and promised to tell when the boy was lying on the floor. Without thinking twice, The main character lay down on the floor and now asks the man to tell him about himself. The bandits were amazed by Ye Tianlong's audacity, and he continued to demand their names. The gang leader introduced himself as Kung Lun, and rushing into battle promised to knock our hero down with his own hands. His allies also attacked the boy and shouted that they would get 50,000 for him, and then Ye Tianlong realized that these people were sent by Shu donglai. The bandits did not know who the customer actually was, so they did not understand what the main character was talking about. When the men got close enough to Ye Tianlong, he quickly extended his hands and smeared them directly onto each of their faces. The opponents immediately covered their faces with their hands in pain because their eyes burned incredibly strongly. The main character noted that the spices left over from dinner turned out to be very useful, and Kun Lun considered such an act shameless. He thought it absurd to say such things to a man who was about to attack one of the three, and called upon his opponent to come forward. The man was in a hurry to strike to take revenge on our hero for the shame of his comrades. Ye Tianlong easily stopped this attack with one hand and noted that although the opponent had a strong blow, it was too rough and uncontrollable. He believed that Kun Lun could become a killing machine if he had the help of an expert like the boy himself. Otherwise, the person will remain a street fighter working for only 50,000 sas. The bandit was incredibly angry after hearing the bitter truth from the main character, so now he tried to kick him, but the guy managed to put a trash can in front of him for protection. Kun Long rushed towards Ye Tianlong to finally finish him off, but his blow was stopped by a banana peel on which he awkwardly slipped. Our hero was sincerely afraid for his opponent and barely managed to grab his hand to prevent him from falling to the ground. Kung Lun took this as an opportunity, since the hole was now completely open, and kneed his target straight into the stomach with all his might. While our hero was trying to catch his breath, the man heard a crunch under his feet and realized that there were sharp shards of glass lying there. The bandit came to the terrible realization that he could die, since the glass would simply pierce his unprotected head. Only then did he realize that he had just hit the man who saved his life, and from this he calmed down and thanked the main character for his help. Ye Tianlong understood that the bandits were poor and would not be able to pay for his treatment after the beating, so he decided to let them go peacefully. Kun Lun promised himself to thank our hero for saving him, and in the meantime the boy answered the phone from Secretary Lou, who said that the director wanted to see him. Having met Xiao Lu in the office, the main character immediately felt pain all over her body from a whole day of work. The main character decided to help the girl with a massage and asked why the director called him, to which the secretary replied that there was a good reason for this. She said that the boss had already heard about Ye Tianlong's successful deal and now wanted to reward him for his work. Meanwhile, Lin Chen Shui, having heard the boy's voice, had already left the office and called her subordinate. The director did not like that the main character did not rush to her and preferred to catch the secretary, although he knew that the woman was looking for him. Ye Tianlong was embarrassed and tried to explain that he was just helping his colleague relax a little after a hard day at work. Lin Chen Shui irritably remarked that our hero only knows how to cause trouble and ordered him to follow her to discuss something in her office. It turned out that the boy now had his own company car, so the director gave him the keys to the Porsche. The manager also asked the main character to always be in touch and answer her calls, and then the main character realized that now he would just be the director's driver. The woman did not like Ye Tianlong's indignation, because the contract stated that he must obey any of her orders. Our hero didn't think it was right that Lin Chen Shui used the contract to intimidate him. She then changed her mind about bullying her assistant and simply stated that she was going to fire Zhao Kiki, whom the boy was jealous of, saying that the girl was useless to the company. The main character began to argue with the director, because there was no point in this dismissal, but she did not listen to him. In the end, Ye Tianlong agreed to become Lin Chen Shui's personal driver for the sake of his colleague, knowing that she already had enough problems on top of possibly losing her job. The main character then decided to talk about how Shu donglai sent people to beat him up this afternoon and showed off the bruise that Kun Long left on his body. The director was very angry with such actions of her friend and decided to call him personally, and then if all else failed, call the police. Ye Tianlong stopped Lin Chen Shui because he considered it useless, because Shu donglai did not beat the boy personally, so it is impossible to prove his guilt. The director promised to personally resolve this issue once and for all and asked the main character not to interfere. She also asked the boy to take care of other affairs of the Minjiang hospital, which was headed by Director Pan. The boy was frightened and asked not to place such a great responsibility on him. The headmistress agreed, but in exchange, Ye Tianlong had to go with her to the medical school conference this month. The main character didn't want to go on a business trip with Mrs. Lin, so he agreed to find a compromise with Director Pan. But the woman wasn't going to give up on her wishes, so she still ordered the assistant to go with her to the conference. Their conversation was interrupted by the secretary entering the office, who said that Shu Donglai had arrived and wanted to see the head mistress, but Lin Chen Shui did not want to meet with him. At this time, Shu Donglai learned that the gang had failed in their task, and now there was a possibility that Ye Tianlong would want revenge. He ordered his assistant to take the money and hire another gang, but this time one that could break all the bones in the main character's body. The guy's conversation was interrupted by a knock on the car window, and, as it turned out, it was the main character. Ye Tianlong immediately asked Zhu Donglai directly if this was the person who sent Kun Long, but Shu Donglai pretended to understand what he was talking about. Suddenly, our hero unexpectedly suggested that his opponent simply make peace, but he thought that the guy was just mocking him. Ye Tianlong then did not wait for further words from Shu Donglai and simply threw the brick directly at his car with all his strength. The main character set a condition. If they are friends, he will share a carrot with his new friend and otherwise give him a brick. He then hit Shu Donglai hard in retaliation for his recent actions. In this state, our hero left his rival and friend at the same time and asked him to behave better in future. Ye Tianlong then went to the Porsche dealership and still couldn't believe that he had become Director Lin's personal driver. When the boy entered the building, he noticed a crowd of strangers, like bandits, who were watching him very carefully. The main character passed by them and began to feel that life had prepared new troubles for him. The boy went outside to get into the company car, but when he reached for the door handle, someone slammed the car and stopped the boy. Ye Tianlong decided to take a closer look at this scoundrel, and it turned out that there is another representative of the underworld who is not going to let our hero go. The guy said that he needed to go to his car, but the stranger did not listen, and recommended that the main character prepare for what would happen. Several more cars drove up to the center of the Porsche at high speed, and several more thugs came out of them, led by Liang Ziyuan, who had long wanted to take revenge on Ye Tianlong. The gang leader advised our hero to immediately kneel down and beg for mercy, but the boy had no intention of doing this and was going to crack Liang Zijuan's skull first. At the command of their leader, the entire crowd of bandits simultaneously rushed at the main character. Ye Tianlong was so angry that his eyes began to burn with fire, and meanwhile the bandit almost hit him. The boy managed to be the first to attack his opponent and throw him into the crowd, but the others did not stop and attacked our hero. The bandits screamed and scattered from Ye Tianlong in different directions, and Liang Ziyuan could not understand where the young man got such strength. During the fight, the main character looked at the gang leader with anger in his eyes, which scared him. In a panic, Liang Ziyuan ordered his subordinates to immediately seize the boy. Suddenly, the main character found himself behind the bandit and, snatching the NAD from his hands, put the weapon to the neck of the now defenseless Liang Ziyuan. Then the leader immediately ordered his gang to retreat, since he did not want to give up his own life so easily. The bandit immediately began to make excuses and apologize to our hero, saying that he was lost and deserved to die. Ye Tianlong remarked that if he had fulfilled the death request earlier, then this unpleasant situation between him and the gang would not have arisen now. He suggested that Liang Jijuan solve this problem right now, but after such threats, the bandit had already agreed to any conditions of his enemy. However, their conversation was interrupted by the police, who unexpectedly appeared at the conflict site and ordered no one to move. Police Chief Qin pointed a gun at the bandits and ordered her subordinates to block all exits from the parking lot. The main character quickly reacted to this change in the situation and quickly gave the knife to Liang Ziyuan to dispel any suspicions. The bandit looked at the weapon in his hands and couldn't understand what Ye Tianlong wanted, and the boy ran to the policewoman with tears in his eyes to call for help. Our hero threw himself into the arms of the beauty and began to complain that these scoundrels simply began to insult and beat him. Ye Tianlong pretended that the bandits stole his car and then began to demand money from him, threatening him with a knife. Police Chief Qin asked the young man to calm down, since now that the police had arrived, no one would hurt him, and asked Officer Liu to take the victim to the hospital. The main character didn't want to go anywhere and hugged the policeman even tighter, but she noticed that Ye Tianlong just needed to treat his wounds. The boy thanked Chief Qin for his concern and agreed to go to the hospital alone so as not to waste the police's time. As it turned out, this was not the girl's first meeting with Liang Jijuan, and she realized that he had not learned his lesson after his previous arrests. The bandit began rehearsing because he believed the police were accusing the wrong person. The main character emphasized that it was the blood on his face, and noted that he would go to the hospital for treatment only on the advice of Chief Chin, since he allegedly has no money at all. The manager then ordered the employees to take the bandits' wallets and give them to her. She handed Ye Tianlong the money and asked him to go to the police station if the amount was not enough for treatment. Liang Jijuan realized that our hero was outright lying and desperately tried to prove it to the Qin leader. The boy was about to run away from here as soon as possible because the lie could end very badly for him. The employees still began to suspect our hero of lying because the bandit looked like he was telling the truth. But Ye Tianlong had already gotten into the car and quickly disappeared from the parking lot. Chief Chin called the boy a scoundrel, but at that moment she received a call saying that new details had emerged about the Black Panther. Meanwhile, the main character was glad that he managed to leave in time and was now thinking about how to take revenge on Liang Zijuan. In the midst of the busy traffic, Ye Tianlong saw a suspicious motorcycle driver trying to overtake his car. The stranger pulled out a gun and started shooting at our hero, and the boy realized that he would have to do something good again. When the motorcyclist compared the car with the main character, Ye Tianlong remembered that he had a wrench in the glove compartment, which he decided to throw at the enemy. In the end, the bandit received a direct blow to the head and was unable to hold on to his vehicle, so he fell at speed and suffered serious injuries. As a result, the motorcycle exploded, but the driver found the strength to survive and did not panic at all when law enforcement officers pointed their guns at him. The main character realized that the situation was critical because the bandit turned out to be not an ordinary person and, with serious injuries, rushed to attack the police. With one blow, the thief scattered 2 law enforcement officers, which caused panic among the others, and the man himself looked madly at the rest of his victims. The bandit eventually attacked another law enforcement officer and took his weapon. Ye Tianlong decided to intervene because the thief was cruel, so the boy came to the conclusion that the blow with the wrench was not effective enough. The bandit ordered the man to move faster, and in the meantime, our hero noticed that the man had a hand grenade hidden, so he decided to bide his time and talk to him. Finally, the man got into Ye Tianlong's car and demanded that the boy drive ahead, threatening him with a gun since he absolutely did not want to fall into the hands of the police. The main character listened to the bandit and immediately pressed the gas pedal with all his might. The boy asked the thief to remove the gun from his face. Since he was new to driving and such circumstances could distract him from the road, the man explained that the weapon was necessary for motivation and noted that the police were chasing their daughter's car and had no intention of stopping. The bandit noticed a barrel of gasoline passing by a law enforcement vehicle and decided to use this to his advantage. The main character realized his passenger's bad plan, so he turned around sharply so that the man could not shoot. The thief became angry and asked if Ye Tianlong wanted to die, but the boy reminded him that he was not a very good driver. Then our hero invited the man to drive himself and pretended that he wanted to become his assistant and student. The thief introduced himself as Black Panther, advised the guy not to interfere in his affairs, and said that he would go have fun with Qin Ziyi after the current situation calmed down. And the main character began to wonder what kind of woman this was. Black Panther frankly said that this woman was the best gangster, but at the same time she was an incredible beauty who had a whole gang. Ye Tianlong turned to the thief, much to his annoyance, and noticed that the man's tie was undone. Such a carefree remark from the boy shocked Black Panther. In the end, the bandit again started shouting at the main character to drive faster and get away from the police. Ye Tianlong let go of the steering wheel, as if frightened by such pressure on him, and covered his face with his hands, which is why the thief took control of the car on the fly. Black Panther noted that the boy did not look like a novice driver, but like a real killer. Thanks to such a sharp maneuver, the main character managed to intercept the thief's weapon and point it directly at him. Ye Tianlong, with a smile on his face, emphasized that he now had both a pistol and a grenade in his hands, and the man was left completely without a weapon. He began demanding that Black Panther take out his wallet and get out of the car with his hands behind his back. The bandit listened to the boy and, at gunpoint, Ye Tianlong asked our hero to let him go, promising to pay 500,000 yuan. The main character said that he would not go for the money, but in fact he thought that it was quite a large amount that it would be nice to receive. Black Panther began to threaten Ye Tianlong that if the boy shot him, the entire gang would hunt the person responsible for his death. Our hero was not afraid, because he understood that no one would know about his guilt. And then the man decided to play on the fact that Ye Tianlong did not even know how to shoot a gun and remove it from the safety. Then the boy decided to show off his skills and shot the Black Panther in the leg, causing a cry of pain to pierce the air. Police eventually found the thief tied up, shot in the leg, and with a gun next to him, Chief Chin had already arrived at the place of detention and asked for a video recording of the chase of the detained bandit. The girl carefully examined the car in the video and noticed quite familiar license plates on it. She ordered the identity of the owner of this vehicle to be established, as she suspected that it could be the strange guy who rushed into her arms. Finally, the main character could take a leisurely stroll at sunset and think about his busy day while enjoying his favorite carrots. His walk was interrupted by a call from the headmistress, who said that Ye Tianlong should pick her up tomorrow at 6:30, which simply finished off the exhausted boy. The woman asked the female lead to take 2 sets of breakfast with her and look presentable, but the employee pointed out that Lin Chen-shu was actually going to lose weight and might refuse to eat. The director yelled at her assistant and ordered him not to interfere in his affairs. Ye Tianlong checked on his phone to see if he could watch the video directly from the office and decided to immediately take advantage of this wonderful opportunity. He saw the incredibly beautiful Lin Chen-shui on the smartphone screen and now believed that her impeccable appearance was a real crime. The main character thought about the director's request to take 2 breakfasts with her and came to the conclusion that she would spend the evening with another guy. The boy could not understand what was happening to him because his thoughts were now completely occupied by Lin Chen-shui and his jealousy towards her. Ye Tianlong thought about how he was a prodigal son who carefully cut flowers, but he definitely couldn't afford to become a cut flower. Meanwhile, the news was broadcast on the mall screen, in which the anchor announced that Jiang Taibao, who lost 7 million last year due to his daughter's dowry, was detained with confiscation of property and assets, which now put Tobao Bank in a difficult situation according to suspected of shooting Yuan Donglan. The main character suspected that Black Panther and the 3 parking lot shooters might belong to Jiang Taibao's gang. He sat in the car and thought about the fact that this thief's base does not operate in the Minjiang region, otherwise it would turn into a slum, and he also wanted to find time to return the crystal ball to the girl. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by a girl who compared Ye Tianlong's car and asked for his number. The main character was embarrassed because he thought that the stranger was spying on him in the shower and named the digits of the license plate, but the girl quickly explained what she meant. The boy could not understand why the stranger suddenly shouted at JJ-18, because he was still 18 years old, and asked her to watch her words next time, because now our hero almost died on the spot from such suddenness. The girl was shocked that Ye Tianlong had so much driving experience at such a young age. She explained that she saw the main character chasing 2 Mercedes, one of which was his headmistress, and praised his skill. In the end, the girl introduced herself as the head of the Mingjiang Supercar League named Dai Mingzi and asked if the guy wanted to participate in the race, which made our hero wonder about her identity. She offered the main character to earn as much as 500,000 from this, but he refused. Dai Mingzi was not going to give up and offered 1 million, promising to pay half the amount even if the boy lost the competition. The girl emphasized that she always keeps her word and has never broken a promise. Then the main character came up with the idea that he could simply admit defeat and easily take the promised 500,000 from Dai Mingzi. She was very angry after hearing such stupid and impudent words from Ye Tianlong, and the young man pointed out to her that if the girl refused, then she would be lying to herself. Dai Mingzi took a breath to calm down and asked our heroine to take the race seriously, once again emphasizing that she would definitely give up 500,000. She didn't want Ye Tianlong to give up so easily, but he didn't pay attention to the girl's words and pressed the gas pedal. After all, the main character simply decided to compete with Dai Mingzi from the very beginning. The guy noticed that the racer was quite impudent, so he decided to show her a couple of his tricks, but she was not going to fall for such obvious pranks. Then our hero noticed that a whole motorcade was coming towards them, and a new idea came to his mind. Ye Tianlong sped up and began maneuvering between a large number of vehicles to confuse the enemy. Dai Mingzi was shocked by the almost impossible tricks of the protagonist and could not understand how he could do it. She realized that the young man had better skills than the racer named Dao Minji. The girl still couldn't believe that Ye Tianlong was only 18 years old, so she was sure that he should become their team's coach. She called her friend named Yue and asked her to find a new license plate. Meanwhile, the main character was already in the Redbud residential complex, and like a decent driver, let the grandmother and granddaughter cross the road. At that moment, another car came close to him. The driver of this vehicle began to honk nervously at Ye Tianlong, and he became curious about who it was. It turned out that a seemingly nice girl was driving the white car, but she was very nervous and insulted our hero, who did not let her drive further, although she was simply letting pedestrians pass. Noticing the numbers, the main character realized that someone very important was driving the car. The girl still could not calm down, because at the traffic light there was already a sign allowing traffic. Ye Tianlong explained to her that an elderly man was crossing the road, but the driver was not going to waste her time and called the guy a blind fool. He noticed that he couldn't be blind because he had such big and charming eyes, which drove the girl crazy. The girl noted that she could just press the gas and ram the protagonist's car, and called Ye Tianlong a nobody, and he responded by calling her a trifle. She could barely contain herself, but her passenger asked not to make a scene here. The friend explained that the boy was blocking the road for a reason, so she asked the driver to wait a minute so as not to get into trouble and not hear more about Mr. Jing. The main character exhaled calmly and finally moved forward to clear the way for the angry girl. The driver promised to teach the man a lesson the next time they met, because otherwise she could not afford to be called Wang Xiao Qiao. An acquaintance advised Tiao Tiao to calm down and not waste his nerves on such minor problems, because they have more important things to do. Meanwhile, Ye Tianlong was already standing at the door of the director, who did not let the boy into the apartment, but fortunately the boy knew the password. He carefully opened the door and began to call Lin Chen Shui, but the boy only heard silence in response. The main character got nervous and began to analyze the state of the apartment itself and the computers and monitors that were still working normally. Ye Tianlong noticed that there was no trace of Lin Chen Shui left in the room, and the balcony windows were completely intact. When our hero entered the headmistress's bedroom, he saw her underwear and clothes scattered on the bed. He realized that he was too worried about the director because she just went to the shower. But suddenly, the main character realized that when he was with Lin Chen Shui, she didn't take a shower first thing in the morning. Just in case, he searched the entire room again and did not find any things that could be related to these men. Ye Tianlong noticed that the balcony door was open and thought that someone might be spying on the headmistress through it, but at that moment the door to the bathroom had already opened. The boy was very surprised when he saw not Lin Chen Shui in front of him, but the half-naked police chief, Mrs. Qin. Out of surprise, the main character screamed and fell unconscious on the girl's bed. The girl really didn't like Ye Tianlong's behavior because he just burst into her house. The policewoman wanted to teach our hero a lesson and kick him, but she could not maintain her balance and began to fall. The old man was indeed conscious and now regretted that he had fallen on his back. In the end, Chief Qin fell so that she accidentally touched the protagonist's lips with her lips. The girl jumped up and became very angry because she felt like she had just kissed Ye Tianlong for the first time. She wanted to kill the boy with a chair, but Lin Chen Shui entered the room and tried to stop the policewoman. The director asked the girl to explain what was happening here, but she shouted that the woman should ask the main character about it. The headmistress turned to Ye Tianlong and began to ask why he was lying on the bed, but the young man continued to pretend to be unconscious. The angry Qin leader noticed that the boy could only wake up instantly if he used the chair. Director Lin then pulled Ye Tianlong's ear, and he immediately woke up, asking who was calling him. She asked what really happened here, and then our hero revealed that he came here to pick up his manager and her guest, but only met Chief Qin here, who approached with a threatening aura. The boy attributed his loss of consciousness to fear of women, but the girl was not going to believe this lie. Director Lin came to our heroine's defense and explained to her friend that she had called her assistant to pick them up, and the police officer noted that the woman's Porsche had recently driven past the police station. The girl also added that the driver was Ye Tianlong, so the director immediately became worried and thought that the guy had managed to beat someone, but the policeman denied these assumptions and asked the woman to leave for a moment to interrogate the main character. Lin Chenji said that the police officer could take her time, but asked her not to hit her assistant. 5 minutes later, when the policewoman and the main character were alone, the boy decided to ask Chief Qin what she was going to do with him, being a single woman with a single man. Suddenly, the girl could not stand it and still began to attack Ye Tianlong, but he managed to block the blow. Then the police officer did not stop and rushed on to attack our hero again. Ye Tianlong decided to show off his own strength and stopped his foot a few centimeters from Chief Qin's face when he counterattacked. The old man asked the policewoman not to hit him, otherwise he would have to call for help. Chief Qin concluded that the protagonist was only pretending to be a fool and personally defeated Liang Jijuan and the Black Panther. Only now did Ye Tianlong realize that the cunning woman had simply deceived him. The boy eventually admitted that he had indeed dealt with 2 criminals, but he believed that he had done a good deed for society. Chief Qin realized that the young man would like to receive a reward for his feat. The policewoman asked the main character to tell his true story, and then she would give him some money. The girl asked what kind of person Ye Tianlong really was, and inquired about the reason why he became Chen Shui's assistant. And then the boy realized that he could no longer hide his identity. The protagonist showed that he was the best professional agent and began working for Lin Chen Shui to protect her life. Leader Qin did not believe this man and began to joke that now he would talk about being the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, but Ye Tianlong was telling the honest truth. The girl realized that our hero was not going to talk about himself. She promised to find out his whole story anyway and threatened to kill him if the boy killed Lin Chen Shui. Ye Tianlong could not accept that the police accused him despite his good deeds and made him out to be a real thief. He didn't want to leave any bad taste behind this situation, so he grabbed Chief Qin's hand to take revenge. The main character threw the girl onto the bed and pressed her with his body, which made the police officer very scared. The boy shamelessly stroked Chief Qin's leg and noticed that her skin was very smooth and delicate. He explained that in this way he was taking revenge for the charges brought against him. And in the meantime, the police officer promised to kill the main character. Suddenly, Ye Tianlong described all the details of the tattoo of the black cat, guns and roses on the policewoman's thigh, and she couldn't understand how the young man knew about the design. The main character noticed that Chief Qin was one of the sassy girls and asked if police officers were even allowed to have tattoos. Meanwhile, Lin Chen Shui couldn't bear it and looked into the room as Ye Tianlong's interrogation had been going on for quite some time. Our hero explained that the police officer interrogated him in detail and also talked about black cats, roses, and weapons, but the director did not understand the meaning of his words at all. Chief Qin realized that the boy was threatening her in this way and asked Lin Chen Shui to take him out of here so that she could change her clothes. In the living room, the director asked how the assistant got into her apartment, and he explained that he simply entered the password. She then asked where the guy got the password, and he said that he learned it when the woman got very drunk and told everything herself. Lin Chen Shui shouted that she did not ask our hero to just enter her residence and ordered her to simply forget this password, and that night, the headmistress asked Ye Tianlong to wait while she talked to Ziyi, because if she didn't explain the whole situation in person, the boy's days would become much more stressful. The main character, with insolence in his voice, noted that he was not afraid of some woman who was completely devoid of logic, but he was still afraid when she left the room. Police Chief Qin stressed that the boy was suspected of street fights and also broke into a house without permission and attacked a police officer inside. Ye Tianlong denied the charges brought against him since the girl accidentally fell herself and he allegedly blocked the fall with his own lips. The policeman recalled that the young man should not have known this since he was lying unconscious and went to the kitchen, and our hero realized what he had just said. It turned out that Ziyi went for a knife and eventually stabbed the impudent boy, who managed to escape only because the headmistress detained her friend. Ye Tianlong sat in the car and looked around fearfully so that Chief Qin could not take him by surprise. But Lin Chen Shui finally came and announced that the policewoman had already left. The woman explained that an incident involving the shooting of a journalist occurred north of the shopping mall, so the police chief left and did not have time to catch up with our hero. Ye Tianlong was annoyed that such a nice policeman treated him like that and promised to take pity on the girl when he saw her during some investigation. The director said that the boy could try to carry out his plan, but emphasized that GE is the head of the police, so she receives complaints every day anyway. The boy realized that it was better not to insult such a high-ranking person and pretended that he wanted to praise the work of Chief Qin. Lin Chen Shui called Ye Tianlong a coward and condemned his decision to continue pretending to be unconscious after Ziya's kiss. Our hero insisted that this kiss meant nothing to him because he only loved his director, especially after the night spent together. The woman did not like that the young man continued to remind her of the awkward situation that had arisen between them and also began to threaten him with a kitchen knife. Then the boy still decided to end the topic and ask the manager about the policewoman Qin. But Lin Chen Shui refused to talk about it and asked Assistant Millet to drive the car to finish her big order as soon as possible. She added that she could send the main character to guard the company's warehouses if he failed to cope with such a simple task. Ye Tianlong couldn't believe that his boss was such an evil person that she allowed herself to shift all the hard work to one assistant. Lin Chen Shui began to show jealousy again and reminded the boy that he had helped Zhao Kiki without any problems, and he immediately had questions for the headmistress, but the boy was shocked by the woman's behavior, so he didn't even know how to react to such accusations. At this moment, the director's phone received a call from department head Zhang. Lin Chen Shui immediately picked up the phone and asked how he could be useful. And our hero, meanwhile, concluded that Chief Rong was a rather important representative of the Eastern Pharmaceutical Company. The man called to see if the headmistress was okay, as he had heard that there had been several incidents in her area recently. He offered to send a group of bodyguards to ensure Lin Chen-shui's safety. But Lin Chen-shui refused, as she was not used to being constantly accompanied by someone. She also added that their project is in a critical situation, so increasing the number of people who find out about it could lead to great risk. The manager was confident in the reliability of his people and promised that they would not interfere with the director's normal life and work. But she still was not ready to agree to this and asked for some time to think about this proposal. He respected the woman's decision and asked her to call him when she made her final decision. Mr. Zhang explained that he was doing all this just to ensure the success of their project. When the leader was saying goodbye to Lin Chen-shui, the main character heard a cough in his voice and guessed that the man was actually sick. The headmistress decided to ask her assistant if she was really in such grave danger. And the boy remarked that the guards were a good idea since they could put an end to Liu Yunkai's plans and help contain the dragons. The woman did not like this answer, and changing the topic of conversation, she asked why the boy did not dress decently after her request, because today they had to meet with an important client. Yet Tianlong thought that his clothes were quite suitable because he was going to meet with a common man, not his wife. And besides, it was a day off, so our hero was ready to meet with the mayor himself in this guise. Director Lin had another idea. So she ordered the assistant to go to the mall to buy a suit and threatened to deprive the main character of any commission he might receive if he did not wear formal wear. Yet Tianlong asked if Lin Chen-shui really wanted him to change his clothes, and Lin Chen-shui confirmed her intentions by throwing a wad of money at him. A few minutes later, the young man returned to the car and called the woman, but she again did not particularly appreciate his clothes and called his choice rather eccentric. When our heroes arrived at Ming Zheng's country estate, a crowd immediately gathered around them due to the appearance of the main character. Ye Tianlong loudly announced the arrival of Director Lin, but the woman did not like everyone's attention, so she tried to pretend that they did not know each other. The old man stood in the background of the crowd, which laughed at him, and, chewing a carrot, told the manager that she herself asked him to change his clothes. Our hero shouted to the crowd if they had ever seen a professional driver who continued to stare at him so brazenly. Meanwhile, Lin Chen-shui explained to the barmaid that their client was very famous, but also cruel, rude, and domineering, so it would be quite difficult to convince her to cooperate. Ye Tianlong was confident because he believed that he could convince even the most difficult clients. But the boy did not understand why the director needed to personally come to the client and conclude a deal, because he believed that this was too much for the head of the company. Director Lin explained that the client was a real king, and furthermore, the client herself had asked to speak with her, so Lin Chen-shui would personally negotiate. Then the boy understood the manager's position and decided for himself that he should ask Yan Fei about this rather influential client. When Lin Chen-shui entered the client's house, she immediately apologized for being a little late for the meeting. The woman did not blame the director, but on the contrary, thanked her for the personal visit. She immediately noticed the driver in the image of our hero, which she laughed at with her friends, and noted that probably next time she should go to the director of the department on her own. Lin Chen-shui pointed out that she is just the CEO of the company and Mr. Rong can always replace her, so there is no reason to be so worried. Next, the director introduced the main character to the client and the woman herself to the boy as a high-ranking manager and senior director of Boai Hospital. Ye Tianlong extended his hand to shake hands with the client. She noted that the young man had a good name, but at the same time, in her opinion, he lacked manners. The woman wiped her hands after talking with our hero and began to tell Director Lin that when running a business, you need to give your best and strive for excellence. She noted that only by being the best, Lin Chen-shui would be able to force others to obey her, and advised the company manager to surround himself with capable people to enhance his reputation. The other girls also confirmed that Director Lin had not achieved anything on her own, and also asked not to bring her husband to their girl group. Thanks to her strength, Lin Chen-shui agreed with all of this and called the client's words wise. The woman believed that the director would not have problems understanding the advice, since she had a fairly high level of intelligence, and noted that it is always better when you are at the top and everyone notices and respects you. She gave Lin Chen-shui an example by asking who was the first to conquer Everest, to which the company manager replied that the person was a New Zealander named Edmund Hillary. Thus, the customer wanted to show that everyone knows only one pioneer and no one knows about the second. However, the main character quickly refuted her theory because he knew that the second person was Tenzing Norgay. Director Lin laughed quietly because Ye Tianlong had really managed to confuse such a self-confident woman while the client was trying to give an example of the moon landing. Without listening to her to the end, our hero already answered that the second man on the moon was Buzz Aldrin and listed everyone up to the fifth astronaut. The woman became very angry at her defeat in this argument and finally ordered the boy to shut up. Over a cup of coffee, the client noticed that Lin Chen-shui's standards had dropped significantly since she allowed Ye Tianlong to accompany her. She commented on the main character's costume and noted that one would think that the boy was in a funeral procession. And another girl confirmed that director Lin has no taste at all. The head of the company could not stand it and wanted to respond to the insults addressed to her. But the main character intervened in the conversation, praising the client's sharp and original ideas. He admitted that he actually played Swan's role at the funeral and sent many of these people as clients every year, which again angered her, and the head mistress tried to hold back her laughter. The client's assistants were also outraged by this attitude towards their director and demanded an apology from Ye Tianlong for the meaningless jokes. The main character could not understand why he needed to apologize, because he was indeed an experienced performer on the Swan instrument and offered to play several tunes in front of a respected director. The client was even more indignant and now began to doubt the professionalism and experience of the company because her manager was such a rotten person. Ye Tianlong explained that the client had misunderstood everything because director Lin actually only surrounded herself with talented people. He explained that his boss simply hires employees who look like clients, so she mistook the spoiled man for a cheap woman. The woman's assistants began to defend their leader and insult our hero. In the end, the client told everyone to shut up, and Ye Tianlong reminded him that he was a bad person, so he could afford to say such things. The woman called the main character a real dog, who was wonderful in his own way, but ordered the director to fire the guy if she wants to cooperate in the future. She was looking forward to an explanation from the head of the company regarding the situation that had developed between them. Director Lin didn't like how her assistant was treated this way, so she said that she would never sacrifice her own employees to make a business deal. Now she wanted to quietly leave the client out of respect, but in the end, she decided to express everything that had accumulated in her. Lin Chenke believed that the woman had no right to insult and condemn her employees, since she did not have the appropriate qualifications to do so. The head of the company believed that even without this request, she would always have food on the table as long as she had her own legs and arms. Ye Tianlong never thought that director Lin would protect him as desperately as he did now, and now he wanted to stay with her forever. In the end, the client accepted Lin Chen-shui's decision and offered 30 million yuan for the boy to apologize and resign from the company. She offered to provide a receipt and raised the price to 50 million, but the director did not listen to her and turned to leave. The asking price had already risen to 100 million, but Lin Chen-shui stressed that she had already made her decision. The manager was not going to compromise her own principles and dignity to satisfy a proud client, even if she had to pay 1 billion. The client still could not calm down and now threatened the director with her connections in the medical community, promising that in the future no one would contact the company. The main character thanked the manager for her support, and she noted that these were just little things, because during a dog attack, a person always follows his owner. Lin Chen-shui realized that without mutual respect, it is impossible to build a business relationship. And Ye Tianlong only now realized that he was really being compared to a dog. As it turned out, a third person was also watching this quarrel. Her assistant Tiao Tiao and Shu Donglai noticed that it was not good for two such indomitable beauties to quarrel with each other. The guy turned to the client and explained that Lin Chen-shui actually has a soft heart, but a rather sharp tongue, so he should just be ignored. He asked director Lin to take her time and not try to escape, as he believed that she had yet to apologize to her client. Ye Tianlong understood that Zhu Donglai was a very influential person and could actually intervene in the client's situation. Meanwhile, Tiao Tiao asked the big man to teach our hero a lesson for bothering her in the morning. The client immediately hugged Zhu Donglai's hand and noticed that he was one of the few people who came to Boai Hospital and immediately started talking about business. The main character noticed this close interaction and suspected that the couple was actually having an affair. Ye Tianlong then slightly shifted his gaze to the side and finally noticed his guard Bai Li Hue next to Shu Donglai. Director Lin suspected that the whole thing was staged because it was at that moment that her ex-fiancé appeared. The woman remarked that she would never have met Lin Chen-shui if Shu Donglai had not recommended this person to her. She complained to the boy that The headmistress was biting the hand that fed her. And then Shu Donglai decided to ask why the woman was wasting her time and energy teasing Mrs. Lin. The client replied that she would have fired Director Lin long ago if Shu Donglai had not stood up for her. The boy asked his acquaintance to calm down and announced that he had arranged everything just for the sake of Lin Chen Shui, in order to restore their relationship. He complained that Ye Tianlong ruined all his plans last time and assured the director of the Eastern Pharmaceutical Company of success if she finally returned to him. Shu Donglai wondered if the woman found it touching that he was willing to go the extra mile for her and asked for another chance. He sincerely promised to take care of Lin Chen Shui, and the boy's friends desperately supported him in confessing his lover. Director Lin coldly thanked Mr. Suyu for his kind words, but reiterated that she would not be with him, and also emphasized that she had no intention of apologizing to the client. At this point, she decided to end the conversation and leave. But Shu Donglai was not going to let the woman go so easily, because he was really trying to help her. He called the main character a fool and asked whether Ye Tianlong would stay in the company if he paid 100 million for his release. The old man could not bear to be insulted by him and reminded him that it was this fool who defeated all of Shu Donglai's men. The applicant believed that with such an assistant, Lin Chen Shui would only be demoted, but the woman pointed out that she did not need anyone's kindness. The director again repeated that she would not fire Ye Tianlong, even for 1 billion, and sincerely admitted that she did not like Mr. Shu. She took the male lead's hand and hoped that Shu Donglai would stop wasting his time and offer his deal to a woman who really enjoyed doing business with him. After hugging Ye Tianlong, Lin Chen Shui finally left, but the groom could not calm down, so he continued to call her. Shu Donglai couldn't accept that the CEO of Eastern Pharmaceutical Company would give up a lucrative deal for some stupid assistant. Then the woman could not stand it and said that Ye Tianlong was not only an assistant and driver, but also her boyfriend. The client and Shu Donglai were surprised to hear the news, while Bai Li Hua did not seem happy about this turn of events. Tiao Tiao sat with her friends at the table and, laughing heartily, watched this drama from the side, comparing the main character to a frog trying to taste swan meat. Ms. Shuang asked the girl to mind her manners and noted that they would have their own circumstances after Mr. Shu sorted out his personal affairs. She emphasized that their affairs have nothing to do with Tiao Tiao and her friends. Meanwhile, even the main character himself did not suspect that he was his boss's boyfriend, and now he was sure that he would have even more enemies. He pretended that he had previously asked Lin Chen Shui not to talk about their relationship at all, as it might cause problems in the future. But now, the boy allowed himself to forget about his request because his beloved was the only one he had been looking for all his life. The client noted that before Director Lin did not get confused with strangers, so the woman considered her a real angel. But now all these illusions were dispelled, and it turned out that the head of the company was an ordinary saboteur. Lin Chen Shui asked why the client was so worried about her personal situation. The client explained that she has always been very annoyed by people who try to appear white and fluffy but end up showing their true dark side, and she also did not like Mr. Shu's traitors. At this time, Shu Donglai could not believe the authenticity of the relationship between our hero and Director Lin, since he believed that he could have found out about it much earlier. Ye Tianlong noted that it was never too late to find out and promised to take action if the groom continued to pursue his girlfriend. Shu Donglai advised the man to watch his words, as he might offend people who would be better off left alone. The main character assumed that his opponent was a very influential person. Shu Donglai then revealed that his father worked at the ministry, his first uncle was the mayor of Mingjian, his second uncle was one of the executives of the Eastern Pharmaceutical Company, and the senior director was his close friend. The groom admitted that he was very sincere with Lin Chen Shui and did not understand how he was being treated, but the main character did not want to hear this nonsense and told him to shut up. Ye Tianlong noticed that Shu Donglai continued to simply pursue his so-called lover and use business relationships to manipulate her feelings. He believed that the boy just wanted to use Lin Chen Shui as a toy and nothing more. Our hero remembered that Shu Donglai had previously promised to stop harassing the head mistress, and she also confirmed this by promising to call the police if her fiancé bothered her again. Shu Donglai couldn't take it anymore and started shouting, asking Ye Tianlong what right he had to interfere in their personal relationship. He recommended not to test his patience, otherwise tomorrow the main character may feel the consequences of his insolence. Then Shu Donglai's bodyguards joined the conversation and also began to threaten Ye Tianlong. At that moment, our hero heard from Tiao Tiao, who was sitting at the next table, a crowning comparison of this situation with a swan and a frog. He didn't wait a second and decisively kissed Director Lin directly on the lips. Looking defiantly into Shu Donglai's eyes, Ye Tianlong asked if it was swan meat. Lin Shui was embarrassed and stood silently in front of the guy, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest after such a passionate kiss. Meanwhile, spectator Tiao Tiao was upset because the frog could still taste the swan's meat. Our hero finally decided to respond to the girl's insults and called her a chicken trying to imitate a swan. She was very outraged by this answer, so she immediately complained to her friend named Jean, but he asked the girl not to make a scene. Madame Shuang noted that the boy could not say this to Tiao Tiao at all, and also tried to reassure her friend. Cheers Lan also joined the group of friends and asked Tiao Tiao not to be nervous, promising to come to the rescue if the situation really escalated. The man believed that the moment when the girl would need his help to knock out our hero was very close. At this time, Shu Donglai continued to threaten Ye Tianlong with death for kissing his lover. But Ye Tianlong remained unperturbed and asked with a smile whether his opponent's wound still hurt. Everyone around was shocked to hear such information from the main character because they thought that Mr. Zhu got into a fight. Now the girls understood why the guy stood up and did not fight with our hero. And Shu Donglai himself realized that the enemy simply wanted to disgrace him in front of everyone around him. Lady Shuang became worried because Shu Donglai was one of the three main heirs of Mingjiang, so she asked Tiao Tiao to find information about Ye Tianlong's identity. The girl was very surprised when she could not find any information about the young man, because it seemed as if his past simply did not exist. With a furious look, Shu Donglai vowed to take revenge tenfold on the protagonist for the humiliation he inflicted on him that day. Lin Shui asked Ye Tianlong what was going on between the boys that she didn't know about yet. Our hero confidently stated that he does not bother others as long as they do not bother him, and if he has already been offended, then he responds in kind. Despite this, Ye Tianlong still believed that Shu Donglai could not have anything to do with him, which caused the guards to intervene and threaten to fight. The boy was not afraid of a fight because today he did not mind a little training. Hello, Lan pointed out that the main character was overconfident, and Tiao Tiao suggested that the man teach him a lesson or two. Jin asked his friends not to get excited and not to start a fight in front of so many people. The client also tried to calm down Mr. Zhu because she believed that a refined gentleman should not fight. She explained that Shu Donglai's early rage was only caused by his concern for Lin Shui, and the protagonist could not go against such a noble master at all. The woman suggested going to the golf course right now and solving this problem by playing. Shu Donglai thought it was a great idea and asked Ye Tianlong if he was up to the challenge. The condition was that if our hero wins, Shu Donglai vows never to get close to Director Lin again in his life. And if he loses, then everything will be the other way around. Mr. Shu was confident because he was a professional golfer and believed that Ye Tianlong would definitely not win. The client also did not want to be left out and decided to take part in the competition, betting that if she won, Director Lin would have to apologize and fire her assistant. If Ye Tianlong won, she promised to write him a check for 50 million. And in the meantime, the boy realized that the woman was quite cunning, because she was also trying to take advantage of this situation. The main character did not see the point in this competition, because Chen Shui was with him forever. Director Lin finally found the strength to intervene and reminded her that Shu Donglai promised not to bother her, but still continued to harass the woman. She agreed with Ye Tianlong's words that the boy couldn't stop playing his stupid games. Shu Donglai continued to rehearse that their previous meeting was spoiled by the main character and messed up. But now he promised to keep his word. The director emphasized that she did not want to repeat the words of refusal several times, and then make fun of the boy in stupid antics. Shu Donglai then asked if our hero and weakling were too pathetic for such a smart and successful beauty. The client added that she used to respect Lin Shui, but now all the respect has disappeared because she found such a weak lover who lacked courage and courage. Her friends started discussing how the main character couldn't even accept a golf challenge because it would prove his obvious weakness. Shu Donglai noted that the young man should have enough courage to fight for his beloved, but he was already sure that our hero did not have it. Ye Tianlong replied that he did not want to play golf with his opponent just because the stakes were too low. Lin Shui was worried about the boy, and the client and Shu Donglai thought he was trying to bluff and out of curiosity asked what bet he was willing to accept. For his victory, the main character wanted to receive a contract worth 100 million from the senior director and Shu Donglai's wristwatch. The client agreed to these conditions, but then decided to raise bets if he lost. If he failed, Ye Tianlong was obliged to lick all the woman's shoes. In turn, Shu Donglai demanded that the crab boy crawl across the field from one end to the other. Lin Chen-shui was very worried and begged the boy not to enter into this deal, but the main character did not listen to her and agreed to participate in the game. The senior director did not want to make the game more difficult, so she suggested playing according to the classic rules, which were that the winner was the one who made the fewest hits, and the time limit was 1 hour. Everyone went to the golf course and asked the main character to choose a club for himself, and as it turned out, he was not new to this matter and chose the hardest one because it would guide the ball well. Everyone watched the boys play very carefully, and even then came to the conclusion that he did not know how to play at all and was completely hopeless, since he made 2 awkward and strange movements before hitting. Lin Chen-shui begged our hero to give up and give up, but he was not going to give up so easily and asked for 3 minutes to warm up and stretch. Shu Donglai chuckled, saying that this was too little, so he suggested that the boy warm up for 5 minutes. The main character, confused, asked his assistant where to put the ball, which incredibly shocked the man because these were obvious things. The guy noticed that the shelf was too low and asked to raise it a little. Director Lin felt ashamed of her assistant, so she begged them to finally go home. The main character ridiculed all the spectators around, saying that in fact he was a professional. He just hadn't played golf for a long time. He ominously advised everyone to prepare, as he wanted to surprise everyone with his skill. In the end, Ye Tianlong struck such a blow that the stick slipped out of his hands and ended up in the air. Lin Chen-shui covered her face with her hands in shame, because she now realized that the young man was not only a beginner, but had never seen golf with his own eyes. The ball remained in place, and a special stick almost pinned the assistant, so the main character had to apologize for such an act. The boy noted with shame that so many years had passed, and he still had not been able to warm up before the game. After 5 minutes, Ye Tianlong was already standing with 2 clubs, but he still couldn't hit the ball, so he asked Shu Donglai for a few more minutes. The boy was very happy when his opponent agreed to give him another 5 minutes. Director Lin again asked the main character not to be ashamed and just leave here, but the client was not going to let him go just like that, raising the stakes. The woman was most attracted to the conditions in which the boy had to lick her shoes and crawl across the field. Lin Chen-shui believed that one should be able to forgive other people's mistakes while it is still possible. With a smile on her face, the client noted that she was not going to apologize to anyone and had already imagined how the main character would clean her shoes. Director Lin advised her not to burn all bridges so quickly, and the main character, meanwhile, said that there was no longer a need for a quarrel. Ye Tianlong has already regained his sense of play, so now the duel can begin. Shu Donglai was delighted with this news, and now stated that he and the senior director would do something about it. He was very confident, and really felt like he was in charge of the course, so he decided to give it his all on the first shot, and actually rolled the ball almost into the hole. The protagonist carefully observed his opponents and noticed that Mr. Zhu was on the same level as him, while the senior director was already preparing his strike. The woman's ball went even closer to the target, but she could have played better if the club had been balanced for her. After the shots, the allies began openly praising each other for their level of golf play. Shu Donglai was already sure that the main character would take the ball somewhere a block away from the field, and asked the boy to finally demonstrate his abilities. Ye Tianlong was not worried at all. On the contrary, he even suggested that his opponents add something to the bet. With the last of her strength, Lin Chen-shui tried to dissuade the young man from such a stupid decision, but Shu Donglai stopped her because he believed that in this way her lover was showing his courage. Meanwhile, the client has already agreed to the protagonist's proposal and promised to give Director Lin 200 million if he wins, but if he failed, the young man, in addition to all the previous humiliations, had to become the woman's dog for one day and wear a collar and leash. In turn, Shu Donglai promised to give the main character 5 million yuan for the watch. If the boy lost, he had to kneel in front of his opponent and receive several well-deserved slaps to the face until he wanted to run away himself or until Shu Donglai got tired. The protagonist prepared to strike and asked Lin Chen-shui what this feeling was, but she didn't understand what he meant. The boy answered his own question and, explaining that it was Tianlong's homing, sent the ball straight into the hole with an accurate hit. All observers were incredibly shocked by this turn of events and could not believe that our hero was really capable of such a thing. For several seconds, no one in the crowd could utter a word, and Ye Tianlong turned to them and laughed heartily, rejoicing at his victory. The main character was very happy and believed that the universe itself favored him. Tiao Tiao believed only because the novice was unlucky, but Lin Chen-shui looked at her savior with pride. Thanks to strength, the rivals were able to express words of praise to the stupid guy, who ended up doing the seemingly impossible. Su Donglai expressed false hope that our hero would not lose luck in the next rounds, because there were still 50 minutes left in the game. Ye Tianlong asked why his opponents were not so lucky, to which they replied that they relied solely on their own skills. Meanwhile, Shu Donglai had already started the second round and hit the ball, thinking that the protagonist would not be able to take another round with one hit. The client praised her ally because he got even closer to the hole and made a shot to her. She dropped the ball almost to the edge of the hole, for which Shu Donglai noted her professional-level talent. The pop diva asked not to praise her so much because her luck still does not reach the level of the main character, who can now score a second time on the first throw. The guards were also heatedly discussing the game, and one of them was going to kneel in front of the goalkeeper if he managed to hole out a second time in one try, while another started calling him boss. Tiao Tiao offered to eat the ball if Ye Tianlong could repeat his trick. When the boss heard all these promises, he immediately asked the assistant to bring 20 more golf balls. The boy began to carefully aim to deliver the legendary blow, and Tiao Tiao began to get nervous after her crazy promise and observing the strange actions of our hero. He turned to Chen Shui, said that he could not get his old feeling back, and asked her to help him regain his self-confidence. The woman could not understand what the main character wanted from her, and he hinted that the last time he was confident in himself was thanks to a kiss with the director. The main character explained that he had lost all his energy, so he asked his lover to help him. Shu Donglai wanted to stop it because he didn't want to see that painful kiss again, and pointed out that the boy couldn't change anything by tricking the woman into kissing her. Ye Tianlong was very surprised that his opponent guessed everything so quickly. Lin Chen Shui collected her thoughts and, pouting, announced that she intended to cheer her boyfriend up and encourage him to win. She approached the young man and gently kissed his forehead, wishing him good luck. But this was not enough for the main character. Suddenly, Ye Tianlong firmly grabbed his lover's chin and pulled her towards him for a passionate kiss on the lips. The boy then encouraged Lin Chen Shui and ran to deliver 20 strikes. The impact was so strong that thick smoke rose around the hole, making the ball invisible for several seconds. All the spectators were again in a state of shock, watching as the main character once again drove the ball into the hole on the first try. After some time, Ye Tianlong had already scored 16 goals in a row one after another and was not going to stop there. The client and Tiao Tiao couldn't believe their eyes when our hero scored the last 20th goal. Su Donglai rubbed his eyes to better see what was happening around him and asked his friend if the boy had really just scored 20 goals. Lin Chen Shui admired the main character and was very happy about his incredible victory, which everyone could not believe. The boy looked at his opponents with confidence and asked if they wanted to play another round. A disappointed Shu Donglai already knew that he had lost this battle and admitted that he could not continue playing because it would make him look like a complete fool. Miss Shuang expressed interest in the protagonist's personality, while the senior director noted the boy's achievements and skills. Ye Tianlong was already tired of his praise and reminded him of the stakes, so he asked for a watch and 200 million for Director Lin. Su Donglai agreed to these conditions, but promised to pick up his things next time, and our hero was not afraid, and also asked for a check for 5 million yuan. Thanks to his strength, he gave the money to the winner and said again that he would definitely get back twice as much, and Ye Tianlong noticed that his opponent was repeating this for the third time. Next, the main character, holding a check in his hands, turned to the senior director who was already planning to take revenge on the boy for his victory, and reminded him of the agreement. He also mentioned that someone said that he would eat a golf ball if Ye Tianlong scored a one-shot goal. Tiao Tiao trembled with anger and indignation and turned to brother Lan and sister Shuang. She complained to everyone that the main character was beating her and, mocking the girl, called her a trifle. Wang Xiaoqiao cried because she did not understand the reasons for his bullying and wanted to take revenge, because otherwise she would not have been able to show up in the city. Madame Shuang did not back down from her opinion that there was no need to react to such cheap provocations, so she tried to calm the girl down again. Zorvan Lan explained that Tiao Tiao's feelings could be explained by the fact that Ye Tianlong was a stupid savage and madman, and he believed that such individuals were not liked by anyone. Moreover, Shu Donglai was one of them, although he had nothing to do with the company, so he also needed to be revenged. Brother Leon couldn't watch one of them being insulted without getting angry, so he threw his butt off to begin his plan. Out of respect, he asked Jin and Ling Shuang for permission to go and paint the face of the main character so that he would no longer want to communicate with them. Madame Shuang felt that this was a very bad idea since they had come here not only to deal with the shooting of Ming Jian, but also to deal with the problems of others. Zdrovan Lon was not at all interested in what happened, as he was confident that he could cope with the three bears of Harbin and the Black Panther on his own. In the end, he calmed down and noted that the boy was very brave and destroyed his competitors without any mercy. The man simply decided to enjoy his day off and, looking at Headmistress Lin, thought about picking up one or even two girls. He admired Lin Chen Shui's beauty and regretted that she ended up with what he considered a pitiful person like our hero. Jin interrupted Lan's thoughts and noted that he could win her over, but asked her not to play stupid games with her. He explained that Chen Shui, although she was only the CEO of the Eastern Pharmaceutical Company, also had direct ties to Chief Rong. The boy said that he had previously met with the director in the manager's office and knew that if he harmed her, he could immediately feel the consequences of retaliation. Hearing this information, Lan tensed up a little, and at this time, Madame Shuang emphasized that they did not come here for a vacation, so she asked the big man to get ready since they had 60 billion yuan in their hands, which was quite dangerous. Tiao Tiao was very annoyed that her friend was getting involved in this, because the girl wanted to take revenge on our hero right now, and in the end, Brother Lan agreed to do it. Lady Shuan tried to stop Lan Zi, but he assured her that it would only be a small lesson and not a drop of blood would be spilled. He approached Zhu Donglai and asked the boy to introduce him to new acquaintances. He thought that the big man was referring to his partner, the senior director, so he happily agreed to introduce her. Zhu Donglai introduced them and told the woman that his acquaintance was a famous young prodigy who was part of the elite Snow Leopard squad. Lanzi replied that he was glad to meet them, but his gaze showed that he was more interested in Ye Tianlong and Lin Chen Shui. The boy then said that Chen Shui was the director of the company and the protagonist was her assistant, and also complained that the assistant once hit him. Then the big doe approached the couple and joyfully shook the headmistress's hand. He then greeted our hero and expressed admiration for the performance, which is why everyone around him began to underestimate the young man. Lanzin noticed that the young man's methodology amazed the observers, and Ye Tianlong thanked him for such compliments and was about to shake his new acquaintance's hand in return. The boy felt strong pressure and realized that in this way the big man was trying to test the strength of his hand. Our hero cried out in pain, and Zhu Donglai and the senior director laughed, as they were not against such a little revenge on their rival. Lin Chen Shui became worried about the boy and begged Mr. Lan to let go of his hand, and also asked Zhu Donglai to intervene in the situation. Tiao Tiao was very happy that her younger brother had finally avenged her, but the others also begged Lan Zi, who suddenly began to sweat and tremble for some reason, to stop this performance. Madame Shuang asked him not to bully the main character and let him go, but the problem was that the big man himself actually couldn't escape from Ye Tianlong's hands. Lanza not only felt his own strength suppressed, but also had no way to free himself. And furthermore, he had no way to cry out in pain because that would show his humiliation. Principal Lin threatened to call security, which forced Tiao Tiao to allow the big man to let the boy go, much to our hero's joy because the girls spoke up in time. Ye Tianlong let go of his opponent's crimson, trembling hand, continuing his performance and shouting that he was in great pain. This humiliation made Lan Zi very angry, so now he promised himself that he would definitely take revenge on the main character. After a while, all aspects of the 200 million contract were settled, so Director Lin happily sent her assistant home and gave him 2 extra days off for doing such a good job. She also added that she should not expect much profit from this transaction, but promised to give Ye Tianlong a portion of the profit at the end of the month. The young man then asked if Lin Chen Shui wanted to reward him as a girl, but she immediately screamed and ordered the subordinate to leave the office. The main character insultingly asked the headmistress if she wanted to know more about him, but she simply closed the door in his face. He couldn't believe that Chen Shui could just leave him after signing a contract for such a large amount, so he knocked on the door and called the manager. The director came out and asked what the young man wanted from her, and then he pointed to the light bulb and said that now it would be dark in the office. Thus, the main character managed to distract Lin Chen Shui and kiss her tenderly on the cheek. After this, the manager tried to scold the boy, but he had already run away but thanked her for such a pleasant reward. In fact, when Director Lin hid behind the door, she was embarrassed because she was really starting to fall in love with our hero little by little. By this time, Boss Lou had already heard about the director's success and was very angry that she managed to sign a contract worth as much as 200 million, and was annoyed that Lin Chen Shui did not allow him to rest even on Saturday. Also, the man could not understand how she was able to sign such an agreement with the senior director of Boai Hospital, because before that, they had quarreled like cats and dogs. Wang's assistant said that the woman didn't want to enter into this contract, but she was influenced by Shu donglai, so she agreed to meet with Director Lin. Chief Liu believed that all of this was only happening because of Lin Chenshui's desire for power, so she was even willing to use men to achieve her goals. In turn, Assistant Wang did not see any cause for concern in this and believed that this was just an anomaly, so it would be difficult for Director Lin to achieve the 5 billion sales quota. He noted that their team had already found sales channels that would not take more than 2 billion years, and the leader would only be able to reach this level if he caught a fish as big as the Zhou family. Liu's boss was confident that the Zhous would not return to their company because they had received counterfeit products from her through unknown means and were dissatisfied. The man ordered his assistant to observe Director Lin's actions and asked him to be careful not to leave any traces that could give away their plans. Finally, Assistant Wang asked the manager what to do with Ye Tianlong since the boy was interfering with his work in his own department. Another assistant could not stand it and shouted that Chief Liu could have killed the main character long ago, and the man agreed with this opinion because the boy was one of the main obstacles. The boss asked Chao Yang if he had contacted Mr. Lin recently since he could help drive Ye Tianlong out of Mingjian. The assistant said that the bandit and his men were seriously injured, as they twice tried to drive our hero into a dead end, but as a result, they only suffered losses. He also added that Mr. Liang and his staff were detained by the police, which shocked his boss. The boy explained that the gang was arrested because of a fight on the street and disturbing the peace, but they were still lucky that Ye Tianlong fled the scene. Otherwise, they would have been sentenced to prison. As a result, the Dragon Gang had to resort to some tricks and pay a lot of money to get Mr. Liang released on bail. Chief Liu was very unhappy with this state of affairs and called this organization ridiculous. But then Chao Yang said that some people now want to take revenge on the main character for the humiliation he caused them. The assistant noted with an ominous expression that he had handed over Ye Tianlong's address to the bandits so that they would take their actions in the next 2 days. Meanwhile, our hero was in the toilet and calmly washed his hands when through the door he heard that someone was looking for him in the corridor. He hid in one of the booths and waited for the bandits to find their target. When they opened the door, the main character broke the toilet tank, causing water to spill onto the intruders, and quickly jumped behind them. Without waiting for the reaction of his enemies, the boy immediately began to mock them. The bald bandit leader tried to say something, but our hero killed him with one blow to the neck, and now several young people lay unconscious in the toilet. The boy recognized this bandit and thought that he had not learned his lesson from their last meeting and liked to be beaten. It turned out that the main character was not alone in the toilet, because the man squatting and smoking a cigarette noticed that Ye Tianlong had some kind of peculiar technique, but a strong blow. Ye Tianlong asked the stranger who he was, and he replied that he was actually the leader of these 3 bandits and introduced himself as Han Qinghu. The main character became interested in this man and asked why the leader of a small gang does not fight together with his subordinates. Han Qinghu took a puff of cigarette smoke and explained that what he disliked most in life was violence. So he told his boys to fight openly and honestly because shadow people could not defeat their own kind. The old man noticed that he had dealt with the bandits a long time ago, so now it was their leader's turn, and asked him not to waste too much time since Ye Tianlong still wanted to rest at home. The man laughed heartily and called our hero a rather interesting person, offering to join their gangster group, but the boy refused because he believed that he could not make money from it. Han Qinghu then became more serious because he now realized that he had no choice but to avenge his comrades. Having put out the cigarette, the man did not wait and rushed at the main character. He launched several quick strikes, but Ye Tianlong managed to dodge them with ease and agility. The enemy noted that our hero would not be able to dodge all the time and thereby intimidate him with his youthful energy. The bandit was not going to play children's games, so he proposed a serious fight. As motivation, Han Qinghu offered the protagonist to become his boss if he won, and asked the boy not to run away from attacks anymore. Ye Tianlong agreed to these conditions without hesitation, and, fulfilling his promise to no longer shy away from battle, immediately accelerated to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The attack was so unexpected that the man did not even have time to blink before he received a strong blow to the head. As a result, the man was thrown against the wall, and our hero noticed that the bandit turned out to be quite a tough nut to crack, since he could still stand on his feet. The boy stretched a little to continue the fight, but Han Qinghu had already jumped to his feet and fell to his knees. The bandit, hugging the main character's leg, admitted his own defeat, and now called the boy his boss and older brother. Ye Tianlong did not like this kind of devotion at all, but the man desperately begged to be allowed to follow his new master. Several hours after the fight, the gang continued to chase the protagonist throughout the mall, causing the boy to become angry and ask what the gangsters wanted from him. The new subordinates were worried about their boss, so they invited him to try chicken legs with cola. The main character finally decided to accept a treat from the gang and asked what their goal was, to which the comrades explained that now they would follow their leader anywhere because they believed that the boy would help them achieve something greater. Ye Tianlong took a bite of chicken and remarked that he would be broke by the end of the week if the bandits followed him, and Han Qinghu stressed that the boss need not worry about them. The boy remembered that the fat man said that he could do anything, and then he decided to ask if this man was ready to deceive young girls. In fact, the main character was sure that Han Qinghu was the kind of person who did not follow the leader's orders, but simply smoked cigarettes all day long. He came to such conclusions because he noticed that in the last 2 hours the man had ordered 8 cigarettes, 2 bottles of mineral water, and candy from 3 different supermarkets for Ye Tianlong. The bandits tried to justify themselves and prove that he was not such a bad person, but our hero did not want to listen to him and simply told the gang to leave. Ye Tianlong pointed out that he already had a lot to do, and Han Qinghu still couldn't believe that the boy refused to accept his gang. The main character was in complete denial and did not want to listen to the bandits, but they decided to use their trump card, and suddenly everyone fell to their knees. The men became like children, hugged the boy's legs, and with tears in their eyes begged him to keep his word and become their boss. Visitors to the cafe watched this from the side and began to discuss the fact that the boy was a bad person, since he accepted cola and chicken from the bandits, but as a result did not keep his promise. The main character could not withstand the pressure of society and finally came to terms with his new situation. And Han Qinghu was glad that with such changes now they would definitely live in a new way. Suddenly, Ye Tianlong noticed Zhao Kiki walking through the window with her parents and strange men who looked too much like bandits. The boy then told his gang that he already had a job for them. Meanwhile, the girl had already entered the institution and once again tried to prove to her own family that she had no money left. They demanded 50,000 from their daughter, but Zhao Kiki didn't have even 5,000. And the main character and his subordinates listened attentively to all this at the next table. The parents ate chicken like real pigs and were indignant that their daughter could not give them money, since they always believed that the girl owed them. Mother believed that she was the one who gave Zhao Kiki such a good life and made him feel the burden of people's true existence, and she was completely confident that she was right. Ye Tianlong could hardly contain himself when he heard such ridiculous insults towards his colleague. Zhao Kiki noted that even if her parents killed her right now, they would not receive a penny, since last month she withdrew the last 5,000 from the card issued to her by the bank as an overdraft. The father believed that the girl was deceiving herself as he interviewed people from her company who said that the salary was due very soon, along with a small commission as a bonus. The man also mentioned that his daughter had several colleagues, so he suggested that she borrow money from people she knew at work. At this point, the thugs ran out of patience and could no longer dwell on this family drama. And Zhao Kiki explained that she had self-esteem and pride, so she would not go to her friends for help. The girl, with tears in her eyes, repeated that she had no money and asked her parents to just leave. The bandit then slammed his hand on the table in front of them and asked Zhao Dadiao threateningly why he was taking so long with the money. The fat man was very angry because he thought that he would finally receive money from the debtor's daughter, but as a result, this did not happen. The parents asked to wait a little, as they were sure that they would be able to put pressure on Zhao Kiki and get money to pay off the debt. They grabbed their daughter and began to ask for pity because for this money the bandits could really just kill them, and the girl just started screaming. Through her tears, Zhao Kiki once again repeated that she had given all her money to her parents and told them to atone for all their sins on their own. The fat man realized that this would not work, so he asked with which hand Zhao Dadiao and his wife were ready to say goodbye. At that moment, the father was very scared and promised to return the money without fail, since he did not want broken limbs. And then the bandit noticed that the debtors had only 2 options. He suggested that the parents give him their daughter for a month so that she could pay off the debt, or she would have to immediately pay 80,000 for her parents' entire wrists. Without thinking twice, Dad and Mom chose the first option and began to pressure Zhao Kiki to use her body to save them. The girls found the strength to finally abandon their parents and leave them alone with the problems they created for themselves. Without thinking at all about the consequences, They then began to manipulate their daughter with emotions and talk about how bad she was as a child and how she didn't think about her parents at all. Zhao Kiki ignored all these insults, but she no longer had the love to sympathize with her ungrateful family. Now she was under pressure from a disgusting fat man who promised to supply the beauty with the freshest food and the sweetest drinks and make her so happy that she would definitely be ready to die of happiness. He noticed that the girl smelled as good as an apple and was incredibly tempting to him, and offered 50,000 if Zhao Kiki would still stay with him. Suddenly, someone grabbed the bandit by the shoulder and ordered him to stay away from the defenseless girl. Han Qinghu punched the fat man in the face with all his might and announced that a debt collector had come for him. The bandit could not stay on his feet, so he immediately fell to the floor, which is why his comrades ran up to him, who also asked the girl's savior who he was that allowed him to treat their leader like that. The fat man was very angry with the attacker, so he ordered his subordinates to simply destroy him. The bandits rushed at Han Qinghu, but he was able to quickly block their attacks and strike back, neutralizing all his opponents. The man then approached the fat man's face and once again rhetorically asked who he was. He didn't wait and headbutted the bandit leader, jokingly answering his own question that he was Zhao Kiki's creditor. The girl and her family could not understand what was happening, but then Zhao Kiki looked around the building and saw her foreman. Han Qinghu, continuing to play his role as a creditor, informed Zhao Kiki that she already owed $120,000 and threatened her with a series of unpleasant events if she did not pay the money. Zhao Kiki looked at Ye Tianlong, who showed that everything was fine, so she promised to return the money when she received it. The man played the role very well, so he began to threaten Zhao Kiki's family, and the fat man lying under him began to make excuses that he was not a relative of the debtor. The bandit said that he was sent here by the dragons and called himself Zhu Gaoli, and the girl decided to confirm this too and said that the fat man was not her brother. Han Qinghu still didn't listen to her and began to brutally beat Zhu Gaoli, saying that even a fool would understand that they were brother and sister. Also, to make it more plausible, he asked his gang whether Zhao Kiki and the fat man were really so similar, and those who had smart faces confirmed the leader's words. In the end, Zhu Gaoli admitted that he was supposedly the girl's brother, just to stop Han Qinghua, while our hero's subordinate began to demand the fat man's wallet. Seeing the money, the man immediately corrected himself and noted that the bandit was a bad person because he did not recognize him as a member of his family. He respected his so-called brother for helping his sister pay off her debt, but then he noticed a different name on the documents. The beaten fat man was finally able to admit that he was not actually related to the Zhao family, but the confession did not save the bandit from being beaten, because Han Qinghu also did not like liars. Zhu Gaoli mentally noted that the creditor himself forced him to admit to being related to Zhao Kiki, but in fact he simply admitted his guilt so that he would beat him harder. Han Qinghu asked with a smile if this bandit was also a creditor, and explained that he just wanted to intimidate the possible brother of his debtor. He asked his colleague if it was true that all lenders use this method, and the fat man agreed with this statement, knowing that for the wrong answer he could be punished again. In the end, Han Qinghu agreed with Zhu Gaoli and left, but the fat man wondered who such professional thugs were communicating with. The gang leader did not hesitate to answer that they were all Ye Tianlong's men. The fat man was surprised by this name, since in his entire gangster life he had never heard of the existence of the Tianlong gang. Han Qinghu began to lie about how their company was the coolest in the area, and told Zhu Gaoli to run away as soon as possible, otherwise he would pay for his ignorance. In fear, the bandits ran away from their cruel colleague and vowed never to bother Zhao Kiki about money again in their lives. The protagonist watched with delight the work of his talented subordinate, while Han Qinghu decided to ask the girl's parents who they were to Zhao Kiki. The girl, without hesitation, answered herself that these were her father and mother, but her husband did not give in and now demanded that the parents help their daughter pay off the debt of 100,000 tons. Xiao Dadiao was very outraged that now they would have to help their own child, and the mother confirmed this opinion as she believed that the girl should solve her personal problems on her own. Han Qinghu immediately pointed out that a few minutes ago, Zhao Kiki's parents themselves demanded 50,000, but now they refused to pay for it. The man remarked that American moneylenders would not be so reasonable and loyal to their debtors, especially those like the Zhao family. He again asked the girl if it was true that she owed money, and clarified that her parents were sitting at the table, but then the conversation was interrupted by Xiao Dadiao, who said that their daughter was nothing to them because they sent her to an orphanage at the age of 3 years. The man tried in every possible way to protect himself from his daughter's debts and demanded that she deal with her problems herself. Even the bandit said that it was too cold-blooded and ruthless for the parents to behave like that with their own child. Han King-hu, as an experienced creditor, said that the bandits first look at the debtor's ancestors and family, and then the woman and children, and pointed out that they would have to collect interest today. Otherwise, the gang might get very angry. Grabbing old man Zhao by the shoulder, the man emphasized that it would be very unpleasant if he had to collect money from a corpse. He didn't believe that Zhao Dadiao didn't have cash, so he forcibly took away his wallet and took enough money to pay for the week. The bandit promised to find the couple next week since he now knew their names, and asked Zhao Kiki to remember to give 100,000 before the deadline. He was not going to demand money from Zhao Kiki and promised to wait until the girl earned money, but the man wanted to torture his parents so that they would give the money as soon as possible. When the Zhao family heard these conditions, they immediately ran away as if they didn't know their own daughter, and the mother asked Kiki to never bother them again. Han King-hu shouted after them that his parents would still not be able to escape from him, and promised to equally share responsibility for the debt. The bandit looked with a proud smile at the work he had done so diligently, and meanwhile the main character finally approached the gang, who immediately began to calm his friend down and promised that her parents would never bother her again. The girl still cried because she was ashamed that she had given her boss another pathetic performance. Yet Tianlong didn't care because he understood that every family has their own problems. And he also gave Zhao Kiki the money he extorted from his victims so that she could pay the rent. Quite unexpectedly, the girl told our hero that she really wanted to get drunk and then just fall asleep. The surprised young man asked the reason for Zhao Kiki's unexpected desire, but she could not explain anything because she just wanted to get drunk. She hugged Ye Tianlong and said that she wanted to forget about her worries and problems for once in her life. After some time, the main character and his colleague found themselves in a club, where the girl got pretty drunk and now says that alcohol is quite pleasant because it helps you forget about everything, at least for a short moment. The boy did not agree with this opinion, because after getting drunk and forgetting, a person still needs to return to the whirlpool of problems and worries. Han Qinghu joined the conversation, saying that life is not eternal, so one should enjoy it while one can, while Ye Tianlong had the feeling that someone was watching them. The bandit believed that there was no point in worrying about the future, so our hero came to the conclusion that his partner had a baggage of stories about his own life. The man noticed that the boss was staring at him, so he pretended to just mutter something under his breath and promised not to come between Ye Tianlong and the girl. The boy asked Han Qinghu to stop sitting under the counter and guarding him, and instead go have a drink with his friends. The bandit refused such an offer since he liked to smoke more than drink, and the place where they were sitting was quite comfortable and was located far from the aisle. Suddenly, a drunken Zhao Kiki asked the protagonist if he had someone he was worried about. The guy said that he actually has a lot of worries, but they are all in the past, so he doesn't want to think about them but prefers to look to the future. The girl also wanted to throw away all these dirty thoughts and invited Ye Tianlong to drink to their friendship. Zhao Kiki was now even more drunk and simply pressed her whole body against our hero, offering to relax a little. She was sure that sooner or later she would lose herself, which her parents would take advantage of and want to give their daughter into slavery. So the girl relied only on her courageous leader. The main character asked Zhao Kiki to stop thinking about such nonsense and invited her to dance a little together. Ye Tianlong's gang watched this and wished their leader to really light up this dance floor with his partner. Zhao Kiki herself plucked up courage and decided to take off her voluminous sweater, which hid all the graceful curves of her magnificent body. She wanted to dance and just go crazy, to finally throw out all the emotions that had been accumulating in her heart for so long. Ye Tianlong watched in fascination as the girl gave herself completely to the dance and completely ignored her problems, and noticed that she truly had a beautiful figure. Our hero's bandits and other club visitors also watched the beauty, showering her with a lot of compliments. Suddenly, Zhao Kiki stopped to turn to her boss and thank him for his help. As a sign of gratitude, the girl kissed her savior on the cheek, causing him to blush slightly. Han Qinghu stood to the side, watching the fun of his friends with a smile on his face, when an unfamiliar woman approached him from behind. This woman ordered the bandit to go with her because Mr. Zhang wanted to meet him. The impudent bandit, in a rather rude tone, ordered the main character to disappear from her field of vision. Ye Tianlong asked the stranger to repeat her words, and then an unextinguished cigarette fell on her hand and left a burn. The woman was outraged by this attitude towards her, so she immediately began to threaten our gang and promised to take their lives, even if the guys came even one step closer to her. Our hero emphasized the fact that he was the older brother of his comrades, so they all acted as one, and he considered the decision to leave the bandit in the fire quite justified. She wanted to make Ye Tianlong regret his words, but someone called her name Julia and asked her to stop. As it turned out, it was Mr. Zhang who asked the main character not to attack such a beautiful woman. Julia complained that the guy allowed himself to put out his cigarette on her, but this did not anger her manager since he did not respect the woman at all and called her trash. The cool-headed Mr. Zhang promised to send his subordinate back to Thailand if she made even one mistake. As it turned out, the impudent young man wanted to invite Kiki to dance with him. The girl refused the stranger, and then he offered her a drink, beginning to get irritated by the beauty's inaccessibility. Mr. Zhang said that all his companions were from Jiangzhou and some more distant places, and named Kiki as his guest, whom he simply could not help but entertain. But she still did not agree to all the proposals. The beauty agreed to drink only with the guy standing next to her, that is, with the main character. Julia again rudely ordered Kiki to stop fooling around, and Mr. Zhang explained that he was misunderstood because he was the owner of the establishment, so he had to worry about his guests. The owner of the club asked the girl not to refuse again, since he hates people who can afford to drink in company, but at the same time avoid the consequences. The rebellious major promised to break the limbs of all Kiki's friends and throw them in bags into the river if she once again refused his proposals. He was sure that the fish from the Mingjiang River would have a great feast tonight. The girl didn't want to waste any more time on this scoundrel, so she simply said that she was busy and asked the main character to leave, but Mr. Jiang's people blocked their way. Frustrated, Kiki thought that the bandits wanted to attack her in the middle of a crowded place and asked what they wanted from her. The major defiantly took out a fan from the bills and promised to give the girl the entire amount if she finally went with him. She was not going to agree to such proposals under any circumstances and began to threaten the police. But Mr. Zhang was not at all afraid of the law enforcement agencies. At this moment, Ye Tianlong finally intervened in the conversation and asked the braggart if he knew about our hero's bright personality. Mr. Jian did not consider it necessary to know a single loser. So then the boy, holding a bottle of wine behind his back, decided to ask if the major knew his place of work. This question also did not bother the club owner, so the main character then asked if Mr. Jian knew his place of residence, and he could not understand what this interrogation was about. Ye Tianlong was satisfied that his opponent did not know any confidential information about him. Complete anonymity allowed our hero to hit Mr. Zhang on the head with all his might with a bottle, causing it to shatter into small fragments. Then the guy didn't stop there and kicked his opponent right in the stomach, pushing him into the crowd of guards, while Ye Tianlong's comrades guessed to turn off the lights in the club. The gang tried to hold on so that the main character could escape first, but in the end, he managed to get out one of the last. After a while, Ye Tianlong was able to take Kiki to her apartment in Seaside City and rang the doorbell for the girl's neighbor to answer. The old man hid behind the wall to prevent the other team members from seeing him with Kiki, while Hua Ruyu came out of the apartment and saw her friend quite drunk. Our hero watched with a smile as the girl ran to call Ling to help drag their friend into the house. He went outside and was very upset because he only had a Rolex watch and a check for 5 million, but all the money from Zhu Gaioli was taken by his gang. Ye Tianlong finally decided to try to order a taxi online, but after 5 minutes of waiting, nothing happened to him at all. He thought that he had accidentally lost all his luck during his morning round of golf, so now he is sitting outside and does not know what to do next. The young man came up with the idea that he could simply borrow money from Hua Ruyu or even ask to stay with them for the night. The protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a cripple who walked the streets of the city at night and begged among people who were not yet sleeping. Ye Tianlong immediately analyzed the beggar's condition and noticed that his joints were fine, so he was simply playing the role of a disabled person. The man very persistently asked him for money, but our hero asked him to go somewhere further, although the cripple had no intention of stopping. Then the guy offered the cripple 2 yuan to start with, but he refused, and Ye Tianlong had to increase the amount to 20, although the lying beggar didn't like it either. In the end, the main character offered 200 yuan and no more, to which the man happily agreed. As it turned out, Ye Tianlong was bargaining for the amount that he would take from the cup of the lying cripple, who, after such a turn of events, immediately learned to speak. The boy ran away, but called the beggar very generous, since he allegedly insisted that our hero take some money to pay for his way home. The man was outraged that Ye Tianlong allowed himself to steal money from him, and immediately called his comrades for help. Now, a crowd of fake beggars was chasing the main character, who mocked them and asked them not to give him all the money. He noticed that the cripple's legs and arms had already begun to work, and called this a confirmation of the saying that everything that comes easy comes just as easily. The man shouted at Ye Tianlong to finally shut up and continued to insist that our hero dared to steal all the money he earned from a sick beggar, violating all laws and morals. Meanwhile, the main character ran out into the street to catch a taxi and go home. But everything turned out to be not so simple, because at that moment the road was blocked by a column of several police cars. The police quickly got out of their cars and, pointing their guns at our hero, ordered everyone to remain in their places. The process was actually observed by Police Chief Qin Ziyi, who threatened to shoot Ye Tianlong if he dared to move. The boy was very happy to see a familiar face and immediately stated that he wanted to tell the police about the crime he had witnessed. Chief Qin noted that the world is quite small, but the main character remains a thief, and wondered what stupid crime the boy committed this time. Ye Tianlong shouted at the beggars who were still standing with their weapons, thereby putting himself at risk of being arrested by the police. Now that everyone had laid down their weapons, Qin Zi ordered no one to make any sudden movements, otherwise this person would simply be shot without any hesitation. She asked everyone to tell clearly and in order what happened here, since she had time for petty arguments because there was still a difficult night ahead. The deceitful beggars did not know what to say, because with any explanation of the situation, they would have exposed their deception of people to the police. The policeman then invited Ye Tianlong to speak first, to which he said that all these people had actually helped him and that the situation was not serious enough for the police to intervene. As it turned out, our hero filmed everything on video and showed the Qin leader how he dropped his wallet, which had no money at all, and a kind beggar saw this and offered the man his help. Kalika noted that no one asked Ye Tianlong to take money, but the boy had his own view of the situation. The main character explained that he had no choice due to the insistence of the beggar, who refused to give him only 2 or 20 yuan. He noted that the man eventually agreed to 200 yuan and happily nodded in agreement. The police stood aside and laughed heartily at the situation that arose between our hero and the lying beggar who had lost his money. Yet Tianlong thought that he had helped the cripple a lot, as his leg, arm, and even his speech impediment were immediately healed after the boy took the money from him. According to the young man, after recovery, the beggar was very happy and, out of happiness, chased after his savior, gathering all his friends to donate the remaining money, and they brought weapons to force the main character to accept the gift. In the end, the main character comes to the conclusion that this was not a street fight, but a fateful meeting between a poor woman and a benefactor in the person of a beggar who definitely did not deserve to be punished along with his friends. Ye Tianlong rewarded his recent enemies in every possible way and said that they were law-abiding citizens who simply could not use violence against others. Leader Qin decided to ask the beggar if our hero was lying, but he replied that it was all true. All the other men also joined the conversation and began to actively talk about their kindness and generosity. They talked about their families who were waiting for them at home, and thus removed all suspicions, but the police officer definitely did not expect such a turn of events. In fact, Chief Qin wanted to take this chance to arrest the main character, but she could not go against the testimony of all the beggars and simply asked them not to run around the streets with weapons in their hands anymore. Otherwise, she would put them all in jail. The man repented to the police officer and promised not to do this again. Meanwhile, the main character had the idea to thank his saviors for their financial assistance. The beggar was nervous because he could already sense Ye Tianlong's bad intentions, who actually thought that he could calmly accept the generosity instead of forcing the cripple to chase after him. The old man could not refuse his savior, who had already run 300 meters behind him, so he agreed to take every penny of the money. The man pretended that he had no money, but our hero found everything and asked not to worry about his feelings. The lying beggar watched with tears in his eyes as Ye Tianlong happily counted all his hard-earned money, deceiving ordinary sympathizers. The boy gave the man his business card so that he could call his number when he wants to do a good deed again, and then the satisfied protagonist went home with a smile on his face. By this time, the police had already investigated and found out that the beggar group was actually connected to the dragons, and its one-eyed member named Zhu Fada actually had an eye and was sent by Miss Feng of the Pure Hands clan to help the gang. This man also had a cousin, Zhu Gaoli, and in addition, he often scams the Pure Hand clan, bringing additional income to the dragons. This same group of beggars is dedicated to playing for the public and often works in the coastal area, approaching and touching passers-by on a daily basis. Chief Chin was furious when she learned the truth about these scammers, and now she wanted to shoot them all. Jushu's assistant pointed out that the criminal world is planning a leadership reshuffle, and tonight has already dealt a blow to their stability, so Ju Fada and the others must be feeling depressed. The man called our hero sharp-tongued and mentioned that it seems he had already met him somewhere. Annoyed, Qin Ziyi couldn't stand talking about Ye Tianlong, as she considered him a real headache, and explained that the more you meet this guy, the more you begin to hate him. She was always looking for an opportunity to send this devilish boy to his death, and Jushu could not understand why his leader was so angry with Ye Tianlong. Then the police chief asked how the Black Panther was doing, because this morning he woke up completely healthy, but managed to bite his tongue. The man explained that the bandit was now out of danger, but the problem was that he would never be able to speak again, and his confession could take a long time. Chief Chin was wondering about the reasons why Black Panther had changed his attitude so dramatically, since he used to be a pretty decent person. And meanwhile, the assistant received a message that Jiang Zhao had arrived in Minjiang. The police immediately recognized the name because she knew it was Zhang Taiba's honorary title. Jushu confirmed the chief's words and pointed out that Jiang Jiayu had some influence since he was able to draw a line between himself and his father while avoiding the attention of the police. But Chief Chin believed that it was Jiang Seer's decision. She believed that Jiang Taibao was planning to leave behind several heirs in case of an event like today, in order to provide himself with a reliable way to escape if necessary. As for Jiang Zhao, he was a ruthless and arrogant person who had a dark future ahead of him, but Zhang Yanan's daughter was a very interesting person. As it turned out, she was a top student at Harvard, had good grades, and was the epitome of compassion, so Jushu did not consider her dangerous. Chief Chin asked the assistant not to underestimate the girl, since it was all just a cover to appear pure and innocent, but in reality she was a real witch and schemer, although it was quite difficult to believe. In any case, the leader wanted someone to keep a close eye on the Jiang children, as she believed that Jiang Taibao was up to something bad since people like Yuan Dinglun, Black Panther, and Shen Tianmei had arrived in Minjiang. Chief Chin also suggested that the shooting of the reporter and Black Panther's loss of voice were also related to Jiang Zhao, which surprised her assistant. Jushu believed that the 60 billion yuan issue was not so related to Minjiang, and opined that the more people involved, the more complicated things become. The police chief remarked that the case may indeed be complex, but still has some basis, so Qin Ziyi asked to continue the investigation in the same spirit to see how people who deserve death will receive it. At that moment, the walkie-talkie beeped, and a voice from it announced the latest news that 2 hours ago Jiang Zhao tried to kiss a woman, but instead someone broke a bottle on his head. Chief Chin could not believe that someone would dare to go against such an influential person. The policeman on the other end of the line said that, according to eyewitnesses, this daredevil managed to escape when the lights went out in the club, and he was wearing a red jacket, green shorts, and sneakers. Jushu and Chief Chin realized at the same second that this was the same Ye Tianlong they already knew and were shocked by such news. The policewoman could not understand how some little thing could be connected with the main character. Meanwhile, the employee announced that Jiang Zhao was currently in Boai Hospital, which belongs to his family, and the manager directly ordered everyone to go there immediately and rushed there herself. This time, the girl praised our hero because tonight he really helped the police in their complex investigation. By this time, morning had already come, and Jiang Zhao came to his senses, immediately demanding that his subordinates find the boy and girl who caused him such serious injury. Julia announced that Ye Tianlong was nowhere to be seen. The CCTV footage had been completely erased, and the clan's strength was limited due to the actions of the police, so it was now necessary to restrain and avoid unnecessary actions. She told the boss that she couldn't play all her cards now because it would end badly in the future. But the pampered Jiang Zhao didn't want to listen to the advice and began to scold her people for letting the two little rats get out of hand. The boy insulted all his subordinates non-stop and could not understand why his father hired them. Julia asked that the staff not be blamed for this because it all happened too unexpectedly. So their first priority was to ensure Mr. Zhang's safety. She understood that the boy just needed to calm down in such an incredibly tense situation. So she promised that Ye Tianlong would not be able to escape from them. Jiang Zhao asked to spend 1 million yuan to find the main character, as well as to attract people from the street to him. He said that it takes 1,000 days to create an army, but it is deployed in 1 day. So now he wanted to call on Mr. Liang, Crow, and Dai Hulan for help because their time had come. The guy asked his assistant what their future plans were, and she told him that the Black Panther was silent and would not be able to give anything to the police, and also noted that nothing of what they were looking for was found on the reporter's body. Jiangzhou wanted to find incriminating materials that Yuan Donglan had and posed a threat to the boy's father, and Julia assured the boss that their enemy was not yet capable of this, so there was time to obtain this data. The assistant also announced that she had arranged for Yuan Donglan's daughter, Xiao Tong, to be taken hostage, thus ensuring the success of the plan. Zhang Zhao was confident in this aspect of the plan and then asked how their good friend Shen Tianmei, who had managed to do a lot of good for the Jiang family, was doing. Julia explained that this woman was involved in many matters and said that in addition to this, the capital sent them 2 advisors, Jin Huihuang and Lin Wushuang. The boy did not understand why he was so secretive about Shen Tianmei and asked the assistant not to get involved with this woman. He ordered the woman to be transferred to the northwest, but Julia thought this was a bad idea. Jiangzhou looked at his subordinate coldly and reminded him that he was the only person in Mingjiang who could make any decisions, so the assistant had to listen to the young man without objection. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a security guard who announced that Qin Zi had arrived at the hospital from the Minjiang police station. Meanwhile, in the Primorsky region, the leader of a group of beggars reported to his boss that they had been exposed yesterday, which is why he became very angry and called his subordinate a fool. Zhugali was angry because he gave them the best territory, but the beggars ruined his plan and became completely useless. The beggar tried to justify himself to his cousin by talking about a very cunning young man. But the fat man calmed down and ordered his subordinate to simply extort 10 times the amount they lost from the boy at the next meeting. In the end, Zhu Gaioli asked the beggars not to stay in the area and to disappear until the evening, and the leader was to go and report the situation to number 3. Fat Man remembered that the rule of the dragons was that some technical work must be done after his own mistake. Then events returned to the main character, who was sitting in a restaurant and at that time overheard the conversation of customers that they were going to return to the Beihua region. The men said that making money in the criminal world is easier than working in a warehouse. Ye Tianlong recognized this as Kun Long, whom he saved from falling on broken glass during a fight, and his gang. The leader did not want to return to gang activity because the meeting with our hero radically changed his outlook on life. He reminded his friends that because of this lifestyle, they were periodically beaten until they were covered with bruises and cuts, and the Dragon Gang began to threaten them. Kun Long wanted to settle in Zhenghu instead of Beihua because it was Crow and Dai Hulin's base, so the place is much safer. The man expressed a sincere desire to do something legitimate and make good money quickly, as he wanted to pay for his younger sister's tuition for the next semester. Having rethought his life, the former thug no longer wanted to harm anyone, because stronger people like Ye Tianlong would surely punish them for this. Kunlun had enough money to feed himself and his comrades for another 2 months so they could easily look for work. The positive-minded man refused to believe that there were no good jobs for such strong boys. At that moment, his phone rang, and he broke away from his comrades to answer the call. Meanwhile, the main character noticed that Kun Lung was being watched by the leader of the beggars, Zhu Fada, whom he met last night. Ye Tianlong didn't want to lose track of these two, so he asked for the check for lunch. The girl sitting next to the bandit approached Kun Lun from behind and covered his eyes with her hands so that he would guess who had approached him. The man was embarrassed because he did not remember the stranger's voice, and meanwhile Zhu Fada was approaching them with quiet steps. As it turned out, the bandits teamed up to steal Kung Lun's backpack. Then the former bandit demanded that the stranger let him go immediately, and she obeyed. But before that, she pressed with all her might on the eyes of her victim, and then ran away with her ally. The thieves did not manage to escape far, because the glass bottles that our hero used so skillfully flew at their heads, and the leader of the beggars immediately recognized them. Kunlun really didn't like that the thieves wanted to deceive him in this way, so he ordered his comrades, who had already come to the aid of their leader, to seize them. In the end, the bandits were quickly taught a lesson for attempting to rob the man. Kunlun's entire party returned to the restaurant to pay for lunch, but the owner informed them that their friend had already paid for everything and had added a few more dishes on top so that the boys would not be in a hurry and could enjoy them. The man could not understand what kind of friend he was and asked the owner about him. Then the owner of the establishment pointed to the computer, where there was a recording from the main character's CCTV cameras, And at that moment, Kunlun realized that this guy had helped him for the second time. Meanwhile, our hero was sitting in his car and thinking that he should write a new post on WeChat about his good deed. When the young man arrived at his house, he noticed that the entrance was blocked by a barrier, and an angry dog was lying nearby. So Ye Tianlong began shouting for someone to clear his way. An elderly man who was just having lunch heard the screams of our hero and came out to help the boy. The uncle called Ye Tianlong a capable guy because after a month of living in Minjiang, he already owned a Porsche. The main character explained that the prestigious car was given to him by the director, for whom he works as a personal driver. The boy decided to complain that he had 3 jobs but still only 1 salary. So he asked his uncle to reduce his rent because otherwise, Ye Tianlong would not be able to feed himself next month. Grandfather remarked that if young people like our hero died of hunger, there would be no one left in the Baisha area. The guy began to press for pity and said that his salary was 3,000, so 300 yuan for housing was too much for him. Because after all the basic expenses, he had no money left at all. He said that he only eats carrots every day to save money. So he asked his uncle to reduce the rent to 200 yuan. The owner agreed to such an agreement only on the condition that Ye Tianlong would come to him on weekends and help repair electronic devices supplied by the tenants, who had already talked about the protagonist's skill in this matter. The uncle believed that the boy could open a fairly profitable workshop if he gained experience in a few months. Ye Tianlong thanked the owner and promised to think about this idea, and then asked why the owner was here in the parking lot instead of hiring a security guard. The uncle said that all the guards quit because they started their own business, and the other 150 workers just left, and now he will have to do everything himself. The main character believed that there should be at least 200 guards in the Baisha municipality security. So even if they all left, the uncle would not be able to replace them. The uncle allowed the guy not to scan his badge and just drive through, promising to take care of the cars during rush hour. Ye Tianlong loved Ye Tianlong very much, so he would invite him for tea at any time. The main character was parking the car and thinking about why all the guards left even though they had a decent salary of 3,800 yuan. Suddenly, the young man noticed that another car had crashed into his Porsche at full speed. Ye Tianlong immediately got out of the car and started arguing with the incompetent driver. As it turned out, it was Dai Minzi, a racer already familiar to the boy, who noted that this collision was not an accident. The girl explained that she really wanted to make friends with our hero, but did not have the opportunity to do so, so she used this method to talk to Ye Tianlong. She was ready to spend 30,000 on repairing this guy's car just to finally talk to him and get more benefit from it. Ye Tianlong thought that making friends during street racing and beating cars for the sake of it was a rather stupid decision, because he could take advantage of the girl's beauty and money. The girl found such methods quite outdated, and now she asked the young man to tell her his name and address so that she could contact him later to compare driving skills. She promised to pay the protagonist twice as much if he could make her happy, but otherwise Dai Mingzi was not going to give a penny to repair the car, backed up by the fact that she managed to turn off all the security cameras in the parking lot. Without further ado, Ye Tianlong demanded that the girl pay for the damage and stop fooling around, and began to threaten, calling himself the leader of a gang in Beihua County. Dai Mingzi laughed loudly at such a blatant lie and remarked that even if it were true, she would not be afraid and would still not pay our hero. Then the main character decided to rap about the criminal world to prove that he belongs to it. In the end, he said that he had truly seen the darkness of this world and again demanded that the little girl finally pay him for the car. This behavior did not impress Dai Mingji at all, so she bluntly stated that the boy now looked like an idiot. These words made Ye Tianlong very angry, so he quickly rushed towards the girl to demonstrate his 18 forms of anger. The main character grabbed the defiant Dai Mingzi and lifted her into his arms, causing her to struggle and scream. As it turned out, the guy decided to teach her a rather strange method, namely to hit her on the buttocks several times, which is why the defenseless girl blushed and was ashamed of such humiliation. In the end, 5 blows were enough for Ye Tianlong. And having released his victim, he explained that Dai Mingzi could not manipulate him so easily, and the girl herself called the guy an animal and was already preparing a plan for revenge. Our hero was looking forward to revenge from Dai Mingzi, as he liked it when women came to deal with him. Dai Mingzi, as the precious daughter of the Dai family, promised herself to achieve her goal, and at that moment she noticed an iron rod next to her. Now she was going to beat the main character half to death, which is why the boy began to get a little nervous, as he saw a dangerous weapon in the girl's hands. Their quarrel was interrupted by the barking of a dog, which angrily ran up to our heroes and was already preparing to pounce on them. Its first victim was Dai Mingzi, who immediately screamed in fear of the beast. The main character made a sharp movement, because of which the dog stopped and simply snapped its teeth, not reaching the defenseless body of the girl. Yet Tianlong looked at the dog with a serious look, which is why he realized that it was better not to interfere with the boy and went to his place. He explained to the girl that this rod is used to scare away dogs, and the guard waves it in front of the dog every day. The boy walked up to Dai Mingzi and noted that picking up this thing would only attract more attention. The beauty's cheeks turned red as she raised her head and looked straight into the eyes of her savior. Ye Tianlong interrupted the romance of the moment by reminding her that the girl had always been generous and kind, so now she would have to pay for the damaged car. Dai Mingzi was very annoyed that the main character was so good at controlling other people's moods. At that moment, many cars pulled into the parking lot, from which the young woman's bodyguards got out and immediately asked if the boy was bothering her. Our hero decided to ensure his safety and quickly neutralized all potential opponents. The other guards were surprised by his intelligence and thought that the boy was Usain Bolt in disguise, while Ye Tianlong himself was about to run away, but was called out by Dai Mingzi. She stood on her car and shouted that she really liked our hero, but he could not understand what the girl was trying to achieve with such provocation. Dai Mingzi promised to woo the young man until he finally wants to become her lover. The main character was so shocked by this confession that he did not look at his feet at all and ended up crashing into garbage cans. When Ye Tianlong finally returned home, he began to think that Dai Mingzi was actually a good girl because she had provided the money to repair the car after all. At that moment, our hero's laptop received a notification from a hidden surveillance camera in Lin Chenshui's office, which greatly surprised the boy because today, Bidbonis, Migos, was Sunday. On the screen, he saw Director Lin carrying a rather large black chest. The old man noticed that the contents of the box resembled a device for burning fuel and starting a fire. So he thought that some very important event was happening and assumed that this was the same heavenly medicine. He also noticed that the woman was surrounded by several bodyguards she had hired. Ye Tianlong analyzed that all the men were at least level 5 or 6 experts and had enough strength to handle any problems that might come their way. The main character believed that he could save her if the woman held out for at least an hour and did not die immediately at the hands of the enemy. On his phone, the boy saw that the director had already left her office and thought that she would be much more valuable if she remained alive. Half an hour later, he unfolded a map in front of him to analyze where Lin Chenshui would go. Ye Tianlong was 80% sure that she was heading to the warehouse district since that was where the main celestial medicines research laboratory was located. So he circled that area on the map. In the end, our hero decided to go to this place to look around and get acquainted with the area. But for now, he allowed himself to rest a little, since Lin Chenshui was relatively safe with his bodyguards. The boy lay down on the bed and, hugging his stuffed carrot, tried to fall asleep, but his peace was interrupted by some noise. The main character came out and angrily opened the door, behind which someone made a loud noise, but calmed down when he saw familiar faces. Outside the door stood Ye Tianlong's gang, who suddenly decided to visit their leader. Ye Tianlong did not want to see his comrades because he was offended that they betrayed him and fled the club first. But Han Qinghu wanted to explain everything. Our hero did not want to listen to anything because he believed that in this situation everything was already clear. The boy thought it was despicable of the gang to steal all 6,000 yuan and then so cruelly abandon their leader. Ye Tianlong refused to deal with such unpleasant people, but the comrades came here precisely to prove that everything was completely wrong. Han Qinghu said that they only ran away from the bar to distract Jiang Zhao and his guards, rather than just escape. The man believed that if they started a fight, our hero would not be able to escape safely with his girlfriend. Ye Tianlong started screaming because he was not going to believe such a blatant lie from his gang because he was sure that Han Qinghu was safe. The boy also asked to finally return the 6,000 yuan he had earned. At this moment, the gang leader became serious and promised that the comrades' intentions were pure, and also pointed out that they were completely loyal to their leader and spent 6,000 on such important things as deleting the video from the club, researching Jiang Zihao's past and obtaining information. The main character was surprised when he learned that it was his gang that erased the footage from the cameras and asked what the remaining 3,000 were spent on. Then Han Qinghu told the leader that they spent 2,000 on the investigation and the last 1,000 on food to calm down. The man said that they already knew that Jiang Zihao was Jiang Taibao's son, so he concentrated power and authority in his hands, and also dealt with the 3 biggest gangs in Mingjiang. The young heir of the Jiang family was a very treacherous and vicious person. at whose hands many people die every year. And there is also a version that it was this young man who ordered the murder of a journalist in front of the radio and television studio to silence them. Han Qinghu was so devoted to our hero that he promised to protect Ye Tianlong if Ganjiang found him. He also revealed that Jiang Zihao spent 1 million yuan to find out the whereabouts of the protagonist with the help of 3 major gangs. Hearing such a huge amount, the young man pointedly declared that he would go to Jiang Zihao himself if he was paid at least half of this amount. Han Qinghu noted with a smile that such bold behavior was very typical of their leader, as he always rushed into battle. The main character forgave his gang because they brought him very useful information, so he allowed them to leave here in peace. The gang leader did not want to part with his leader so easily because he and the gang wanted to follow Ye Tianlong loyally. The old man began to explain, screaming, that if his 4 comrades remained like this, they would very soon drive him crazy. Ye Tianlong was annoyed that he could delete the recording and find out the information on his own without spending a single yuan. But the gang squandered all the money they earned. In the end, he asked his comrades to finally leave. But Han Qinghu did not want to simply accept the leader's insult, so he decided to use their trump card. Our hero couldn't understand what they were talking about, so he thought that the gang wanted to hand him over to Jiang Zihao for 1 million. In fact, the bandits again hugged the young man from all sides and began to beg him not to drive them away and to remain their elder brother. Ye Tianlong didn't expect them to use this technique again and yelled at the gang to stop rubbing their snot on his leg. In the end, the main character agreed to remain the leader of the gang because he could no longer stand her presence and just wanted his friends to leave him alone. He invited the bandits to go home, and he himself promised to gather everyone if necessary. The boy gave his gang some money to get home and eat, but Han Qinghu happily told them that they didn't have to go anywhere. The leader said that they rented an apartment in this complex and now live directly under the protagonist's apartment so that they can come to the rescue at any time. Ye Tianlong could not believe such unexpected news, and the bandits explained that they had not yet brought all their things because they had come to greet their elder brother. The main character did not appreciate such strong devotion of his gang. He didn't want such attention to himself, because under such close supervision, he could not take the girls to his apartment or even simply go to the toilet in peace. The boy wanted his subordinates to move out of the apartment immediately, but Han Qinghu pointed out that they had just signed a lease, so now they might run out of money. In the end, the bandits promised not to interfere in the personal life of the protagonist and went to transport their belongings to a new apartment. Apart from these conditions, Ye Tianlong wanted them to stop obeying all his orders and consider him their elder brother. At that moment, screams were heard from the 4th floor that someone had stepped on the gang's belongings and was not going to pay them compensation for it. One of the bandits returned to the main character and Han Qinghu to report a fight that was taking place on the floor below. He quickly explained that the conflict started over their belongings, so the leader eventually left the boy to deal with the situation. The bandits believed that society would rather resort to fighting than to solve problems with money, so they could not make their brothers suffer because of this. Meanwhile, our hero thought that these 4 were exhausting him both physically and mentally, so he could not allow them to stay in this complex. In the end, he decided to go down to the floor below to see what was happening there. To his surprise, Ye Tianlong saw his acquaintance, Kun Long, get into a fight with his gang. Han Qinghu was beating one of the man's companions when he turned his head and saw that the big man was about to hit him. As a result, the protagonist's subordinate was able to dodge the enemy's attack and skillfully kick him in the head. Now everyone around froze and watched the fight between the 2 strongest fighters. Lightning flashed between them, and both men had no intention of stopping the fight. He decided to strike Kun Long first, but then Ye Tianlong intervened in the conflict and ordered his friends to stop. The boy stood at the steps and shouted for the bandits to finally stop this senseless fight. Han Qinghu was slightly puzzled and asked why the leader had come here. While Kun Long was glad to recognize his savior, the main character made his way through the crowd and noticed that everyone present was on the same side, so there was no reason to start a fight. Han Qinghu questioned whether his opponent was indeed one of the protagonist's followers, and ultimately decided to end the conflict when the situation took such a turn. Kun Long could not understand which of Tianlong's followers he was talking about, but the boy simply asked him to ignore his subordinate. Our hero happily introduced his friend named Kun Lun to his gang and said that this guy is pretty cool. He also introduced his younger brother Han Qinghu, whom he had recently picked up, and invited all the boys to talk about themselves. The guys from Kun Long's side introduced themselves as Dagu and Shan Mao, and Dahua, Teji, and Zhao Feng were in the protagonist's gang. The gang leader noted that it was impossible to make friends without fighting with them, said Kunlun's name was very suitable for his personality since he was a strong and stocky man, and eventually offered to become his new friend's younger brother. Kunlun felt that it was he who should have apologized to the boys, since he was furious, not fully understanding the whole situation and its consequences. Then he asked his friend Shan Mao, who started all this, if he would also like to apologize to the gang, and he admitted his guilt to the guys. Han Qinghu noticed that he was very embarrassed about this situation, so he suggested that his new friend drink a few cups next time. Kunlun said that the main character has already helped him many times, so he respects his friends and asks the man not to worry about it. He was very honored to meet such a handsome person like Brother Han here, and in addition, the former bandit announced that he also moved into this complex today, so he invited Han Qinghu to dinner with Ye Tianlong. The main character was shocked that all his friends decided to gather in this house. Shan Mao said that their former landlord raised the rent and now they can't afford that amount, and now a group of friends have moved into the apartment next door to Ye Tianlong, just opposite his balcony. Now, the authorities of the underworld, the Green Dragon and the White Tiger, have gathered in this residential complex. Kunlun turned to his comrades and ordered them to help with the relocation of their new friends, since with more forces they would finish this much faster. Everyone was busily unloading the truck with things, and Han Qinghu stood aside and calmly smoked a cigarette. The main character was indignant that his subordinates were completely lazy when they found help, but Kunlun assured the boy that he was not tired at all. The man decided to ask about Ye Tianlong's gang, since he had already heard rumors about it, and wondered if they had actually formed their own group. Han Qinghu was very happy to hear such a question, and, without hesitation, said that our hero is the leader of the gang, and the bandit himself is his right hand. The old man was already tired of listening to such conversations from his subordinate, and Kunlun, meanwhile, was very inspired by this idea and began to ask about the base of their gang and the number of members. Han Qinghu replied that the base is now located in this residential complex, and the number of participants is 5 people. Kunlong expected to hear a not-so-meager number of members, so he mentally called them the first mini-gang in Minjiang. Looking at their reaction, Han Qinghu thought that the comrades did not believe in such a number, but in the end, they expressed their desire to join the gang. Having rested from all the events happening around him, the main character went out of the gates of the complex and ordered a taxi, which immediately appeared on the horizon. He got into the BMW car and asked the driver to drive to Minjiang Tower as soon as possible. The taxi driver pointed out that there were buns and soy milk in the refrigerator, which the boy could take for free. Our hero praised the driver for her dedication to her job, because she truly understood her customers. But suddenly, the young man felt that the girl's voice seemed too familiar to him, so he asked her directly about it. It turned out that under the image of the taxi driver was hiding Dai Mingzi, who was indignant that the guy managed to forget her in just 48 hours. The main character got scared when he realized that this was really his friend and began to ask what she was going to do with him. The girl did not understand why Ye Tianlong behaved like this with her and explained it with his arrogance and impudence, because usually all the guys ran after such a beauty. In fact, the main character considered himself different from other ordinary guys and was aware of the uniqueness of his personality. Dai Mingzi did not share the young man's opinion and called him a completely ordinary person, but our hero did not like such bad manners on her part. Ye Tianlong asked what exactly the girl wanted from him, and she repeated that she just wanted to make the boy hers, so she suggested that he wait until she simply stole him. The girl wanted him to become her follower, but she believed that the main character did not have many paths for life in the future, and the young man himself noted that they were generally incompatible. Ye Tianlong explained that he has no home, no car, no past, and his salary is so low that he would have to work all his life to buy the same BMW. Dai Mingzi offered power, money, and a beautiful girl to boot, if our hero would go with her, because she really had everything a young man could need. For these reasons, the girl was not going to ask the main character about his past, because as long as he treats her well and listens, they can become the best couple in the world. The main character began to beg Dai Mingzi to tell him the traits that she liked so that the boy could change them in himself. The girl told them that they were 10 minutes away from their destination, so the boy needed to decide on his future life now. Otherwise, she threatened to jump into the Minjiang River with him. Dai Mingji had no more meaning in life if she could not get Ye Tianlong, so she was not afraid of death. Our hero admitted that his heart is already occupied by someone else, and there are many beautiful girls around that he simply likes. He explained that even after taking his body, Dai Mingzi would never be able to have his heart, so the boy could not accept her offer. Dai Mingzi did not see a problem with this because she could simply kill all the girls around her lover, like thieves do in movies when they want to get what they want. At this moment, she announced that the countdown had already begun, and Ye Tianlong only had 10 minutes left to think. They were stuck in traffic due to a car accident, so the girl added 3 more minutes. Dai Mingzi also noted that he might not even try to snatch the steering wheel from her hands, although the young man had already planned to do so. In general, if the main character tries to somehow change the situation, the girl promised to simply press the gas and send them both to certain death. Ye Tianlong noted that he never tried to take control of the car but simply fell forward because there was an airbag in the front seat. The guy noticed that if they fell into the river together or crashed into another car, he would have at least another 3 minutes to escape, so now he suggested pressing the gas and driving forward. The girl was surprised that there was absolutely no fear in our hero's voice. The main character explained that such a beautiful and rich girl is not afraid of death, so he especially shouldn't do it. He also liked the idea that after death they could become a cute couple of cute spirits. Then Dai Mingji thought that she could simply take possession of the boy's soul. And Ye Tianlong himself had already guessed that the matter was too complicated and already thought that he might agree to the conditions at the last minute because his own life was dear to him. A yellow Lamborghini passed by, and its passengers immediately recognized Dai Mingzi's driving style because the BMW flew like a real jet plane. The driver opened the window and asked his friend why she had been driving around since early morning with some loser in the passenger seat. The girl asked them not to interfere in their affairs since it had nothing to do with them. The passenger noticed that manager Dai was only capable of driving with some guys and treating everyone around her down. But the driver calmed her down and asked her not to provoke Dai Mingzi, who simply bought her the position of manager. They continued to defiantly tease the girl, which is why she began to tremble all over. In the end, Dai Mingji couldn't stand it anymore and asked Liu Yongkeng and Xu Jiajia to stop talking about it, and suggested that they reach her position themselves if they were so smart and capable. The passenger believed that she and the driver were no match for the girl, but they were superior to her in racing skills. She proposed a race and promised Dai Mingzi never to touch her again if she won. But if she failed, the girl had to give up her place as leader to Liu Yongkeng. The driver offered to give the girl a head start of 1 car, but she still refused, citing the fact that she had personal matters, and offered to meet on Saturday in Van Hill. Xu Jiajia called her rival a weakling, which is why the main character intervened in the conflict and asked Dai Mingzi to show who is boss. The girl listened to her passenger and suggested that the rivals drive from here to the Minjung Tower, and the loser leaves the racing club. Now, Xu Jiajia was pleased with these conditions and suggested that Dai Mingji give a 2-car head start since they had taken their best car today. The driver did not want to accept handouts from his rivals, and meanwhile, the main character realized that she would not be able to rest for a minute. Ye Tianlong decided not to stand aside and suggested that the future winner would also be able to take the car from his opponent. Dai Mingzi didn't appreciate this condition since she didn't want their car, but our hero wanted it for himself, and Xu Jiajia didn't mind getting the BMW as a trophy. Moreover, the girl's rival wanted to take Ye Tianlong away to have fun with him for a few days, which surprised even her driver. After our heroine got tired of Xu Jiajia, she decided to share the handsome man with her girlfriends and torment the poor guy. Dai Mingzi was already tired of listening to insults from her rival, so she volunteered to start the race. When the countdown ended, both drivers stepped on the gas as hard as they could. But unfortunately, their rivals quickly took the lead. Suddenly, the girl became covered in drops of sweat and began to hold her stomach, which is why she almost crashed into a truck. After analyzing Dai Mingzi's condition and behavior, the main character came to the conclusion that she was on her period, so he decided to ask about it directly. The driver couldn't understand how Ye Tianlong knew about this and asked why he even cared. The boy explained that this could disrupt Dai Mingji's concentration, which would affect the outcome of the race, and could also take their lives. The girl noted that our hero had better just hope for her victory, otherwise he will become a toy for Xu Jiajia. She emphasized that the young man himself put her in such conditions, and asked not to blame only her for this. But still, the main character could not stand it and got behind the wheel, because now the competition was going on for him. But Dai Mingzi did not believe that they would be able to catch up with their rivals, because 2 minutes had already passed, and the car itself was not in the best condition. Ye Tianlong believed that the two of them had no other choice because he personally did not want to fall into 3 days and 3 nights of real horror. Frustrated, Dai Mingzi remarked that if he had simply listened to her, this problem would not have arisen. At this time, the main character said his personal motto, which said that beauty cannot be offended and wealth cannot be abused, and pressed the gas pedal. The speedometer needle immediately reached 200 kilometers per hour, and Dai Mingji, seeing this, came to the conclusion that the skill of the self-confident young man was not inferior to the skill of Dao Mingze. She couldn't understand why she hadn't heard of such a skilled driver before. While our hero easily took a sharp turn, Ye Tianlong did not tense up at all and casually hummed the song while performing such tricks. Meanwhile, their rivals were in no hurry and were already planning their actions as leaders of the racing organization. Liu Yongkang asked his partner how she would thank him when she saw everyone bowing down to her. The girl could not understand what he wanted from her because he already had her and her cousin at his disposal. But as it turned out, the guy still wanted to meet her young aunt. Liu Yongkang explained that he simply liked all the women in the Shu family and agreed to his partner's niece if she could not offer him an aunt. To begin with, Shu Jiajia wanted to see her ally win so that she could talk about his prize. The girl thought that Dai Mingzi often fell behind in various races, so today was a great chance for them to humiliate her even more. Suddenly, she noticed something and, to get a better look, looked out the window. A familiar BMW was approaching them. All the drivers around could not understand what kind of gallows was sitting behind the wheel of this car, which was rushing so furiously along the highway. Shu Jiajia turned around and told the driver that the opponents were already catching up with them. And Liu Yongkang could not understand how they had covered such a distance so quickly. After a few seconds, the main character was able to easily overtake his opponents, for which he was called truly crazy. With each subsequent moment, Tianunu moved faster and faster away from the defeated brave men. Liu Yongkang and Shu Jiajia sadly admitted that they ultimately lost this race. When the protagonist's car had almost reached its destination, the girl began to praise him and talk about her love for the boy. As a token of gratitude, Dai Mingzi kissed her savior on the cheek and, calling him the best driver in the world, began asking where he got such great driving skills. Our hero stated that he was allegedly self-taught, who began his training on a tractor chasing pigs and then switched to supercars. But the girl probably did not believe such an outright lie. Dai Mingzi did not mind the fact that the young man did not tell anything about himself, because she was going to find out all the information about him. Moreover, she still couldn't believe that Ye Tianlong really didn't like such a beauty who attacked him herself, so the girl began to think that the guy might have health problems. The main character was very outraged by such assumptions in his direction, so he assured that everything was fine in this aspect. In the end, the young man decided to calm down and noted that now Dai Mingzi would not be able to trap him in a relationship. Ye Tianlong asked his girlfriend not to pursue him anymore, and she eventually agreed, promising not to pursue her lover anymore. In fact, Dai Mingzi just wanted to force our hero to chase after her himself, but he began to threaten that he would tell everything to her father. The girl was sure that Ye Tianlong didn't even know about her father, and the boy considered this man a terrible person. She didn't think her father was scary, but to other people he could be a real devil. Our hero did not listen to all this and said that he somehow didn't care. But Dai Mingzi, what she lacked for the young man to fall in love with her, the girl was sure that she was perfect, as she had a magnificent waist, curvy buttocks, and a pretty face, and believed that Ye Tianlong's family would definitely like her. The protagonist did not want to hear this because he was not going to give his heart to Dai Mingzi anyway. A minute later, the losing drivers arrived at the Minjiang Tower, where the winners were waiting for them, enjoying rice buns. Liu Yongkang promised that they would have a rematch one day, and Shu Jiajia planned to face her rival in a night race during the Grand Summit. Ye Tianlong was not going to listen to this nonsense and immediately got down to business, now demanding the keys to a cool car, but the owner was in no hurry to give them back. Then our hero began to threaten that he would tell all people what a loser and weakling Liu Yongkang is, making them laugh at the very sight of him, and the girl would be ashamed to show herself in public. The driver called Ye Tianlong a real monster, and Dai Mingzi happily confirmed this statement, saying that there was nothing that the main character could not do. Shu Jiajia asked her partner to finally hand over the keys and promised to prank this car next time. Suddenly, a policeman approached our company and asked about the owner of the white BMW. He said that this car had already been speeding, so he asked the driver to take a sobriety test and provide his own documents. But our hero had already disappeared from the horizon. Ye Tianlong was glad that he had finally managed to escape and was looking at the keys in his hand when a familiar voice came from behind him, saying that he had been waiting for the young man for 15 minutes. It was Secretary Lou who pointed out that Headmistress Lin Scoro would start tearing and throwing things if the boy was delayed for even a minute. The main character explained that there were supposedly too many cars on the way here, so he invited the girl to go with her and immediately go to Boai Hospital. In fact, the secretary did not intend to go with Ye Tianlong, so she wanted to take a taxi, but the guy showed that he had a luxury car, and the colleague wanted to lose the opportunity to ride it at her own request. It turned out that the employee was jealous of our hero Dai Mingzi, who treated him to a rice bun, and now she hated the boy. Our hero quietly laughed at his colleague's sweet reaction, but the girl didn't see anything funny. He decided to compliment Secretary Lou and said that he saw her beauty and couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. They eventually got into a taxi where the girl asked him not to flatter her anymore and desperately tried to ask him about the rice bun girl. The boy did not hide Dai Mingji's identity and said that he only knew her because she crashed into Director Lin's official car. He supposedly brought breakfast for Lin Chenshui, but this acquaintance fell ill, so Ye Tianlong decided to help and gave food. The main character suggested taking the girl straight to the secretary so that she could make sure that there was nothing between them. The employee explained that she was simply worried that Ye Tianlong would try to deceive the innocent young girl. She called the boy an uncontrollable loose cannon who could cause a lot of problems and often misled little girls, which could upset the director and damage his reputation. Ye Tianlong noticed that he was an absolutely honest person and simply could not deceive some girl, and then suggested that his colleague go somewhere in the evening and relax a little. He emphasized that Chief Lin was not with them, and besides, the task was quite simple, so they could afford to rest a little after delivering the materials to the hospital. Secretary Lou was embarrassed and refused the boy, since she had other obligations for that evening, namely, to deliver an order for 200,000. Our hero heard his colleague and decided to invite her to go and eat ice cream after completing the task as a sign of gratitude for taking care of him. After a while, the company staff arrived at Boai Hospital, where Ye Tianlong noticed that the hospital administration seemed to be quite rich, so he regretted not asking for another 3 or 5 million yuan on the golf course. The main character was thinking that Director Lin would not allow him to meet with the senior director, but she could also make Xiaolu's life difficult in this way. Suddenly, the guy entered the office, asking the secretary to wait for him, and came out in a full medical suit, disguised among other hospital workers so that the client could not recognize him. After 15 minutes, the colleagues had already left the meeting, which surprisingly went quite easily, and were now getting ready to eat ice cream. The main character and the secretary were standing in the elevator to go down to the lower floor when several people suddenly ran up to him and managed to stop the closing door at the last second. Upon entering, the man spat directly on the floor, which disgusted the foreigners, who began to rehearse what they had seen. Ye Tianlong immediately recognized this couple as the owner of the restaurant and her assistant, who were trying to deceive him and the Phoenix team. The unpleasant man said that local traditions are such that littering and spitting are the norm, and foreigners can go home if they don't like something. He considered people from abroad disgusting because they behaved too arrogantly, and promised that his fellow citizens would definitely drive them out of the country. Secretary Lou noticed that this gentleman was a tactless and rude person, while Ye Tianlong walked away and began to write something on his hand. The next moment, our hero accelerated and hit the man very hard. The boy knew that Ida was actually Japanese, but still, this man did not respect adults. So Ye Tianlong concluded that this man had an unhappy soul. After all, in the clothes of a doctor, the scammers from the restaurant did not recognize their visitor. So Ida, confused, asked the young man who he was. Then the main character showed his palm, on which were simply written the 2 words, "My father," which confused the man. Ye Tianlong confirmed the words that Yida read out loud and called himself his father. He explained that today he would become the father of a man and show his spoiled child how to behave. Ida swung his hand to hit the main character, but he fought back and threw the enemy against the wall. The guy explained to the foreigners that this disgusting man was actually a Japanese who was just trying to disgrace the Chinese. He took out his ID so those around him could confirm this fact and apologized to them on Ida's behalf. Foreigners were shocked by such deception on the part of the Japanese and now completely believed the main character. At this point, the restaurant owner intervened in the conversation, trying to prove that her assistant was not really Japanese. Ye Tianlong did not stand on ceremony with the woman, and also gave her a good slap in the face, taking away her identity card confirming her belonging to Japan. Ida wanted to take revenge on our hero, but he only managed to say a few words when the young man grabbed him and threw him against the elevator wall. When the mask fell from the young man's face, the restaurant manager finally realized who was standing in front of her. After some time, the main character and the secretary found themselves on the street, where they said goodbye to each other, and immediately after that, the guy's phone notified of an incoming call. As it turned out, when they returned to their old place to get collateral and find new allies, someone from Ye Tianlong's gang called them and said that all their members were in trouble. The disfigured Zhao Feng stated that there were at least 200 opponents, so he could no longer continue the fight, and the main character screamed and asked what kind of thugs attacked them. The gang member replied that these were Crow's people, as well as several people from Jiangzhou. The old man became even more angry when he heard the familiar name and realized that the problems would not end today. In a panic, Ye Tianlong asked his friend to call the police, but he had already done so. The only problem was that no one had arrived yet. Our hero then asked where his gang was, and Zhao Feng's voice on the other end of the line replied that they were at the Huangpu warehouse. Parubok was confident that he could easily break through the crowd, but retreating with wounded comrades would not be an easy task. He also took into account the fact that 200 people was the minimum number, since it was unknown how many more forces Zhang Zihao had ready to come as reinforcements. Suddenly, the main character noticed a policeman next to him, whom he recognized as Qin Ziyi's partner. Jushu informed Chief Qin that he was waiting for her outside, while Ye Tianlong slowly approached him from behind. The boy took a few more silent steps and was finally close enough to take down his target with a single blow. On the other end of the line, Qin Ziyi desperately tried to call her assistant, but the main character quickly hung up. The police immediately sounded the alarm, thinking that Zhang Zihao had decided to take revenge by kidnapping their employee. The leader ordered the police car's tracking system to be downloaded, the Mingjiang Special Forces to be called, and live ammunition to be prepared to immediately find Zhu Shu. All the police officers in the station unanimously obeyed Chief Qin's order. Meanwhile, Ye Tianlong's gang on the ship fought off their opponents with dignity and had already killed many attackers, but this did not make it any easier. Han Qinghu, without taking the cigarette out of his mouth, noted that their situation looked quite bad. The gang members no longer had any living space left on their bodies, but they continued to stand firmly on their feet and defend themselves. The leader of their rivals noticed that out of Ye Tianlong's 10 allies, only 5 remained, so he asked if they still had the will to fight. The leader, having tasted the ice cream, emphasized that the gang could surrender and leave alive. Han Qinghu did not respond to this false proposal, so the leader ordered to finish off the remaining 5 bandits. The Crows and Jiang Zihao rushed into battle with wild looks because they only wanted to kill and maim their victims. Han Qinghu mastered his bat, which allowed him to fight multiple opponents at the same time. The man did not notice another bandit attacking him from behind, but Zhao Feng managed to save his comrade, and because of this, he did not notice the enemy behind him and ended up getting hit. Han Qinghu, immediately avenging his friend, asked him not to interfere and remarked that Zhao Feng could only die after him. The boy told the leader that he called Ye Tianlong for help, but he did not approve of such an idea at all, because it meant certain death for their leader. Zhou Feng apologized to his brother and explained that the main character was their last hope. Unexpectedly, the bandits managed to put Dongzi in a chokehold and thus drag him into the crowd, where they beat him to death. Having lost his comrade, Han Qinghu became even more angry, so now he began to indiscriminately destroy any opponent who came under his hot hand. The man introduced himself to the crowd of thugs watching what was happening and promised to kill anyone who dared to approach him. The leader offered to save the man's life if he would kill all his people and then bring the main character here. With a bloodthirsty look, he emphasized that anyone who opposes Mr. Jin will only face death. Han Qinghu invited the bandit to ask his stupid questions after his death. The bandit leader said that Miss Ju also greeted the man and asked him to cut off all his fingers instead of his broken nail. Finally, Han Qinghu proposed to stop this performance and challenged Manhwa if he dared to do so. The bandit was surprised that the man knew about him, so he called his opponent a real native and was already interested in the upcoming fight. Han Qinghu could not stand the ridicule of his opponent and was the first to rush into battle, ultimately taking his life. He had no intention of leaving Manhwa alive, so he was going to drag him with him to his death. His people immediately stood up for the leader, whom our hero dispersed in just a few seconds. Han Qinghu was very angry, so he promised to personally take care of the end of the Zhang dynasty if he could still survive today. Manhwa refused to engage in battle with a real martial artist, so he ordered the thugs to capture him so as not to get his hands dirty. Nothing frightened our hero anymore, because his goal was to get to the enemy at any cost. He suddenly noticed crossbows aimed at him and barely had time to react to deflect the shots with his bat. but several arrows still hit their target. Ye Tianlong's entire gang rushed to their leader, who, having received injuries, fell to his knees. In the past 10 years, no battle in the Minjiang underworld has reached such a loss ratio. So today's skirmish will shake the stability, breaking many of the norms and relationships that have been formed over such a long time. Monk Hua was confident that Han Qinghu's name would definitely go down in the legends of bandits. And he also saw that this man was already on the verge. He thought that our hero could kill another 80 or 100 people, but it seemed that he was already on his last legs, although he still could not get closer than 3 meters to his target. In the end, the bandit decided to give Han Qinghu one last chance to reveal the location of his leader. If the man did not do this, Monk Hua promised to personally break all his fingers and toes. Han Qinghu simply ignored this proposal from his opponent and smoked his last cigarette before dying. The bandit was surprised that our hero did not give up even when death was breathing right down his back, and allowed his people to go into battle. At that moment, the roar of a car was heard outside the warehouse, and after a while a police car broke through one of the walls and flew into the building. The driver did not stop, although there were many bandits on his way. At full speed, the car rammed a crowd of criminals, scattering them throughout the warehouse. Monk Hua himself barely managed to avoid a collision with an angry car that stopped in front of Ye Tianlong's gang. Everyone around was waiting to see who would be the driver of this car. At the end of the film, the main character, dressed in a police uniform, appears from the dust in front of the bandits and their friends and announces that they are all arrested. Monk Hua asked if the boy was alone here, and the gang looked in awe at their loyal and brave leader. The gang leader asked if the policeman was really going to single-handedly arrest all the criminals, but Ye Tianlong did not answer his question and continued to speak in the policeman's cliché phrases. The boy ordered everyone to put their weapons on the ground, otherwise he would have to use force against the thieves. One of the bandits dared to get close to Ye Tianlong, but was immediately shot in the forehead. The main character apologized for the fact that it was as if he was still not used to the weapon, which is why his fingers were too weak. The young man then shot Monk Hua directly in the head, but unfortunately he was able to dodge and the undercover police officer apologized for the inconvenience. Our hero asked no one to move, because then he would start to panic and shoot in different directions. Meanwhile, the leader hid behind his men and noticed that Ye Tianlong was a real policeman. And Ye Tianlong once again asked everyone to lower their weapons so as not to create the impression that the policeman's life was in danger. The main character stressed that threatening a policeman was a very serious matter, and Monk Hua couldn't stand the show anymore and asked who the policeman really was. The boy replied that his identity was easy to guess, so he called the man half-blind. The bandits believed that such a crazy driver, who hits everyone in his path and accidentally fires a gun, definitely cannot be a police officer. Monk Hua then suggested that the mysterious boy belonged to the Han Qinghu people. The main character replied that this was complete nonsense because he had a stolen police car, a pistol, handcuffs, and even a badge with him. The bandits were not afraid because the law enforcement officer was still alone and could not do anything against so many people. Monk Hua noted that Ye Tianlong came just in time, since now, after his death, Han Qinghu's murder could be blamed on someone else, and promised to remember his sacrifice. Our hero understood that the bandits wanted to pretend that there had been a clash between the police and the thieves at the warehouse, during which both sides died. But the boy did not want to become a martyr, but wanted to remain a living hero. At this time, Monk Hua motioned for his men to prepare their crossbows and indicated that leaving the policeman alive would be too troublesome. He saw that the main character had one pistol with about a dozen rounds of ammunition, which in any case could not correct the situation, no matter how good a shooter the guy was. Monarch Hua, in turn, had several dozen brothers, so he asked how the boy was going to become a hero, and he replied that he could kill the leader, and then the whole gang would follow him. The main character made the bandits very angry with his words, so they all rushed forward to grab him and kill him. Han Qinghu only managed to warn his leader when he had already swept through his opponents. The guy was able to shoot all his opponents with an accurate shot to the head in a few seconds without any problems. Shocked, Monk Hua became nervous when he saw what the policeman did to his men. The bandits noticed that the main character was too harsh, while Ye Tianlong suggested that everyone should just give up, since he liked a peaceful society without violence. Holding the gun behind his back, Monk Hua noticed that the law enforcement officer only had 3 bullets left, which could only kill 3 people. The chief again ordered his men to go into battle, but they were not so brave when they saw the skill of our hero. Ye Tianlong noted that 3 people was not a sufficient number, So he suggested that the first desperate person come up. He suggested that the leader go out himself so as not to send people to certain death, but he just pulled out a pistol and started shooting at the policeman. The main character also immediately fired the last 3 bullets, 2 of which hit the others, but one still almost reached the target. As a result, Manhwa saw the threat at the last second and managed to fall to save himself, and then began shouting to his men to attack because the boy had no ammunition left. Tianlong was not at a loss and took out a rather plausible pistol from his pocket to intimidate his opponents. The angry leader asked how the policeman got 2 pistols, and our hero calmly replied that no one said that he only had 1 weapon. Monarch Hua told his men that our hero was just bluffing and ordered them to fight, but all the bandits completely lost enthusiasm. Suddenly, Tianlong threw one of his pistols directly at the head of the enemy, who was not ready for such a strange attack. The main character ordered no one to move, because every bullet he fired from a pistol against the bandits brought certain death. Everyone was so scared that they actually stopped moving. And this guy suggested for the second time that everyone should just lay down their weapons to save their lives. Monarch Hua ordered his brothers not to listen to the policeman, because if they did not kill him, they would still not be able to get out of the warehouse alive. He remembered that the order came from Raven and Mr. Jiang, who easily begged to kill the families of those who were unwilling to complete the task, which greatly motivated their subordinates. The main character could only imitate a shot in order to distract all opponents and get closer to their leader. Tianlong kicked the monarch with all his strength, throwing him several meters away. The bandits rushed to defend their leader, but the boy stopped them and announced that the real police had arrived. Warden Chen was already standing under the walls of the warehouse and, through a loudspeaker, demanded that the thieves release her assistant. Special Forces soldiers were stationed along the entire perimeter of the building, and snipers were trained on it from the windows. The excited bandits reported to their leader about the unfavorable situation for them that had developed outside the walls of the warehouse. The main character told the gang not to even think about attacking the police because they would probably beat them to death. Meanwhile, Jin Ziyi informed the thieves that they have 5 minutes to surrender, otherwise the warehouse will be stormed. One of the bandits suggested that the leader fight his way out, but Monarch Hua understood that this was impossible against special forces with guns. In the end, the leader ordered everyone to lay down their arms, and our hero praised the choice of complete surrender. The monarch had no intention of leaving Tianlong alone, so he promised to get out of prison in 3 days and take revenge on the boy for everything he had done today. And then the bandit will definitely visit the people of the protagonist in order to destroy everyone associated with him. The man definitely remembered the policeman who angered him so much and promised not to forget to punish his beloved. The gang, led by their leader, left the warehouse to surrender to the police, and Manhwa began to tell the story of how he allegedly heard a noise and came to see what was happening. He pretended that he knew nothing and had not committed any crime, while the main character was preparing to continue his game. Our hero's gang was very worried about their leader, because he definitely could not avoid revenge for what was done to Manhwa. Tianlong asked his companions to take the equipment out of the trunk, swallow the pills, and swim across the river as quickly as possible. The whole gang was shocked by such bold actions of their leader. And at this time, our hero had already reloaded his gun to continue his performance. At that moment, a hail of bullets flew at the police, and they informed their allies that the thieves had opened fire. Boss Chin hid behind the car and asked her staff to do the same and be more careful. The main character then started screaming at the top of his voice for Manhwa to run away to stop his deceitful plan. The bandit immediately tried to explain something, but the police did not listen to him and responded by opening fire on the thieves. Manhwa, who realized that the boy had outplayed him, and his gang were completely defeated in a few minutes. The police chief tried to drown out all the noise and ordered her subordinates not to shoot. Meanwhile, the main character spilled gasoline inside the warehouse and threw a lighter to hide traces of his presence. At that moment, a loud and powerful explosion was heard in the warehouse, which shook the entire area. Chief Chin stood in shock in front of the warehouse entrance, which was completely engulfed in flames. One of the employees approached the manager and reported 13 employees with minor injuries, as all the bullets hit their bulletproof vests, which surprised the girl. The police were furious because the shooters were doing the dirty work with someone else's hands. She ordered her team to examine each corpse to ensure the killer did not leave by pretending to be dead, and stationed a SWAT team at the entrance to check each officer. Now, Qinzi was angry with the unknown killer and promised to find him at all costs. At this time, the main character and his gang sink to the very bottom, hiding in the Hilton Hotel. Han Ting-hu thanked the boy for saving his comrades and now taking care of them. Now, the man considered Ye Tianlong not just an older brother, but also his patron and promised to devote his whole life to the boy. The main character still didn't like the idea that the gang wanted to connect their lives and hopes with him. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong in his past life. That now he had met 4 clowns who not only drink and eat at the boy's expense, but now managed to get into such a serious mess. Ye Tianlong knew that he had no choice but to ask Lin Chen Shui for a leave of absence, which would cause the 300 yuan bonus to simply disappear. Han King-hu explained that the elder brother was too generous and kind, so he had no choice but to devote his life to his patron. Our hero did not want to accept this devotion, so he asked his friend to simply get away from him as far as possible and not appear in his life anymore. He asked the gang members not to leave the room under any circumstances until they were fully recovered, and noted that he warned the concierge to prepare enough food and water for everyone. The boy fully understood that they were indeed feeling depressed after losing several of their comrades. But he also asked them to understand that now was not the right time for revenge, because if they took this step, all of Ye Tianlong's previous efforts would be in vain. The main character asked to call him if necessary, and Han Qing-hu responded to all the warnings that the comrades were well aware of their position, so they promised not to leave the room without the order of their leader. But the man asked the young man to be careful, because Jiang Zihao could easily find the gang and its leader, as well as the defenseless Mrs. Zhao, and assured that this man would always find opportunities for revenge. The confident Ye Tianlong asked his friends not to worry about it, as he was going to make the enemy pay for daring to declare war on them, and believed that the gang leader would now panic due to the recent events. The boy assured his friends that if Jiang Zihao dared to touch Zhao Kiki, he would certainly pay for this step with his own life. Han Qinghu calmed down when he saw such a fighting spirit of his leader. Meanwhile, our hero was getting ready to leave and asked his comrades to take their time and have a good rest. Exhausted, Ye Tianlong noticed that he was not made for battles, but should relax with beautiful girls. In the end, the gang decided to shout out an oath that a close brotherhood based on mutual trust would always support each other no matter what, in good times and bad, and vowed to repay their brother for the insult tenfold. The comrades promised that, if necessary, they would even take revenge on their brothers, and finished their speech. In any case, the main character was not going to give his gang the opportunity to avenge him, because he wanted to repay the enemy with his own hands. At this time, Jiang Zihao had already learned about the complete failure of his subordinates, which made him smash the phone and shout that these losers simply wasted his million. In hysterics, the leader of the underworld began to turn over his entire ward, because now the Axe Gang demanded an additional 500,000 from him. Julia, who had a cold mind, asked her boss to forget about the bar incident as they still had enough time to plan revenge on Ye Tianlong. She emphasized that Raven was still a cruel and greedy person, so it was not surprising that the gang leader would act so basely and want to use this incident to weaken Jiang Zihao's defenses. Now the guy, in a paranoid mood, thought that the assistant wanted to blame him for this failure, which is why she immediately became agitated and tried to refute such accusations on her part. The girl was trembling with fear and tried to explain that she just thought that the most important issue regarding Mr. Zhang's arrest should be resolved as soon as possible, and revenge should be put on the back burner for now in order to develop a plan of action immediately after the manager is released on bail. Jiang Zihao felt that the assistant was openly questioning his abilities, so he asked her to explain the plan to solve all the problems herself. Frightened, Julia explained that Raven was the most violent person in the Mingjiang underworld, who only wanted money and rejected any idea of brotherhood. The manager asked the manager if she meant that they should just give the 500,000 Tan Yuan to the bandit. The girl understood that Jiang Zihao was not satisfied with such a large amount, so she offered to negotiate with Raven and reduce it to 200,000. The manager did not listen to Julia anymore and simply hit her on the head with a bowl. The maid fell to her knees with a broken head and begged Jiang Zihao for forgiveness, and he explained that the girl had no right to decide how to spend her master's money. The boy did not see Crow as a threat at all, because it was Jiang Sr. who gave the bandit the opportunity to earn his own food and spent $1 million on his transportation to Minjiang. It was his father who raised Crow the way he is today, but the bandit allows himself to turn away and bite his own master. So Jiang Zihao was sure that if he agreed to 200,000, then tomorrow he would ask for 2 million. In the end, the young man decided to give Julia 10 million to use against Raven, and promised to hire someone else if the girl could not complete her task. He ordered to kill anyone who went against his orders, so he also wanted to eliminate Shen Tianmei. Julia and the guards confirmed that they understood their commander's order perfectly, after which Jiang Zihao ordered everyone to leave the room. Left alone, the boy called his subordinates useless trash and then noticed that someone from behind threw a blanket at him. As it turned out, it was the main character who pounced on his enemy from above and began beating him with the same bowl that Jiang Zihao used to punish his poor assistant. When Ye Tianlong finally killed his target, he took his phone and, after throwing a bag of illegal substances to the bandit, wrote a confession to the police on behalf of Mr. Jiang, asking him to be arrested. Meanwhile, Chief Qin visited her assistant, who was in the hospital after the warehouse incident. The man was glad to see his leader and said that he was fine, just a little tired after recent events. With a smile on his face, he noted that he could be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, and the police chief supported this decision as everyone hoped for Zhu Shu's speedy return, and asked another policewoman to leave the room to talk to the man alone. Jinzi became even more serious and asked the policeman if he really didn't see anything at the time of the attack, didn't even feel the smell, height, or voice of the attacker. The man responded that he actually didn't feel anything because he was knocked down with one blow, which is why the employee didn't have time to react. The colleagues remained completely silent for a few seconds, and then Zhu Shu asked whether his official car and gun were really used in the crime, because no matter who he spoke to, no one wanted to answer this question. Chief Qin explained that the matter was too important to divulge details, so everyone was reluctant to go into detail. Without hesitation, she said that yesterday there was a fight in a warehouse in Huangpu between Manhwa and a dozen nameless thugs who were mercilessly driven into a corner. The girl noted that the other side was quite brave as they held out to the last against at least 80 people, and the man was surprised by the fury of Manhwa, who was the leader of the Crow and Axe Gang's fighting forces. The police continued her story and eventually came to the conclusion that an unknown person drove into the warehouse in Zhu Shu's car to stop the bandit and shot 7 gang members with his pistol. All this was done only to defeat Manhwa's gang and then transport the wounded freely. The biggest question remained that the wounded were able to cross the river with such serious injuries, although this was simply impossible. Chief Qin was confident that the unknown person was using Zhu Shu's position to provoke the police to send their units to the Huangpu camp to provide some safety measures for the victims and prepare for other situations. She explained that the confrontation began after an undercover police agent opened fire, firing several bullets at the officers that only hit their bulletproof vests, prompting police to retaliate by shooting the gang and Manhwa. It was then that the police chief realized that the fugitives were simply using the police for their own purposes. And Zhu Shu noticed that this man's plans were very deep. Qin Ziyi was also confident that Manhwa was related to Jiang Zihao, who could easily be linked to this incident, which eliminated several minor figures from the scheme. She eventually came to the conclusion that Mr. Zhang hated this small group of victimized thugs, who, given the circumstances, may have been related to the scoundrels who had angered the thug in his own bar. Zhu Shu immediately realized that his leader was hinting at Ye Tianlong. The policeman asked what Chief Qin would do if the protagonist's involvement in this case was really proven, to which she replied that the boy indeed often gave her headaches, but in fact he always pursued the goal of neutralizing thieves and helping the weak. After analyzing the whole situation, Zhu Shu did not consider our hero a thief at all, but Jin Ziyi asked her subordinate to keep a clear mind and not give in to emotions. At this point, the police officer became concerned and informed the manager that a severe storm might be on the horizon. Suddenly, a policeman rushed to the station and said that Jiang Zihao had just sent a message to the 110 department about prohibited substances, so the counter-department officers immediately went to the scene and immediately found a case in his apartment. Chief Qin and Zhu Shu were shocked by this news, since Zhang Taibai had never allowed his son to take anything in his life and was quite strict in this regard. The manager also asked her staff to send people to search for Ye Tianlong to find out his whereabouts. It was at this moment that the main character appeared at the door and with a smile asked his friend if she had just called him. The police were shocked by the sudden appearance of the wanted boy, and he was glad to have another meeting with Miss Qin. The manager immediately began asking our hero about the reason for his visit to the hospital. Ye Tianlong explained that he came to the hospital to meet Pan de Pan, who had just told him that a policeman was being treated here, so the boy wanted to visit Zhu Shu and brought him a basket of fruit. The man asked his kind guest to sit next to him. while the main character continued to pretend that he knew nothing about the incident that happened with the policeman. Placing the basket on the bedside table, the young man noticed that the most important thing in life is safety, and especially health. Shu attributed everything to the fatigue of his 50-year-old body, and Tianlong volunteered to examine the patient, since he really understood medicine. The man considered the young man quite capable, so he gladly accepted his offer to help. Our hero began to examine the patient and then moved on to the topic of Chief Qin looking for him and asked when the last time he would be rewarded for law-abiding behavior. In fact, the policewoman didn't want to listen to the guy's lies anymore, so she revealed that Shu was hospitalized after he was attacked by an unknown bandit. She expressed suspicion that it was Tianlong and asked where the main character was yesterday morning, demanding that he tell everything in great detail. The old man remarked that he was an ordinary office worker, so he couldn't do this, and said that he accompanied Lu Xiao in the morning, and after dinner he returned home and went straight to bed. He suggested that Jin Ziyi check the CCTV cameras himself to find any evidence and allowed himself to be arrested, but first asked to be allowed to finish examining and treating Shu. The man was surprised to hear about his illness, and Chief Qin ordered not to listen to nonsense from our hero. The girl was annoyed that the suspect changed the subject so quickly, so she promised to look into the situation today and noted that the hospital had the best equipment to check the condition of her colleague in just 30 minutes. The main character asked to ignore the manager's objections and asked his patient whether he often gets local ulcers on his skin that no over-the-counter medicine can help with, and then these ulcers heal on their own and form a black spot. The patient actually confirmed all of Tianlong's guesses and said that these rashes go away after a week and stop hurting. Then the young man asked if Shu had the feeling that sometimes he was being pricked with a needle directly into a mole near his ear. And the man could not understand where our hero learned all this from. Ziyi did not want to continue listening to Tianlong and thought that these symptoms were not serious since the hospital staff did not say anything about it. In the end, the doctor came to the conclusion that the mole was actually a tumor. So the patient was very lucky that it was discovered at such an early stage, because 6 months later the situation could have been much worse. Shu was surprised to learn such terrible information about a seemingly insignificant part of his body. Boss Qin continued to not believe the protagonist's words and believed that he was simply trying to scare her employee in this way. Wo Na demanded that Tianlong apologize for disturbing the sick Shu, otherwise the girl would simply arrest the liar. Our hero continued to ignore the cries of his friend and told the patient that all the facts indicate that it is melanoma. The nervous police chief continued to demand that the boy stop exaggerating the significance of a common birthmark. In the end, Tianlong suggested that Shu simply undergo an examination at the hospital and promised to fulfill the girl's conditions if his diagnosis turned out to be incorrect. If it turns out that our hero was right, then firstly, he will save her husband's life, and secondly, Qin Ziyi will have to go to the hot springs with her boyfriend. The girl then decided to add that she would hit Tianlong in the face 3 times if he made a mistake. After some time, Officer Qin held in her hands the doctor's report that her subordinate actually had a tumor. Meanwhile, Shu thanked the main character from the bottom of his heart for saving the life of an ordinary policeman and promised to always come to the aid of the boy if this does not contradict the law. The man promised to invite the boy to dinner next time to properly thank him for his help. And Tianlong remarked that the law enforcement officer did not need to worry about the law since they were definitely on the same side. Annoyed by her own defeat, Qin Ziyi interrupted their conversation and called the young lady a common troublemaker who had no allies. Then Shu decided to stand up for his savior and told his colleague that Tianlong is truly a good person because he has a sense of justice and legality. And, in addition, he has unsurpassed medical skill, which is why such good personalities are still found in the modern world. The officer calmed the man down and promised not to torture the boy until he became completely unbearable. But now she wanted to talk to our hero alone, so she led him out of the room by the hand. Tianlong couldn't understand why the girl was pulling him with such force and assumed that it was she who wanted to go to the hot springs as soon as possible. A few meters later, a policewoman stopped and calmly asked if the main character was really that good at medicine, to which he replied that he was a real prodigy in this field. Then, the girl could not stand it and began to scream and demand explanations from Tianlong about his other hidden talents. Because in addition to medicine, he had impeccable skills in martial arts, but no one knows anything about his past and the reason for coming to Minjiang. In addition, Officer Chin wanted to know if our hero was connected to the Harbin Bears, Black Panther, and Huangpu warehouse brawl incidents, and she suspected that Jiang Zihao's recent exposure was also the work of this mysterious young man. She believed that a boy should be responsible for all his actions, regardless of his abilities and talents. Suddenly, Qin Ziyi corrected herself and promised not to make life difficult for the protagonist if he confessed everything. But the boy realized that she was simply using the carrot and stick method to manipulate him. In the end, Ye Tianlong did not give in to these provocations and continued to lie about his complete innocence in these matters, noting that he would not work as an ordinary office worker if he had such incredible talents. The girl began to tremble from the rage that had accumulated in her due to the behavior of the protagonist, and in the meantime the young man decided to remind her of their dispute, in which he won. Ye Tianlong mentioned a trip to the hot springs and began to hint to Qin Ji about something more than just a joint vacation, which is why the police lost her temper and was now trying to catch the scoundrel. The guy didn't seem to understand why his friend had attacked him so suddenly, and was now trying to prove that he didn't mean anything bad. Suddenly, Ye Tianlong pressed his acquaintance to the wall and noticed that it would be easy for everyone around to film the policewoman and post it on the internet. The blushing Qin Zi rehearsed and demanded that our hero let her go, but he was not going to listen and only moved closer. Then the young man decided to ask if it would be convenient for the girl to go to the hot springs that Saturday, but she replied that she did not want to go anywhere. Ye Tianlong asked what clothes Officer Qin would take with him on the trip, but the girl answered without hesitation that she would not wear anything. In the end, she ordered the guy to stop asking such stupid questions, and the main character quietly laughed at his joke. The main character asked Qin Jia to touch her tender body a little, but she suggested that the impudent man do this with his own buttocks. She promised to let Ye Tianlong do this if he jumped out of the window right now, and as a result, the boy obeyed the officer. The girl was incredibly scared for him and noted that no one had actually asked him to jump. Our hero noticed that Officer Qin was really worried about him and put his dastardly plan into action, grabbing the defenseless beauty by the most tender and soft part of her body. At the last moment, Ye Tianlong managed to escape from the crime scene, and the angry Qin Ziyi shouted that she would definitely catch up with the boy and finish him off. After some time, the main character was already at home and eating noodles for dinner when he heard screams on the street. The owner of the house remarked to someone that the apartment could only accommodate 2 people, and told the residents that a 2,500 yuan apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room was already a big deal. As it turned out, the quarrel was with Kunlun, and the woman demanded that the rent be increased by 2,000, since otherwise the friends would all fly out of the apartment together and their deposit would be cancelled. The man admitted that they honestly did not know about this rule, since the contract specified a limit of 5 square meters per person, and in the end, they agreed to pay twice as much for utilities. The woman could not stand it and asked if Kunlun could even read because the contract was drawn up to limit the number of residents, and she, as the owner, had to comply with it. So she was not going to break the rules and demanded that only 2 people live in the apartment. She demanded 2,000 from them to settle the matter, and noted that the boys need not even think about the method of violence, because with just 1 call, she could summon 100 of her people. Kong Long tried to explain that he and his friends couldn't afford that amount since they were still looking for work and didn't have a regular income, so he suggested paying only 500 yuan and doubling the amount for utilities for now. Thus, the man offered to conclude a mutually beneficial agreement since the agreement was still in his hands, and he promised not to break anything in the apartment. The owner of the house became angry when she realized that the residents of the apartment were trying to put pressure on her in this way. Now she definitely had no intention of compromising and continued to demand 2,000 as she felt that Kunlun was too impudent. The woman could not understand how young people survive in this world if they as a group cannot earn such a small amount of money to pay rent. So she promised to turn off the electricity and water in their apartment if she did not see money in the near future, and then call the residents to the police. Kunlun and his comrades stood humiliated in front of the mistress of the house and could not answer her accusations. But at that moment, the main character decided to intervene in their quarrel. Ye Tianlong asked the lady of the house to be kinder to his friends and allow them to stay for a few days to find a new place to live and money to return the deposit. It turned out that all this time he was filming a video and threatened to post it on the internet in order to disgrace the mistress of the house, after which she would definitely not be able to appear in public for some time. Kun Long realized that the boy was trying to help him again, while the woman threatened to evict Ye Tianlong as well if he was too cocky. Then the owner of the house decided to teach the main character a lesson. grabbed the mug from the man's hands, and threw the plate at the boy's window. But he was able to easily knock it over right at the woman's feet. She didn't stop there, and a variety of objects flew in her direction, causing everyone around to get scared and recoil from the hostess. The crazy woman could not find anything at hand, so her victim was the unfortunate dog, which she wanted to use as a projectile. Suddenly, the owner of the house stepped on a mug and as a result fell to the floor, hitting her back and head hard. At this moment, Liu Xiao suddenly appeared on the horizon, concerned, as it turned out, about the condition of her godmother. Our hero could not even imagine that the mistress of the house would turn out to be the godmother of his secretary friend. The guy turned to his colleague and asked her not to touch the woman, since she had an acute lower back sprain, so if you are not careful, you can only make the situation worse. Events continue in the hospital, where the housewife immediately went after receiving a serious injury. Yet Tianlong assured his acquaintance that it was a normal sprain, so the woman just needed to rest for the next 3 months. He understood that his provocation was unnecessary, since it led to such unpleasant consequences. Sholu noted that she couldn't even think that the main character was a kind and sensitive person, because he cared about other people's troubles and helped those in need. But the girl noticed that Ye Tianlong had been staring at her chest all this time, so she expressed her opinion that the boy was a real fool and a scumbag. She tried to hit the boy, but he deflected the blow and mentally noted that the secretary was quite strong, although he noticed her unusualness during the ride in the elevator. Their quarrel was interrupted by the doctor, who asked the patient's family to come into her room. The head doctor announced the woman's diagnosis and said that she had already been put in a cast, so the patient would need to stay in the hospital for another 3 weeks to complete the treatment. The landlady immediately began blaming Ye Tianlong for her injury and now demanded money from him for medical expenses. The boy smiled and asked her not to scream like that because it could only worsen her condition. He asked the woman to remember this pain that she experienced today and remember it every time she again wanted to open her mouth to scold someone. Xiaolu asked her goddaughter to stay quietly in the hospital and promised to look after her, but she didn't want to stay here because she still had to deal with the inmates. The owner of the house was sure that the doctor was exaggerating the significance of an ordinary sprain, since she believed that it could not cause any complications. She also didn't trust him because he was too young and didn't have much medical experience. The doctor heard this, and once again, with a serious expression on his face, asked the woman to rest a little, because if she interrupted the treatment, she would have to stay here for a year or spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. The man emphasized that the hospital would not take responsibility if the patient expressed a desire to stop treatment on her own. The nurse noted that Dr. Li was the best in the business, but the lady of the house was not going to believe it at all, which made the girl angry with her. The woman began to openly mock the real specialist and had no intention of listening to his advice at all. The doctor could not stand it and signed the appropriate documents so that the patient would finally leave this place. But then Xiaolu intervened in the conflict, asking the doctor not to do this and trying to calm down her tactless godson. The girl decided to go a different route and promised never to worry about her relative again and not to come to her for dinner unless she agreed to stay in the hospital. This had an effect on the hostess, so she decided to listen to Xiaolu and truly relax in an expensive, comfortable room. The girl was going to look after her godmother all this time, but for now she asked the main character to do this, and she herself solves all the issues with documents. After a while, Ye Tianlong and the secretary went out into the corridor to talk privately, and the young man praised his acquaintance for caring so much about such a rather complex person. Xiaolu thought that the woman was not bad, although she was sharp-tongued, but she almost always had good intentions. And the girl also said that every time her godmother allocated a lot of money as donations for infrastructure repairs, so even parking was built at her expense. Also, thanks to the help of her godmother, Lou was able to study at the university. The girl believed that the woman's aggression was only a way of self-defense, but admitted that today she crossed the line with her tenants, whom she wanted to evict from the apartment. Previously, the landlady evicted the tenants only if they made noise or disturbed the neighbors. Then the main character asked why she wanted to evict his friends, because they had already paid a deposit for renting an apartment. Xiaolu quickly calculated that there were 38 high-rise buildings and 8 houses registered in her godmother's name, as well as part of the settlement, a parking lot, and 18 shops. So she concluded that her income was 1 million and she did not need to fight for any or security. If done correctly, Kunlun would just have to pay the deposit and move out, but the landlady was too greedy when it came to money. The secretary said that her goddaughter independently conducts all her affairs and daily resolves countless issues of tenants from different circles, so she needs rudeness to keep her entire household in one hand. Then the young man decided to ask where all the owners of the family were, to which the girl replied that her godmother married a non-local man and did not have time to give birth to a child from him, since he crashed in a car accident about 10 years ago. Xiaolu knew that many people did not like this woman, but she also knew that she would never be able to save her business if she was too soft. Now, the main character reacted to the hostess completely differently, because indeed, not everyone can rise alone and become the head of Bai Shizhou without resorting to rudeness and cruelty. The girl enthusiastically continued to talk about how her godmother was able to unite the efforts of the entire village and create squads that now protect public order on the streets. In the end, Ye Tianlong came to the conclusion that he was indeed mistaken in his attitude towards the master of the house. Secretary Lou noted that everyone didn't like her goddaughter just like that, because she already had a habit of starting fights with everyone who came her way, and she had a rather explosive temper. Our hero stood up and invited his friend to return to her relative together, since now he wanted to change their relationship and generally help the owner of the apartment. When colleagues entered the room, they immediately noticed that the patient was no longer lying down, but was standing and talking on the phone, for which Xiaolu reprimanded her. Kresna told her interlocutor that she was in hospital number 808, which caused the girl to have many questions since visits after 9 o'clock are prohibited. The woman explained that she had spoken to an old friend of hers who worked at the hospital and asked to meet because she did not want to stay there for 3 weeks. She emphasized that important people would come to her next week for negotiations, so if the mistress of the house was not there, someone could get it from these negotiators. Xiaolu was shocked when she realized that a group of dragons was about to arrive in Bai Shizhou, and our hero was no less surprised than his friend when he heard about this gang from the lips of the mistress of the house. The owner now explained in a rather serious voice that the bandits had mentioned that her settlement was a very profitable place. Previously, no one dared to touch her property, but now a certain white wolf appeared, who decided to make noise and had already sent a message to the village committee with threats 3 times, because of which more than 100 guards simply ran away from work. Hearing this information, the puzzles in Ye Tianlong's mind came together, and he understood why all the security personnel dispersed so suddenly. Xiaolu was worried about meeting the dragons and naively believed that they lived in a lawful society, so the police would be able to help solve this case. The woman noted that if law enforcement officers were really so helpful, she would work much less, but now she needs to return home as soon as possible. Otherwise, the dragons will tear her settlement to pieces. Only now did the hostess notice that the main character, whom she now hated, was still in her room. The godmother asked Xiaolu how she knew this scoundrel and advised her never to contact him again. She was going to call Agi to rescue Ye Tianlong from Baisha. The girl immediately came to his defense and stated that the guy was her colleague, and even once saved her life. This did not impress the owner of the house at all, and she still believed that our hero was constantly plotting something bad. Now the young man himself tried to prove that he had no bad intentions towards the woman, and explained that he had quarreled with her today because he simply could not ignore the way someone insulted his close friends. Xiaolu also came to the defense of Kun Long and his companions and asked why the godmother wanted to act so cruelly to seemingly sweet and kind young people. But the owner of the house decided to admit that she did it for her own safety, because otherwise the dragons would have done something much worse to her. Because she had already learned from informants that the gang was preparing great revenge on these guys. She didn't even suspect that former bandits had moved in with her, so she decided to simply drive them out with an angry face, while the main character further changed his opinion about the owner of the apartment and completely understood all her actions. The main character promised to warn his friends, but still believed that they would not be kicked out of the apartment, and assured that he could simply take revenge on the dragons if something bad happened. Ye Tianlong asked the owner not to worry as he would be able to solve any problem he encountered. The woman didn't really believe in the boy's abilities, but she had already exhausted her own capabilities to such an extent that she still decided to trust him. Our hero thanked the mistress for her trust, and in the meantime she ordered the boy to stop pursuing her dear Xiaolu, who was still a pure girl. The girl was very embarrassed when her godmother started saying such things about her and Ye Tianlong. Suddenly, the woman screamed from a sharp pain in her back, and the young man reminded her that with such a sprain she needed to move carefully and not make sudden movements. The main character offered to examine the woman and demonstrate his medical skills, but she did not want to trust the guy. The boy remembered that he once saved Xiao Lu alone, so the owner's injury was nothing to him, and the girl herself confirmed his words. He noted that 3 needles would be enough, and after 3 days the patient would feel much better, but she still was not going to believe the young fool. Then Ye Tianlong decided to go the other way and shouted that there was supposedly a UFO in the window, causing everyone to immediately turn around and look there. He took advantage of this moment and with one precise blow simply knocked out his patient so that she could no longer resist. Xiaolu began to worry about her goddaughter because she thought that our hero decided to avenge his comrades in this way. The main character asked the girl to give him just 10 minutes, and he could really cure a woman's sprain. Having laid out all the necessary instruments, he prepared for the procedure and asked Xiao Lu to help him a little. Ye Tianlong performed several manipulations on his patient's back and then asked the receptionist to bring a cup of warm water. Also, our hero had to use the sacred powder of the cicadas so that the hostess would instantly recover. Although these medicines were rare, because until that moment only 100 pills had been purified throughout the world, Xiaolu had already come to the ward and smelled a rather pleasant aroma. So she asked Ye Tianlong about its origin, and he replied that it was a real jewel. Having prepared the solution, our hero began the operation and, dipping the needles in the medicine, carefully inserted them into the desired points on the patient's body. When the boy finished the operation, he told his acquaintance that the woman would wake up in 3 minutes. Then, she should rest for 3 days, and then she would be discharged. And he decided to run away because the lady of the house would definitely start cursing Ye Tianlong's entire family when she woke up. The girl took upon herself the responsibility of explaining to her godmother everything that had happened, and our hero asked her to convey to the woman, when she felt much better, a request to allow Kun Lun and his friends to continue their stay in the apartment. Xiaolu promised to take care of Kun Long and pay all their expenses if the godmother did not agree to leave them. The lady of the house woke up just as the protagonist closed the door behind him, but she still continued to yell at him and threaten him for hitting him. A second later, the woman realized that Ye Tianlong was no longer around, and Xiaolu noticed that her goddaughter could already sit without any problems. For only one moment, the patient was distracted by the fact that the back pain had disappeared, and then she returned to the object of her hatred. The girl explained that our hero had already left because he knew the woman's reaction after the incident and decided to call a doctor to check the patient's condition again. Suddenly, the miracle doctor. He entered the room, who turned out to be an acquaintance of the mistress of the house and was very concerned about her condition. This doctor was a legendary figure because his talent was unusual, his skill unsurpassed, so he has been successfully practicing medicine for more than 20 years. This man was known throughout the country, but at the peak of his career he decided to return home to sit aimlessly at home, sorting through his bottles and containers. This doctor's eccentricities and skill make him one of the most mythical figures the world has ever seen. Doctor, he was very surprised when the beauty recognized him even with a shaved head, since he believed that he was not that popular. He called it a real miracle and noted that he would take the girl as his student. But unfortunately, he no longer does this. Confused by such strange behavior, Xiaolu finally thanked the man for his kind words, but Dr. He thanked her even more, since the girl was the only one who was able to recognize him that evening. Suddenly, the doctor remembered that his friend still needed help and rushed to save her. And Dr. Lee noticed that such a famous specialist could really help the woman recover faster. He sat down by the bed and anxiously asked dear Jui where her wound was. The lady of the house was also happy when Mr. Chin came to her aid. And for the first time, she said with a smile on her face that she valued their friendship. The man suggested postponing all conversations until later, since now he wanted to urgently examine his girlfriend's injuries. The woman said that, surprisingly, she now feels much better and can move without problems, although before the pain was simply unbearable. Dr. Lee even cried out in surprise as the patient's condition improved too dramatically, which frightened the miraculous Dr. He. The friend asked his dear Ju to carefully turn her back to him, after which he lifted her clothes and saw several needle pricks on her skin. The woman herself was surprised that her condition had improved so much, because now she could walk without experiencing back pain. Xiao Liu feigned ignorance and asked Dr. He what happened to the sacrum, to which he responded with surprise that the patient had undergone acupuncture treatment from a leading specialist, which almost cured her injury. The shocked man confirmed that she now only needed 3 days of rest for a full recovery, and began asking everyone about the person who inserted these wonderful needles into her. Doctor. He expressed his sincere desire to learn the art of acupuncture from the protagonist, But the lady of the house still believed that this fool could not teach her friend. He didn't mind finding this talented fool and becoming his junior fool. And all of this man's disciples couldn't believe that this secret man was so skilled. Looking at his students with the most serious look, the man confirmed that our hero is more skilled than the miracle doctor. He himself. As it turned out, Ye Tianlong knew how to use the ancient lost technique of sacred acupuncture, which allows one to control life and death, yin and yang. This technique was lost several centuries ago and is considered the highest achievement in the field of medicine, which every doctor strives for, because if you master it, you can prepare for a life of wealth and power. Kresna and Xiaolu would never have thought that this stupid guy would turn out to be such an unexpectedly talented person. Meanwhile, the talented Dr. Ye Tianlong was walking down the street carefree and thinking about the uneaten noodles at home when he met Kunlun and his friends. At first, our hero did not recognize his comrades because they were strangely hidden in the darkness and looked like bandits in ambush. Kung Lung apologized for scaring his friend and assured them that they would never attack him. Ye Tianlong laughed at this situation and warned his friends that the owner would return in 3 days, but the godmother would convince her not to kick out the group of friends, so now they could live in peace. The boys were moved to tears by how good a person our hero turned out to be. The old man did not want such attention to himself, so he did what was necessary and suggested that everyone go to the diner together so that he could treat them all. Friends noticed that they should treat their savior, and then the main character decided to take advantage of this and go around all the most expensive kiosks. Kun Long suddenly remembered Brother Han and asked Ye Tianlong if it was possible to invite him too, to which the boy lied that he was supposedly sending his team on a mission. Arriving at the establishment, the company drank alcohol with pleasure and talked about their strong brotherhood. Kunlun again thanked the protagonist for helping them all, even though he was hostile towards his savior from the very beginning. The man said that they were a group of rude visiting peasants, so they did not know how to properly integrate into the city society. But now he had found friends and guaranteed that he would always come to the aid of the main character. Dagu and Shan Mao also happily supported their leader's words, and Ye Tianlong smiled at the boy's dedication. The main character noted with a serious look that the world is full of cruelty and lies. So he wondered if his comrades were afraid that he might sell them out. Kunlun agreed with his friend's words, but emphasized that it was this cruel world that taught them to take care of each other. The friends have already vowed that they will always stick together and protect each other, because as a team they can do much more than alone. After all, Kun Long considered Ye Tianlong a person who could definitely be trusted, no matter how treacherous he could be at times, because his character was noticeable to his comrades from afar. He was a mountain wolf who would never harm his friend. The main character thanked the man for such inspiring words and finally suggested that they shut up and have a drink. He invited everyone to stop dwelling on the past and build their future together. Each of his friends had 7 people he could always rely on, so Ye Tianlong believed that with such support, he could easily build his future life. When the boy decided to go to the toilet, he saw that unknown people had poured white powder into someone's bowl. After following the waiter a little, Ye Tianlong realized that this dish was intended for his table with friends. The old man did not hesitate for a second and immediately ambushed the insidious bandits, after which he jumped out and killed one of them with one blow to the neck. Meanwhile, the waiter had already approached the table, and our hero approached him from behind, asking if these rice noodles were really tasty. The young man said that this is the chef's signature dish, so it should be very tasty. And then Ye Tianlong offered the waiter some snacks. The main character was looking forward to the restaurant worker listening to him, but Kunlun could not understand what was the matter. He assured that he just wanted to show his generosity and share dinner with the young man. But he refused, because supposedly his boss would punish him for this. Unable to withstand the pressure, the waiter tried to run away, but Dagu managed to react and break the fugitive at the last moment. The comrades realized that the boy had done something with the noodles, so they began to interrogate him. As the waiter continued to remain silent, Kunlun grabbed the plate of food and shoved the noodles directly into the bandit's assistant's mouth for him to taste his own medicine. A few seconds later, the boy began to have convulsions, and our hero noticed that, unfortunately, the enemy had got ahead of him and shouted to his comrades to leave. They quickly reached the house, but Ye Tianlong immediately felt that something was wrong. As it turned out, the dragons, among whom one could recognize the one-eyed Ju Fada, had already arrived on the scene to take revenge. The leader of the beggars complained to Sister Feng that it was the main character and his team who attacked him. Kunlun was very angry that he was a victim because the thief tried to steal his backpack, and the gang leader declared that no one could go against them. He was not at all afraid that his enemy belonged to some tough gang because he was not averse to giving the bandit another fight. With a cigarette in her mouth, Sister Feng pointedly stated that they had come here to pay off all debts and break the arms of each of our heroes' team, and then sell them all for 3 million yuan. Zhu Fada almost revealed which faction they belonged to in order to intimidate their opponents, but Sister Feng stopped him as she did not want to reveal that they were from the dragons. Kunlun panicked a little when he realized that the leaders of the Beihua County bandits were in front of him. Meanwhile, the main character finally decided to speak and asked no one to rush. Otherwise, he would call for help. Indeed, Sister Feng did not believe that anyone would come to the young man's aid, but he assured her that if he started screaming, several thousand people would come here. The woman began to mock, saying that Ye Tianlong was definitely not the dragon leader or the Axe Gang Raven to have such a large team, and ordered him to open his mouth and show his strength. The guy took a deep breath and shouted to the entire apartment complex that the thieves and battery thieves were back again. The main character himself was shocked by how many residents he managed to attract with one phrase about a thief. He shouted to his friends to run as quickly as possible so as not to fall under the hot hand of the angry residents. In the morning, Ye Tianlong walked out of his apartment and saw workers hard at work cleaning up the aftermath of a rather busy night. The cleaning lady told the boy that under the cover of darkness, local residents began to violently fight each other. And if not for the intervention of the police, some might simply have died. The old man regretted that he did not stay to watch these fights, and then thought that now he would have to pay Uncle Gui 5,000 to cover all his medical expenses, because otherwise Ye Tianlong was sure that he would lose the apartment for 100 yuan. Finally, the main character was able to come to work, where he was warmly congratulated by the entire team on achieving sales of 200 million. Their joy was suddenly interrupted by Chief Wang, who scolded them for shouting loudly. The manager noted that self-discipline and self-control should always be present in the workplace. But the team stood up for their leader and explained that they were simply celebrating a closed contract for 200 million. In fact, Chief Wang didn't consider this an achievement for the female lead, since Director Lin had negotiated most of the deal and the boy was just her personal driver. So he promised to kick out the team leader if she didn't reach 10 million by next Monday. Zhao Kiki noted that Secretary Lou herself said that most of the deal was on the shoulders of our hero, so she believed that such hard work on the boy's part could not be ignored. All the girls came to their boss's defense and started screaming about how he was treated unfairly. But then Boss Wang suggested arguing with Lin Chen Shui personally, and he personally stated that Ye Tianlong had nothing to do with it. The girls stood dejected after a failed attempt to protect their leader, and the head of the department now personally asked the main character if he had any comments, and he replied that he did not mind giving up 200 million, since he considered this amount to be small. The protagonist talks about the contract they signed with Chief Wang and assures his team that they will successfully complete their plan in 5 days. The manager tried to manipulate the girls to get them on his side and promised them a position in the department if they stayed close to him. Chief Wang was already confident that he would be able to expel Ye Tianlong from the department, but suddenly the boy noticed traces of lack of sleep on the boss's face. Parubok noted that all these are symptoms of regular alcohol consumption, increased blood viscosity, and throat congestion. He recommended that the leader periodically massage the solar plexus, which is located in the front of the upper abdomen, to unblock the chi node and blood vessels. Our hero assured that this procedure would give an incredible effect, and Chief Wang was too surprised to utter a word. The boss immediately decided to test his employee's advice and suddenly released a significant amount of gas from his body. The boy noticed that there was indeed a lot of gas in Mr. Wang's body, and he could now smell the smell all over the floor, so the boy asked Kiki to urgently open the window, while the manager himself was trembling in shame. The boss was extremely angry with Ye Tianlong and vowed to take revenge for this incident, assuring that he would personally kick out the team leader if they did not meet the quota. Having received such a challenge, the leader of the Phoenix team tried in every possible way to encourage his girls. Everyone was immediately charged with positive energy from the young man, and Lin Er announced that she already had a client from the Imao Aixin Foundation. She added that the company had up to 6 million yuan to spend on purchases, but the problem was that they liked to make hard bargains, so they wanted discounts that were deducted from the employees' commissions. Ling Er did not sit idly by, so she decided to negotiate with them and chose several advantages for the team. She was sure that after concluding this deal, they could easily reach 10 million because they get at least 4 million for it. The entire team was willing to spend some of the money from their commission to give the fund a discount to earn much more, so the manager ordered contact with the company and planned to close this deal in 2 days. Ye Tianlong also added that he could cover any additional expenses for the girls, which is why Zhao Kiki began to call him Gao Fu Shuai, which means rich handsome man, which made our hero simply beam. Lin Er calmed down with her supervisor and immediately got to work. But after a while, she returned to the team in a depressed mood. She explained that Mingjiang's chief reporter stepped into the deal yesterday and helped Regal close the deal for half the amount, taking only 3 of the 6 million yuan. But there was still hope because the Fawn had not yet completed the deal and would make a decision in 3 days. And in the meantime, the main character was thinking about the identity of Reporter 1. Suddenly, the boy realized that he knew Shen Tianmei, and Lin Er was glad that their leader had such connections and asked to negotiate with this woman. Our hero pretended to see the reporter's breasts, but the girls did not believe such a blatant lie. He didn't know how to behave because he had never led a business to a loss, so he wanted to win over Shen Tianmei with his body, which caused his subordinates to call their leader a pervert. Suddenly, a nervous Secretary Lou ran into the office and announced that Ye Tianlong was waiting in the conference room of the statistics department. It turned out that Boss Lou had already staged another performance to humiliate Director Lin in front of many of the company's employees. The man spoke about the crimes and cruelty that the company could not ignore, and emphasized that it was Lin Chen Shui who recruited Ye Tianlong. He and Police Chief Wang noted that the details of the case could not be hidden, as it would cause more investigations and speculation. The main character seems to have done nothing wrong yet, but still faces consequences. Ye Tianlong made his way through the crowd and saw disguised cripples in front of him, screaming in pain in a completely incredible way. He immediately saw in front of him the familiar face of the bandit, who immediately began shouting that our hero was to blame for everything. The pretender began to lie that the young man robbed him in the Porsche parking lot and then took 5,000 yuan from his wallet. All the bandits unanimously accused the main character of beating them half to death, although this was partly true. Our hero, who now finds himself under the close attention of the paparazzi, allegedly managed to break the legs of 6 people who, according to doctors, may not walk. In addition, Liang Jijuan accused the young man of bullying his brave friends, but they were far from the only victims who suffered from Ye Tianlong's fists literally every day. And the gang leader also said that one day the protagonist attacked his secretary and beat him, the guy who tried to save the poor guy. Chief Lo was surprised and now asked what the boy had to say in his defense, while his assistant Chief Wang began to scold Director Lin for hiring such a disgusting employee. The employees were dissatisfied with such a case in their company, since the Eastern Pharmaceutical Company was famous for caring about people, but an employee like Ye Tianlong ruined its image. Chief Liu turned to the director, who still had not said a word, and asked to release our hero as soon as possible so as not to cause a scandal. Lin Chen Shui asked if her assistant could explain everything from his point of view, but the boy had no intention of speaking until everyone around him was silent, otherwise he would be wasting his time. After analyzing the whole situation, the main character came to the conclusion that intimidating others with force, using the crowd to oppress the minority, belonged to Liang Jijuan's tactics, and everything else was done by the hands of Lin Chaoyang under the orders of their superior, Liu Yunkai. The boy decided to approach his so-called victim in the person of Liang Zijuan, but he began to leave, apparently not wanting to create problems in front of so many people. In fact, the guy only came to see the fake doctor's report, which was full of nonsense and did not contain any information about the injuries. While Liang Zihuan was rehearsing and trying to prove that he was really paying for his treatment, the main character walked up to Secretary Liu and whispered something in her ear. Boss Liu and Boss Wang demanded that the employee quickly apologize to his victims and get rid of all the shame he brought to the company. After some thought, Director Lin rightly pointed out that the victims could have immediately gone to the police and now come to the office with their injuries. But Liang Ziwan explained that he did this because he wanted more people to know about this situation. The bandit demanded that the company compensate all those affected by the actions of its employee, and noted that it seemed that he did not pursue the goal of shaming her, but simply warned management about such a danger lurking nearby. The main character noticed that all the participants in this performance were rehearsing some kind of big game, and meanwhile the secretary had already fulfilled his request. Now, Director Lin had lost her patience, so she ordered everyone to be quiet in an authoritative voice and inquired about the amount of compensation in question if 6 people had 6 broken legs. Liang Jijuan explained that to cover the costs of treatment for stress disorders, medications, and plastic surgery, each person would need at least 1 million from the company, as well as compensation from Ye Tianlong himself. Liu's boss tried to dissuade the director from distributing money to the victims from the company's wallet, but she ordered him to shut up and said that she would use her personal funds, promising to give 2 million to each victim. Liang Jijuan was confused when the company manager agreed to compensation without any problems. But the woman was confident in herself and did not intend to change her decision to pay all the victims 1 million for each leg. Suddenly, she turned to the main character and asked him to break the second leg of each liar. Liang Ziyuan panicked even more and tried to object to such a crazy decision. But Ye Tianlong hit the table with an axe and ordered everyone to shut up. Throwing his weapon behind his back, our hero promised to cut down anyone who allowed himself to scream again. Chief Liu's entire gang immediately became afraid, because judging by the boy's crazy look, they really thought that he was capable of killing them all without hesitation. Liang Jijuan asked the protagonist to think again before taking away his second legs for the sake of the second million, but the young man reminded that the victims themselves agreed to such conditions. Director Lin shouted again for the protagonist to finally put his plan into action and rush towards the crowd of lying poor people who had suffered at his hands. All the former cripples immediately jumped out of their carts and ran to the exit faster than any healthy person. All the employees gave the main character a storm of applause for such an incredible exposure of lies. And meanwhile, Chef Wang and Chef Liu were still trying to somehow turn things in the direction they wanted and began to say that these people just won't lie. They still pressured the director to fire her assistant to save the company's reputation. But then Lin Chenshui reminded her that it was also the company's policy not to cooperate with scoundrels like Boss Liu. According to the men, the manager came to the conclusion that they should also be released, since the bandits might begin to threaten them. She promised that she would be the first to kick Ye Tianlong out for any bad deeds, but there was no reason to do so now. So she should stop talking about this topic and go back to work. The main character was happy to thank you for defending his side in this pointless conflict. Humiliated, Chief Liu admitted defeat. So he had no choice but to listen to his CEO and ask him not to blame him if something bad happened. But the director was not at all nervous about this, since she was going to simply call the authorities if the bandits visited the company again. In the end, Lin Chenshui ordered everyone to calm down and finally return to work, and took the main character to her office to ask what provoked the organizers of this performance to take such steps. Ye Tianlong was surprised that the manager actually had no idea about the people involved in this failed plan, so he decided to remind her about the incident at the bar. The old man explained in detail that it was Chief Liu and his allies who put substances in the woman's cocktail and then tried to steal it. So our hero had to strain to save the director. Lin Chenshui was furious when she found out who was really involved and asked her assistant why these people were still walking around with their limbs intact. Now the woman demanded that the protagonist finish off these scoundrels and promised to find him a good lawyer to get him out of prison. Parabok felt that the director had just insulted his level of intelligence, since he would never in his life go to jail for a simple fight. When our hero saw Lin Chenshui's anger, he decided to leave and carry out his revenge plan. But the woman stopped him so as not to create more problems and decided to take the matter to law enforcement. Our hero thought that in this way the director wanted to take care of him, but she immediately invited the boy to go and kill himself, and then look at her complete indifference. Lin Chenshui would never love either side of Ye Tianlong's tough character, because then she would probably go crazy, and the young man replied that he was willing to work as her assistant for free, even if he was fired anyway. The director was embarrassed by the young man's devotion and assumed that he was hiding something that she would definitely not like. In the end, she decided to admit to her own lies and stated that in fact they executed the entire 200 million deal in her name. The main character was surprised, but did not mind this, since his efforts were part of the leader's efforts, and strongly asked not to separate their affairs if they were still a couple. Lin Chenshui believed that no one would want to be paired with such a guy and asked Ye Tianlong to show at least a little modesty, so he decided to apologize to the woman through a massage. A specialist in this field immediately felt that the director had too much energy in her body, so he recommended that she drink less coffee. The manager decided that this was a good opportunity to ask the young man about the business he had been doing for the last 2 days, so he told her that he had met Mr. Depan to make a deal, which the woman thought was quite tricky, so she asked the young man to be careful about it. Client Lin Chen Shui said that this person was a relative of the Black Widow of the royal company, who was the daughter of his boss and his goddess, so he would never betray her in his life. In any case, give it to Ye Tianlong. Now, the main character was sure that the manager really loved him, and the director mentioned that she heard from Secretary Lou about the pressure on the boy from Chief Wang. Lin Chen Shui emphasized that our hero would not be able to get a second chance and would be kicked out of the department along with his team, although the woman wanted to get rid of all 3 girls anyway. Ye Tianlong once again suggested that the manager was jealous of him, but she immediately began to kick him out of the office. The main character asked the director not to worry about his work in the sales department and promised to complete the task by Monday. The woman was thinking that Ye Tianlong's massage had indeed been quite relaxing, but their conversation was interrupted by a phone call indicating that a group of people had turned back. Lin Chen Shui and her assistant walked out of the office and saw real thugs in front of them, not disguised ones. Quickly examining the crowd, the main character immediately saw the familiar face of Zhu Gaoli and assumed that he had come to the office as a bandit, since he was good at extorting money. Chief Wang and Chief Liu, who immediately appeared nearby, began rehearsing again and placed all the blame on Ye Tianlong. Our hero noticed that the bandits had not yet uttered a word, but the employees already somehow understood that the bandits had come for the young man's head. The headmistress, completely calm, came out to the uninvited guests, realizing that Liang Zijuan had sent her, and asked them not to make too much noise here. Zhu Gaoli replied that he did not know people with that name, and emphasized that they were clients of the company and had come to inspect the office. Then the headmistress could not stand it and replied that she would not deal with such scum, and Ye Tianlong asked permission to throw the bandits off the 18th floor. The men asked Lin Chen Shui to watch her words as it might negatively affect the company's image, but she refused to listen to them and asked the bandits to leave peacefully, saying that she was neither their enemy nor their friend, so she had no intention of dealing with them. Zhu Gaoli did not agree with the management company and offered his own option. She must fire her assistant and pay the bandits 5 million. Otherwise, they will stand here every day and discuss important issues. Lin Chen Shui noticed that the uninvited guests had invited themselves and went to call the right people, but this did not scare the bandit. The main character approached the fat man and advised him to just leave here, but he did not want to listen to the young man because he came here on his own business. After some time, Qin Ziyi came out onto the site with several of her employees, who had arrived at the call of her friend. She made her way through the crowd and, as if by accident, touched one of the bandits with her shoulder, and then abruptly threw him over her shoulder. In the end, the police officer said that for attacking a police officer in broad daylight, she would arrest the entire group of bandits, which is why they were simply in shock, since they did not expect such an arrest for themselves. Qin Ziyi ordered no one to move and had already discovered illegal substances in the pockets of the first person arrested. The main character nervously watched the fearless officer and thought that he needed to hide from her eyes as soon as possible. The policewoman saw that other bandits were trying to hide from under her nose, so she quickly stopped the fugitives with a precise kick. She broke one of the suspects and ordered everyone involved to be sent to the station for interrogation, and Zhu Gaoli began to say that this was pure slander against all his comrades. The bandit was outraged that the police officer allowed herself to behave so rudely, although they had not yet done anything wrong. And Chief Liu also decided to support this statement, so he called the police officer's actions inappropriate. Qin Ziyi turned to her friend and asked if this person was an employee of her company, to which she replied that, unfortunately, every tree has dead branches. Chief Liu then began accusing the headmistress of not following certain rules and laws, which could expose her to charges of colluding with the authorities. Zhu Gaoli and Chief Wang certainly supported this man and called his words noble. And Qin Ziyi noted that there were some rather ungrateful and hypocritical people working in Lin Chen Shui's company. The police officer listened to all the complaints and advised citizens not to be shy and to go to the local or regional court if they see anything illegal in her actions. Police Chief Liu believed that the policewoman was a threat, but she denied such accusations. The girl said that this year she has already been accused 10 times, but she has still not been found guilty and continues to protect the masses from the thief. And she is sure that today's case could also become one of the next slanderous accusations against her. Meanwhile, a policeman came out of the room and announced that the CCTV system had been attacked by viruses that had erased all recordings from this morning. So Officer Chin remarked with a smile on her face that the judge would only rely on unconfirmed rumors. Chief Liu mentally noted that the policewoman was indeed cunning and smart, but still continued to stick to his line, claiming that the bandits were not to blame for anything. In turn, Zhu Gaioli said that for his people, going to the police was tantamount to returning home, so it did not frighten them at all. Suddenly, the main character intervened in the conversation, shouting that some bandit had stolen his Rolex watch, which cost $100,000, and the director immediately realized that it was a trophy from the victory over Zhu Donglai. The guy said that earlier he accidentally ran into a fat man, and then noticed the disappearance of a watch with serial number 1948. So he asked a policewoman to search all the pockets of the potential criminal. Zhu Gaoli was sure that there were no Rolexes, but suddenly he noticed that they had fallen out of his pants. Jinzi took the evidence in her hands and told the bandit that now he would definitely be put behind bars, because everyone had seen his crime. When it was over, Lin Chenshui happily thanked her old friend for helping her so much in this conflict. Now the director was sure that she would no longer bother the officer, because the dragons would simply be afraid to come to her office. Manager Lin noticed that Ye Tianlong also contributed to this situation, but her friend suddenly referred to him as a greedy, lustful, cunning playboy and advised Chen Shui to simply fire such a dangerous person and distance herself from him. Director Lin agreed with many of her friend's words, but still believed that the boy had a good side because he often helped her solve personal problems and raised 1 billion yuan in sales for her. The female officer was quite surprised by the protagonist's success, but she didn't want to think about the cunning and sneaky ways he achieved it, and in the end asked Lin Chenshui to be careful with this mysterious guy. The director advised his friend to reconsider her hot-tempered and cold character, because this way she would never find her lover. Qinzi admitted that she doesn't think about this topic often because it doesn't bother her, and emphasized that living alone has its advantages, and then asked Lin Chenshui about her love life, which immediately made her feel embarrassed. The head of the company had many men who wanted to be with her, but she only had one on her mind, her assistant Ye Tianlong. She slowly drank tea and lied to her interlocutor that she did not have a suitable husband. Qinzi relaxed next to her friend and remembered the warm moments they spent together when they went to the cinema, shopping, and restaurants. And Lin Chenshui asked the female officer to come here someday to remember their outings together. The director admitted that this time she came to Minjiang not only to become a general manager, but also to fulfill an important duty. She noted that at first she was looking for her friend and contacted her family, but as it turned out at that time, the head of the investigation bureau complained that the officer would give him a heart attack, which is why she was sent to the capital. Lin Chenshui suggested that one day they could catch up and visit the policewoman's family together. The girl happily agreed to her friend's proposal and decided to quickly regret all the events that happened in the office that morning, promising to first break Liang Ziwan's legs. Then the officer remembered that if the main character had not fled the scene of the crime last time, one of the bandits would have already been in prison for 3 months, which is why she became very angry and wanted to hit the young man. Director Lin called the secretary to call our hero to the manager's office, but Xiao Lu informed her that Ye Tianlong had left for a meeting with clients. The girls became even more angry and unanimously noted that the boy had a good talent for running away at the right moment. At this moment, the officer's phone received an incoming call from a staff member who told her that reporter Shen had returned to Minjiang. Qinzi was sure that this man did not care about his own life at all, because Minjiang was now in a terrible state. At this time, the main character and his subordinate arrived at the Imao Ixin Foundation, where Lin Er introduced the leader to her classmate Ning Caiwei. Ye Tianlong extended his hand to Lady Ning and read a short passage of the poem to her. The girl shook hands with our hero and noted that she had no idea about his testimony, and the young man asked if she would be the other party to the negotiations. Ning Caiwei explained that she works as a secretary here, so she does not make any decisions, and the negotiations will involve President Li and the people from Regal, who are now angry and are also friends of classmates. She realized that she had only made things worse for her friend and asked her to forget what she had said, but their friends had already left the living room. A rather beautiful girl asked Ling Er why she always looks like Cinderella, and another impudent acquaintance thought that the main character was Ling Er's boyfriend, and noted that Cinderella is still Cinderella, even her boyfriend looks like a loser. Ling Er could barely contain herself and shouted at her boss Liu Yanian not to open her mouth and insult others. while Ye Tianlong tried to stop her colleague who was trying to interfere with the negotiations. The rich beauty did not appreciate the clothes and accessories of our heroes, which reeked of poverty. And meanwhile, the main character decided to turn on the fool mode and made a strange compliment to the fact that the girl could distinguish smells so clearly. Considering the size of the hall, the boy concluded that Liu Yanyan had the sense of smell of a real dog, since he and Lin Er could not smell the excrement coming from the girl and her partner. Majorca was very indignant that our hero allowed her to say such things about them. At the end, the Phoenix team said goodbye to Miss Ning, as the main character wanted to return home and wash away the smell of poverty. Liu Yanyan became a little angry, and then noticed that her boyfriend, Kai Lei, was lost in thought again. As it turned out, he was Ling Er's ex-fiancé, so the girl decided to manipulate the topic and invited Kai Lei to say hello to her former lover. The boy assured Yanyan that there was no longer any relationship between them, so he did not want to talk to her. Ling Er completely denied that she allegedly had connections with Zhao Kai Lei and his family, and called the acquaintance a fool, then turned to her leader and asked him to believe her. Ning Saiwei decided to intervene in a quarrel between acquaintances and asked the older couple not to behave like that and to leave at least a little friendly relations. But Liu Yanyan, of course, did not want to have any connections with commoners. The girl decided that she had already achieved her goal, so she invited Kai Lei to return to the office. Then the main character decided to teach this couple a lesson and play a little like a heartbroken lover when he found out about his soulmate's engagement. The guy seemed offended that his lover was keeping quiet about her ex, even though they agreed to be honest with each other. He then decided to show off the 5 million check he won from Shu donglai to surprise the rich people. In addition, Ye Tianlong held the car keys in his hands and said that his imaginary lover was worth tens of millions of yuan. But no one would ever be able to bribe the boy himself with money, as was the case with the former Ling Er. A large crowd of thugs had already gathered around our heroes, who themselves agreed to take all the young man's wealth. Now, Ling understood Ye Tianlong's intentions, so she artistically threw herself into his arms and began to explain that she deliberately hid her ex so that he would not interfere with their current love. In the end, the lovers believed each other, and the whole audience applauded such a happy ending to the play. Kai Le now thought that he had really missed the chance to find his true love, and Yan Yai believed that Ye Tianlong's keys and check were fake. The main character immediately used the keys to his captured car and demonstrated the authenticity of his wealth. Lin Er offered to give her lover a luxurious apartment on the riverbank if he did not need money and cars, and make him the vice president of the company. Kai Lei was very greedy for a lot of money, so when he heard about such wealth, he left Yan An and ran to his ex. When the fake couple left the foundation, Linger thanked our hero for standing up for her and kissed her boss on the cheek. The girl expressed the opinion that boys often do not care about things that are easy to earn, to which Ye Tianlong replied that girls, in turn, often exaggerate and attach importance to ordinary things. Next, the main character decided to inquire whether both students were really classmates of his colleague in order to better understand whether this couple needed to be firmly shown their place. Ling Er admitted that she was indeed engaged to Kai Lei, but he was never able to win her heart, and Yan Yun was her rival during her 4 years at university. She was sure that these people would not have let her go so easily if Ye Tianlong had not intervened in the quarrel, and she thanked him again for his help, but the boy himself considered this an insignificant trifle for himself because he simply taught the impudent people a lesson. The main character simply could not allow such a beauty to be insulted in front of his eyes, and promised to deal with anyone who insulted Ling Er. The girl didn't want to bother her manager anymore since she was already satisfied with what he did for her. She hugged our hero from behind and assured him that he could ask her for anything as a token of gratitude. Ye Tianlong was surprised by the girl's behavior and realized that she had said too much, so she quickly remembered that she still needed to meet with clients in order to quickly escape the shame. Our hero also wanted to go with his subordinate, but she assured him that she could take care of all this herself. The boy still asked to call him if any problems arose, and also offered to take Ling Er to the office together when she finished work. Ye Tianlong himself decided to go looking for Pan Da Pan at Mingzheng Hospital to try to benefit from this extremely ruthless and greedy man. He would also not mind visiting his acquaintance Ju Shu and lending him a helping hand once again if he was still not getting better. While our hero was on his way to the hospital, he recognized the place where he fought with 3 brothers led by Kun Lun, and then completely changed the course of their lives. He suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about the crystal layer that he had long been planning to give to the wounded girl Yuan Xiaotong, who undoubtedly treasured it. In the stream of his thoughts, the boy noticed that a girl was standing in front of him, and a taxi was flying towards her at full speed, so she did not have time to move out of the way. Ye Tianlong had time to quickly react and pick up the stranger in his arms to avoid an accident. He noticed that the taxi driver was very skilled at driving at high speed and was able to react quickly to changing situations. Having laid her on the floor, our hero asked if she was okay and offered to examine the girl for injuries. The beauty took off her glasses and shamelessly replied that her buttocks really hurt. And because of such a bold answer, the guy was incredibly shocked. She hugged Ye Tianlong's body tightly and explained that he had grabbed her too tightly during the rescue, and the young man hinted that he wanted to be thanked for his noble deed. The beautiful stranger listened to her savior and kissed him right on the lips, and then asked him to take her to the hospital. The beauty's tender kiss greatly inspired the protagonist, and he quickly carried her in his arms to her destination. The girl said that her name was Shen Tian Mei, and then Ye Tianlong realized that he had just unexpectedly met the best reporter in Mingjiang. The main character and his new acquaintance arrived at a medical institution, where the doctor said that the operation for the victim would cost 3,000. Ye Tianlong was not satisfied with such a sum, so he thought that he could do the operation himself. And the doctor noted that it was still cheap because Dr. He would have done it for 80,000. The guy did not share the admiration of the legendary doctor, which is why the young specialist left the patients with nothing. And the girl noted that she did not want to remain lame, so she asked our hero to take care of it. He again offered to cure Shen Tianmei on his own, if she also allocated 3,000 for this, but the beauty did not trust a simple guy from the street who did not study to become a doctor. Then Ye Tianlong promised that he would change and wash the beauty every day if she remained lame, and the girl decided to flirt back, embarrassing the main character. He felt that the girl really made his heart beat faster, and realized that her status as a witch was truly deserved. Meanwhile, Shen Tianmei decided to entrust her injury to this scoundrel. When they entered one of the rooms, our hero immediately examined the injured leg and came to the conclusion that a special massage could be done, and the girl would be healthy in a week. The beauty noticed that the boy took out some medicine and asked about it, and Ye Tianlong said that it was a real treasure that could even heal internal injuries. The reporter asked if it would really be useful, and after snapping our hero's fingers, she actually felt incredible relief and a very pleasant sensation. After this, the girl immediately wanted to know all the contacts of her doctor, but the guy forgot to print out the business cards, so he quickly wrote everything by hand. In response, Shen Tianmei gave him her business card and allowed him to call her at any time if the boy just thought about her or felt lonely. By this time, the reporter's employees had already learned about what had happened, so they arrived at the hospital, and the main character warned them because the possible accident did not seem like an accident. The girl assured that there was no reason to worry because she worked with different people from all over the country, so she knows how to stand up for herself. The boy was about to leave, but the beauty stopped him and asked if he wanted to be rewarded for his efforts. And he mentioned that Shen Tianmei was collaborating with the Yi Mao Foundation and decided to use this to help his team succeed. The girl promised to help in this matter and noted in her thoughts that the main character is a rather interesting person. The next morning, the entire Phoenix team gathered again in the business department and actively discussed the incident with reporter Shen Tianmei, not knowing that it was their leader who saved the girl. Ling R said that now dealing with the fund does not make sense, since yesterday they completed a deal for 5 million, which is why Ye Tianlong was not at all happy, as he hoped for the influence of his new acquaintance. She suggested just calling their leader's influential friend, and Ye Tianlong only now remembered that he actually had the beauty's phone number. But in the end, no one picked up. The girls were disappointed with their leader's influence, and he desperately tried to prove that he really knew Shen Tianmei. At that moment, Chief Wang entered the office, who also did not believe in such connections of our hero, and believed that he was simply looking for an excuse for his failures. He had actually come to inform the team that they had only managed to raise 200,000 yuan and sarcastically congratulate them. Ye Tianlong asked the boss to keep his comments to himself and prepare compensation for him. But Mr. Wang still didn't believe in the boy's success. Suddenly, someone else entered the office, looking for the main character. It was a gorgeous woman accompanied by Ning's Highway and a bodyguard, which made everyone simply shocked by such unexpected guests. Lingar was happy to see her friend, and all the other girls realized that the vice president of the foundation, Li Xiao, had come to see them, and now they hope that they will be able to make a deal. Chief Wang immediately delved into the affairs of the Phoenix team, trying to lure such a profitable client to his side, and promised the lady the biggest discounts. The woman immediately refused the head of the department because she came here specifically for Ye Tianlong, but he tried in every possible way to lure her and promised to give her 500,000 in cash. Lin Er and Secretary Ning immediately pointed to the main character, who had already gallantly greeted his potential client. In fact, the woman was unhappy that the guy did not organize a warm welcome for his dear client and forced her to look for their office on her own. The main character lied that his leg was supposedly numb, so he could not meet the vice president at the entrance and apologized to the woman. Meanwhile, Zhao Kiki had already prepared tea for her. Ms. Li stated that she was not going to put up with the nonsense that was being offered to her and asked if the team really didn't know how to treat VIPs. Ye Tianlong then asked the woman if she came here to settle a deal or just drink some water since she was so prejudiced about such little things. The woman would never want to deal with such a team, but management told her that she agreed to the deal without any discounts, and the team would only need to pay for the delivery of the order. The main character was angry that he was forced to do business not on his terms, so he ordered Kiki to simply escort the client out of the office, surprising everyone present with such a radical decision. The woman noted that quite a few people wanted to do business with her, but Ye Tianlong did not care about any threats from her. The guy explained that he would never make a deal on unfavorable terms, so he suggested that the woman either leave or agree to his terms. Xiao Li couldn't tolerate this kind of treatment because she would never have joined the Phoenix team if her management didn't order her to do so. Even Regal paid 3 million yuan just to get into the fund. The team leader then emotionlessly suggested that the vice president leave for a competitor if she was not satisfied with the company's performance. Meanwhile, Vega's boss tried to shift all responsibility onto our hero and completely distanced himself from him, saying that the boy was under the direct supervision of the directorate itself. Ye Tianlong was already tired of empty chatter about nothing and asked his client to pick up the form and return to where she came from. The vice president promised that our heroine would definitely regret crossing her path and immediately called her management, saying that she had already arrived at the Eastern Pharmaceutical Company. She said that Ye Tianlong simply ignored their fund because the deal would not bring him enough money, and called the boy arrogant, suggesting that she file a complaint against him at the company's headquarters. Shen Tianmei, who answered the call from her subordinate, remembered that last night they talked about how the deal should be signed regardless of its price and possible losses. The woman shook with anger because she could not go against her leader, and the whole team was surprised that the first reporter had influence even on such serious people. In the end, she couldn't stand it anymore and started screaming into the phone about the impudence and trouble of the main character, because she couldn't understand why reporter Shen was so insistent on making a deal with this guy. The Foundation vice president had completely lost her desire to cooperate with such a scoundrel, so she wanted to go to Regal right now. But Shen Tianmei reminded her that they had already made a scandal about this matter. As a result, the girl simply promised to cover the fund's expenses, that is, the difference in prices between the two companies. In a cold tone, the reporter once again explained that the woman was simply supposed to fulfill all the wishes of the main character, which is why she was incredibly depressed and humiliated. Xiao Li apologized to the leader since she was still unable to complete the task due to Ye Tianlong's disgust. The journalist recalled that the woman achieved such a level of reputation only with her help, but the vice president did not tolerate such pressure and noted that the fund could work without the girl's help. The girl was not afraid to break the contract, because although it was valued at 500,000 yuan, the fine for violating its terms was 100 times greater, so the fund must find an additional 50 million for this. She began to threaten her subordinates that if she did not see the signed agreement, she would gather the management of the fund and simply kick the deputy prime minister out of office, and then asked to hand over the phone to the main character. In the end, the woman obeyed her boss and asked Ye Tianlong to pick up the phone, and the reporter apologized to the man, noting that she had failed to convince her colleague. Shen Tianmei invited the boy to treat her to dinner this weekend as a thank you for this deal, and also said that yesterday was a pretty bad day and she didn't even get a chance to spend time with our hero. Meanwhile, Xiao Li bowed her head to the main character and began to apologize for her previous actions, and the team leader asked his employees to print out a new copy of the contract and promised to reduce the price by 5%. The woman was touched that the guy still went for certain discounts, and he explained that friendship is born out of conflict, and it was a gift for the client. Meanwhile, Chef Wang realized that he had definitely lost to Mr. Yiru. That evening, the Phoenix team and Secretary Li went to a restaurant to celebrate the successful completion of their plan. All the girls sincerely thanked the main character for giving them the opportunity to continue working in the company, As a reward for their leader's work, the girls hugged and kissed him in shock. Ye Tianlong then decided to ask the secretary if she had any reward for the young man, but she had no intention of fulfilling our hero's wishes. Realizing that nothing would work out, the boy decided to inquire about the state of health of the mistress of the house, to which the girl replied that her goddaughter was discharged from the hospital yesterday afternoon, and asked to thank the main character for the wonderful treatment. Ye Tianlong suspected that these were the words of Xiao Lu herself, because the woman herself would never thank him in her life and, on the contrary, would insult him even more. However, the girl assured that her godmother actually thanked her savior and invited her to dinner, and also promised not to evict Kunlun. She also spoke about a friend of the godmother who came that same day and learned that she had been cured through the sacred technique of acupuncture, which surprised the young man that anyone knew about it. Xiao Lu explained that this man was the old miracle doctor. He asked if our hero knew the protocol. The main character thought that this was the lover of the owner of the house, and he realized to himself that it was better not to show his abilities. The secretary assured that the doctor respects the boy and wants to become his student, but since the girl does not have the consent of the master himself, she cannot reveal the place of her acquaintance. The old man noticed that he constantly finds himself in such strange situations and cannot live a calm life, so he asked the girl not to tell the doctor about him, because this would only complicate the life of our hero. Xiao Lu believed that the man's connections would in any case help him find the main character, but for now he could be calm because the doctor was called to the capital. Now Ye Tianlong was thinking about how his life would be different if the famous doctor he still wanted to be his student. As it turned out, our hero was being followed in a nearby car by a bandit from a Japanese restaurant, who contacted the owner of the apartment and said that he had found their target. The next day, the head of the sales department announced that he had two news. First, each team met its quota and ensured that the department reached a new level of sales. And secondly, headquarters was pleased with its results. So tonight there will be a holiday for the entire department, and tomorrow will be a day off so that everyone can relax and enjoy the holiday. Suddenly, the Phoenix team refused to attend the festive banquet. Chief Wang inquired about the reason for the refusal because the protagonist's team made a great contribution to the development of the department and also attracted many new clients to the company. Ye Tianlong lied that all the team members were supposed to have relatives today, so they wanted to spend time with them. The manager emphasized that, in fact, our hero was the central figure of this event and simply could not help but notice him, and also reminded that he had already prepared a check for the winner of the bet. Chief Wang planned to present the boy with the prize in person in front of all the department employees, or to invite the boy to continue this dispute and save his boss several million yuan. Then the main character assured that he would definitely come to the banquet and would simply ask his uncle to postpone the visit for a few days. And the head of the department, in turn, reminded him that it would take place at 8 p.m. on the 4th floor of the Fenglai Hotel. In the evening, Ye Tianlong arrived at the event, where he was immediately greeted by the Phoenix team. Then, Director Lin and Chief Liu appeared in the hall, which is why the girls began to actively talk about how the head of the company was simply an incredibly beautiful woman whom they all looked up to. Lin decided to talk about how Lin Chen Shui actually had quite a few achievements, namely that she entered Cambridge University at age 14, then joined the Eastern Farm Research Laboratory, and as a result, 3 of the 10 most profitable drugs were the work of her hands. At that time, she was 19 years old. When she turned 20, she began to regularly have breakfast with Director Rong, and at 22, he personally selected her to run the laboratory in Minjiang, after which the director reached her current position and has a salary of 100 million per year. The girl explained that she learned this information because she had heard a lot of gossip, and in the meantime, Chief Wang announced that everyone had already arrived and introduced his team to Sasha. The main character immediately smelled the scent of a girl of easy virtue from the stranger, and then greeted the head of the department. The guy also praised the organization of this entire event and noted that they did not strain at all and came here only to eat and drink, and the chef thanked his employee for these words. The department head introduced Ye Tianlong to his acquaintance and told him that he was young and promising, as he had many abilities. And then Mr. Wang mentioned that Sasha was his niece and had returned from Paris this evening. In the end, the boss asked his employee to sweat about his niece tonight, and he didn't have time for that. And the guy was only happy to spend time with such a beauty. The old man extended his hand to the girl to confirm their acquaintance, but she only playfully tickled him, which made the Phoenix team jealous of their leader. The whole group of friends sat down at the table, and Sasha began to talk about what she had learned from her uncle about the boy's ability to heal people and asked him to examine her. The beauty asked to check the pulse and help determine the diagnosis, and under the table she touched the young man with her foot, which is why he realized that she was openly trying to seduce him. The main character abruptly grabbed the girl by the hand and, looking into her eyes, noticed that she had an abnormal fear of being killed. Sasha emphasized that she was asking to heal her and not to look into the future, and called the guy's strange statement stupid. Tianlong noted that everything in the world is interconnected, like medicine and feng shui. So the fear of being killed is also a diagnosis, and the girl noticed our hero's ability to distort his words. The beauty asked the young man to explain his opinion in more detail, but he said that the time would come when she herself would understand everything. She promised to reward the main character if he told, and tried to kick him directly in the groin area. Although our hero was not against flirting with such a beauty, he still understood that it was time to stop. So he grabbed her leg, pressing on one of the important points. This made Sasha moan with pleasure throughout the entire banquet hall, which is why all the company employees paid attention to her. She tried to scream at the main character, but he immediately covered her mouth with a tangerine. As a result, the girl was offended by Tianlong and left the Phoenix team's table. All members of the team began to ask the guy why the girl was screaming so loudly, to which he replied that she supposedly suddenly realized that she really liked their boss. Moreover, the leader hinted that he would tell everything to his subordinates if they remained to talk to him alone after the event, which greatly angered them. At that moment, a man approached the table and announced that the head of the department had called all team members to the stage, as he had several issues to discuss. Chief Wang was already on stage and thanked all the company executives who were able to visit the important business department. He announced that there were still 20 minutes left until the main event. So now, he wanted to reward all members of the Phoenix team and said that they wanted to fire them from the very beginning. But they were a dark horse that managed to exceed expectations and the quarterly plan, so in the end became sales champions and received 10,000 yuan each. The girls thanked their colleagues for their support and promised to continue working just as bravely. Chief Wang wanted to celebrate such an occasion and invited the girls to sing a song together in public. They started singing a song that everyone knew, but the staff didn't like the terrible singing at all. The main character was also very ashamed of such a performance because it was Apple's worst performance. Tianlong decided not to upset his girls, so he said that this was very unusual and listened to them with incredible delight. Our hero now realized that Wang Dawei had decided to destroy his victims without shedding blood, but simply to gradually humiliate them and affect their reputation. Now, the boss happily suggested to the employees that his niece Sasha sing for everyone, and they were very happy with this idea. The girl was sure that she would make everyone get up from their seats before the end of the song, and the guy, fascinated by her beauty, noticed that this woman definitely knows how to seduce people with just 2 words, so that they turn into real animals. Suddenly, Sasha announced that this song was dedicated to the person who touched her heart, namely Tianlong. The guy understood that in this way the girl also wanted to beat him without shedding a drop of blood, and in one move she had just made our hero the enemy of all the men around. Sasha began to perform her love song, but noticed that her subject was not looking at the stage at all, but was happily chatting with her girls. The whole hall applauded the girl, and the head of the department returned to the stage, who promised to give 100,000 yuan to the one who sang better than his niece. He believed that no one would dare to do this even for 1,000,000, but then he noticed a man near the stage who wanted to try his hand. Tianlong called himself a brave man and stated that he wanted to try to surpass Sasha. The guy emphasized that he was not at all interested in entertainment because he just wanted to get his million. Everyone around began to actively discuss her colleague's impudence, and Director Lin thought that her assistant always knew how to put on a show. Meanwhile, Chief Liu offered to be fair, and if our hero performed as badly as his team, then he would be required to pay Chief Wang 1,000,000. Yet Tianlong did not want to agree to such conditions because the previous team of his girls did not pay anything at all, and this angered the man because he wanted to set the guy up again. Boss Liu decided not to miss the opportunity to humiliate his enemy, so he offered him 2,000,000 yuan if he would go on stage and sing better than Sasha. Then, in case of failure, the guy would still have to pay the head of the department 1,000,000, and he refused to believe that the employee did not have that kind of money after successful sales. Tianlong realized that they just wanted to take away all his orders, and thought that this was a deadly game, and the head mistress noted that today was a festive banquet, so there was no need to create a conflict. Sasha asked not to put the main character in such an awkward position, but Chief Wang had already invited the boy to the stage. The manager was not particularly worried about the money. He was only worried that due to poor singing, the appetite of all participants in the event might spoil. The main character heard him talk about money, so now he decided to raise the stakes and play big, so he offered 5 million to each. He asked his nervous opponents if they would be willing to shell out the full 10 million if he won. Lin Chenshui and the Phoenix team desperately tried to dissuade Ye Tianlong from such reckless and wild bets. Meanwhile, Sasha believed that the boy was actually an arrogant, frivolous, and vain person. The main character asked whether his opponents accepted such conditions, and they looked and agreed to 10 million. Then the young man ran onto the stage and, going up to the microphone, asked for 2 minutes to warm up, since he allegedly had not sung for a long time. He concentrated for a few seconds to start chanting, and looked so beautiful that director Lin was even a little embarrassed. Then the boy began to sing and did it so badly that it did not even compare with his team's attempt, and the woman thought that he must be completely deaf and could not believe that her heart was beating so hard because of this person. Chef Lu and Chef Wang were already dying of laughter when they heard the pig squeal, and the manager was very unhappy with her assistant. Sasha sarcastically expressed sympathy if our hero still couldn't sing, because he was supposedly so talented that she might just give up. Our hero replied that in his opinion, the Chinese entertainment industry has lost a very big star in Ye Tianlong. He explained that he had not performed very well today because he forgot one small thing, and looked at the headmistress, who already understood what her assistant was hinting at. Ye Tianlong just wanted to ask the manager for help, but she had already refused, although the boy just asked for water because his throat was dry. Ling Chen Shui was still not used to the wordplay the protagonist was so fond of using. At the end, the young man gathered his strength and, before singing, thanked the company employees for their presence at this event and called them the most respected people. He announced that he was dedicating a song called Only Love Will Win to all his colleagues and began his rather enjoyable performance. Everyone listening was shocked because the intonation and timbre of the main character's voice changed dramatically and became truly beautiful, and Chef Wang and Chef Liu began to worry about their own money. All the employees could not believe that the same guy with the most terrible voice in the world was standing in front of them. The director again admired the guy, and Sasha realized that she had just lost crushingly. The main character supported the mood of the audience and suggested that they sing the chorus together, which is why the colleagues immediately cheered up and sang in unison. And now everyone thought that the whole company, together with Ye Tianlong, had defeated Sasha, and the director noticed that her subordinates suddenly fell silent and could not utter a word, because they were already saying goodbye to their money. Lin Chen Shui felt that there was no need for a vote now since it was obvious that the boy had won over the audience with his charisma and talent. The main character quickly walked up to Chef Wang to collect his reward and then asked the manager to rearrange the dishes. Then the team leader decided to please his girls and give each of them a check from his winnings. Sasha turned to the winner and admitted that he is a very versatile person and expressed her admiration for his talent. As it turned out, the beauty now wanted to have a drink with the main character. In addition, the girl was offended by the fact that the young man completely ignored her confession on stage and then publicly humiliated her. Having wiped his hands on Sasha's dress, our hero refused to drink, as he could not tolerate too much wine. Ye Tianlong explained that after drinking alcohol, he begins to act like a real beast, which could harm the girl's reputation. But she replied that she was actually looking forward to it. The team decided to stand up for their leader, and one of the girls invited Sasha to have a drink with her, but she refused, because she liked to drink with men more. The beauty promised to give the main character a surprise if he drank 7 glasses with her, and he noticed that she behaved like a real dragon god who was ready to fulfill any wish for 7 dragon pearls. In the end, the boy agreed to this proposal and promised to behave wisely with such a fragile flower as Sasha. After quite a short time, the bottlemates had already drained 7 glasses, and Ye Tianlong really felt pretty drunk. The beauty emphasized that her surprise would not make the man wait until they finished their meal. At this moment, many of his colleagues approached the main character, who wanted to drink together and raise a toast to him. He tried to run away from the employees as quickly as possible and hide in the toilet, but as it turned out, the women's toilet was hidden behind the men's toilet sign. There, Sasha was already waiting for her victim, who began to demand that the young man give her a check for 11 million yuan and a Rolex watch. She promised to scream very loudly if he refused, and then accuse our hero of molesting her in the women's restroom, for which he would definitely be sent to prison. Sasha didn't want anything from him at all. Then the girl wrote down all the conditions on a piece of paper so that the man could understand it more and more, and once again explained what she required of him. Suddenly, our hero sobered up completely and asked her if it would be considered blackmail if he brought this letter of demand to the police. Sasha demanded that the boy fulfill her demands, but he explained that all this time he was just waiting for the girl to take the next step. Now she had only two choices. Either explain everything to the main character personally, or he would call the police on her. He promised to make his move if Sasha did not choose either option, and waved her hand. The main character took her out with one blow, and then undressed her and left her in the women's toilet. While he made his way into the men's through the window, Lin Zhaoyang was surprised to see our hero, as he thought that according to the plan, he was supposed to be in the women's restroom. Ye Tianlong calmly walked past his enemies and asked what they were waiting for, but they did not answer this question and wondered what the boy himself had done to their acquaintance Sasha. Assistant Chief Liu decided to personally check the girl's condition and saw her unconscious and half-naked in front of him. He immediately went out into the hall, where he began to accuse the main character of being a real animal. Because he attacked the defenseless Wang Sashu, Chief Wang already wanted to kill our hero for attacking his niece, and his supporters also began to accuse the boy of this crime. The rest of the staff already wanted to arrest the so-called thief, but Ye Tianlong pointed out that they were just security captains and not police officers, so they had no right to do so. The man then decided to show his ID, but the young man was still convinced that the guards did not have any formal legal police powers, so he only played a supporting role in the law enforcement process. As it turned out, the boy just didn't look carefully, because in front of him was actually a policeman named Zhu Daping. Ye Tianlong carefully examined the man's ID card and noticed that it was in a very sloppy condition. So such a person definitely cannot call himself a policeman if he does not value his documents. Besides, it has already been 5 years since it was issued, and the portrait is blurry, so it looked like a fake. Our hero grabbed Mr. Zhu by the shoulder and informed him that he had just committed a crime. The man did not shout at the young man for questioning the policeman's actions. The main character noted that he simply came here to warn everyone about the deceit of the policeman and promised to use self-defense techniques against the scoundrel if he continued to lie. Lin Chaoyang asked the boy not to be so stubborn and not to go against the police. Ye Tianlong noticed that his colleague's behavior indicated that he knew about Captain Zhu's lies from the beginning, so he was also a suspect. Suddenly, the fake policeman took out a gun from his pocket and pointed it directly at Ye Tianlong's head. Our hero noted that this only indicates that Mr. Zhu feels guilty. Then Director Lin intervened in this conflict, who hit the table and ordered everyone to finally calm down. She wanted to stop the illegal arrest of her assistant, which was happening right before her eyes, but the policeman did not listen to the woman at all. The company manager ordered this person to bring his boss here, and he decided to personally call Manager Rong to ask about the identity of Zhu Dapeng from the security department. At that moment, Chief Wang realized that he urgently needed to intervene and stop the headmistress from taking such a radical step in order to save his own life, and urgently. The fake policeman was also afraid of the possible interference of the head of the school and began to apologize. But the headmistress said that he should apologize to Ye Tianlong, not to her. The man quickly listened to the manager and fulfilled her request, and Chaoyang could not believe that their plan had failed again. Meanwhile, Sasha had already come to her senses and came out of the toilet in a dressing gown, so now all the enemies of the main character demanded an explanation about this situation. Chief Wang asked his niece if the boy had really attacked her, and the fake policeman promised to personally catch the thief and bring him to justice. The girl stopped playing along with the man and admitted that she was actually Liu Sasha, a Chinese resident with a red card who did not allow the man to work, and who was paid by boss Wang to blackmail Ye Tianlong. The main character's enemies continue to lie and say that it was the guy who intimidated his victim so much that she was now lying so openly about herself. In the end, the uncle decided to send his fake niece home to prevent her from telling too much of the truth. But Sasha didn't want to leave so easily. Director Lin ordered her employee not to touch the girl, since the matter was quite serious, and it was necessary to find answers to all the questions that had arisen now. Liu Sasha admitted that she came here with a specific purpose, and she herself, first of all, needed to humiliate the Phoenix team and sing their songs better in order to outshine them with her image. Chief Wang tried to interrupt her confession and said that it was all an outright lie. The girl did not stop and said that the manager wanted to get the main character drunk in order to accuse him of attacking Sasha herself, and also asked to check the CCTV cameras to find all the evidence against her clients. As further evidence, She presented a check for 1 million, which she was paid for her work. The headmistress noticed that the date on it was from a week ago, so she noticed that the so-called niece definitely did not come here today. And now she promised to punish Chief Wang for all his vile actions. Liu's boss realized that he too could be deceived, so he confronted his subordinate and confirmed the company manager's words that the thief and liar should be punished. Now this man could easily show his dark side, so he began to blame everyone around for his failures and throw insults right and left. The director turned to her employee and promised to reduce his punishment if he surrendered right now. Later, Lin Chen-shui asked Liu Sasha why she gave up 1 million yuan and betrayed her client. And she explained that she actually just liked the main character. The headmistress decided to go on stage and tell all the employees that Chief Wang had just committed a crime, so he would be fired, and Ye Tianlong would become the new head of the department. But in fact, the boy did not really like this idea because he wanted to continue to remain a simple assistant. After a busy evening, the woman went home and decided to relax with a glass of red wine. She thought that she was all alone, so she called her assistant, Little Assistant. In fact, the main character was right under her windows and was very offended when he heard that he had insulted his side and then rushed out of hiding, which scared Lin Chen-shui. He ran into her apartment and, covering her mouth with his hand, asked her not to scream so much so that the woman's security guard would not come and beat the boy. The director could not stand it and bit the boy on the hand, causing him to fall onto the bed. She noted that it was a rather shameless decision on our hero's part to invade her apartment, and then threw on one of her jackets. In fact, Ye Tianlong came to his manager to beg her not to appoint him to the position of head of the sales department, since he did not want to take on such a big job and responsibility. The director was not going to agree to such conditions, so she simply kicked the boy out of the apartment. She really couldn't believe that the main character didn't want to work for a good salary and preferred to stay in low positions. Lin Chen-shui returned to her seat by the window and noted that she really counted on the help of her close comrade. Our hero was sure that the manager was exaggerating his importance in the company, but the woman herself believed that he was the only one who could help her retain a leadership position. Chen-shui eventually revealed that the company made a major mistake 6 months ago that caused Zhou's biggest client to leave, causing the company to lose up to 40% of its business. For the sake of the company, the director made a statement that if by the end of next spring the company's turnover does not reach 2 billion, she will resign. Now, there are 18 billion yuan left to reach the goal, and Lin Chen-shui herself never thought about such a huge amount of earnings because she only hoped to complete the development of a new product by the end of the year. Their company had some problems that caused it to fall 2 places more than it had planned. So now Lin Chen-shui did not intend to leave at the end of the year, but wanted to achieve a seemingly impossible number of sales. The main character believed that with some effort, this amount could be paid in the 3 months remaining until the end of the year. The director interrupted him and said that the boy should do it, not her. She explained that she was the CEO, so she only had management tasks and research to move forward, so she no longer had the energy to do sales. He wanted the manager to be well enough to be productive, so he wished her luck and just ran away, but she wasn't about to let the guy go just like that. Ye Tianlong was confident that he would not be able to achieve this level of sales in 3 months, and promised to earn a maximum of 300 million. In the end, Director Lin decided to use her own beauty to convince her subordinate to accept the new position of department head. The main character decided not to take this chance, so he left the woman and after much persuasion, finally decided to become the head of the sales department. Then the headmistress offered to drink a cup for their joint successes, and promising to support the boy in his new place, asked him not to hesitate to ask about anything. Meanwhile, Sasha Liu met with her boss, who gave her a portfolio and told her to immediately go to the capital, where a new ID and bank card would be waiting for her, wishing her a safe journey. The next day, everyone in the company discussed the fact that our hero agreed to such a difficult position, and talked about how he was a real dark horse, but still did not believe that he could hold out as head of the department for more than 3 days. Ye Tianlong was able to overhear the conversation of his female colleagues and asked if they would kiss him if he could last longer in his position. Meanwhile, all the employees, led by Chong Yang, gathered in the business hall who were in favor of appointing Chief Wang to this position and did not believe at all in the abilities of the protagonist. The leader of this event ordered Ling Er to turn to his leader and ask him to resign in order to have at least some remnants of dignity. But at that moment, the main character himself entered the hall. He walked up to the microphone, greeted everyone, and introduced himself as the new head of sales and the new boss of his employees. From the corridor, Ye Tianlong heard his colleagues' dissatisfaction with him becoming a leader. He decided to talk about his skills by demonstrating them by signing a 12 million yuan contract this month and helping boss Lin secure a 200 million deal. So he felt that this demonstrated his capabilities well. The worker leading the meeting threatened that the Bombach's team would not come back if the company director covered for this guy again. The hero laughed at these threats of dismissal, so he took out a stack of resignation letters from his pocket and invited everyone to sign them and resign immediately. Chong Yang did not hesitate for long and decided to do just that, followed by other supporters of Chief Wang. The woman wanted to check whether these statements were really enough for the new boss, but he said that he had prepared 100 copies, that is, 99 for all employees and 1 for himself. After some time, Ye Tianlong and his team rested in the department head's office. The main character began to play with his colleagues, but at that moment Secretary Lou entered the office asking him to take her to Baishichou. He immediately noticed his friend's depressed state and asked what happened. Xiao Lu explained that the dragons have returned again, so now she is very worried about her goddaughter. In reality, the dragons were simply jealous of the success of her business and wanted to shamelessly grab their share. That is, they wanted 50 rent-free stores, as well as a share in the entertainment venues and 20% of the total profits. Meanwhile, the mistress of the house actually negotiated with her enemies and found their terms completely unfair and stupid. The bandits asked her if she was really looking for a fight and wanted everyone here to be killed right now. In the end, the woman could not stand it and simply poured water right in the face of the bandit leader, who was now incredibly angry and ordered his people to show who was in charge. Then Sister Feng jumped up from her seat, grabbed a vase and tried to hit the owner of the house with it. In the end, she simply threw the plate onto the floor, scattering fragments in all directions and possibly hitting her target. In fact, the hostess was not a simple person, so she was able to stand up for herself. However, her assistant was not one of them, and had already received serious injuries from the bandits. The leader had already snuck up behind him and was about to finish him off with a glass bottle. The owner of the house returned and, noticing this, tried to shout to Uncle Guy to run away from the attack. The man was saved by the fact that thorny fruits suddenly flew at the bandits' heads. The main character did not hide his identity, so he immediately introduced himself to the dragons and Secretary Lou. The conference room was already almost completely destroyed, so the girl ran to her godmother to find out if she was okay. The woman said that she could have fought for another 500 years, but then her back injury made itself felt. Ye Tianlong picked up one of the split durians used against the bandits and said that it was very similar to the head of their leader. Our hero decided to casually try the sweet fruit, as if not noticing that several rivals were flying at him at the same time. He quickly dealt with all the bandits, so that the eldest of them was afraid and said that now he began to respect the boy when he was able to masterfully break him. Then the woman decided to remind that 5 years ago, the Dragon Gang found itself in a difficult situation, and Old Man Liang asked her for 5 million for the sake of peace in Baishizhou. And as a result, he is now stronger and has spoken his teeth for 100 million. Kresna noted that now she would never in her life believe the words of this man. Then the man ordered that if our hero does not let him go after 3 minutes, then the bandits must kill the owner of the house and everyone present here. At that moment, Kung Lun burst into the room with his companions and allowed the thugs to try and beat them up if they could. The man then approached Ye Tianlong and asked if he was okay, and Ye Tianlong asked his friend to follow the hostage. Our hero walked out alone in front of the crowd of bandits and promised the Liang leader that today he would fight against all 300 people. The old man promised to free the leader if the bandits could defeat him, and if defeated, the leader would become the personal slave of the protagonist. The man called Ye Tianlong crazy, but still agreed to such conditions, and the secretary was very nervous and tried to stop the guy from making such a decision. The hero jumped onto the stage, into the audience, and showed all the bandits a thumbs down. The first bandit attacked the boy, but was immediately kicked in the stomach. Then there was a cry from another bandit, who jumped onto the stage with reinforcement, but a second later turned out to be completely unarmed. The leader called the main character a scumbag and ordered the entire gang to attack him at the same time. After a while, almost all the bandits were lying on the floor, groaning in pain, and the boy neutralized the last of his opponents. After wiping his hands with a napkin, Ye Tianlong invited leader Liang to try his hand. The man fell to his knees, realizing that he had lost, and our hero noticed that he was not worthy of being his slave. So he simply released the entire gang so that they could escape from Baishizhou as quickly as possible. Everyone was glad that the boy managed to drive away the bandits so easily, and he decided to ask Uncle Guy what would happen to his rent. The man was very glad that it all ended this way, so he allowed the woman to live in his apartment for free and not pay for utilities. Meanwhile, the lady of the house came on stage with a microphone to announce that she planned to give each of her workers a bonus of 50,000 and appoint the main character as a security consultant with a salary of 1 million per year, and asked if he was against it. The old man again escaped from excessive responsibility because from the very beginning he came here to work as an ordinary assistant. The owner did not want to lose such a capable worker because, although the dragons visited them every few years, the settlement needed to form a guard of at least 200 guards. Our hero thought that he had no skills and was too uncultured for such a big task, but then the woman offered Xiao Lu as another advantage. Such a significant advantage bribed the boy, so he agreed, and then went to the toilet with the girl so that she would treat his wounds. At this moment, a consultant from the Special Crimes Investigation Department named Wu Lingshuang came to visit them and said that someone had called the police and said that our hero had started a war between youth gangs. The girl explained that the dragon gang tried to insult the villagers, and the boy bravely defended them. But the police still demanded that Ye Tianlong go with her to investigate further. The main character had nothing to hide, so he decided to listen to the policeman and go with her to the police station. He invited Xiao Lu to return home with his godmother, and the girl promised to find someone who could save the wounded boy. As it turned out, the leader Liang closely watched the detention of the main character. Quite quickly, our hero and the police officer arrived at the station and went into the interrogation room, where the consultant asked what the boy could tell about what happened in Baishizhou, and he replied that he had gotten into a fight during the day but did not consider himself guilty. Wu Lingshuang ordered the boy not to smile in the interrogation room, since mass fighting and causing bodily harm are already criminal offenses. Suddenly, other police officers rushed into the room and announced that there was a problem. Jiang Su and Zhejiang had called the task force because Zhang Taibao had a heart attack. The police officer was surprised to hear this information, and then ordered all the station staff to follow her, and she asked the two police officers to stay here and keep an eye on the main character. A sinister grin appeared on the officers' faces, and they immediately turned off the CCTV cameras in the interrogation rooms. Ye Tianlong knew that the police had taken out guns and asked in fear what they wanted to do with him. The main character instantly reacted to the attempt to attack him, and, raising his hands, blocked the blow. He quickly dealt with the attackers and began asking who ordered them to do this to the detainee. Then Ye Tianlong suddenly asked the police to hit him in the face. They looked at each other and decided to comply with his request. Meanwhile, Wu Lingshuang stood outside and began to guess something, because these two guards seemed completely unfamiliar to her. She quickly realized that this was all just to distract her and decided to rush back to the police station. In the interrogation room, the policeman saw our hero, unconscious and beaten, sitting on a chair. The girl quickly ran up to the detainee to check his condition and found that he had neither breathing nor pulse. She immediately began administering first aid and also knew that she needed to call an ambulance as soon as possible. It was her turn to do artificial respiration, and the consultant noted that this was her first kiss, after which the main character came to his senses. Then the boy decided to take advantage of his position and pretended that he was afraid that the police would start beating him again. Ye Tianlong clung tightly to his savior and talked about how he wanted to find a lawyer and return home, while the girl tried to calm the victim down. Our hero then took out the statements of these two false employees from his jacket pocket and showed them to Wu Lingshuang, who now realized that the boy was simply feigning loss of consciousness. At that moment, Director Lin entered the room, who came to save the boy from harm and brought documents relating to yesterday's incident, in which he took part and proved himself to be a real hero who rushed to the aid of the villagers. The next day, the boy was already sitting in his office and casually trying carrots when he received an incoming call on his phone. The interlocutor immediately called out the license plate number of the protagonist's car and asked if it was an Oriental pharmaceutical company, so he immediately guessed that it was Dai Mingzi. So he quickly imitated an automatic answer. The girl realized that the guy was just trying to deceive her, so she gave him 30 minutes to meet on the roof of the Pearl of the Orient. Otherwise, she would jump down and leave a suicide note there, which would indicate that our hero was to blame for her death. Ye Tianlong, enraged by the girl's stupid behavior, called her a stalker and tried to prove that her actions were completely unreasonable. But she did not listen to him and said that he now only had 20 minutes. The main character had to jump up from his seat because he didn't want her to die because she still hadn't given him the Porsche. He quickly reached the roof of the Oriental Pearl and begged Lady Dai not to do too much stupidity. Dai Mingzi was delighted when she realized that she managed to attract the boy's attention, but she continued to shout that she would jump off the roof if our hero approached her, walked up to her and began to persuade her. Ye Tianlong said that he only came here to see if his car had been repaired and didn't think that the girl's death was possible even if he had something to do with it. The girl was outraged by the fact that her life was less important than some machine, and the main character simply understood that he had nothing to do with her, so he did not care at all whether she jumped or not. In the end, the main character simply asked her to go to his house and then have a drink together, but Dai Mingzi only wanted him to be her boyfriend. Suddenly, the girl realized that she could not maintain her balance and fell over the fence, which is why the boy had to save her. Fortunately, Ye Tianlong Wu had a rope tied to his leg, and he was able to easily save his friend who was already falling down. She flew to the ground, all in tears, but at the last moment, our hero still managed to grab her by the legs and save her. We were not alone on the roof, but together with Dai Mingzi's bodyguards, who were carefully watching their conversation. The girl again asked if our hero would become her boyfriend, but now he had no choice but to agree to this proposal, because the men around him were pointing guns directly at his head. She took the main character's Porsche as Director Lin's personal driver and took her new boyfriend somewhere. Ye Tianlong thought that his acquaintance wanted to do something bad to him, but he reminded himself that he had finally agreed to be with the girl, so she would not have to hurt her lover. Finally, the girl explained that there would be a social meeting this evening, and she wanted to take our hero with her to meet some people, and also noted that he would be able to find profitable connections for himself. She recalled that the guy was a sales agent for his company, so he could establish relationships with someone in order to further develop the business and achieve some heights. After some time, Dai Mingzi brought the young girl to a club called Between Water and Clouds, where the staff already knew her and welcomed her with joy. In the room where the girl entered with our hero, a couple was already sitting and drinking wine. She defiantly hugged the guy and told her friends that he was her new partner, but her friends still couldn't believe it, and thought that Dai Mingzi had hired a fake guy. Ye Tianlong then immediately showed the boy and girl a gold-plated business card that did not belong to him, and told them that he was an assistant at the Eastern Pharmaceutical Company, and invited them to go and buy medicines and medical equipment, receiving an 80% discount on his behalf. The impudent couple simply laughed at the main character, as they considered him, at most, a salesman or a security guard. Dai Mingzi did not find a reason to make fun of the boy, because the boy was really passionate about business and security, and did not steal or rob, so he was quite a pleasant person. The girl approached our hero and offered to find him a job, because if he is a friend of Dai Mingzi, then he automatically becomes her friend, and he thought that she could offer him a job with a salary of 100,000 and without much effort. She then decided to ask if it was his first time coming to the club, and if he felt that this place was not up to his level. And Ye Tianlong replied that the club was indeed not up to the level of his venerable personality. The girl laughed at the young man's conclusions and asked if he knew how much a gold VIP card cost here. Ye Tianlong shook his head because he really didn't know. But he still had her, and the beauty answered his question that this privilege was worth 1 million. She was not going to believe the words of our hero, so she asked to see her gold card and promised to give her hers if he really had it. Dai Mingzi intervened in this quarrel so as not to disturb the friendly atmosphere, but the boy Ye Tianlong had already found and showed his top-level club card, which only the most important guests of the establishment had. The girl refused to believe that the main character was so cool, so she was sure that he simply ordered a fake from an online store. She decided to check this by calling the number of the real owner of the club card, and as a result, she heard a ringtone from the pocket of the boy standing in front of her. Having confirmed his membership in the elite club, the guy with a clear conscience took the card from the girl who so religiously adhered to her opinion and asked the waiter to change the data on her gold card. Dai Mingzi did not allow the boy to do this because she wanted to protect the dignity of her best friend Zisa, and wondered why he needed another golden card if he already had top-tier privileges. The main character decided to listen to the girl and return the postcard to her impudent friend. Cixi was offended by such humiliation on their part, so she asked the waitress to change the information after all, and she went to the toilet. But Ye Tianlong was not upset about this and decided to try the delicacies offered by the club. Soon the meal was interrupted, as an employee ran into the room and reported that her friend had gotten into a fight, after which Dai Mingzi immediately armed herself and ran to save her. As it turned out, the two girls were unable to share space between themselves because someone accidentally stepped on someone else's foot, which is why they were now furiously pounding each other. The main character was eating a watermelon and watching from the sidelines this ridiculous fight, which the stranger and Dai Mingzi had already joined. Another guy came to protect his beloved Fei Fei, who complained to him that Cece got angry over a trifle and attacked her. The girl also complained about Cece's defender, whom her boyfriend happily agreed to beat, so he kneed him directly in the chest. Ye Tianlong then saw that Dai Mingzi also wanted to enter into conflict, but the boy stopped her and offered to take a bite of the watermelon. Members of the gang of the victim's boyfriend Feng Feng had already joined the fight and were about to teach Ceca's partner a lesson, who had never managed to offend anyone. The main character decided to take advantage of his card status and called security to complain about people who were apparently trying to intimidate him. The boy noticed this and invited Ye Tianlong to go outside and fight one-on-one, but our hero was definitely not going to accept such conditions. Suddenly, Chief Qin appeared at the club, noting that it was quite a busy evening, and Ye Tianlong immediately rushed to hug his friend, but Dai Minzi stopped her, reminding her that she was still his girlfriend. The officer explained that she did not come here to conduct an investigation, but to arrest a member of the Jiang family and pick up our hero to help with the investigation. Ye Tianlong did not want to go into any investigation, so he hid behind the legs of his conventional girlfriend, but the police officer was not going to take the young man's opinion into account. Dai Mingji pointed out that there must be some reason for the arrest and asked if Qin Ji wanted to take his boyfriend for himself. The policewoman asked the main character how many younger sisters he had, and explained to the girl that the police station was now the safest place for Ye Tianlong, where he would definitely be treated fairly. Our hero eventually arrived at a house where he was led at gunpoint by a policewoman, and the boy noticed that the apartment was similar to Director Lin's. Officer Qin explained that she had recently rented this apartment and invited Ye Tianlong to come inside. The main character was afraid to go inside because he was afraid that the police would do something bad to him. Qinzi was already tired of waiting for the boy, so she pushed him into the apartment herself. The girl began to change clothes right in front of our hero, explaining that at least one gang was chasing her, so she was definitely hungry for love, and especially Ye Tianlong, so she asked the young man to stop being so self-confident and slow down a little. She emphasized that she only called Ye Tianlong to talk, and now she is thinking about asking Chen Shui for his release. Indeed, the main character was sure that this would not happen because he was a fairly qualified employee in the operations department with an annual salary of several million. Ye Tianlong tried to get up from the sofa, but suddenly he accidentally touched a cup of coffee, spilling it on himself and the floor. So now he asked the policeman to just take him to the police station, where he would answer for all his actions. Captain Qin asked the boy to go to the toilet and quickly wet his pants, since coffee could not be wiped off with wet wipes. Our hero thought that she wanted to help him with this, but the girl told him to do everything himself while she found a robe and blanket for her guest. While Ye Tianlong was walking to the bathroom, there was a knock on the apartment's front door, and Qin Zi stood up to see who it was. It turned out that it was Lin Chen Shui, who came to visit her new neighbor and old friend and brought a small snack with her. The officer asked Chen Shui to come to her apartment for some reason, so she couldn't figure out what the problem was. It was at this moment that Ye Tianlong came out of the shower, immediately noticing his headmistress at the door, and Qin Zi was now desperately trying to explain that she had brought the boy to her home for interrogation. The girl was talking about the coffee incident and making excuses to her friend, while the main character was still holding the officer's underwear in his hands. Qin Zi noticed this, so she immediately took away her personal item from our hero and hit him with all her might for such a ridiculous joke. Gathering his strength after the strong blow, Ye Tianlong began to blame the girl herself for everything, and then asked Director Lin why she came here. In the end, Lin Chen Shui decided to leave the food and leave, as she was very jealous of her assistant and friend, and decided not to interrupt what she considered to be love affairs. Qinzi tried to prove that everything was completely wrong, but the headmistress was not going to change her opinion and began asking her friend about her so-called first love, barely restraining her jealousy. The main character decided to further aggravate the situation between the three of them and made an unsuccessful joke, but the officer simply ordered the man to shut up. Against the will of her heart, Lin Chen Shui began to say that they are all adults who understand that lovers can lose their minds from true love, so there is no need to explain this awkward incident. Ye Tianlong tried to explain the situation from his point of view, but by doing so he made the situation even worse, so Jin Zi could not stand it and heard the boy being strangled. But at that moment, someone knocked on the door again. As it turned out, there was a friend of the police officer there, whom she called her second cousin, but she was not happy with the fact that the girl had disappeared so suddenly. The woman was unhappy that Qin Ziyi still could not find a mate, although her aunt tried very hard to do so, because she wanted to see her grandchildren as soon as possible. The main character immediately noticed the imperiousness of her second cousin, and the officer tried to calm her down and asked her not to behave like that. In the end, Qinzi decided to lie and assured her that she really had a boyfriend, but the woman thought that this was just another excuse. To make it more believable, the officer hugged her fake lover and told him about her plans for the evening, and Lin Chen-shui confirmed everything. The third aunt was shocked by such unexpected news, and the girl said that the guy worked as the head of the operations department at Chen Shui Company and had a salary of 1 million a year. Qinzi then pulled the main character to say hello and meet the woman. Our hero decided to play along and greeted the third aunt with a smile, who still did not believe in the sincerity of the feelings of her relative and boyfriend. Yet Tianlong decided to go with the latter, so he hugged Qinzi as if she really was his girlfriend and asked if it still felt like fake love. The third aunt could not understand why the girl was still silent about her relationship, and asked our hero to fall in love with Z and follow her, because she only thought about work and forgot about rest. But the woman was confident in her love and decided to immediately give the couple a small red bag of money. The main character pretended that he was embarrassed to accept such a gift and asked his aunt not to do that next time, but she was about to leave and invited the couple to a family dinner on Sunday. Qin Jia seemed happy to have the opportunity to meet her parents, and Ye Tianlong, who was happy to receive such a nice gift, promised to come to dinner. When the aunt closed the door behind her, the girl angrily asked where the main character allowed himself to touch the female officer. Qinzi grabbed a knife to kill the boy, but he managed to run out of the apartment, and Lin Chen-shui was now trying to calm her friend down. After this meeting, the director went to her apartment and decided to relax a little in a warm bath with rose petals. She was very surprised when, upon leaving the room, she saw Ye Tianlong in front of her, who had somehow entered the apartment and was now eating watermelon. The main character was also shocked because he did not expect to see the director wearing only a towel. Finally, Lin Chen-shui ordered the boy to turn away and cover his face with his hands, and then asked why he came to her apartment. Then, she looked out the window and noticed that it was raining heavily outside, so she allowed our hero to stay here and spend the night on the sofa. At this moment, Qinzi knocked on the door, calling for her friend. Lin Chen-shui knew that if the girl saw the boy in such a state in her house, she might misunderstand everything, so she asked him to quickly hide. In addition, the door was not locked, so the female officer, who was actually just there to get a hairdryer, was able to enter without hindrance. Lin Chen-shui looked out the door and told her friend that she was taking a shower. Qinzi asked worriedly why the headmistress didn't answer her, but she didn't answer and started talking about how Ye Tianlong, who was also in the bathroom at the time, was a handsome person, so the female officer could really build a good relationship with him. The girl herself did not share Lin Chen-shui's opinion and noted that our hero simply liked her aunt, suggesting that her friend valued him so much after the incident on the golf course. The officer suspected that Chen Shui really liked our hero, so he promised not to take the boy away from her, but the director still did not agree with such assumptions. Suddenly, Principal Lin slipped and fell, so Qinzi became worried and looked into the bathroom to check if her friend was okay. In the end, she saw a rather strange picture in front of her, because Lin Chen-shui fell right on top of the main character. The hostess immediately began to explain that everything was not at all what the officer might have thought, and then she and Ye Tianlong sat on the floor in humiliation. The next morning, our hero was sitting in the car with Qinzi, who was furious because she was sure that the boy had come to the director's apartment to spy on her. She remembered that the envelope from her aunt was intended for the girl's lover, and Ye Tianlong said that the girl from the club also forced her to become her boyfriend, so now the officer was more like a lover. Qinzi explained that Ye Tianlong just needed to pretend to be her lover, and she promised to tell the whole situation to that girl in person, and decided to talk about the main offer for our hero, to become a secret agent. The main character was surprised to hear such a proposal, and the girl explained that Fu Jiafang has a dark past, so tracking down this person is quite difficult, and Ye Tianlong is a good candidate for the role of an agent. The boy advised the policeman to find someone else and noticed that Fu Jiafang was a fairly educated and kind person, but he was still ruthless. Then Officer Qin decided to use her beauty to win over the young man to her side, which made him nervous. Qinzi, playing with her eyes, asked whether the protagonist would allow himself to leave a defenseless girl in such a hopeless situation. So Ye Tianlong was already gradually changing his mind. The officer invited our hero to kiss her again or touch her body, assuring her that she always kept her word. Ye Tianlong finally agreed, and the policewoman handed him a folder containing top-secret information. The main character's target was Fu Jiafang. nicknamed Yuanwei, who was the deputy director of the Chinese medical company, and when he was sent to Mangu to develop the Chinese medicine market, he became a famous businessman with assets of about $3 billion. But all this was just a public status because, in fact, the man was engaged in illegal trade in the golden and silver triangles. When the main character found out all these details, he finally refused to complete such a task as he was afraid for his life. Qinzi tried to calm the young man down because he only needed to get closer to Fu Jiafeng and leave the rest to the police. Yet Tianlong still didn't believe that the girl would keep her word and let him touch her body, so the female officer still crossed herself and allowed him to do it right now. Our hero immediately rushed towards Qin Ziyi, but she pushed him away and noticed that he was only allowed to touch her face. After some time, they arrived at the main character's office, under which there was a crowd of people chanting that they demand compensation from Chinese medicine. The bandits called the company liars and kicked Lin Chunshui out as CEO. Yue Tianlong entered the office with a female officer and asked Ling Er what happened during the few days he was away from work. The girl said that all these people claim to be victims of a stomach drug called Spring Breeze, which patients say has serious side effects and can cause cancer. The dissatisfied crowd demanded that the authorities intervene in the investigation, that Chinese medicine pay compensation, and that Director Lin resign. Ye Tianlong was confident that he could handle this situation, but he asked for a kiss from all the girls on the team. Qinzi was also confident in the boy's abilities, so she promised to double his reward from the team. Meanwhile, our hero took a small briefcase and signed it like a bomb. The main character ran into the crowd and placed a homemade bomb in the hands of one of the protesters, causing everyone else to get scared and run away in different directions from the alleged terrorist. Then the events are transferred to Lin Chunshui's apartment, and the director herself is sure that all the protesters are hired by the King of Medicine. The director said that at 8 p.m. in the private room of the Between Water and Clouds building, the Medicine King is giving a dinner for friends, so she asked our hero to go there with Hua Ruyu instead of the manager. In the evening, Ning Huangchan, the adopted daughter of Black Widow, the executive vice president of the Medicine King, was already waiting for Ye Tianlong and his assistant. Hua Ruyu entered the room and apologized to General Ning for being late, but the woman was already too annoyed, because in these 10 minutes, she could have earned hundreds of thousands. The girl promised that a similar situation would not happen again next time, but Ning Huangjian was absolutely indifferent to these excuses. The vice president approached the protagonist and remarked that Lin Chunshui was very lucky to have such an experienced person and thought that he was showing complete disrespect for others if he dressed like that. The woman reached under Ye Tianlong's shirt, but he pushed her away and sat on the sofa asking for something to drink. The guy took a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp, and Ning Huangjian was very annoyed that our hero completely ignored any words. The main character suggested singing karaoke, but Hua Ruyu did not share this idea, so she asked the manager to calm down and negotiate calmly. He did not pay attention to any comments and was already choosing a song, but the vice president did not like this behavior of the young man. Yet Tianlong explained that he came here to have fun, and Ning Huangjian was stopping him from having fun. He called her dress style disgusting, and finally suggested moving on to the conversation that everyone was here for. The vice president agreed and explained that she needed prescriptions for stomach medications and scar removers, for which the company would receive 10% of the profits. She noted that this would be a pretty good amount, so the company had better not miss this opportunity. But the main character did not want to agree to such a distribution of funds. Ye Tianlong wanted 90% of the profits, which caused the woman to call him crazy. The boy still agreed to give 20% to the Medicine King if Ning Huangjian agreed to spend one night with him. The vice president couldn't stand our hero's impudence, so she threw all the agreement documents off the table and promised that she would still teach Ye Tianlong. The boy walked out into the corridor and thought that if he agreed to such conditions, Lin Chunshui would definitely kill him. At that moment, he witnessed how a defenseless, beaten girl was being chased by a man who tried to break her and threatened his victim. The stranger pretended that they were a couple and they were having an ordinary quarrel, but the girl was scared and begged for help. The main character asked how he should understand this strange situation, and the man asked not to interfere in his affairs. Ye Tianlong did not wait and pushed the man away from the poor woman, who immediately fell to the floor. The stranger began to threaten the boy, but he did not even listen and hit the thief so hard that he simply flew into the wall. The guy promised that he would wall up the insolent man in the wall if he dared to touch the girl again, but now he tried to calm the victim down. Eventually, a girl named Ning Qiwei made it to the hospital, where Officer Qin met her and began to tell her what had happened. Their conversation was interrupted by the main character, who came to find out about the girl's condition, and she immediately began to thank her savior. He promised to bring whatever Ning Qiwei wanted to eat, as he believed that fate itself had brought them together. Qinzi said that they contacted the Axe Gang last night, so the thugs will definitely return to take revenge. Ye Tianlong didn't think these little things were important, so he interrupted the policewoman and offered her breakfast. Officer Qin pulled the protagonist's ear to take him out of the ward and talk to him personally. They went to the police car because she saw Ning Qiwei giving Ye Tianlong a note and wanted to talk about it. It was just a girl's phone number, but Qin Zi didn't want her imaginary boyfriend to flirt with someone else. So she tore the piece of paper into small pieces. The officer also emphasized that no one would envy such a fool as the main character. The boy still didn't understand Qin Zi's behavior, so he decided to tease her and offered one small kiss as an advance for his mission to become a secret agent. Yet Tianlong innocently remarked that he had never been kissed in his life, and the policewoman felt embarrassed and felt that the young man was more and more overdoing his jokes. When Lin Chen Shui passed by, Qin Ziyi reached out his hand to pull the boy's cheek, so the headmistress looked sadly at her lover and friend. The woman got out of the car, greeted her friends, and looked carefully at the main character. The girlfriends stopped to talk, and Ye Tianlong quickly ran to the office, so the policewoman assumed that he was only thinking about his team of beauties. Suddenly, Lin Chen Shui grabbed her friend's hand and asked if she really liked our hero, which made her feel embarrassed. She warned Qin Ziyi about the betrayal of the main character, but the officer assured her that she would not allow herself to be offended and would shoot the boy in the lower body if he did anything wrong. Their conversation was interrupted by Liu's boss, who had also just arrived at work and was excited to meet the CEO. He said that he received a message from Canli that 3 pharmacy chains announced the liquidation of their company's drugs and suspended cooperation. And this news really shocked manager Lin. The man explained that 900 influential people reported problems with Chinese medicine and that someone had deceived them by inflating the cost of the medicine. It was rumored that Ning Hongzhuang had done all this, but Lin Chen Shui couldn't figure out where she could get the confidential Chinese medicine data from. Boss Liu then talked about the main character's meeting with Ning Huangzhan yesterday and called it a difficult negotiation, providing the director with provocative photos. The next day, all the directors gathered in the conference room early in the morning, but Ye Tianlong came last and asked why they were all gathered here. The boy thought that everyone had gathered to talk about dividends, but Chief Liu did not approve of such jokes and emphasized that this was a rather serious meeting. When all the directors were in place, Lin Chen Shui spoke about the information leak from Ning Huangzhang, due to which cooperation with the 3 pharmacy chains was interrupted. Chief Liu laid out photographs on the table in which the main character was in close contact with this woman, so there was a suspicion that the leak was his doing. The headmistress accused the boy of sacrificing Chinese medicine just to hook Ning Huangzhang, but the boy completely denied his guilt. In the end, Ye Tianlong stood up and said goodbye to the headmistress because he didn't want to stay if no one believed him. Lin Chen Shui thought that our hero liked Ning Huangzhang, so she asked whether Ye Tianlong liked this woman, but Ye Tianlong only waved his hand and did not answer the question. The director was upset because of a quarrel with the main character, and after the meeting she immediately returned to her office. She sat at her workplace and wondered if Ye Tianlong had really been seduced by Ning Hongzhuang, believing that this ruthless youth did not value her enough. The next day, early in the morning, the main character went to have street food for breakfast. The boy turned his head and saw Lin Chen Shui suddenly appear next to him, who ignored him and ordered corn with soy milk. The seller offered the director corn juice, explaining that our hero had drunk his last glass of soy milk. Ye Tianlong invited Chief Lin to drink milk and have breakfast together, discussing the situation between them. He paid for the director and noted that such an opportunity to have lunch together was very rare, so he asked her not to be shy. The main character put the food on the table, but Lin Chen Shui silently went to work, and the boy suspected that he had offended the manager. As it turned out at this time, Chief Liu, who actually leaked all the information, was talking with Ning Huangzhang and was already sure that Chinese medicine would collapse. Meanwhile, the director did not notice how 2 large men appeared behind her and wanted to grab her. Out of fear, she immediately fell to the floor and screamed, but the main character managed to help and threw the cups at the heads of the bandits. An angry Ye Tianlong ordered them downstairs and threw another bowl at the thieves, causing them to scream in pain. Lin Chen Shui opened her eyes and saw our hero's face covered in blood in front of her, so she became worried about his condition. The main character recalled that he suggested drinking soy milk together and tenderly kissed the director directly on the lips. Lin Chen-shui slapped our hero and remarked that she would have told Qin-ji everything if he had not helped, but Ye Tianlong insisted that they only had a fake relationship. She knew her friend's character well and was sure that the police officer had some feelings for the young man, because otherwise she would not even play with him. The director promised not to tell the girl anything, and told her that Ye Tianlong had already been suspended from his position, so she could fire him at any time. Ye Tianlong grabbed the woman because he couldn't believe that the manager could let him go so easily after they openly talked about friendship in her apartment. He finally let her go and admitted that he only left yesterday's meeting because he was too angry at Lin Chen-shui's lack of trust in him. The boy believed that the photographs were simply thrown away. And Liu Yunkai had long ago organized everything to expose our hero as a commercial agent. He fully understood that he would not be able to face Chief Liu one-on-one. So he simply made this choice and disappointed Lin Chen-shui's expectations of knowing the whole truth. The director pointed out that the young man only had 3 days, otherwise he would definitely be fired from the company. And our hero assured that he would deal with Liu Yunkai very soon. The main character returned to his office where Secretary Liu was already waiting for him, having found Liu Yongkai's route schedule. The girl demanded that Ye Tianlong invite her to dinner for such help because she would have to sacrifice her own beauty and dignity, and threatened that she would bite the whole boy into pieces. Meanwhile, Chief Liu was at the club, waiting for Ning Huangjian, who was a little late for the meeting. At that moment, a smartly dressed woman appeared in the establishment, attracting the attention of all the men around. The man immediately presented the latest research and development in the field of Chinese medicine, as well as information on drugs for removing scars and scars. Ning Huangjian hugged her agent and promised that his help would not be in vain. As it turned out, the main character noticed this and photographed the moment of intimacy between Liu's boss and the company's enemy. The next day, Liu Yongkai came to work and noticed that all the workers were looking at him, so he yelled at them and ordered them to go back to work. He came to Lin Chen-shui's office, who already had all the photos from Ning Huangjian, and demanded an explanation about this meeting. On the same day, the company was visited by an old friend of our hero, Kun Long, who was immediately greeted by the announcement of the dismissal of Liu Yunkai due to the disclosure of trade secrets. Ye Tianlong called his friend because he needed a security assistant for Bai Shizhou, and Xiao Lu noticed that the boy needed a car, so his friend could keep an eye on him. The main character agreed with the secretary and invited Kun Lun to go together and choose a car, to which his friend immediately agreed. He promised to go together to the S4 store later, where Kun Long could choose a car for himself, which Ye Tianlong would pay for without any problems, which made the man very happy, and he fell at the feet of our hero. After some time, they arrived at the luxury car sales center, where they were immediately greeted by friendly employees. Kun Lun began to enthusiastically look at all the cars around, and the main character asked him to choose something for himself while he also looked around the center. He then asked one of the consultants to present the car he had chosen, but she called the man a peasant and emphasized that this was a high-end store. Another girl noted that an arrogant employee named Mei Li could lose her bonus if she treated the center's clients this way. Mei Li noticed that Su Fei had not made a single sale this month precisely because she was wasting her time on such scoundrels. Then Kung Lun decided to inquire about the functionality of the car, but the consultant was not going to talk about it if the man did not intend to take the car. He felt nervous about the pressure from his colleague, but noted that he was actually going to buy a car. The consultant did not even allow him to touch the car if the buyer did not intend to buy it. The main character invited his friend to take a ride in the car if he liked it so much, but Qin Mei Li noted that a test drive is only possible with a subscription. Ye Tianlong asked if the store really had such a rule, but the consultant replied that it was her personal rule. Su Fei tried to intervene in the conversation and stop her colleague, but she had no intention of wasting time on the Seleucids. Then our hero decided to listen to the arrogant girl and not waste her time, but instead turned to her pleasant colleague Su Fei. Qin Mei Li considered her colleague a stupid pig and thought that she was wasting her time, while the girl thanked our heroes for listening carefully to her advice. At that moment, Ye Tianlong took out a check from his pocket that would be enough to buy 11 cars, which shocked the center's employees. The director of the center immediately rushed over to personally serve such a wealthy client and take him to the VIP room. And Mei Li was very annoyed at losing such a client. The guy didn't want such attention to himself because he only needed the talented Miss Su, who had already helped him choose a car. The director announced that the girl would now become the general sales manager, so she could help Ye Tianlong without any problems. He gave Ye Tianlong the keys to the Lamborghini of his choice, and Qin Mei Li watched with envy as her colleague took away a real mountain of gold. The main character decided to go first, as the house manager called him, and Kun Lun left him in the center to deal with the other machines. He returned to Bai Shizhou, where all the neighbors and employees said that the guy had a very nice girlfriend. The aunt was unhappy that the main character chose another girl instead of his Xiao Lu, so she already wanted to teach the boy a lesson. Ye Tianlong at first couldn't figure out who it was, but then he saw and realized that Dai Mingzi had come here. The main character believed that this annoying girl was his worst enemy. The lady of the house really valued Mingzi because she gave small gifts and money to everyone her age. In turn, the uncle already wanted to become the girl's godfather because she was so sweet and polite, and Ye Tianlong realized that all his neighbors had already fallen into her trap. Dai Mingzi offered our heroine cookies and said that her father had forbidden her to leave the house for several days, so she ran away to meet her lover. The guy emphasized that they were just friends and asked the girl not to play with fire. She didn't want to listen to this because she still considered the main character to be her lover, and Ye Tianlong still couldn't understand why Dai Mingzi was so attached to him. Then the girl decided to ask what the young man himself thought about her, and he replied that if she really wanted to become his lover, she should stay with him for the night. Dai Mingzi immediately became embarrassed and thought that the main character was just mocking her. The girl really wanted Ye Tianlong to look after her, since there was a party to be held at Minjiang University tomorrow. The hostess and uncle happily answered for the boy and agreed to help the charming Dai Mingzi. The girl hugged the main character tightly, and he realized that he was doomed to his fate. The uncle and aunt were happy for the young people, and Dai Mingzi advised his wife not to worry. Ye Tianlong was upset that he was being sold like an ordinary thing. He believed that such a brave girl was definitely not worthy of him. At this moment, someone called the girl's phone and said that something had happened to Nanggong Xiong. The protagonist of Dai Mingji immediately arrived at the VIP club, where he was happily greeted by the staff as guests of honor. The girl introduced her to her friend Xiao Aochen, who ran this small establishment that brought in a lot of money. As it turned out, there was a casino here, and one of the clients, surrounded by beautiful girls, was sitting tensely at one of the tables. He was unhappy that Lan Xiaomo had already called Dai Mingzi here, because he still had not lost after all, it was only the 4th round. One of the beauties noticed that the player already had a lot of debts, so he had nothing to lose. And Dai Mingzi finally tried to take her friend away and save him from another defeat. In addition, Nanggong Xiong was drunk, so the girl promised to pay his debts herself and asked Lan Xiaomo how much her friend owed. Lan Xiaomo said that this guy promised to pay her 30 million without any problem, so she accepted this particular bet. Everyone was shocked to hear such a large amount, and the employee remarked that the friend could only be taken away if the girl paid 30 million for him, because otherwise she would call the Nanggong family. Nanggong Xiong was very scared because he couldn't let his parents know about his casino activities, so he promised to return the money in time. Then the main character decided to play as the boy himself, and Lan Xiaomo agreed and asked how they would play. Ye Tianlong didn't care about the game because the most important thing for him was that Lan Xiaomo herself play with him personally. The guy noticed that Miss Lan had tens of millions, so he offered to play for a loss or win of 5 million. The girl agreed, but didn't think it was too exciting, so she suggested that the loser lie down in front of the club and bark like a dog. In the end, our hero suggested playing Catch the Turtle, because then all players would have an equal chance of winning. He shook the jar with 2 leaves and invited his opponent to be the first to pull out the paper. Lan Xiaomo was sure that there were definitely traces of ink on her piece of paper, so she already knew that she would win. She decided to tear her piece of paper, but just at that moment, Ye Tianlong unfolded his piece of paper on which a seashell was drawn. The main character held the photo with a smile, and Dai Mingzi and her friend rejoiced at the boy's victory. Lan Xiaomo then noticed that she didn't want to bark like a dog, so she gave the car in exchange and offered to play for another 10 million. The main character admitted that he also had several hundred million in luxury cars, but he wanted to see how good the girl who came out of Wang Xiansheng was. The girl thought that the impudent Ye Tianlong actually wanted to become her sworn enemy. Dai Mingzi noted that her friend always boasted that she could adapt to any situation, so if the girl crawled just a few meters, she could save herself 10 million. When the main character heard such a proposal, he suggested that he crawl himself to get 10 million. And Lan Xiaomo was indignant that the young man did not respect himself at all. The girl offered to pay the guy another 5 million just like that if he agreed to play for 50 million. Ye Tianlong didn't pay attention to this because he wanted to see her bark like a dog. And Ye Tianlong remarked that he needed to be more merciful because she thought that her help might be needed in the future. In the end, he agreed to make concessions and suggested that the girl simply cancel Nangong Xiong's debt to avoid an awkward situation. The debtor decided to support his savior and asked Lan Xiaomo to stop profiting from himself by making the right choice regarding his participation. The girl could not bear such pressure on her dignity and threw Nangong Xiong's promissory note on the table. The debtor immediately tore the document into small pieces, but Lan Xiaomo was still counting on a big game and hoped that her opponents would not disappoint her. Dai Mingzi noticed that in fact, it was her acquaintance who always disappointed her. Meanwhile, the main character decided to give the car he won to Nangong Xiong, which is why he now considered his savior his elder brother and promised to follow him through thick and thin. The girl also reminded that tomorrow there will be a party in honor of the anniversary of the university, which will be attended by famous people such as Xian Lian from the port city. But Ye Tianlong did not understand who they were talking about. She thought that the young man was just fooling around, because everyone knew about the first wave of the port city, but our hero was only thinking about beautiful girls. Dai Mingzi became jealous of the boy and bit him hard on the hand. Nangong Xiong interrupted their argument because he wanted to talk to his older brother and invite him to lead the security team at the university event. Ye Tianlong was overjoyed at this opportunity and began to ask how big the party would be. The next day, a long line of expensive cars lined up near Minjiang University. Nangong Xiong sat in the same car with the main character and talked about Dai Mingzi, who would be the host of the event, noting that she was one of the most beautiful girls in the university, and wondering how beautiful she would be today. He said that the girl often goes on TV shows as a guest and has many fans, so if she had become an excellent student and not a hooligan, she would have entered the entertainment industry long ago. At this moment, the main character noticed that an accident had occurred on the road, and now the drivers were arguing with each other. One of the disputants noted that Master Tang was very kind today and said that the boy should just take the money and return the girl so that there would be no problems. The hooligans promised that the young man would not receive a diploma unless he fulfilled the conditions and went with them on vacation. The guy was going to protect his girlfriend named Xiao Lan to the last and believed that they themselves had arranged this accident. Ye Tianlong, noticing this situation, decided to help and got out of the car to help his friend. The student continued to defend Xiao Lian and was about to fight with the bullies because he did not intend to give up his money. He was outraged that strangers dared to threaten him, but it was at that moment that the main character intervened in the quarrel. Xiao Lian immediately recognized Ye Tianlong and was now confident that they would be fine. The bully didn't think so at all, because he wanted to deal with his victims and not let them go until the situation with the accident was resolved. Our hero asked his friend what happened here, but her boyfriend now did not trust anyone around him and began to attack his savior. Xiaolian immediately reassured her lover and explained who Ye Tianlong was, but the young man still did not understand who was standing in front of him. She explained that she met our hero when he was saving her friend Kaiwei, and although they didn't even have time to say a word to each other, her boyfriend still didn't believe that they were just friends. Meanwhile, Ye Tianlong asked the bandits whether they belonged to the Axe Gang or the Dragon Gang, to which they replied that they belonged to the second group. The boy then ordered with a smile that their leader Qiu Tong should arrive here no later than 4 hours later to apologize to Zheng Xiaolong, otherwise he would call Boss Liang personally. The hooligans could not understand who this brave and courageous young man was, and Nangong Xiong immediately decided to introduce his elder brother to them. They then realized that it was the so-called god of war from Bai Shizhou, and immediately remembered their superior's words that those who offended Ye Tianlong would be punished according to family rules. The bandits immediately fell to their knees and began to apologize to the main character, but the main character emphasized that they should apologize to Xiao Lan and her boyfriend. They immediately listened to Ye Tianlong and did everything according to his instructions, which made Da Jun feel strong and in control of the thugs, so he hit them hard. Our hero did not like this behavior of the young man, so he grabbed the boy by the hand, noticing that such an act was incorrect. The student believed that such scoundrels deserved several good blows, and now thought that Ye Tianlong was actually covering up for the thugs. Ye Tianlong offered the young man to face the two thugs alone if he would just leave here and no longer help solve this situation. Xiaolan tried to explain that her boyfriend was too nervous and hot-tempered, which irritated Da Jun even more. The old man could not stand it and attacked his beloved, calling her a superficial fool who does not appreciate him and wants to live at the expense of her rich dad. In the end, he pushed the girl so hard that she almost fell, but the main character managed to catch her. Da Jun became even more angry when he saw Ye Tianlong allowing himself to touch his beloved and was about to hit our hero. Nan Gongzheng decided to stand up for his older brother because he saved the couple, and the boy dared to go against his savior. The student promised to kill the main character if he ever touched his girlfriend, but in the end, he grabbed her and fled the scene of the crime. Meanwhile, a large stage had already been set up in the university courtyard, and the party participants began to gradually gather. Kunlun also arrived at the party along with the main character, who heard someone's screams in the forest near the university, so he offered to check what was happening there. In fact, there was a car among the trees, next to which a couple was carefree flirting with each other. Kunlun thought he had witnessed a kidnapping, so he ran to save the victim while our hero desperately tried to stop him. Even louder screams began to be heard from the car, which worried the man more and more. He immediately grabbed the stone from the ground, since he could not watch the crime. And the main character could not believe that his friend really had no idea what was really happening. Kunlun ran to the car and threw a stone through the window to save the girl inside. Only when the man saw the lovers hugging did he realize that there had actually been no kidnapping. He quickly ran towards Ye Tianlong and announced that he seemed to have caused a bit of trouble. Kunlong thought for a moment, because it seemed to him that this woman was Shimen Lian, but our hero did not want to listen to these guesses of his stupid friend. Suddenly, he noticed that the couple had left some of their things behind, and Ye Tianlong offered to pick them up to return later and suggested that he finally leave this forest so as not to meet anyone again. At the university, they were immediately met by Dai Mingzi, who was unhappy that the boy came so late, although there were still 2 hours left before the concert. The girl explained that the main character could come earlier to spend time with her. Ye Tianlong emphasized that he also had his own worries, as he had to ensure the safety of the entire festival. In fact, the girl didn't care about the boy's problems at all because she was the one receiving all the guests today. So she explained that the main character should help and bring drinks if she raised her left hand and food if she raised her right. Then the boy joked and asked if he should undress Dai Mingzi if she raised both hands, but she did not appreciate such a joke and asked our hero to just take her hand. Kunlun watched them all the time and thought that his elder brother always knew how to pick the most beautiful flower. The girl took Ye Tianlong to her things near the stage and asked him to look after them. He then asked to put the found items in her bag and promised to carefully guard all packages. Meanwhile, Dai Mingzi received a call and was informed that none of the artists would come to the concert. After some time, the organizers gathered near the stage, and the girl announced that singers Zhang Daking and Ximen Lian said that they had mental disorders, so they proposed canceling the program. Another girl could not understand the reason for refusing to perform, and was nervous because many people had already come to the concert, and other organizers suggested that someone had staged a terrorist attack because the singer's car was simply smashed. Yet Tianlong didn't consider this a valid reason since the artists were free to go on stage and sing as long as they had mouths. Dai Mingzi was trying to figure out how to replace the singers and suggested giving that time to the entertainment department, who would surely have a talented dancer to fill the lost 30 minutes. At this time, the main character came on stage and stated that if he were in the place of the artists, then, given that this was a performance for students, he would do everything possible. At that moment, Mingzi's best friend ran onto the stage, shouting that there was still a way out of the situation. Dai Mingzi was surprised and asked what Cici was offering, to which she replied that she knew a popular star who was passing through Minjiang, so the girl wanted to invite her to the concert. The friend did not wait and with the last hope called Miss Ruth to contact Liu Tianji. In the end, the main character and the upset Dai Mingzi were heard on the phone talking about refusal. Cici apologized and explained that Liu Tianzi was leaving today at 19 Eid, and Ye Tianlong immediately recognized the name of his acquaintance. Dai Mingji wanted to say that everything was fine, but the boy suddenly grabbed the phone and ordered Miss Ruth to bring Liu Tianji within 3 hours. Cici took her phone and began to apologize for this misunderstanding and rudeness on the part of our hero. She was very indignant at the boy's behavior as she couldn't believe that he could know such a famous person. But Ye Tianlong pointed out that he was here to help with the concert. The main character walked up to Dai Mingji and happily announced that Liu Tianji would come to today's event along with the others. Miss Ruth became so angry after talking to the boy that she threw the phone on the floor of the car and broke it. Her friend was surprised by the girl's behavior and asked what happened during such a short call. Ruth then announced that they were heading to Mingjiang University right now, and Tianji again asked the reason for this change of plans. To explain, it was enough to say that Ye Tianlong was at this party. A few hours later, Dai Mingzi was already in her evening dress and greeted the leaders, teachers, alumni, and students who came to the celebration. To begin with, she invited the guests to listen to the chorus of the song Peaches and Plums Worldwide, and all the students shouted that the presenter looked like a real goddess. One of the organizers asked Dai Mingzi to go backstage as soon as possible as she wanted to announce news about the event program. The girl hopefully asked if Xian Lian and Da Qing could still sing, and the assistant replied that they did agree, but with some conditions. Backstage, you could hear how eager the crowd was to see their idols. Cece intervened in this conversation and decided to talk about the fact that the singers had raised their fees to a cosmic level and were now demanding 500,000 per song. Dai Mingzi called this a real robbery and asked me to tell you that neither 500 nor even 50,000 rogue singers will see this, but the crowd is still waiting for their idols on stage. At this moment, Kong Long ran up to them with a microphone in his hand and pointed out that Ye Tianlong was present at the event, so there was no reason to worry. The girl tried to stop him because she couldn't understand what the main character was up to. Sissy asked her friends why the guy came on stage with a guitar in his hands, but in fact, no one guessed what he came up with. Dai Mingzi tried to stop Ye Tianlong at the last moment, since it was already heard that the public was not at all satisfied with this development of events, and was calling the organizers liars. Our hero didn't even introduce himself to the public, but only struck the first chord and ran a pick along the strings. The girls from the organizing group immediately noted that his playing sounded very good. To the accompaniment of a guitar, the main character sang a lyrical song about love. After finishing his speech, the boy stood up and thanked the audience for their attention. Nan Gongxiong looked at his elder brother with delight, and Dai Mingzi thought that Ye Tianlong was a worthy person. At that moment, the organizer announced that our hero really hadn't lied, and a very famous singer came to the party. Today's special mystery guest, the beautiful Liu Tianzi, was announced through the speakers on stage. She took the stage with words of gratitude for the opportunity to perform on the stage of Minjiang University and announced that the song Unseen Flowers was dedicated to him. The girl sang the first verse and turned to the main character, since now it was his turn to sing. He did not wait, and going up to the podium with a microphone, continued singing a song about passionate love. Later, out of interest in the performance, the guy came up and grabbed the singer by the face, which made the crowd burst into tears because they looked good together, and Dai Mingzi tried to calm down and not be jealous. Ye Tianlong in the spotlight. Liu Tianzi looked truly magnificent, so she made an incredible impression on the audience. After a while, they finished singing and looked at each other like true lovers, while the crowd loudly chanted their names. When the event ended, Dai Mingzi walked onto the stage to announce the end and thank the audience for their attention. Meanwhile, the vocal duo sat in the car and drank tea after a rather successful performance on the university stage. The girl apologized for not bringing Ye Tianlong's favorite tea, but Ye Tianlong replied that it doesn't matter what kind of tea you drink. What matters is what kind of person you drink it with. The singer thought that the main character was mocking her, but he assured her that he would not dare to do that to one of the three goddesses of China. Liu Tianzi emphasized that it was the boy who helped her reach such incredible heights. She noticed that although Ye Tianlong wanted fame and money, he had it in his pocket, but he replied that he had no talent. Our hero explained that today he only came on stage because he needed to help a friend, and he only sings like that from time to time, so it's just a joke. Liu Tianzi immediately stated that she did not need money for the performance, but Ye Tianlong was indignant, since he did not mean the issue of paying for the performance at all. She then decided to end the discussion by asking if the boy had come to Minjiang on a specific mission, and then wondered if he was avoiding her because of his low salary as a bodyguard. The main character explained that he had a small task for a maximum of 3 months and guessed that Liu Tianzi was hinting at the continuation of their cooperation. Suddenly, the girl's mood changed dramatically, and she changed her mind about her proposal, since she knew that she would annoy the guy with her family ties with Shui Yi, which surprised Ye Tianlong, but in the end, they stopped cooperation without any problems. As it turned out, Liu Tianzi's sister, who raised the main character, died. But the young man was not going to believe it because he valued her very much. They eventually arrived at the airport, where the girl remarked that she would always welcome Ye Tianlong with open arms and wait for him to return from his mission. He was watching the plane she was flying home on when Dai Mingzi came up behind him, very pleased that the party had gone well. The girl thanked Ye Tianlong for the song, which he performed flawlessly at the end of the concert. Despite the success, she felt discomfort after this event. The main character could not understand the reasons for the excitement, and the girl explained that the guy looked too harmonious with Liu Tianji, so she was nervous about a possible relationship between them. He noted that this is not a story about a princess and a groom, because the boy was an ordinary warrior, and Liu Tianzi was a pop singer, so they have nothing in common. Dai Mingzi then asked why such a celebrity had no problem coming at our hero's request, and he admitted that he actually saved the pop star's life. The main character said that once Liu Tianzi was going to a charity evening, but an obstacle was a snake that bit her and almost took her life. The girl warned Ye Tianlong that he might have problems after being rescued, so the young man thought that she would not come to help with the concert. But Dai Mingzi did not believe that they no longer had anything in common. The guy pointed out that Dai Mingzi's little head was thinking too much, because if he really had an affair, he definitely wouldn't be standing here, and the girl asked if our hero needed an escort home. Ye Tianlong begged him to wait for him, since he had neither money nor a car, but the girl didn't care, because she was still jealous of him. The next morning, our hero arrived at the office, where Lin Chen Shui was waiting for him, who had already heard about the boy's moments of glory yesterday. The director emphasized that the main character still has a 1,008 billion problem in Chinese medicine. The main character believed that such a mission would only contribute to the fact that he would retire sooner. Lin Chen Shui promised not to force Ye Tianlong to do this task because the boy was already trying his best, and Ye Tianlong no longer listened to her because he was fascinated by the beauty of the woman. He understood that he could not leave the matter halfway, and in the meantime Lin Chen Shui asked him to bring her slippers. The main character was very embarrassed because he could not take his eyes off the magnificent body of his manager and considered her the best woman in the world. He asked if there was anything else he could do to help, but Director Lin only wanted the boy to reach 1,008 billion in sales in her operations department. Suddenly, Ling Er burst into the office and announced in a panic that Kiki had escaped, stealing 200,000 from our hero. The main character quickly returned to his office, where the employee told him that Kiki allegedly went to water the flowers, but did not return from the office for too long. The girl saw from the window that her colleague was leaving the office with a bag of money, but also managed to lose a wad of 10,000. Ye Tianlong noticed that the money had disappeared just as he left the office, so the boy couldn't believe that Kiki had actually allowed herself to commit such a crime. The girls also believed that their friend could not be seduced by money, and besides, the three of them had an amount much in excess of 200,000. At this time, a message from Kiki came to the young man's phone, in which she apologized for this theft and promised to return this amount when she finds a way to earn money. The main character immediately decided to call his friends at the police and ask them to track his colleague's number. Team Phoenix couldn't figure out who their leader really was, who had connections literally everywhere, while Ye Tianlong received a message from Kiki, so he went looking for her and asked the girls to stay in the office. An hour and a half later, Kiki arrived at the meeting place with the bandits to receive a ransom for her parents, and the men promised to take her too if the money was not enough. The girl shouted at her to stop talking nonsense and promised to leave if she didn't see her parents right away. On the second floor of the restaurant, Kiki was met by the nine-fingered bandit Lei Jiuji, who immediately asked if the beauty was the daughter of Zhao Dadiao. Kiki said that she would first pay 190,000 and the rest of the debt next week. But then the bandit invited her to simply become his mistress and promised to cure her parents of gambling addiction. She was very annoyed by this attitude towards her because she came here to save her parents, and not to joke. The bandit snapped his fingers and his subordinate brought out the parents, who were happy that their daughter had come to save them after all. The father and mother did not think at all about their daughter's dignity and suggested that she follow Boss Lei to make a living from chocolate. The woman began to insist that they were already old, so the girl should be provided with housing, since she believed that this would not be difficult for Kiki at all. The daughter could no longer tolerate such pressure on herself, so she was not going to help her corrupt and irresponsible parents at all. The mother called Kiki stubborn and promised the bandit to talk to her, but he called the girl a traitor and noted that it was the first time he had seen such a child ungrateful to his parents. The girl burst into tears and asked if her father knew how much she had lost saving them, and declared that they did not deserve her love when Ye Tianlong suddenly burst into the restaurant. In the end, she decided not to give the money and allowed the bandits to do whatever they wanted to her father and mother. Her parents were outraged by Kiki's impudence, so they began rehearsing and ordered her to accept Boss Lei's offer. The bandits threatened that if the girl did not give the money, then only the lower part of her defenseless body would leave the restaurant. Then the main character intervened in the situation, noting that in our time, being a gangster only means robbing and insulting ordinary people. Boss Lei looked irritated at the intruder, but remained silent, and his bodyguards could not understand which stranger was interfering with their work. The boy invited the leader to sell all the wealth that Zhao Kiki had taken from him, and the leader asked what Ye Tianlong would compete with him in. Our hero knew that Boss Lei was the king of gambling, so he offered to play on Zhao Kek. The guy wanted to play the game more or less, and promised to give $1 million if the bandit could still defeat him. If the protagonist's opponent loses, then Zhao Kiki will leave here unharmed, and her parents will remain under the control of the bandits. And finally, after listening to all the conditions, the players began the round. Boss Lei was already confident of his victory when he saw the first dice, and ordered the bartender to quickly prepare the money. Ye Tianlong, with a smile on his face, invited his opponent to take another look and realized that his bet had not actually worked. The man realized that he had suffered a crushing defeat, and our hero pretended to feel sorry for his opponent. In the end, the bandit kept his promise and allowed Ye Tianlong to take Zhao Keki away, leaving the debt to her parents. The main character suggested that the girl finally leave here in peace, because now all the problems are behind her, and her parents were desperately trying to stop their Kiki. After a while, they finally went outside, where Ye Tianlong told his employee to be brave and let out all her emotions by screaming. Kiki listened to her manager and cried incredibly loudly because of her hatred of her own parents, and our hero did not expect this from the girl. At this time, they were being watched by Boss Lei, who regretted losing Zhao Keki in such a shameful way, so now he just wanted to ask our hero for her. Ye Tianlong asked the girl not to worry because he knew that Lei Juji would take care of her parents and make them completely different people. Zhao Kiki herself was only concerned about stealing money from her leader, so she burst into tears again over her own action. The main character calmed her down, noticing that she was thinking too much about what happened, and promised to take his subordinate home. On the way, he stopped at a traffic light and noticed that Kiki was driving next to him too calmly, because she could afford to take a nap right in the car. Suddenly, Qin Ziyi noticed a familiar car and ordered our hero to park. Kika immediately tried to justify herself to the police officer, but she no longer listened to her and called Ye Tianlong a real heartthrob. The boy also desperately wanted to prove that he was not that kind of person at all. Officer Qin didn't want to listen to these excuses at all because she believed that she had caught the boy in the act. In the end, she decided to let her friends go because she did not want to waste time on such, in her opinion, scum as the main character. Zhao Keki couldn't believe that the policewoman actually believed in the possibility of a relationship between them, and Ye Tianlong asked her not to think about it and promised to personally call Qinjia to explain the whole situation. After some time, they finally reached Zhao Kiki's chambers, where the girl pulled out her savior and offered him a drink of water. She suddenly turned to her group leader and, very embarrassed, looked him straight in the eyes. The girl began to undress right in front of the main character, talking about how he helped her so much that now Kiki doesn't know how to repay him. Ye Tianlong emphasized that he was helping his friend only because he wished her happiness and not because of any other thoughts, to which she replied that she herself was confident in the purity of the young man's intentions. Ye Tianlong begged the girl to stop, because then he would not be able to explain to anyone that there was really nothing between them. But in the end, he was saved by a knock on the door. Zhao Keke was upset that they were interrupted at that very moment, and the main character only had time to ask if the door was closed when Ling Er entered the apartment. The girl stood with tears in her eyes, and Ye Tianlong managed to escape through the open window. The main character deftly jumped out of the house and noticed that someone decided to attack him by surprise. The enemy noticed that the boy's agility was still at a high level when he was able to skillfully dodge the sudden blow. Ye Tianlong looked at his opponent and immediately recognized him as a Japanese samurai nicknamed Wolverine. They continued to fight, jumping from air conditioner to air conditioner until the samurai knocked him down with a katana blow. The boy noticed that Wolverine had just joined the clan and was already using surprise attacks on his target. The man considered our hero a low and shameless person who certainly does not know how to point out the mistakes of others, and Ye Tianlong tried to pass himself off as an ordinary teenager who does not understand the situation at all. In the end, Wolverine decided not to show off and finish this fight as quickly as possible. He noted that Schurter would not interfere in our hero's affairs until he intervened in response, but Ye Tianlong still continued to pretend that he did not understand a single word of what his opponent said. The main character noticed that the samurai offended him much more, since he guessed that the Japanese had come because of the heavenly medicine. And he replied that not every scoundrel is allowed to take possession of this medicine. Ye Tianlong responded by calling his opponent a scoundrel and now realized that he also came here for Lin Chen Shui. The boy asked what would happen if he intervened in Wolverine's affairs, and he replied that then our hero would not leave here alive. The samurai attacked the young man, but he did not even tense up and stopped the katana blade with just 2 fingers. The main character with a defiant smile noted that they would still see who could escape, and shouting that someone was trying to steal the air conditioner, he ran away from the scene of the fight. At the same moment, an angry crowd of residents of the house ran out from over the horizon, and Ye Tianlong incited them to deal with the thief. Wolverine indignantly pointed out that it was better for our hero not to go against the flow, but he did not hear his opponent and directed the crowd towards him. He was not going to let the main character go, and Ye Tianlong, at the end of their meeting, decided to admit that he really had a mission, and advised the samurai not to think about Lin Chen Shui and Chinese medicine. In the evening, the main character decided to visit Zhao Lu, who was not at all expecting a visit from his colleague, and asked if Zhao Kiki was all right. He stopped at one of the places where homemade ice cream was sold and invited the girl to go there, but suddenly they heard some kind of fight nearby. A man was running next to them, dragging a boy behind him and trying to hide from his pursuers. Ye Tianlong immediately recognized him as Uncle Ying, and Secretary Lu suspected that he was one of the rebels in Bai Shizhou. Meanwhile, the man stopped and asked the child to run to the police as soon as possible. The main character approached an acquaintance and offered to look after the child, who had already fallen into the arms of Xiao Lu. Uncle Ying was not afraid and rushed into battle with his enemies from the Axe Gang. He took the weapon from one of his opponents and mercilessly cut the boy's throat. The bandits surrounded the man and asked where the boy was, but Ying was not going to just give up. At this time, the little boy was with the main character and Secretary Lu and begged them to help his uncle. The girl tried to calm the boy down and promised that Ye Tianlong would definitely save Uncle Ying. Our hero could not refuse the child, so he picked up an axe and asked the man to rest while he dealt with the bandits. The boy only needed a few hits to neutralize most of his opponents, so he confidently stood his ground and invited the others to come up if they were not afraid. The bandits did not take risks after seeing Ye Tianlong's skill, so they decided to flee the battle scene. Uncle Ying thanked Ye Tianlong for helping the Dragon Gang and informed them that their leader Liang was seriously injured and was now bedridden. Ye Tianlong was very surprised that someone dared to go against this gang, and now the boy saw this as an opportunity for himself. He understood that if Wolverine truly succeeded in Chinese medicine, then he would not give up allies like the dragons in order to be able to compete with his rivals. In the end, our hero asked Uncle Ying what disease had struck the leader of Lian, and he was not averse to trusting, since he considered Ye Tianlong to be a trustworthy person. The main character took his uncle and the boy to Sister Feng, who already knew about the attack by the X Gang. The man said that it was Ye Tianlong who saved his life and protected the young master. Indeed, Sister Feng remembered the boy and wanted to object, but Uncle Ying stopped her and explained that our hero had come here to examine the sick leader. The woman remained at the door and silently watched as her acquaintance led Ye Tianlong straight to the leader of their gang. When the whole company entered the room, Mr. Liang immediately recognized the main character among them. The man was scared because he remembered their last meeting with the boy, but our hero immediately calmed him down and explained that he had come to examine the patient. Sister Feng said that several experts came to the leader, but none of them knew the cause of the illness. Uncle Ying noticed that one of the doctors recommended pumping out the stomach, but this did not help. And meanwhile, Ye Tianlong began to suspect that this may not be a disease at all. The old man asked if Leader Liang often had headaches and nausea, and the patient replied that it was true. Ye Tianlong also guessed that the patient often felt weak and had muscle cramps, which simply shocked the gang leader. After analyzing the patient's condition, our hero immediately suggested using the acupuncture method. He asked Leader Liang to check his condition himself with a needle, and as a result, everyone saw a black drop of blood, so they now assumed that someone had poisoned the leader. The protagonist emphasized that this was an unusual poison, so he asked the patient to take a sip of Chinese medicine prepared by the boy. Suddenly, the leader coughed up black blood, causing all his subordinates to panic and ask if he was okay. Uncle Ying and Sister Feng approached the boy and began to ask what he was doing with their leader. Ye Tianlong crouched down and used chopsticks to pick up the corpse beetle that had crawled out of Leader Liang's body from the floor. He placed it in a jar and explained that after half a month this parasite can independently leave the man's body along with diarrhea. The gang leader had no idea who was so angry with him, and our hero, meanwhile, noted that he had already met a person with such a disease, so he was not afraid to take a risk with the current patient. Leader Liang thanked the boy for saving 2 lives today, so now he and the Dragon Gang promised to follow him through thick and thin. Yet Tianlong emphasized that it is too early to say words of gratitude, since he assumes that the parasite was planted by someone close to the leader. Suddenly, the son of a man rushed into the room, who did not want his father to die since he had not yet paid off his insurance and mortgage. Leader Liang was very angry with his son, who only saw him for monetary gain. The father felt well enough to lecture the boy, who now tried to explain that he supposedly wanted to take care of the fate of the Dragon Gang, while Uncle Ying suggested that the protagonist rest in a side room. Sister Feng took the gang's savior to a resting place and promised to find him some delicious tea. Yet Tianlong took the cup of drink and immediately felt that something was wrong with it, so he poured it out to the woman who brought it. He recognized Lady Knife in front of him and declared that he could not drink this tea. She immediately began attacking the boy with knives and emphasized that Wolverine warned the boy not to interfere in other people's affairs. Apparently, Ye Tianlong managed to quickly dodge the attack and boldly called her opponent an old aunt who only knows how to pour poison on others and grab a weapon at the first opportunity. Sister Feng immediately intervened in the fight with her subordinates and ordered them to protect the boy by killing the woman. The lady with the knife tried to defend herself from the attackers and again asked why the main character was interfering in their plans, to which he explained that their clan influences people who should not be influenced. Suddenly, an arrow flew into the woman's back, which no one expected at all. As it turned out, it was Chief Liang's son, and Lady Knife thought it was Ye Tianlong, and warned him that he would not be able to save the city with the help of the dragons. The main character could not even think that Liang Ziquan would raise his hand to kill his subordinate. Sister Feng apologized for the lack of hospitality at the Dragon Gang, but the boy did not see any problem in it and asked to convey a few words to the boss about the incident. It turned out that Leader Liang saw everything with his own eyes and noted that his son learned to shoot well behind his father's back. In the end, the leader of the dragons arranged a grand dinner in honor of the young man and now called the main character a real benefactor. Everyone at the table decided to drink to Ye Tianlong, but Ye Tianlong asked not to take his usual actions so personally. Liang Sukai noted that the boy might think it was nothing, but he personally saved the man's life. Then he remembered the gift and, snapping his fingers, asked his subordinate to bring this chest. The main character was touched by such generosity, but the man did not consider it a worthy gift for saving his entire life. The man spoke about the contents of the chest, which included tokens of the Gang of Dragons for summoning all its members, armor made of silkworm skin, and a power of attorney for a plot of land in the center of the city. He sincerely asked Ye Tianlong to accept this gift, but Ye Tianlong could not afford to take away such valuable things. Liang Ziquan irritably handed the gift into the hands of the protagonist, and then simply could not take his eyes off his father's precious things. Leader Lan allowed Ye Tianlong to use the gift as he wished and asked him to do him a favor by accepting the chest. Liang Ziquan was very angry with his father, but the main character was very happy about such an easy opportunity to get rich and thanked everyone for this kindness. The boy decided to give the Dragon Gang advice because he believed that they needed outside help, but Boss Liang was confident that they could only defend themselves against the axe, otherwise they would simply become cannon fodder. Then, pouring himself some wine, the young man began to reason that he would only protect himself by a prelude to failure, so he thought it best to strike early and take the initiative into his own hands. He also promised to introduce Leader Liang to a very good ally. The man was surprised by Ye Tianlong's confidence, and Ye Tianlong explained that he was talking about Sha Biao of the Seven Wolves. The main character explained that the dragons could join the ranks of the wolf family if they saved Sha Biao, and Leader Liang could not even think that the boy had any plans. As a result, the boy came with a request to make him the leader of the dragons for 2 days, but the man did not mind completely transferring leadership for years. Right at the table, Leader Liang informed his subordinates that they were now taking orders from Ye Tianlong. They accepted this news without any objections, and our hero was happy about this development of events because now he will be able to protect Lin Chen Shui even more. At this time, the irritated director was sitting in her office and just thinking about the guy she needed because there was a big mess at work and he was hanging around somewhere, and Secretary Lou tried to protect our hero and said that he was supposedly at a meeting with a client. In the end, Lin Chen Shui let Xiao Lu go because she wanted to be alone and think about her relationship with the main character. The next day, Ye Tianlong met with Han Qinghu, who had no idea where he was being taken, and Kun Lun, Our hero explained that the owner of the house had allocated premises for his small gang to the Baishizhou Security Bureau, located in a large area nearby. So he also demanded that the security of this building be strengthened. The men were delighted to see how small the children were and quickly went to check out their new office and study area. Already inside the building, one of the friends, immediately hearing Han Qinghu's joyful cries, admired his older brother. The main character announced that Kunlun will become the deputy captain of the security service, receiving 10,000, and Go Shan Mao will supervise all comrades and receive a salary of 8,000. Friends considered this a little unfair because ordinary guards received from 3 to 5,000. Ye Tianlong sat on the sofa and explained that they were all real veterans and had more power, noting that he would like to create his own security force and sign a cooperation agreement with the owner of the house. The boys were very glad that they had become unusual bodyguards and now truly belonged to the working class. Our hero decided to ask his friends what ideas he had for a company name, and then they suggested the name 8 Races of the Heavenly Dragon. Han Qinghu appreciated this idea since there were 8 founders and the leader's name was Tianlong, making the name quite appropriate. The boy also warned that all the equipment would take a while to arrive, which made Kunlun remember that they had their own cars, so he suggested that they park them in the open area near the office. He asked them not to rejoice so much because Kunlong and Han Qinghu already had a task. The comrades had to create the Dragon and Tiger Master Division by dividing the forces and establishing relationships with various security factors. The comrades listened to their leader and happily promised to complete this task. At that moment, an old friend of our hero, Bai Lihua, who also used to work in security, came into the office. The girl noticed that Ye Tianlong had gathered many people and personally called her, so she could not refuse this meeting. The old man invited her to sit down and assured her that he was very glad that her friend still found time for this meeting. Bai Lihua was willing to cooperate if she was given free housing and a salary of 6,000, but Kunlong felt that hiring a woman would be very inconvenient. The main character had a completely different opinion and believed that the absence of a female bodyguard was a big disadvantage. Ye Tianlong explained that a naked female tenant who passed out in the shower or a girl who required artificial respiration would be very uncomfortable in contact with a man, and then Kunlong understood. The protagonist then suggested to Bai Lihua to find 30 more female bodyguards, and Han Qinghu could not understand why the leader needed so many female bodyguards. The boy angrily hit his friend and explained that he was doing this only for the sake of his friends, which is why he became emotional and began to hug his older brother. Unexpectedly, our hero's phone received an incoming call from a drunk girl who asked to pick her up from the Rose Bar. Ye Tianlong didn't recognize the other person, but it turned out that it was the first female reporter Mei Mei. The men around the beauty had already paid attention to her and noticed that she had already drunk quite a bit. The main character had already arrived at the bar and was not at all happy with the behavior of those around him. And in the meantime, a groom named Dong Zhuhai had already approached Mei Mei. He recognized the man because he saw his face among the Axe members, so he stole glasses from one of the waiters to disguise himself. The bandit approached the counter and ordered a glass of brandy, which the frightened bartender immediately placed next to the girl with trembling hands. Mei Mei accepted the drink without objection, and Dong Zhuhai looked at her and already incredibly wanted to get such a juicy beauty. The bandit decided to talk to his victim first and told her that, in his opinion, every drunk woman had something very sad hiding behind her back. The girl was unhappy with the attention from the groom, so she told him to get out of here, but Dong Zhuhai still wanted to be alone with her in a separate room. The man promised to make her so happy that she would forget about any problems and grievances and believed that he would definitely not disappoint Mei Mei. The girl was very annoyed by this attitude towards her because the stranger was literally mocking her. The bandit looked at his watch and stressed that it was time, so he asked if they were going to Mei Mei's house or to his hotel room. Thanks to her strength, she promised that the groom would regret his actions, but the beauty's objections aroused Dong Zhuhai even more. Finally, the main character intervened in the situation, pouring one of the drinks directly into the bandit's face. Ye Tianlong then punched the man in the face, causing him to immediately fall to the floor, unable to withstand such a strong blow. It turned out that the young man decided to impersonate Mei Mei's husband, so he promised to beat the groom to death. All the patrons of the bar were interested in this drama, so they gathered and supported our hero because they wanted him to teach Lovelace a lesson. Among the crowd were Dong Zhuhai's subordinates, who were already planning to deal with Ye Tianlong and avenge their leader. Instantly analyzing the situation around him, the main character grabbed a pistol from a bandit standing nearby and pointed it at his opponents. The bandit actually wanted to use the weapon to launch a surprise attack on the Dragon Gang, so he decided to try to change the course of events and asked Ye Tianlong if he could shoot. The boy replied that he was a soldier and began to scold the man for daring to court his beloved wife and take advantage of her loneliness. Dong Juhai tried to justify himself, saying that it was just a joke, but our hero not only forgave him, but demanded compensation from the bandit in the amount of $1 million. He tearfully tried to prove that he did not want to take risks, but Ye Tianlong decided to pretend to shoot and scare everyone around him. The bandits, led by their leader, were very scared, screamed and begged the main character not to shoot at them. The guy noticed that he was not doing anything, and Dong Juhai was already screaming. So now our hero demanded even more money for moral damage, to which the bandit immediately agreed and promised to personally bring the entire amount tomorrow because he now had 130,000 with him. In fact, the bandit just wanted to know Ye Tianlong's address so that he could come with his gang and deal with this man, and then get the beauty without any problems. The main character quickly gave his address and ordered the gang to get out of here as soon as possible. Finally, the boy was able to take off his glasses and breathe out calmly, and then promised Mei Mei to take her home. The girl was happy when she realized that Ye Tianlong had finally come to her house, but he was unhappy that her friend was so drunk and expected her to pay for his departure from here. She didn't answer, and suddenly bit our hero's finger hard, causing the limb to turn red and swollen. The beauty then whispered in Ye Tianlong's ear that she was very happy about his arrival, and clinging to his body offered him another drink. The main character was not going to drink, so he picked up Mei Mei in his arms to finally take her home. But she did not want to give her address and said that she did not have a home. He decided not to argue and offered to give him a ride to his home so that his friend could sleep peacefully. The guy began to get scared because of the nonsense that the reporter was saying while drunk. Our hero decided to simply ignore it and calmly go home when he noticed something. He saw that the bandits had already begun pursuit, although only a few minutes had passed since their fight. After analyzing the situation a little, Ye Tianlong realized that these people actually just wanted to kill Mei Mei. He did not wait and took the initiative, pressing the gas pedal to the floor and making a sharp maneuver. The bandit in a pig mask was surprised by such maneuverability and immediately began shooting with a machine gun. Now the main character realized that he borrowed the weapon from Dong Juhai for a reason. He concentrated, stuck his weapon out of the window, and began to shoot accurately at the enemies. Ye Tianlong had good shooting skills, so he easily hit the tires of cars, causing them to collide with each other, and the bandits were annoyed at their defeat. He quickly rode to Baishizhou, where he immediately called his comrades to send men to patrol Banyan Square. Meanwhile, Mei Mei was still sleeping peacefully in the car, not even waking up from the shootout. So our hero had to carry her alone again. When the boy finally returned home, he felt very tired after such a tense and dangerous evening. Ye Tianlong decided to take care of the girl, carefully took off her shoes and covered her with a blanket. Suddenly, Mei Mei grabbed our hero by the clothes and pulling him towards her, passionately kissed her savior right on the lips. The girl then pushed Ye Tianlong away and started screaming that she didn't want to marry some unknown person, Kunzi Xiong. Parabok thought that these were some experiences of the reporter, so he hoped that that night she could rest peacefully and not think about problems. The next day, the main character noticed that Mei Mei got up very early and taking a set of her clothes, simply left. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and it turned out that Xiao Lu had decided to visit her colleague early in the morning. The girl explained that she had just bought 2 packs of rice noodles to eat together for breakfast and wanted Ye Tianlong to give her a ride to work. Our hero liked the attention from his girlfriend, and in the end, he admitted that the secretary fell in love with him and now she is so worried. The girl still thought Ye Tianlong was a pervert and asked him to quickly wash the dishes so that she could finally have a snack. She looked over at the sofa and noticed that someone's dress and heels were lying there, so she wondered whose things they were. Xiaolu immediately guessed that the guy was at a nightclub last night, from where he brought the woman, but he explained that it was just his friend who got very drunk and needed help. The secretary then asked where the woman was, and the protagonist replied that she left early in the morning. She decided to check the bathroom, where it turned out that Mei Mei had left a message about Ye Tianlong's big bed on the mirror, writing the text with lipstick, so she was embarrassed when she found out the truth and quickly ran away. Our hero tried to explain to his friend that the situation was not at all what she thought. Ye Tianlong then got ready and got into the car to go to work, but Kun Long approached him and asked him for a ride to the booktown to buy a book for his younger sister. Then the young man asked where his friend's car was, and he replied that he just wanted to save on fuel. After some time, they reached their destination, where the main character noticed a strange situation next to him. Advisor. Su Fei approached the beggar, who was supposed to be her brother, but for some reason he completely ignored her and continued to ask for money. Ye Tianlong watched him carefully and eventually came to the conclusion that the boy was actually deaf. Meanwhile, the bandits approached the girl in tears and roughly pushed her away from her brother. They began to pointedly accuse Su Fei of allegedly wanting to insult the beggar and showing disrespect for poor people, although this was not the case at all. One of the bandits started talking about how people don't care about their parents these days, and then another major became worried about her crippled brother, so he came to the conclusion that she was actually a human trafficker. All the people believed the gang. So now, they were angry at the innocent Su Fei and called her a real snake hiding behind a beautiful face. The one-eyed bandit ordered his friends to bring the beggar, and he himself came up and took the bag from the girl, which he was going to rob. Finally, Kunlun decided to intervene, punched the scoundrel and put all of Su Fei's things back into her bag. The man came to the defense of his friend and explained to the crowd that she only sells cars in the showroom, and promised to teach a lesson to anyone who thinks it's normal to just beat people up. Ye Tianlong accused the crowd of attacking the girl without understanding the situation, and promised to call the police for slander. In the end, our company went to a cafe, where Su Fei said that 10 years ago her brother disappeared at the fair, who was later found bald and beaten in the entrance. So the inspector immediately stated that the boy had been kidnapped and sold. Kunlun was incredibly angry when he heard the whole truth, and the main character noticed that his girlfriend had fallen in love with the consultant. The girl continued her story about how her parents desperately tried to find her brother in all the provinces, but to no avail, so all these years, their family laughed and blamed their grandmother for these incidents, because of which she committed suicide. The protagonist asked how Su Fei recognized her brother, and she explained that the beggar spoke with a Lianshan accent, all too familiar to her, and he had a distinctive mole near his ear. In the end, he decided to trust the girl's feelings, but advised her not to act so angry because she might be in danger. Su Fei burst into tears because she couldn't stand by and do nothing when her brother was right in front of her eyes. Ye Tianlong then made certain conclusions and asked Kunlong to go with the girl to the police station to ask for help in the search, and also advised them to be careful with the one-eyed man and the guy with the gold chain. Kunlong also gave his leader an electronic pad, which they took with them near the meeting place with Zhang Daqing and Xiamen Liang. Meanwhile, the main character decided to call Sister Feng to ask her about the beggars' organization. The bandit was having a massage when a boy called her and told her that the beggars were under the control of Dong Juhai from the Topar gang. The protagonist immediately asked Sister Feng to find more information about this leader's character. He then went to the Chinese medicine office, but couldn't find Lu Xiao and director Lin there, so he asked one of the staff about them. The woman dreamed that they were going to court because of some problems with the Medicine King Company. So, Ye Tianlong decided to quietly leave breakfast on Xiao Lu's table to apologize for the situation in the morning. Our hero returned to his office, where he actively began to think about the incident with Su Fei and decided to turn to Shen Tianmei for help. He decided to look through the files on the stolen tablet and found among them incriminating information about its owner. There were many videos of various male stars, as well as a diary of all these activities, and now Ye Tianlong wanted to use it to earn $18 billion for the company. Then the events moved to the 5-star Guishan scenic area, where a sanatorium for the elderly is located. Mei Mei came to this establishment, which was immediately appreciated by all the security guards of the sanatorium. As it turned out, she came to visit Shen Tianmei's aunt, who was very worried that the girl had escaped from custody. Grandma Li calmed down because Mei Mei was safe, and the girl herself apologized for her escape. The aunt was very worried about her niece because she had many enemies, although she was quite strong. She believed that Zhang Taibao could emerge from the shadows at any moment because everyone had greatly underestimated him, as he was capable of blowing up a bank, burning a truck full of bills, or making several people disappear. Mei Mei also knew that Yuan Donglan suddenly refused to testify against Zhang Taibao, and his ledger had not yet been handed over to the police. The woman asked her to stay home for a while until Uncle Lu, who was the only person willing to help the girl, returned. Mei Mei felt that there was no need to worry so much because the police and the task force would deal with this situation, and the Jin, Kun, and Lu families would not let Zhang Taibao go so easily. Shen Tanmei literally raised the girl, so she cared so much about her, so she couldn't lose her. So in the end, the reporter agreed and listened to her aunt. Suddenly, the woman noticed that Mei Mei was wearing men's clothing and asked where she got it from, to which the girl lied that she bought the suit at the market for her own safety. The aunt tried on the clothes and noted that they were of very high quality and cost over $1,800, much to Mei Mei's surprise. She explained that this is a very expensive brand designed by Master Abu, which is not available to ordinary people since the buyer needs to prove his high status as a fashion designer, since otherwise the items cannot be bought. Mei Mei mentioned that the main character has a whole wardrobe of such clothes, and Shen Mei noted that only Old Man Zhao had the opportunity to purchase this brand. The story moves to the third prison of Minjiang City, where an inmate named Sha Biao came to lunch and felt that everyone was looking at him. The thieves really kept their eyes on this man, and then suddenly began throwing dishes in his direction. Sha Biao could not stand it and threw a barrel of soup at one of his rivals, knocking the prisoner down. Oron immediately noticed this conflict and intervened in the fight to calm the prisoners. The man was very angry at this provocation, since before this he had always tried to restrain himself while behind bars. Finally, he could hold back no longer, broke one of the tables and began beating up all the opponents who dared to approach. Someone else tried to come up behind Sha Biao and hit him with a stick, but Sha Biao immediately reacted and kicked him. The leader of the prisoners slammed his hand on the table, calling everyone scoundrels, and ordered Sha Biao to be brought straight to him. The man could barely catch his breath from such a fight and could not understand why everyone around him was trying so hard to kill him. Sha Biao was then grabbed from different sides, completely neutralized, and then an unknown powder was thrown at his face. Now his eyes were burning intensely, but suddenly the man heard a whistle nearby. The prisoner barely had time to open his eyes when he saw another armed crowd appear in the dining room. All of them did not wait and rushed at Sha Biao's attackers, and the head of the prisoners ordered his subordinates to stop the unknowns. Meanwhile, someone came up behind the man and asked him to follow him, but he had no idea that these people had come to save him. As it turned out, a gang of dragons led by Zhu Fad broke into the prison. After some time, the disguised Sha Biao met the main character, who took him to a restaurant to taste delicious chicken. The fugitive did not care at all about the dishes that Ye Tianlong ordered, because he was more interested in the identity of his savior. The boy explained that he had several reasons to help the Seven Wolves, namely, the Dragon Gang was at war with Axe, who was also at war with the Sha Biao faction. Our hero also wanted to use this man to persuade the dragons to an alliance with the Seven Wolves. He believed that the potential allies wanted to destroy the Axe Gang as much as their gang wanted to finish off Raven, so he suggested that they achieve these goals together. Sha Biao replied that he could save his life, but could not risk the lives of his brothers. And furthermore, he believed that their leader would not work with such scoundrels, which made Zhu Fada very angry. The main character listened to the man and asked him to convey the words to the leader of the wolves that he should not wait until all the soup boils, but should think about sharing a piece with someone else. The boy also gave the gift to the elder brother of the Seven Wolves, and once again emphasized that Sha Biao should convey his request and advice, and then snapped his fingers and ordered the guest to leave. At this moment, Lao Ying approached Ye Tianlong and said that another person with the same data as Sha Biao would be admitted to the hospital to ensure the success of the entire operation. Their conversation was interrupted by a pretty waitress, to whom our hero immediately drew attention and invited the beauty to have lunch together. Events then continue at the offices of Golden Crow Entertainment, where its leader berates his men for allowing the Dragon Gang to attack the Axe Gang. Ba Liangjin was about to inform senior brother Crow that they had dealt a crushing blow to the enemies and ordered his subordinates to leave. At that moment, the boss's subordinate entered the office and said that she had brought 2 new beauties for him. The boss asked to do something bad here and hinted that in the entertainment industry, you have to pay for the opportunity to advance in your career. He noted that girls were capable of understanding the rules, so now he really didn't want them to fail. The beauties explained that although they are still students, they already understand the structure of society and the entertainment industry. Bai Liangjin hugged their waists and promised to make them famous if they behaved well, and then suggested that they sign the contract and then have dinner and discuss all the nuances of the rules. The beauties hugged their humble boss and promised to work hard at their careers. Suddenly, an employee ran into the office who wanted to warn about some trouble. But before he could say anything, one of the girls knocked him down with one blow. Meanwhile, another beauty threw a knife to neutralize the head of the company. Unfortunately, she only succeeded in snagging the gold chain around the man's neck, allowing him to retaliate against his attackers without any problems. As a result, the girls were unable to do anything, so from such a force of the blow, they flew far to the side. Ba Liangjin stated that his mentor was the legendary Jin Gang from Mount Xiaoshishan, so it was simply impossible to kill him. The defeated beauties did not think that the perverted dwarf would be so strong, but they also noted that they were not alone here. The manager saw on the cameras that all his guards had been killed, so he decided to quickly escape, promising revenge. But everything was not so simple, because at the exit of Ba Liangjin, someone else was waiting with an axe in his hands. It turned out that it was Ying who brought his people here to destroy this evil spirits. Ba Liangjin was not going to give up easily, so he took out 2 knives to engage in battle with one of the dragon leaders. In the end, he realized that he could not resist the enemy, so he decided to quickly retreat. The man began to jump quickly, and Ying noticed that the fat man was quite agile, despite his frail appearance. Then, the main character intervened in the fight and tried to stop the fugitive. One precise blow was enough for Ba Liangjin to have only a knife and a cap. The fat man still had one more escape plan, so he threw smoke grenades at his feet to escape unnoticed, which made Ying very angry. Our hero asked his friend not to worry about this because Ba Liangjin would return sooner or later, and the boy himself wanted to see this escape because such a vile person would still be useful in the fight against the Axe Gang. The surviving members of the gang hid in another place and said that the enemies disguised themselves as Singles Day couriers and used Molotov cocktails during the attack. The leader was very indignant that the dragons allowed themselves such a step, but his subordinate assured that this gang was on its last legs, and there was no chance since their leader Liang was sick, and his worthless son and old members were running the affairs. The bandit also added that the enemies hid in an abandoned factory in the suburbs, where only 50 people are now hiding. Hearing this news, Ba Liangjin immediately ordered to take 200 bandits and attack the dragons. Meanwhile, evening had already come, and the abandoned factory was surrounded by security, who immediately noticed movement in the bushes. Golden Crow's men immediately attacked the factory, and Ying realized that Ye Tianlong was indeed right when he warned that their opponent would gather many allies. The dragon leader was confident that Raven's people would go to bed tonight, as his people were ready to receive guests. At the same time, our hero and leader Liang was drinking because the boy gave Zhu Gaioli the opportunity to take 13th place in the gang and capture Ba Liangzun. The man was very happy that Ye Tianlong helped the dragons get through such a difficult time, but he noted that he needed to get back to work. The gang leader also promised to send his acquaintances from the medical field to a Chinese medical company so that our hero could earn several hundred. The old man was very happy to hear about such prospects and thanked Liang Shukai for such generosity. The main character immediately began to think about how Lin Chen Shui would be happy about his success and want to thank him for his help. Sister Feng joined the conversation and asked what to do with Ba Liangjing, who was also on a hunger strike in prison. Then Ye Tianlong decided to personally visit his prisoner and find out how he was getting used to the new environment. Now the man believed that the dragons were truly finished, since they were now turning to fools like our hero. Ye Tianlong did not react to these insults and snapped his fingers, demanding that his subordinates bring clean clothes and hot food, and then said that the man could have breakfast and just leave here. He explained that keeping such a prisoner was a waste of energy and food, so he decided to simply kick the bandit out. Sister Feng watched the protagonist's actions carefully, and then he turned around and invited her to go talk. Ye Tianlong asked her to transfer 20 million to Ba Liangjing's account and keep it a secret so that Raven would not doubt his subordinate from now on. Then our hero began his working day. He was standing at a bus stop when a girl from an HIV organization approached him and handed him a free promotional product in the form of contraceptives. The old man thought that a lot of bad things were happening on the street now, but then he noticed that the right bus had finally arrived. As Ye Tianlong sat down in his seat, he received a message from Kun Long, who announced that he would gather a dozen boys from the Dragon Division to bypass the Book City Division and help Su Fei. Our hero raised his head and noticed that an old man was standing silently next to him and looking with displeasure. The grandfather even demanded with a glance that the boy give up his seat, and when he sat down, he began to mutter displeasedly about the young man's upbringing. As the bus passed by the book town, Ye Tianlong noticed Su Fei in the crowd. He immediately ran to the nearest bus stop, since the girl could again be in serious danger, but the boy still did not see her. Ye Tianlong decided to go to a nearby establishment to call Kong Long and report that he had seen a girl in the city, but there he saw another acquaintance who could not pay the bill. He immediately realized that it was Wu Lingshuang who dyed her hair blue. The main character stopped and thought that the original color was more suitable for the girl's fiery character. In the end, he decided to help his old friend, who was already approached by the cashier, and offered to pay for the coffee. The boy smiled and said that when you are comfortable with others, you are also comfortable. The cashier noticed that our hero was a real handsome man, and Wu Lingshuang herself was surprised that someone decided to pay for her. Ye Tianlong handed the girl some coffee, but she had no intention of accepting the young man's hand because she didn't want him to gain her trust so easily. Only then did the protagonist remember that last time he deliberately deprived Wu Lingshuang of her first kiss. He was embarrassed and offered to order something to eat with his coffee, but the girl assured that in this way he would not be able to calm her anger. So she offered to go with her to the shopping center for 2 hours. Yet Tianlong could not understand why his friend needed to contact him for such an investigation if she had so many subordinates at her disposal. They went to Jinpu Street, so our hero could not understand why Wu Lingshuang brought him here. Then the girl explained that one of her elders loved gold, so she asked the maid to help her choose a gift. Suddenly, the boy smelled gunpowder and gun oil, but Wu Lingshuang dragged him shopping and promised to treat him to dinner later. Our hero had to follow his acquaintance, but the thought was spinning in his head that there was definitely a weapon in the car. He thought about sending the license plate number of this car to Uncle Ju for verification. The girl noticed that the main character was rather slow, as he was playing on his phone, but still they had already reached the new Lufu gold store. At the entrance, they were immediately greeted by a pleasant girl consultant who asked if she could help the customers with anything, and Ye Tianlong immediately asked her to show her very expensive and heavy gold jewelry. The employee immediately said that they have zodiac signs weighing 10 kilograms, which together with processing cost 226 million. She noted that over the past 6 months, local rich people had bought quite a few complete sets of horoscopes and suggested that Ye Tianlong buy himself a monkey whose year was now coming. Our hero pointedly emphasized that one is not enough for him, so he wants 6 golden monkeys. The consultant immediately asked another employee to help her arrange this product, and Wu Lingshuang could not believe that the boy could afford such purchases. Ye Tianlong thought that the elder was only interested in the weight of gold, so he wanted to buy the most expensive goods here. But the girl had a different opinion and emphasized that people like beautiful jewelry, not gold mines. He was absolutely sure that Wu Lingshuang was deceiving himself, and he offered her a choice between the golden ring and the golden monkey. At this moment, a message from Uncle Q had already arrived on our hero's phone, saying that these numbers were not real. The guy immediately realized that the situation was too dangerous, so he rushed to save his friend who could not understand what was happening. Unfortunately, they were unable to escape, and the thieves broke into the store, claiming it was a robbery, and all the employees fell to the floor in fear. The consultant asked everyone not to panic, to sit down, not to move, and not to go outside, as that is where the greatest danger is. Yet Tianlong instantly reacted to the change in circumstances, so he quickly dragged his acquaintance to a more or less safe place. The guy hid the defenseless Wu Lingshuang behind his back, which made her feel embarrassed because she did not expect such courage from the young man. Suddenly, he turned to the girl and began to cry, begging her to protect him from thieves. At that moment, armed bandits burst into the building, their faces hidden behind animal masks. Ye Tianlong noted that 6 people could fire 6 shots at the same time, so the robbers were well prepared for the operation. One of the store's security guards managed to knock the weapon out of the hands of the bandit in a pig mask, but the thief immediately reacted and neutralized his opponent. In the end, the employee quickly flew to the side and remained unconscious on the floor. The bunny bandit approached the wounded guard and mercilessly aimed his weapon straight at his head. The employees were very frightened by such a picture, so they began to shout that they were being killed, and the main character continued to pretend that he was very afraid in order to cling tighter to Wu Lingshuang's chest. The pig thief approached his partner and stopped him, explaining that the guard was only doing his duty. The girl was distracted by the fact that the thugs had at least a little compassion and did not kill civilians, and did not notice that Ye Tianlong was already taking full advantage of the situation to satisfy his lustful desires. She then finally reacted and scolded the boy for daring to tempt her body again. Our hero remembered that Wu Lingshuang accidentally drank his cappuccino this morning and did not say anything about the girl taking advantage of the situation. She had no idea that it was Ye Tianlong's coffee, but he asked her not to think about it since he had no intention of drinking his drink. Wu Lingshuang was very upset because she thought it was an indirect kiss, and the main character thought that her family had some traditions regarding this incident. and now the girl must marry him. In this case, the guy advised his girlfriend to follow her customs. The girl couldn't stand Ye Tianlong's stupid jokes, so she started yelling at him and hitting him on the head. As a result, the robber pig heard her voice and shot at the ceiling to warn that she would attack anyone who spoke. The thief promised that if people cooperate with them, they will be able to get out of here alive because the bandits did not come to rob, but to take their property. He said that some vile person betrayed them and ambushed them, so now the bandits have to hide here. The robber eventually admitted that his name was Zhao Wenguang and assured that they would compensate all victims when the opportunity arises. Wu Lingshuang was surprised when she heard the name of Mad Smuggler, but our hero didn't understand anything at all, even though he was from the generation of the Soldier King. The girl believed that Ye Tianlong must know about this man, but the young man explained that he simply works in Africa. She didn't believe the protagonist's words at all, so she said that he could feed the pigs in Africa as much as he wanted. But he decided to joke and invite the beauty to join his 40 wives. Wu Lingshuang eventually revealed rumors that the robbery of the Zhongfu Bank, the burning of 3 ledgers, and the murder of a dozen foreign witnesses were the work of the Mad Smuggler, to whom Zhang Taibao had given $2 billion. The protagonist immediately became serious when he heard that this bandit was related to Zhang Taibao and wondered if he could receive a reward for pleasing him. At this time, Zhao Wenguang ordered all 6 consultants to crawl out to him. He ordered everyone to kneel right in front of the door, and a bandit in a monkey mask began to threaten law enforcement officers who arrived at the crime scene. The robber began to threaten that he would shoot all the prisoners if the police took even a step forward. The gang leader ordered the rest of the civilians to move to a corner. Otherwise, they would also go to the door, but Ye Tianlong was in no hurry to follow orders. Immediately, a robber approached the boy, who immediately began to shout and threaten. But our hero was not taken aback and began to lie that he too allegedly came here to rob. He said that he liked the golden signs of the zodiac, so he asked his colleagues for permission to become a little richer. Ox thought that this sounded quite expensive, and Ye Tianlong continued to talk about the cost of all these sets of gems. Wu Lingshuang couldn't understand at all what the main character was up to, and meanwhile the bandit noticed that the guy didn't have a weapon at all, so he joked that during the robbery he would blow into his mouth. The old man calmly took the gun away from him and asked him to leave his valuables. At this point, the monkey bandit announced that there were too many police officers and they no longer had an escape route, causing the rabbit to become angry at Jiang Zihao for his desperate attempts to get rid of the gang. Ye Tianlong and Wu Lingshuang simultaneously realized that the thieves were indeed related to Jiang Zihao. Zhao Wenguang, after analyzing the situation, made several decisions and ordered the monkey to continue to follow the police, and asked the bull to go with our hero to the storeroom and see if the expensive sets were really there. He also ordered the manager to quickly get up and go open the vault, promising to save his life. The presenter highly praised the main character, who was not afraid of such a tense situation, so he allowed him to control the signs of the zodiac. Zhou Wenguang did not want to take money for his own benefit, as he followed the principles of the ancient people who threw beans to build their own army. Qinzi had already arrived at the scene, demanding that the thieves lay down their weapons and surrender as the building was completely surrounded. Ye Tianlong immediately recognized the voice of the female officer, and in the meantime, the police finished surveillance of the store and reported that there were 58 people and 5 robbers inside. Qinzi knew that they were talking about 6 thieves earlier, so she asked to rewind the CCTV footage, but suddenly saw a familiar face in the middle of the store. Suddenly, armored vehicles began to approach the building, so the worried police officer ran to the surveillance station to call the captain outside. Chemical defense fighters were already lined up on the street, and their commander announced that, by order of Kun Shao, this case was being transferred to the Ghost Unit. Officer Qin was completely at a loss as to what was happening and why she didn't know anything about it, and the unfamiliar girl explained that this was an order from the capital's Kun family. Zhao Wenguang realized that they had no more time, so he asked his comrade to announce that they had 2 conditions. The police must remove their officers and snipers from here within 30 minutes, and also provide the bandits with 2 minivans with full tanks and without any, or bugs. They also promised to kill 1 person for every minute of time. But this will not happen, since the Ghost Squad has already begun to storm the building. The bandits were shocked that the special forces decided to carry out an assault when 58 civilians were held hostage. Before entering the building, the soldiers threw grenades with acrid smoke at it, as a result of which everyone inside suffocated. Zhao Wenguang ordered everyone to lie down on the floor to avoid poisoning and be careful. Suddenly, among the smoke, an old man in rags appeared, who, oddly enough, did not have any protection from the gas. He decided to first attack the bandit dog, which did not even have time to react to the lightning attacks of the mysterious warrior. As a result, the man managed to easily take the weapon away from his target and quickly neutralize one of the opponents. As it turned out, it was Kong Polan's old servant of the Kong family, the old ghost Lou. Wu Lingshuang knew that this warrior specialized in grave witches, but thugs were not his usual targets. And she also guessed that Kun Jichun might be present since old Li was loyal to him and the head of the Kun family. At that moment, the ghost unit opened fire, causing the frightened employees to become even more afraid and not know where to hide. The girl decided to take advantage of the situation and asked everyone to hide behind the cabinets, and then wondered why the main character had not yet come out of the storage room. The squad leader ordered her men to cover her while Zhao Wenguang continued to fire frantically with 2 pistols. As a result, several of the bandits' bullets hit their target, causing the soldiers to fall to the floor, losing their breath. Captain Ghost considered her subordinates to be scum and failures, while the mad smuggler only cared about his wounded comrades whom he wanted to save. Eventually, the gang leader made a decision and ordered the surviving monkey bandit to flee with his wounded comrades without getting into a fight with the old man in gray clothes. The monkey could not follow his leader's advice because old Li had already attacked him. In the end, he could not withstand the pressure and flew away from the enemy's blow, and Zhao Wenguang became nervous because he was almost out of ammunition. The ghost's commander ordered the capture of the mad smuggler, but to do so, he had to continue to defend himself. So when he ran out of ammunition, the bandit turned to knives. The gang leader did not wait and rushed towards the soldiers, skillfully dealing with each of his rivals. In the end, he was able to defeat all his opponents and was now trying to catch his breath after such a frantic fight. And Wu Lingshuang, who was carefully watching what was happening, noticed that she had underestimated this man. Suddenly, the girl remembered that the main character had not returned yet and called him a pig farmer, and Zhao Wenguang called him a real soldier king. Meanwhile, the squad captain realized that she couldn't let the mad smuggler take a breath, so she personally rushed into battle. They clashed fists, but the force was such that the girl could not stand it and coughed up blood. She flew down and thought that her unit had lost this battle after all, but old Li noticed this and decided to intervene. The man approached Zhao Wenguang from behind, but Zhao Wenguang immediately noticed it and managed to react to the unexpected attack. Due to the force of the collision, both opponents very quickly scattered to different ends of the store hall. Zhao Wenguang began to suspect that the smoke grenades contained painkillers, since his legs generally refused to obey. Suddenly, a robber appeared next to them, running at full speed with a wheelbarrow of gold and asking everyone to clear the way for him, while the gang leader shouted to his comrade to run away, and he decided to detain Old Man Li. The bull did not wait and began to throw bags of gold at the enemy, which in fact were not too heavy. In the end, he managed to hit Old Man Li in the head, but he was not going to give up and ordered the soldiers to capture the stubborn bandit. The problem was that the bull had a large supply of gold bags, so now he could easily use them against his new rivals. Some fighters were still stopped by these golden projectiles, but there were so many of them that there was not enough gold to stop all the opponents, and the bull rushed into hand-to-hand combat. The bandit turned out to be quite a skilled fighter, so he managed to deal with all the ghost soldiers without any obstacles. Everyone around could not understand how an ordinary robber knew such martial arts. Wu Lingshuang began to guess where the main character was, and Zhao Wenguang thought that his comrade had been hiding his abilities all this time. The bull-headed man noticed that the female commander had already stood up, so he reacted to this and began throwing knives at her, which the girl did not expect at all, but managed to dodge the attack. At this time, Old Man Li managed to escape from Zhao Wenguang's grasp and immediately rushed to attack the bullhead. The man sped up to deliver a fatal kick, while Zhao Wenguang desperately tried to warn his comrade of the danger. Old Li gathered his last strength and decided to use a technique called mountain splitting kick. Bullhead was also not at a loss and decided to protect himself with the help of the majestic spirit, which caused a shockwave of incredible power. The blow struck a nerve in Old Man Lu's right leg, causing him to lose most of his strength in an instant. The man decided to turn his attention to the left side, while his opponent wasted no time and found another bag of gold. Old Li tried to avoid injuring his other leg, but he didn't have time to hide it, so he eventually fell to the ground and started screaming in pain from his broken limb. It was then that Wu Lingshuang became convinced that this fighting style was suitable for Ye Tianlong. The main character found one smoke grenade, so he decided to use it to retreat from the store. He ordered Zhao Wenguang to go to the back passage to escape, while Captain Ghost began to choke on the corrosive gas and simply could not see what was happening around her. A few hours later, the main character, together with the mad smuggler, climbed out of one of the city's sewer hatches and carefully examined the surroundings. The boy was finally able to exhale calmly, but not for long, because Zhao Wenguang immediately realized that it was not his comrade under the mask, so he put a knife to the main character. The bandit asked him who was under the mask and ordered him to remove the mask as soon as possible. The main character was sure from the very beginning that his partner would be nervous and feel that he was not his friend at all. Zhao Wenguang was shocked by this discovery and asked where his brother was, and the young man explained that he had cut down a bull's head, which now lay peacefully in the storeroom. The boy planned that he would be given a red hero ribbon and $1 million as a reward if he personally dealt with the mad smuggler. But in the end, Ye Tianlong also took the path of the robber. The bandit did not understand the main character, because the boy could right now return to the right path and receive all the rewards for it. Yet Tianlong explained that the other party was not at all like the heroes, so he decided to help the bandits, and also thought that they had a very unpleasant conversation with the man in gray. Then Zhao Wenguang trusted his savior and took off his mask, promising to pay our hero 10 times more for the help he provided. The bandit then finally officially met Ye Tianlong. He announced that he planned to stay home today and then leave Mingzheng to find new strength, take revenge on his new enemies, and thank our hero. The boy hinted that Jiang Zihao still existed, and the bandit laughed at the fact that his new comrade remembered every word of their conversation. The protagonist then explained that this man was also his enemy, and Zhao Wenguang praised him for his frankness and called him a real man. The bandits now considered Ye Tianlong their friend, so they promised to fire a few more shots towards Jiang Zihao so that the boy could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Our hero sent Zhao Wenguang to change clothes and disguise himself, and he, having thought about this busy day, decided to go and rest a little. Suddenly, he noticed that Wu Lingshuang had been watching him all this time, and was now threatening to sue the young man for complicity if he prevented her from catching the thief. Ye Tianlong immediately made a fool of himself and began asking his friend what she was talking about. The girl began to threaten again, so our hero began to calm her down, stroking her hand, and asked what she wanted to hear from him. The boy said that he wanted to subjugate Zhao Wenguang by posing as his ally, but this plan was thwarted by Old Man Li, who also mistook our hero for a robber. Wu Lingshuang believed that a person wearing an ox's head and a bag could definitely be considered a real thief. The main character explained that he committed the crime only because of an unfortunate combination of circumstances, and also defeated all the soldiers because of the audacity of the man in gray, and in the end saved Zhao Wenguang thanks to luck. The girl listened to this and asked if Ye Tianlong had other reasons, to which he added that the police and Ghost ignored the safety of the hostages during the assault and believed that they were probably related to Jiang Zihao, so they did not want to leave witnesses. The boy explained that he had a feud with Jiang Zihao, who repeatedly tried to kill him, so our hero decided to help victims like himself. Wu Lingshuang noted that the bandit had really stepped up recently and was trying to improve his family's situation, and finally suggested that he just forget about the situation in the store. The girl also advised the main character to say hello to Qin Zi, since she already knew about his presence at the crime scene. She added that Ye Tianlong's acquaintance with a female officer was not a normal case, and also asked the boy not to appear in public in the near future so as not to run into Old Ghost Li. The old man discovered that the man was a 7th level master and noted that winning the loyalty of Ox and Old Ghost was quite a difficult task, so the people of the Kun family were quite unusual. Wu Lingshuang began her story that the Kun brothers were like heaven and earth because they differed in courage and talent. She emphasized that Kong Jixiong should also follow the ghost, and our hero suggested that his friend was a good friend of Kong Polan, and besides, her family was close to the Kong family. By helping Ye Tianlong, the girl could upset the Kun family, so she took a risk, which made the young man now think that Wu Lingshuang loved him. The girl could not stand this behavior of the main character, so she decided to teach him a lesson and hit the boy directly on the head with her knee. Ye Tianlong eventually managed to grab the acquaintance's leg and asked her to stop as he allegedly admitted his guilt. The main character gave Wu Lingshuang a charming look, making her feel embarrassed, and asked her to let go of her leg in a low voice. At that moment, the boy accidentally moved his gaze a little lower and saw something that he definitely should not have seen. which is why there was complete silence between them. Wu Lingshuang was incredibly angry with the young man and immediately knew that he needed to escape from here as soon as possible. She didn't intend to let Ye Tianlong go, so she sped up and jumped to knock him down. As a result, the girl was unable to calculate her strength and simply crashed into the main character, which is why they began to fall to the ground together. Her flight path was such that she simply kissed Ye Tianlong directly on the lips. Ling Shuang felt disgusted by such contact and thought that the boy was shamelessly taking advantage of her again. Our hero decided to try to turn the situation in his direction and, pressing the beauty against the wall, began to explain that it was all her fault. But she didn't think so at all, and was sure that the guy was just trying to pass off black as white. Then the young man asked Wu Lingshuang why she came up to him if she did not intend to touch her friend. The girl continued to stand her ground, so she promised to finish off our hero. But he did not see his guilt at all. Ye Tianlong noted that he would not stand still and wait for the blow. But Wu Lingshuang did not mind at all, as she wanted to give a well-deserved kick. The beauty believed that the main character should cherish such a chance, so he resisted at first, but then agreed and called himself a fool who wants to be hit by a woman. She called the boy a pervert, who just wanted to take advantage of the situation, when Ye Tianlong extended his hand and suddenly interrupted her sentence with a kiss. The main character winked, and emphasized that now this was definitely intentional, and then quickly ran away from the crime scene. At this moment, Jin Xiao appeared on the horizon, concerned about Wu Lingshuang's condition, and asked if she was okay. The girl assured that she was fine, and the friend took care of her and threw his jacket over her. Jin Xiao explained that after hearing about the jewelry store robbery and that Wu Lingshuang was chasing the thieves, he and Xiao Tao became very worried about their friend, and then he remembered something and wondered who the guy who just ran away was. The girl was very glad that our hero managed to escape in time, and finally answered that he was just passing by. Jin Xiao did not entirely trust his friend, as he clearly saw her tightly hugging the so-called stranger, and then invited her to return home and tell her about the robbery. Meanwhile, the main character, who was very tired after talking with Wu Lingshuang, decided to go to the restaurant to eat noodles. Suddenly, the waiter, who was carrying the order to the boy, tripped and almost spilled all the food on the customer sitting next to him. The employee managed to prevent the unpleasant situation on his own, and Ye Tianlong noticed that he had used one of the Shaolin techniques, namely, the trouble avoidance finger, which belongs to the highest level of colorless and phaseless Buddhism. The waiter served the dish with a smile, and then walked over to Fu Dajun's table, who wanted to order, and the main character couldn't believe that he had suddenly met such a talent. Zheng Xiaolan counted her money and advised her lover not to order so much food, but he continued to stand his ground. The impudent Fu Dajun took money from his girlfriend, promising to hold a banquet in her honor after earning money, and also ordered him to give him another 1,000, since he was going to go to karaoke with friends. Our hero, enjoying noodles, watched this scene and could not understand how a boy could be so self-confident when he was completely dependent on his beloved. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaolan refused to go with her boyfriend to the Apple store because she felt sick and wanted to go home. Fu Dejun was very upset by the girl's statement because he wanted to pay for his iPhone 10, which he could not do without her help. Zheng Xiaolan couldn't just refuse her lover, so she tried to prove that she was really sick. The guy thought that she was just afraid to pay for it, and thought that spending 18,000 on his plan was not such a big deal, and at this time Ye Tianlong couldn't believe that there were such arrogant people. He decided to be honest with his girlfriend, so he repeated that he wanted her to pay for the iPhone 10. Fu Dajun also emphasized that he does not forget about his beloved, so he promised to take the iPhone 7 from his mother and give it to his girlfriend. All the restaurant visitors had already noticed this absurd situation and could not believe their ears. Zheng Xiaolan didn't have time to answer anything, but the guy had already decided everything for her and asked her to just give him 8,000, since he saw his beloved's good salary. The girl didn't quite agree to this, because she still had to pay rent for the apartment. But Fu Dajun was not at all embarrassed by this, and he suggested that she borrow money from one of her friends. The boy also advised Zheng Xiaolan to consider a job offer at Guo Xiao's company, which paid twice as much, but she would rather go to her home village than work there. Because of the girl's behavior, Fu Dajun called her ungrateful and noted that Guo Xiao would not even look at such an ordinary peasant girl anyway. Meanwhile, our hero completely lost his appetite after what he saw and thought that the girl was actually a beauty. Fu Dajun gave the girl one last chance to agree to work for the company, because otherwise he promised that she would be left completely without money. He believed that a woman should support her beloved in any endeavor. and visitors were so outraged by his position that they already called the guy a loser who lives at the expense of a woman. Zheng Xiaolan finally decided to speak out and advised her lover to stop communicating with Guo Xiao and the others, since he would have to make a lot of effort to squeeze into their social circle. Fu Dajun was very indignant at the girl's proposal, so he shouted that she was just a fool, and then called the waiter over and asked where their food was. The restaurant manager immediately called Kang Shou and asked him to deliver the food to the customer. Ye Tianlong observed the behavior of the master he unexpectedly met here and concluded that the young man had an injury in the lumbar region. Fu Dajun proved that unless your voice is loud enough, no one will take you seriously. At that moment, the waiter suddenly broke a plate of soup, burning the impudent man's hand. Qianshu was completely drenched in boiling water, but still worriedly asked the visitors if they were okay, while Zheng Xiaolan was only worried about the employee's condition. Fu Dajun then angrily remarked that he was injured, so the girl could not answer for him and say that everything was fine. The boy began to scold the waiter for spilling the food and nearly breaking the customer's finger, while Kang Shou simply bowed his head humbly and apologized for his actions. Pokidok began rehearsing and promised to file a complaint against this institution and the incompetence of its employee, also writing about it on Twitter and WeChat. Qianshu was frightened and begged the guests not to act so hastily, promising to compensate for all the damage caused. Hearing the noise in the hall, the restaurant manager immediately ran up and also scolded his employee for earlier breaking the cups while washing the dishes. The man turned to the customer with a smile and explained that Kang Shou was just a temporary worker and did not understand the business at all, and then offered compensation of 500 yuan, which he was going to deduct from the employee's salary. Fu Dajun wrinkled his nose and pointed out that he could expose this institution and spread the truth through the media and his circle of friends. In the end, thanks to the tact of the business owner, I decided to turn a blind eye and calmly receive my compensation. Zheng Xiaolan tried to stop her lover because she didn't want to take the money, but he hit her and started shouting that he deserves the money. He then ordered the waiter to get out of sight as quickly as possible and shouted to the owner to bring them food as soon as possible. The scoundrel did not stop there and poured his drink on him, accompanied by disgusting insults towards Kang Shou. The protagonist could no longer stay away from this situation, so he silently walked over and poured the soup directly on Fu Dajun's head. He threw the money on the table and asked the restaurant owner to bring him another cup of tea. A humiliated boy with noodles on his head rehearsed and threatened our hero with his friend Guo Xiao. Ye Tianlong ignored Fu Dajun, sat him down on the table and took a glass of drink for further action. He didn't wait any longer and immediately poured the drink over the fool's head, causing him to scream in humiliation throughout the entire establishment. Tian Shou watched with interest as the main character took revenge for him, and Zheng Xiaolan immediately recognized her acquaintance. Ye Tianlong, wiping his hands with a towel, explained that Fu Dajun doused a man for 500 yuan, and our hero doused him 2 times for 1,000. He promised to pay 10,000 so that all visitors to the establishment would have the opportunity to take revenge on Fu Dajun. Zheng Xiaolan began to worry about her lover, so she begged the main character not to resort to such a radical method of training the boy. Fu Dajun was very outraged by this treatment, so he vowed to kill anyone who dared to touch him. The restaurant manager realized that the matter was gaining momentum, so he asked Kang Shou to call the police and promised not to take money from his salary, but he himself tried to calm the angry customer. Now, Ye Tianlong was offering 100 yuan to anyone who would drink this guy, but the first in the crowd to refuse was a girl who hated tall dependent scoundrels and did not want to be paid for it. She happily served Fu Dajun a bowl of noodles and then turned to Zheng Xiaolan and asked her to break up with such a boastful fool. The humiliated boy again called the stranger crazy and promised to kill her sooner or later. Fu Dajun again began to threaten the main character, who started all this, and was going to finish him off too. This conversation was suddenly interrupted by the stern grandfather, who accepted Ye Tianlong's offer and poured a bowl of sewage on his head. He silently approached the table and, taking the reward for his good deed, left satisfied. Then a young man shouted from the crowd and suggested that everyone not wait any longer and start punishing Fu Dajun together. The main character immediately realized that this brave boy was from the capital system and hugged him in approval. All the restaurant's customers began to simultaneously lay out food directly on Fu Dajun, and the restaurant manager was already running out of all of his dishes. The man thought for a while and remembered that Ye Tianlong had paid money for all this, so he immediately made a new decision. He ordered his staff to change clothes so they could help film the broth-covered area. The owner planned to receive more than 1,000 yuan as compensation for the chaos in his establishment. Zheng Xiaolan ran up to the main character and begged him to finally let her lover go. Ye Tianlong thought that he had really gone too far this time and didn't want the girl to get into any more trouble, so he announced to all the visitors that this performance was over. He then grabbed his friend and, looking her straight in the eyes, begged her to finally leave her boyfriend before he sucked all the energy and money out of her. At that moment, the hungry Fu Dajun realized that his girlfriend actually knew his offender, so he demanded an explanation from her. Now the young man was sure that Zheng Xiaolan had deliberately arranged all this in order to humiliate his own boyfriend. The poor woman immediately burst into tears because she actually had nothing to do with what happened to her lover. Our hero immediately intervened in the quarrel, emphasizing that he not only wanted a break, but also forbade slandering the innocent Zheng Xiaolan. Ye Tianlong also reminded the man that it was he who saved the scoundrel from a debt of $300,000 and from rapists near the university. Fu Dajun realized that he could not retreat, so now he called his savior his girlfriend's lover. The boy now believed that his savior had actually been spying on Xiaolan from the very beginning, just to take her away. He considered the girl his property because her family was indebted to his family. Zheng Xiaolan couldn't listen to this nonsense anymore, so she tearfully begged the boy to stop and not embarrass himself in front of such a large crowd. Pokidoc became incredibly angry with his girlfriend and began accusing her of having an intimate relationship with the main character. After such disgusting accusations from her, Zheng Xiaolan could not stand it and hit her now former lover. Ye Tianlong immediately rushed after his friend, who turned around and left the establishment after a heated quarrel with her boyfriend. At the same time, Kangshou found a whole wad of money that the main character left behind. The boy was only able to catch up with Zheng Xiaolan in the park and immediately apologized for everything that had just happened in the restaurant. In the end, our hero admitted that he should not have humiliated Zheng Xiaolan so publicly. He explained that he could not contain himself when he saw his own girlfriend trampled by an invisible villain, and then behaved so arrogantly with the waiter. Zheng Xiaolan didn't blame the main character for anything, because it was Fu Dajun who crossed this line, and she hoped that her boyfriend could change after the lesson. Ye Tianlong sighed when she saw that her acquaintance was so naive and hoped for change from such an outright scoundrel. The girl knew very well that Fu Dajun was very difficult to change, and was upset that he hurt her self-esteem with his senseless humiliations. The main character understood that Zheng Xiaolan was afraid of breaking up with her boyfriend because he might take revenge, so Ye Tianlong promised to protect his friend from any danger from her ex. He even agreed to negotiate with Fu Dajun if he was threatened, and to pay whatever amount he wanted. Zheng Xiaolan was very surprised, because this was the first time she felt such loyal support from a man. She burst into tears because, despite all his efforts, our hero would not be able to help the poor thing. The girl explained that they were not only papras, but also participated in all aspects of the family's life, since they were from the same village. She said that her father worked on the Fu Dajun family's farm, and one day accidentally destroyed most of their equipment and killed one of the family members. So now Zheng Xiaolan is still atoned for this guilt. Therefore, the girl could not part with her offender, because otherwise her family could go to prison or even die. And our hero now fully understood the whole situation in the life of a friend. Moreover, Fu Dajun had lied to the entire village that he was studying hard and earning money to support his family, so now everyone considered him a very promising young man. Despite all this, she sincerely wished and believed that sooner or later the boy would finally grow up and stop chasing easy money. The girl did not know how to get out of this situation and finally free herself from the extortion of money and the disgusting Fu family. The main character thought that Zheng Xiaolan earns good money for her own life, but because of Fu Dajun, she has to make ends meet, so he asks her to stop enduring this violence. He was sure that the Zheng family did not need connections with the Fu family to solve all their problems, and promised to help his acquaintances with any money and connections with the right people. Everything depended only on the decision of Zheng Xiaolan herself, who was still scared of her previous relationship. In the end, Ye Tianlong invited an acquaintance to become his girlfriend and asked her to simply not give a damn about the opinion of stupid Fu Daziyun, who so wanted to break the beauty. Xiaolan was very grateful to her savior, so under the influence of her emotions, she rushed into his arms. When the girl left, our hero was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, noting that today was just a crazy day. The peace did not last long, because the boy saw two thugs beat Jin Xiao and throw him out of the restaurant, demanding 50,000 from him, which the boy took to treat his grandmother. The waiter begged to give him 5 more days, since he had not yet managed to collect the entire amount. The bandits did not want to listen, because without the money they would personally cut off their hands. So they did not have time for this chatter, and they demanded money right now. In the end, he decided that it would be better to cut off Jin Xiao's hand and thus repay the debt. It was at this moment that Ye Tianlong intervened in the conversation, who was outraged that Lei Jiuji's people were doing such an outrage in broad daylight. The bandit immediately recognized our hero and remembered the words of his boss that this man should be treated with great respect and caution. The boy guessed that General Lei Jiuji, named Xu Ho, was standing in front of him, and asked the bandit himself about this. Xu Ho confirmed the protagonist's guesses and noted that it was he who punished Zhao Dadiao and his wife. Ye Tianlong decided to find out if the bandit was worried that by killing an ordinary young man, he might create more problems for Boss Lei. The frightened Xu Ho explained that they were only carrying out the orders of Lei's father, and noted that he simply wanted to scare the debtor in this way. The waiter again emphasized that in 5 days, he would definitely have money, since the boy had pawned his ancestral royal stone in an antique store where he was promised 50,000 within 5 days. Another bandit noticed that the young man kept holding the bag as if he had a lot of money in it. Xu Ho believed that the debtor was blatantly lying, so he began to demand that the boy give all his money. Kang Shou tried to prove that it was not his money, and the main character left it during lunch at a restaurant. In the end, Ye Tianlong confirmed the young man's words and agreed to pay off his debt, so he asked the thugs to open Alipay. The waiter did not want to accept help from our hero, so he promised to return it soon. Moreover, Ye Tianlong allowed the boy to keep 10,000 in cash in case of emergency, and Kanshu could not even find the right words to express his gratitude. Suddenly, our hero pointed to the waiter's lower body and asked him to show what he had there. Now, everyone thought that Brother Yi was gay and were shocked to learn such an unexpected fact. The main character immediately explained that he just wanted to inspect Kang Shou and nothing more. The waiter was somewhat surprised, since he had recently really sprained his back, and asked whether his savior really understood medicine. Ye Tianlong began the examination and replied that the patients called him the demigod of medicine. Shiho noticed that the young man blushed suspiciously when our hero began to massage his lower back. After the massage, Kang Shou really felt noticeable relief, so now he asked the main character to examine his grandmother and help with her illness. The guy replied that he could conduct an examination, but noted that he did not have the ability to treat incurable diseases. The waiter was shocked that Ye Tianlong was able to determine that grandma had cancer. Our hero explained that he guessed that the young man had already been to many hospitals, where all the doctors simply shrugged their shoulders and could not do anything with the patient, and also noted that the boy's body emanated the smell of Chinese medicines, which are precisely used for cancer treatment. Now, Kenshu was absolutely confident in his savior's abilities, so he wanted to take him as soon as possible to a nursing home nearby Shizhou, which looked quite run down. When they approached one of the buildings, our hero immediately felt an unpleasant smell in the air, so he asked the young man to wait. Ye Tianlong started shouting that it was a gas leak and rushed forward to save all the potential victims. He asked Kang Shou to quickly stop the leak and save all the people. Together, they eliminated the possible danger and immediately opened the windows, after which the young man ran to his grandmother in panic. The main character announced that it was too late to go to the hospital, so he asked to bring sweet water to the victim. In such a situation, Ye Tianlong began to get very nervous, but pulled himself together and began to transfer energy to the sick grandmother. Kan Shou complied with the boy's request. Now our hero poured this water on the victim, and in the end, it was able to help, because the grandmother began to show signs of life. The boy then slapped the patient on the back, causing her to immediately spit out all the water. Tianshu began to ask his grandmother why she did such a stupid thing and tried to commit suicide because it was she who sheltered the young man when he was a child and did not let him die of hunger. So now he wanted to save her. The main character calmed down and asked the boy to take the victim to the hospital, since there was still a danger to her health. At this moment, Kenshu fell to his knees and bowed his head to Ye Tianlong, promising to repay the debt and express due gratitude for his help. Meanwhile, our hero's phone received a call from Kun Lun, who complained that the female guards would now start a fight if the leader did not come to the scene and resolve the dispute. The comrade stated that this group of women demanded that Ye Tianlong personally deal with everything. In the evening, the main character arrived at the office of his security department. He immediately saw all these beauties and called them flowers, wondering how he could help them. The girls immediately lined up and greeted their consultant Yi. Yet Tianlong was afraid of this behavior, asked the beauties not to do this, and finally wondered who they were. Then Bai Lihua came out to him and said that she had hired these 15 employees and promised to find 15 more today when the newcomers become familiar with the situation in Bai Shizhou. The boy appreciated the girl's good figure and noted that they were probably in good athletic shape, and then asked what the conflict with Kun Lun had turned into. One of the comrades said that in the afternoon, new employees came to the office and occupied the break room, demanding to be moved to the third floor of the dormitory. The boys cared about the newcomers, so they left them the largest room on the first floor so that the girls would not waste time and energy moving around. Bai Lihua then noticed that the house only had 2 windows and there were potholes in the ground, not to mention the bathroom and toilet. In addition, she learned from Uncle Gui that 3 years ago there were dead people in that room until the ancestor temple was built, so the girl did not want to leave the girls in such a room at all. The comrades did not expect that Bai Lihua would approach this matter so responsibly, but the girl did not stop there and complained that the first floor was damp and full of crawling reptiles, so even the men themselves would not live in such conditions. The biggest problem was that the main character's employees would come out to the girls and start staring at them, and then flirt with stupid words. The boys tried to deflect any suspicion and assured them that they only had good intentions, but Ye Tianlong was already angry at their unacceptable behavior. Bai Lihua decided to put an end to the matter and simply asked the manager to move her block to the 3rd floor of the dormitory. The guys immediately expressed their dissatisfaction, so one of the employees suggested holding a training confrontation. Bai Lihua explained that the men must give up the 3rd floor if the women's team loses, and vice versa. The main character appreciated this idea because in this way it would be possible to identify all the shortcomings in the defense and combat training of both teams. In addition, the girls added that they will not join the Dragon Squad, but will form their own Phoenix Squad. Ye Tianlong was quite interested in this situation, where only 16 girls challenged 300 men. In the end, he ordered Kunlun to prepare the props for the competition, because our hero really wanted to see how the beauties get to the 3rd floor of the dormitory. After 3 hours, everyone was ready to compete, and the men could hardly withstand the pressure from such incredible beauties. The leadership of Bai Shizhou already knew about this event, and the owner was betting on the girls' victory, since Bai Lihua had prepared well, but her uncle did not believe in this victory. At this time, the girls were near the back passage and dressed up as people from the city administration, disguised as the Dragon Team. Bai Lihua led her allies into the final battle, since almost no one was left from the opposing team. As it turned out, someone had set up an ambush right near the back door, setting a trap and a net there. The Phoenix team captain tried to calm her subordinates and asked them to free themselves from the trap as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the girls did not have time to free themselves from the net when one of their rivals ran up to them. Bai Lihua could not even imagine that at the end of the competition, she would fall into such a stupid ambush, and meanwhile her friends came to help the beauties get out of the net. The main character was pleased with the outcome of this competition and noted that the Phoenix team was too self-confident, which is why they were defeated. He pointed out that just one small mistake led to such a crushing failure, but Bai Lihua said nothing to this, only snorted in displeasure. The next day, Ye Tianlong decided to go to a cafe with his colleague. The guy ordered her a serving of rice noodles with homemade chicken and eggs. Bai Lihua refused to eat because she had no appetite at all. And then our hero decided to talk about how well the Phoenix team performed despite such a big mistake in their actions. So Kun Long finally accepted the girl's point of view. The girl explained that she was upset because she tried to achieve much more during the battle. But in the end, she simply lost due to her own carelessness. The main character suggested that she look at the situation from the other side, because nothing is ideal in this world, and noted that now the employee would not make such a mistake during a real fight. He believed that everything that reaches its peak is then inherited. So yesterday, the girl just learned something new. Bai Lihua was not satisfied with such consolations from Ye Tianlong, who repeated that the girls would be given the 3rd floor, and conveyed the request of the dragons that they wanted to learn how to shoot with the phoenix. The girl was surprised by this news, and as a result, a smile appeared on her face. At this moment, Kun Long announced that their potential client Yang Xiaoqiang had an accident and was then kidnapped by Tao Yuan and now needed 100 million. Ye Tianlong asked Nanggong Xiong if the comrade was only talking about the leader of the Hongyi faction, and he confirmed, noting that this operation would cost 500 million. Bai Lihua also intervened in the conversation, announcing that Lady Yang wanted to meet our hero. Nanggong immediately went to meet Lady Yang, and the protagonist asked the girl to gather information about Yang Xiaoqiang and Tao Yuan's elder brother. The girl was unhappy that Ye Tianlong distributed tasks to everyone and left nothing for himself. In fact, our hero decided to visit his grandmother in the hospital and also talk to Lin Chen Shui and order lunch for her. The director immediately felt jealous and asked which of Ye Tianlong's lovers he would see in the hospital. The guy was very outraged by this attitude towards him, so he explained that he had come to visit his friend's grandmother and offered to send the woman a photo of where he was now. Lin Chen Shui was very angry with the main character, so she simply tuned out and stopped listening to him. When Ye Tianlong approached Ward No. 8, he heard Grandma talking about how she had been sick for a long time, so she was just an additional burden for Kanshu, which is why she asked to be allowed to die. As it turned out, the girl even broke up with the young man because he completely invested his time and energy in treating the old woman. Tianshou asked her grandmother not to think about such bad things, but she only wished that she would die yesterday and not cause trouble for anyone else. The boy noted that his grandmother did not abandon him when she herself found herself in a difficult situation, so he had no right to abandon her when everything was fine with him. Next to them in the room was a man who was unhappy that their conversation was disturbing his sleep, and he also noted that they did not look like people who could pay to stay in this expensive hospital. Then the main character finally decided to enter the ward and stop the impudent uncle, and Kanshu immediately introduced his savior to his grandmother. The young man also said that Ye Tianlong was very generous and called him to work, offering him a salary of 9,000. Grandfather praised our hero very much and noted that poor people always like to brag. The grandmother asked Kangshu to fully thank her new boss for all the help provided, because there are not so many such kind people in the world. The young man looked at his leader with delight and asked him to sit down. Then the grandmother decided to ask what company the main character works for, and he talked about his security service in Baishizhou, where more than 300 people worked. The grandfather next to him was disappointed with Ye Tianlong's position, as he expected to see some important and influential person here. Meanwhile, our hero revealed that Kangshu will have an annual salary of $100,000, and while everyone in his company earns an average of 5,000 hours, they also receive bonuses and dividends before that. Grandmother heard that Baishizhou is the richest settlement, so she was happy for her grandson, who had the opportunity to work in such a prestigious place. Ye Tianlong decided to begin examining the patient for which he came here, so he asked permission from the woman herself, explaining that he had some knowledge of medicine. Kangshu was peeling an apple for his guest and asked his grandmother to accept help from our hero. To reassure the patient, Ye Tianlong decided to say that he could cure her cancer, and then asked the young man to play along with him. A roommate watched this and came to the conclusion that in fact this guy was just a scammer and was going to extract some money from his victims. Our hero asked his grandmother not to worry and to trust him, so that in the future he would see good results in examinations and stop feeling pain in his body. She replied that she would be happy if the pain finally left her body, and the dissatisfied grandfather still listened to all this. Suddenly, the patient began to cough violently, clutching her stomach with a trembling hand. Kangshu panicked greatly because the grandmother's mouth was bleeding and begged the protagonist to do something. Ye Tianlong immediately took out his magic pills and asked the boy to give one of them to the patient. Grandma immediately calmed down and fell asleep peacefully, which is why grandfather was now sure that our hero still had certain abilities. Meanwhile, outside the door of the ward, Ye Tianlong informed the young man that the cancer was already in the final stage, so the woman only had 6 months left, but he promised to ease her pain before she died and gave the young man a few more pellets. Kangshu barely held back his tears after such news, but the main character asked him not to take everything so personally, because the grandmother was already over 80 and this event was expected for her. It was very difficult for the boy to accept this, but deep down he was still ready for such a development of events. Our hero noticed that Kanshu had a very kind heart and asked him not to think about the cost of these medicines, since Ye Tianlong could afford such expenses. Ye Tianlong asked not to worry and take enough pills, for which the boy never stopped thanking his leader. At that moment, the main character noticed that a wheelbarrow with boxes was driving onto the sidewalk, so he quickly grabbed his friend and pulled him close to him. The nurses were standing around the corner of the hallway and saw this cute hug between the two boys, which made them feel embarrassed and quickly move away from each other. Then our hero went into the room to check his grandmother's pulse again, but noticed that relatives had already come to see his grandfather. The man approached him and introduced his girlfriend Andy to Uncle Gan, whom he appreciated. He asked about his grandfather's condition, and Uncle Gong explained that he was allergic to local food, so he was only prescribed a few days of rest. The man noticed that they were a family, So he asked his grandfather what he could do for him, and he replied that the room was too noisy. Da Gui snapped his fingers and asked Andy to send everyone else out of the room so that they would not disturb Uncle Gui's sleep. The woman smiled and promised to create a calm environment for grandfather where he could relax. She went to her grandmother's bedside, who immediately recognized her and called her Ling Ling. The main character realized that this was the same girl who broke Kang Shou's heart. The grandmother was very happy about this meeting, so she immediately asked the boy to peel an apple for the guest and set up a chair for her. Ling Ling arrogantly stated that she did not have time for unnecessary chatter because she came here to ensure peace for her lover's uncle. Tian was very outraged by his ex-girlfriend's arrogant behavior. Lin Jialing couldn't hold back and offered to pay her ex 1,000 yuan if he left here right now. She said that her husband was a successful man with an annual salary of 300 million, a car and his own house. So she felt that Tian couldn't even compare to him. Ye Tianlong was very outraged that the woman allowed herself to talk to his friend in such a tone. Tian did not say anything bad and expressed the hope that the girl was happy with her new lover. Lin Lin noted that it was better to cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle, and ordered the boy to take his grandmother and leave the ward. Tian was not going to give in, because Grandma really needed this place, and he invited Uncle Gong to move from here himself. Da Gui noticed that his lover had been talking for quite a long time, and realized that she had met an old acquaintance. He then decided to reveal that he belonged to the Hong Yi group and was the general manager of the Mingjiang real estate branch in order to humiliate his ex-wife. Uncle Gong then intervened and answered the boy's question about his place of work and salary, and also pointed out that Ye Tianlong was the head of security. She and Lin Lin began to put pressure on the young man because they did not believe that an ordinary security guard could receive 9,000. So now they were talking about the fact that he was once again lying to his sick grandmother. Tian silently listened to all the humiliation addressed to him when Da Gong decided to joke and invited the young man to be a clown at the gate of his house, while our hero decided to call someone. The man expects the boy to bow to him because the braggart hated most those who disobeyed him. In the end, Kang Shou couldn't stand it anymore and started yelling at Da Gong, but our hero stopped him because it was too dangerous. Mr. Gong believed that the young man should be grateful that he agreed to give a job to such a loser, and now supports his wife himself. Now, Ling Ling was trying to drag her ex-husband into a fight in order to call the police and make him look bad, and Uncle Gong prepared to film the whole thing. In the end, they called Kang Shou a coward, but then our hero decided to intervene in the conflict and ordered everyone to get out of here. Ye Tianlong promised that they would kneel if they did not get out of here right now, and Da Gong appreciated such courage. The man then immediately took out his phone to send a message to his loved ones that someone was going to give him trouble. Literally a few seconds later, two big men entered the room to protect their boss. The main character was ready for such a development of events, so he asked everyone to take their time and listen to the phone call. As it turned out, Ye Tianlong called Yao Feiyan, who was the second largest auctioneer of Hunyi Group, and now this man was very afraid for his life and job. A client answered the call, and our hero told us about a meeting with an unpleasant fat man from the Hunya tribe who asked if there were really such people in their company. The gorgeous woman asked Ye Tianlong if she could talk to this employee right now. After 3 minutes, Da Gong fearfully handed the phone to our hero and then fell to his knees and began to apologize to the guy, asking him to forgive. Otherwise, Madame would kick him out of work. Uncle Gong, who had been filming all this until now, and Lin Lin were shocked by this turn of events. Our hero decided to make fun of the villain and talk about the cold weather outside. The man kept begging for mercy because he didn't want to lose his prestigious job. And eventually, the man told him to show some sincerity and get the hell out of there. He immediately obeyed Ye Tianlong and ordered his men to set up an intensive care unit for elderly patients in the hospital and transfer $500,000 to their account. The man then ordered Lin Lin to kneel down and apologize, but she refused to do so, so Da Gong decided to end his relationship with her. He apologized to Kang Shou and promised that he was now completely unrelated to Lin Jialing. The girl began to panic because she did not want to lose such a rich lover, but Da Gong ordered her to leave, leaving her purse and car, otherwise he would sue her ex. Uncle Hong was incredibly angry at his nephew's pitiful behavior because he personally would never bow his head to such poor people. The main character approached the old man and noticed that he had also insulted Kang Shou, so he asked him to apologize to the young man, but it was obvious that the man had no intention of doing so. Then the boy said that his grandfather had 2 diagnoses: stomach bleeding, and cirrhosis of the liver, and recommended that he prepare a large sum of money for treatment. Ye Tianlong eventually walked up to his friend and announced that it was now finally time for him to go to work. Arriving at the Chinese medicine clinic, the main character immediately began to explain that he was absent from work due to the signing of several large deals with the goal of making hundreds of millions in profit by the end of the month. Director Lin didn't really believe that the boy really had such a list of clients, but she promised that she would see the results of the work in the coming weeks. When they reached the elevator, it moved a little and made a rather strange sound, indicating that it was stuck. Lin Chenshui began to panic because of the confined space, and our hero decided to joke that she had been poisoned by something again. The old man thought that he should just take the list from the dragons and give it to the headmistress so that she could relax a little and enjoy life. The woman asked our hero to give her all his clients, otherwise she would strangle him at the end of this month. In fact, Ye Tianlong was not against such punishment, but he also decided to inquire about the reward that awaits him for successful sales. He emphasized that he didn't need financial payment, so he offered a simple kiss, but Lin Chenshui refused because she didn't want to cross her friend's path. She noted that Qin Ziyi would have broken the main character's leg when she found out about the kiss, but he did not consider this a reason to refuse because the officer had such a desire for a long time. The director eventually explained that she is afraid of closed spaces because she suffers from claustrophobia. The boy immediately remembered Xiao Lu, who also had the same problem, and the woman couldn't understand what Ye Tianlong meant. Our hero offered to give the woman a massage or CPR to ease her condition, but this only ended up angering manager Lin even more. He then decided to distract Lin Chenshui with his conversations and asked her about her past and her first kiss with a guy. She turned away with displeasure and replied that she had nothing to tell, so she asked about Ye Tianlong's own past. The main character again said that he was the king of soldiers, the invincible king of soldiers, but he already knew that no one would believe him. Suddenly, Ye Tianlong decided to make a very bad joke with the manager, which made her incredibly angry and promised to kick the young man out of Chinese medicine, and he decided to remind him for his merits and hard work. The woman thought that our hero should be ashamed to talk about hard work because he appears in the office several days a month, although he holds a leadership position, which is why Xiao Lu had to visit the guy often, but in the end, he managed to insult her too. Parabok explained that he and the secretary had a misunderstanding, and Director Lin asked not to play on her colleague's feelings. Our hero bowed his head and promised to take only deliberate actions when the elevator finally starts moving. Director Lin walked out of the elevator, and Ye Tianlong managed to quietly remove a button from her clothes and was now turning it over in his hands. Our hero realized that this was Wolverine's bug, so he decided to teach the agent a little lesson. He took a deep breath and screamed straight into the microphone, causing the insect to simply fall apart. The main character really scared the director with his scream, but he simply lied that he wanted to sneeze and did not calculate his strength. At the same time, in one of the apartments in Minjiang, agents screamed loudly from pain in their ears. All the men immediately took off their headphones and flinched from such a loud sound. Meanwhile, Director Lin couldn't understand why Ye Tianlong came to her office instead of taking care of his department's problems. The main character explained that in this way he was trying to give his employees some freedom and space to achieve their goals, and also noticed that he missed Lin Chenshui. The headmistress did not take any action because she knew that the boy belonged to Qin Jia and promised to sue him if she saw him courting others again. Our hero finally decided to admit that he broke up with Ziyi due to Zhao Kiki's misunderstanding. And besides, the girl blocked him on all social networks and did not invite him to dinner with her family. Lin Chenshui immediately thought that her friend's reaction was too strong, indicating her true feelings for Ye Tianlong. Meanwhile, the boy openly stared at Lin's chest, causing her to become angry and throw a book at him. After 5 minutes, Chenshui changed into an even more revealing dress and started talking about how she could help bring Zhang Jie back, but she didn't want to hurt her friend. The main character stated that he could not harm Officer Zhang since their relationship was fake from the very beginning. In the end, the director asked the young man not to waste time and calmly go about his work and affairs. Ye Tianlong tried to steal Lin Chenshui's clothes by tearing off a button to sew it all back, but the woman immediately noticed it. He tried to run away as quickly as possible, but Director Lin immediately rushed after him. Suddenly, a knife appeared in her hands, and now our hero begged her not to harm him and apologized for his mistake. Ye Tianlong grabbed her waist and pulled her towards him to feel her tender and fragile body. The woman tried to push the main character away, but in the end she could only drown in his gaze and freeze. After a few seconds, she came to her senses and demanded that her clothes be returned to her, but the problem was that Ye Tianlong had thrown the package somewhere at the bottom of the stairs. Director Lin sighed and noted that he would not be able to apologize for this at a regular dinner, so she announced that the Yimayo Company auction would be held tonight, to which Lin Chen Shui was also invited. The woman planned to take Ye Tianlong with her for support, as she was not used to such events, which brought together the entire elite of Mingjiang, as well as the Lu family. Amid Chen Shui's screams, the main character finally agreed to this and expressed his opinion that the Lu family was still the same scum. The director guessed that the young man might know Shen Tianmei, so she revealed that this girl is the godmother of the Lu family, so she can still live after being insulted by the elite many times. Now the main character realized the power of this clan, but could not understand why they were so cruel. Lin Chen Shui explained that the problem was not even cruelty, but the person behind this family, who had been known as the emperor for centuries, but the woman did not want to tell everything and sent Ye Tianlong to work. Then the boy decided to go to the pier in the northern part of Minjiang, which was under the control of the dragons, where Liang Ziquan was waiting for him. The subordinate explained that he did not want to bother his older brother, but the gang managed to catch two rather interesting individuals, so they called their leader. Liang Ziquan also announced with a smile on his face that delicious drinks and snacks, as well as interesting entertainment, awaited Ye Tianlong on the deck. They boarded the yacht and the main character began to talk about how much the Axe Gang had suffered and focused on Jiang Zihao and the jewelry store robbery. Liang Ziquan asked the leader not to worry about anything, because now the bandit spends his free time training and can take down 4 fighters at once. He squeezed the main character's hand with all his might, causing him to almost scream in pain, and begged him to give him some advice for the fight. Ye Tianlong decided to give his subordinate a chance and agreed to train him every Saturday in Baishizhou, and the bandit was very happy about this opportunity and was now going to call the boss his master. Their conversation was interrupted by another member of the gang who brought the same 2 prisoners. Surprisingly, now his old colleagues were on their knees in front of the main character and begging for mercy, but the boy promised not to let them go alive. Ye Tianlong then asked Liang Ziquan to go downstairs with the other comrades to eat first. Our hero decided to cut the rope on the hands of his enemies and offered to eat some goodies together, as he understood that they were incredibly hungry. Wang Dawei and Lin Chaoyang couldn't understand the boy's generosity, so they exchanged glances. In the end, they decided to accept this offer in order to at least die with a full stomach. Ye Tianlong asked the guests to take their time and decided to roast the pork and pour in some red wine to create a wonderful combination. After eating, our hero asked if Wang Dawei and Lin Chaoyang had eaten well, and they fell to the floor and began to thank Master Ye. The old man asked his colleagues if they felt happy when they were surrounded by blue skies, a yacht, good wine, delicious food, and the sea breeze. Personally, Ye Tianlong felt truly happy, but he also knew that it was time to talk about their enmity. Colleagues immediately assured the protagonist that they refused to cooperate with Liu Yongchai and forced the police to put him in prison. So now they are not averse to helping our hero if necessary. The boy felt that the usual apologies to Wang Dawei and Lin Chaoyang were clearly not enough, and emphasized that he always kills people who dare to offend him. Ye Tianlong's prisoners began to tremble in fear and said that they had already suffered losses because they no longer had jobs, and their women simply left because they were losers, and Wang Dawei was willing to give up all his savings to get out of here alive. The main character noticed that they are rather mean, ambitious, and purposeful people. The old man decided to use this to his advantage and asked him to do something for him. He only had one request, that Wang Dawei and Lin Chaoyang go to Wang Yao. Next, our hero decided to go to the office of the Hunyi Group Corporation. But due to the large number of people, he was unable to use the elevator and now walked down the stairs with an unhappy look. Ye Tianlong stopped on the 17th floor and tried to open the security door, but it did not budge. He couldn't understand what was happening because the same situation was on the floor above. The main character decided to try to climb even higher in order to reconnoiter the situation there, but suddenly, he heard a girl coming down from there, talking to someone on the phone. She was talking to her interlocutor about returning the finished photos and videos, and Ye Tianlong now guessed that the elevator was actually broken and not working. The girl herself also had no idea about our hero's presence here, so she wanted to pretend that she had just arrived here. The stranger tried to use the stairs, but accidentally twisted her ankle and began to fall straight onto Ye Tianlong. The girl fell straight into the arms of the young man and could now see all his beauty. She sat down against the wall and began to rub her injured leg, and Ye Tianlong asked if the victim was okay. Suddenly, the stranger broke free and began to blame our hero for her fall, but he did not admit his guilt at all, and invited the girl to look at everything through the cameras. The next moment, she calmed down again because she recognized Ye Tianlong and asked why he was here, and she introduced herself as the head of the administrative department, Shu Rumen. The corporate employee bowed her head and asked not to approach her, but our hero could not understand why she was talking some incoherent nonsense. She also added that at first she didn't believe the rumors about Ye Tianlong, but now she saw everything with her own eyes, so she asked the boy not to touch her anymore. The old man stood motionless for several seconds as he could not understand why Shu Rumen was so aggressive. The main character called the girl, but she emphasized that she would only talk about work issues and already wanted to go to her office. Ye Tianlong explained that he just wanted to warn the employee that her skirt was being lifted up. The beauty was very embarrassed by such an awkward incident and already wanted to kill our hero. Meanwhile, the boy continued on his way and happened to notice that Shu Yunzhang's member's ticket was lying on the floor. He looked up and saw that it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, so he hurried to meet Lin Chen Shui. Director Lin was very unhappy with the lateness of her staff and personal driver, and Ye Tianlong tried to explain that he was just changing clothes. She asked the main character to leave quickly, otherwise they would be late for the event, but the guy was in no hurry and offered to give the manager a massage so that she could relax a little. At one of the traffic lights, a nice girl approached their car and offered to buy beautiful flowers for her beloved woman. The main character immediately noticed that this was not the only child who made a living in this way. He immediately guessed that someone was forcing the girls to do this, and his guess was confirmed. The boy understood that now he could only help the girl financially, since he did not have time to deal with the thieves. The girl was very happy because she completed her task today and gave her firecrackers, which she uses against those who do not buy her flowers. Our hero smiled, promising to return to the little beauty, then turned around and noticed that Lin Chen Shui was already sleeping and would not be able to accept the bouquet. At the next traffic light, 2 more luxury cars stopped next to the guy's car. The arrogant drivers began to provoke the main character and call him a cowardly dog who immediately runs away when he sees someone stronger. Ye Tianlong looked at the scoundrels with confidence and noted with a smile that dogs know how to bite.